10 Gods Chapter 2351 to Chapter 2402. Upon hearing an old drunkard's words, Lin Tian's expression changed. Beside him, everyone else's expression changed as well. Lin Tian's parents sent Lin Tian from the 9th dimension to this world in hopes that Lin Tian would be able to control the complete cycle of reincarnation. Lin Tian's potential was so great that even an old drunkard, the heavenly emperor, and the goddess could not compare to it. But, Master, I've never felt like someone wanted me to control reincarnation. Lin Tian opened his mouth and looked at an old drunkard in confusion. Moreover, in terms of potential, how can I compare to you, Master? Being sent from the 9th dimension to this world in the 4th dimension, if his parents really wanted him to control the complete cycle of reincarnation, they would definitely have left him such a clue. However, he had never felt such a feeling before. As for the potential that an old drunkard mentioned, this made him even more confused. Regarding his parents whom he had never met, he only knew the height of their realm. Fundamentally speaking, he was not clear about the abilities and potential of his parents. However, an old drunkard, the master in front of him, he was very clear about his abilities and potential. Although he seemed to have undergone a transformation after recovering his memories in the illusory flame galaxy and his previous life, and his potential was stronger than Wu Yi's, he did not think that he could compare to his master. However, his master said such a thing at this time, saying that his potential was far inferior to his. This made him unable to understand. An old drunkard smiled faintly. His right hand moved slightly, and a stone seal the size of a baby's fist appeared. It was densely covered with ancient runes, and each ancient rune was incomparably profound and complex, like the sacred runes at the beginning of the world. It was difficult to understand. Lin Tian's expression changed again, and his expression changed slightly. He couldn't really understand the ancient patterns on the stone seal, but he could feel an extremely familiar aura from it at the first moment. Master, this is? He could not help but ask. An old drunkard said, the stone seal that your father refined. When Lin Tian heard this, his body trembled slightly. No wonder he felt a very familiar aura from the stone seal. This stone seal was actually made by his father, whom he had never met. That? Grandpa refined it? Ruoxian was shocked. Wu Yi, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others all looked at the stone seal in an old drunkard's hand and were all moved. On the other side, Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Celestial Venerable, Sun Celestial Venerable, and the others were also shocked. This small stone seal, the size of a baby's fist, was actually made by the celestial sovereign of the 9th dimension? Lin Tian's gaze was fixed on the stone seal. This was because this stone seal was made by his father, whom he had never met. Looking at this stone seal and feeling the familiar aura on it made him feel as if he had met his father. An old drunkard looked at him and smiled gently. Now, you must have a lot of doubts in your heart. Don't worry, Master will slowly explain them to you. As he spoke, he paused slightly and asked, do you know what a soul root is? Soul root? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. He thought for a while and said, I don't know. This was the first time he had heard of this word, and he did not understand it at all. I don't know either. What is that, Grandmaster? Ruoxian was also curious and asked an old drunkard. Master, what does that mean? Fengshen Tianzuan also asked. For a moment, everyone looked at an old drunkard. Like Lin Tianyi, this was the first time everyone had heard of the word soul root, and they did not know what it was at all. An old drunkard smiled and said, it's normal that you don't know, because there is no such thing in the 4th dimension. It only exists in the 5th dimension. He said, the so-called soul root is the foundation of the soul and spirit. It is the source of the potential of all living beings. It is more important than the origin of life and is the most important thing for all living beings. In the upper dimension, those powerful orthodoxies and families judge the quality of their disciples and family members by examining the soul root. He looked at Lin Tian and did not stop. Wisps of light intertwined in his eyes and he continued, back then, when your master's wife and I brought you into the reincarnation cycle, we were affected by the reincarnation cycle and recovered our memories in the 9th dimension. At that time, we saw that you were special. 90% of your soul root was sealed by an extremely powerful technique, which suppressed your aptitude and potential infinitely. That kind of sealing technique was exquisite and mysterious, and it was definitely not something that a cultivator in the fourth dimension could perform. It was done by a supreme being of heaven and earth. After that, your master's wife and I reincarnated and recovered our memories in the ninth dimension. We also remembered that we saw your soul root in the reincarnation cycle, so we went to the place where the old patriarch picked you up. There, we found this extraordinary stone seal buried under the soil. After that, through it, we gradually learned many things. This stone seal was refined by your father when he sent you into this world. It entered your body and entered this world together with you. It left behind a lot of information for you, including your identity, the reason why you were sent down, the fact that 90% of your soul root was sealed, and the ancient technique to unseal it. Originally, this stone seal should have existed in your body. However, after you entered this world, it was disturbed by some reason and fell out of your body. Back then, when the old patriarch picked you up, the stone seal that fell out of your body was actually not far away from you. However, the old patriarch was just an ordinary person and did not pay attention to it. He only brought you back to the tribe when you were still in your infancy to raise you. Because of this, the trajectory of your life underwent a huge change. You knew nothing about all of this. Looking at Lin Tian, he said, your soul root was sealed by your father. At the same time, you inherited the most supreme bloodline of your father and mother. Your soul root was too powerful. It was so powerful that 90% of it had to be sealed and its potential was suppressed infinitely in order for it to survive. Otherwise, the complete state of the soul root was not something that you could withstand when you were young. Even if 90% of your soul root was sealed, it still had a huge impact on you when you were young. Therefore, based on some other circumstances, your father sent you into this world. This was because this world had the most special reincarnation cycle. The foundation of reincarnation was in this world. Under the condition that 90% of your soul root was sealed, and with the suppression of the complete reincarnation aura in this four-dimensional world, it would allow you to grow up normally and gradually unlock the seal as you become stronger. At the same time, with your powerful soul root and endless potential, since ancient times, you were the only one who had the hope of controlling the complete reincarnation cycle in your hands. Your father and mother hoped that you could grow up normally in this four-dimensional world and slowly control the complete reincarnation cycle in your hands. The stone seal contained everything, whether it was your identity, the sealing of your soul root, the reason why you were sent to this world, or the saint art that unsealed your soul root, all of it existed in this stone seal. And the reason why the stone seal contained all of this was also related to your overly powerful soul root. Due to the influence of your soul root, when you were still young and had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, the information could not be imprinted in your mind at all. It could only be transmitted through external objects. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "This is everything that has happened in the past." Lin Tianyi listened quietly until an old drunkard finished speaking and understood the ins and outs of everything. For a moment, he could not help but be a little dazed. Beside him, the rest of the people were also listening quietly. At this time, each of them had a look of shock in their eyes. They looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a monster. The current Lin Tian was absolutely terrifying and extremely monstrous. However, even so, his soul root was still in a state where 90% of it was sealed. At this moment, after listening to everything, everyone understood why an old drunkard said that whether it was himself, Lin Tian's father, or Lin Tian's mother, their potential was far inferior to Lin Tian's. With 90% of his soul root sealed, his potential was infinitely suppressed. Under such circumstances, Lin Tian could be so monstrous. In the future, once his soul root was completely unsealed, how terrifying would it be? There was no need to think at all. There was no need to doubt at all. He was definitely the first person in history to do so. "Father, you're so powerful." Ruoxian's eyes completely lit up. Everyone else was shocked. Even someone as calm as Wu Yi's eyes could not help but fluctuate. Super monster. Whooshing crocodile scales could not help but stand up. This was really too terrifying. You're simply, the old gangster stared at Lin Tian and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the past, he always felt that the human king was not like a human because he was too strong. But now, he felt that Lin Tian was even less like a human. Lin Tian was in a daze. It was not until 10 breaths later that he recovered slightly. There were actually so many things about him. An old drunkard looked at him and smiled gently. In the past few decades, your cultivation has been much faster than before. It's almost as if you've become a different person, right? That's because of the unforeseen event in the illusory flame star ocean and your recollections of the past. The seal on your soul root was forcefully broken a little, and some of the sealed potential flowed out. However, it's still in a state of 90% sealed. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and the stone seal immediately turned into a ray of light and entered Lin Tian's body. Your father left his soul consciousness in it, but when I opened it before, the soul consciousness was no longer there. He said, the saint technique to break the seal on your soul root is stored in this stone seal. With your current cultivation, you can break 40% of the seal. Remember, you can only break 40% of the seal now. Don't try to break the fifth seal. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to bear it. If you're not careful, your body and soul will be destroyed. Also, don't break 40% of the seal in this world. With your current strength, the 9th dimension is far from suitable for you to ascend, and you won't be able to ascend. After that, go to the 5th dimension to break the seal. In a short period of time after you break the seal, endless saint energy and Tao energy will automatically surge in from all directions. It will be very beneficial to you. Lin Tian nodded and said seriously, yes, master, I'll remember. Listening to an old drunkard's words, Lin Tianji felt that everything had become extremely clear at this moment, as if the thick dark clouds that covered the sky had dispersed at this moment. At this moment, because of the stone seal, he could clearly see the soul root in the depths of his soul. There were extremely dense saint inscriptions on it, similar to the saint inscriptions on the stone seal. Sealing his soul root layer by layer. After a few more breaths, the stone seal had completely fused with him, turning into his possession and floating in his sea of consciousness. He looked at the old drunkard and asked, by the way, master, they. He paused for a moment as he was not used to it. However, he still corrected himself and said, father and mother, they want me to control the complete cycle of reincarnation. Before that, do I need to stay in this four-dimensional world? There's no need. An old drunkard said, only the initial control can be done in this world. Now that you've controlled a trace of reincarnation, you can comprehend it anywhere else. There's no need to stay in this world. What's more, reincarnation is the most special. Although the foundation of reincarnation lies in this four-dimensional world, reincarnation exists in every corner of the world. However, the reincarnation that exists outside of this world cannot allow one to control this power from the very beginning. Lin Tian understood. At the same time, he could not help but think about the matter of controlling the complete cycle of reincarnation. Because he had controlled a trace of reincarnation, he knew best just how difficult it was to completely control this power. Even though he had seen his soul root clearly through the stone seal and sensed how terrifying it was, he still did not have much confidence in controlling the complete cycle of reincarnation. This was because it was just too difficult. An old drunkard naturally knew what he was thinking. He said gently, don't worry. Your father and mother are full of confidence in you. I also completely believe that you can control the complete cycle of reincarnation. Lin Tian nodded vigorously. His father, mother, and master were all full of confidence in him. No matter how difficult the complete cycle of reincarnation was, he had to control it. At the same time, he thought of a question and asked, Master, why do father and mother want me to control the complete cycle of reincarnation? He was sure that his parents definitely didn't want him to control the complete cycle of reincarnation simply because it was incomparably powerful. There should be some other deeper meaning. Then, he continued, also, Master, you said before that you and Master's wife projected your soul remembrance into this world for a similar purpose as father and mother. What's the connection between them? Why did you and Master's project your soul will into this four-dimensional world? Upon hearing his question, Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Celestial Venerable, Solar Celestial Venerable, and the others all looked at an old drunkard. When it came to why their master and master's wife had projected their soul remembrances into this world, they were naturally very concerned. At the same time, the others also looked at an old drunkard. Everyone was curious. What was the reason for the Supreme Being of heaven and earth to project his psyche to this world, because it was obvious that an old drunkard and Xianxia didn't project their soul remembrances here for reincarnation, but for something else. An old drunkard smiled faintly, and his eyes became more profound. He said, "To find the 10 directions ancient star." Lin Tian was stunned when he heard this. 10 directions ancient star? 10 directions celestial domain? He revealed a strange expression. His master and masteress projected their soul remembrances into this world to find the 10 directions ancient star. At the same time, the others were also puzzled. An invincible supreme being of heaven and earth, a powerful being of the 9th dimension, projected their soul remembrances into this world just to find an extremely small star. Everyone here knew that the 10 directions ancient star was just an extremely small star. Even Wu Yi was a little surprised and moved. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian and said, "Back then, the old patriarch's small tribe was not far from the 10 directions ancient star. Do you know what Luan Hui Wang passed by there to find? It was because he sensed a very special aura from the 10 directions ancient star in a very short period of time, so he passed by there to find the 10 directions ancient star. However, it was only for a moment. At his level, he could only sense it with the help of reincarnation. That was already a miracle. At his level, he couldn't understand the special aura emitted by the 10 directions ancient star at that time. Even if he stood in front of that star, he couldn't sense its uniqueness. That ancient star was not a star of this world. It was the core of a sacred land. For some reason, it fell into this world and turned into a star. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "The reason why your masteress and I are looking for it is the same as the reason why your parents want you to control the complete reincarnation." "What's the reason?" Lin Tian asked. The others also looked at an old drunkard. However, an old drunkard didn't continue. "Right now, you are far from the level where you can know the truth. Telling you the truth will only add to the useless pressure. It will do more harm than good." As he said this, his body suddenly became fainter. Seeing this, Lin Tian's expression changed. "Master." Seeing that his teacher's body had become fainter, he no longer thought about the 10 directions ancient star. Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Celestial, and the other 8 also changed their expressions. They couldn't help but become anxious. "Grandmaster." Ruoxian also looked worried. Yi Tong and Little Fox were also worried. This was their master's master. Just like Ruoxian, he was their grandmaster. How could they not be worried? "Don't worry. Didn't I say that it's just a strand of soul? It's not a big deal." An old drunkard still had a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Fengshen Tianzuan and tapped his right hand slightly. A ray of light entered between Fengshen Tianzuan's eyebrows. "Little one, Master has refined the human King Valley. It's now floating in multiple spacetimes. I'll leave the activation technique to you. You'll be in charge of the human King Valley in the future. In addition, Master has left a spacetime chaotic region inside. It's simulated with thousands of living beings. You, Little 2, and Little 3 can cultivate there. Master has prepared some things for you in the thatched hut in the center of the human King Valley." The faint light entered between Fengshen Tianzuan's eyebrows. In an instant, everything about the human King Valley was under Fengshen Tianzuan's control. "Master, are you and Mistress leaving?" The first disciple under the human king was a little anxious. At the same time, Lin Tian was also moved. He looked at an old drunkard. Primal Chaos Celestial Venerable, Solar Celestial Venerable, and the others also looked at an old drunkard. From the looks of it, their esteemed teacher was clearly explaining something to them. An old drunkard nodded and said with a smile, "We've already achieved our goal by projecting our souls into this world. We found the 10 directions ancient star and made layers of arrangements. Now, Little 10 has avenged the old patriarch and the others. There's no need for us to stay. With the power of our souls, we'll do something for you." Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others were moved again. They wanted to say something, but an old drunkard raised his hand and stopped them. With a gentle smile, an old drunkard tilted his head and looked at Ruoxian. "Youngest one in our bloodline, Grandmaster has never given you a proper gift. Before this soul dissipates, I'll give you one." His right hand formed a sword finger and pointed at Ruoxian's forehead. Immediately, the aura of spacetime rolled out. It was extremely gentle and continuously poured into Xian's forehead, causing her to tremble. Then, rings of Saint runes began to appear in her beautiful eyes. Only when 9 rings of Saint runes appeared in both eyes did the changes stop. For a moment, Xian's body began to emit strands of spacetime aura, while old drunkard's aura dissipated at an extremely fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Spacetime eye. The immortal spirit progenitor was shocked. He stared unblinkingly at Xian's eyes. Beside him, Xianxia, Mu Xingshu, and the others couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch. They naturally recognized this pair of divine eyes. Spacetime eye, one of the 3 ultimate divine eyes in the 4-dimensional world. At the same time, they were also shocked by an old drunkard's methods. He could actually control the spacetime eye and spacetime power and give it to another person so easily. This was too frightening. Lin Tian was also moved. His expression changed slightly. He naturally knew that his master controlled the spacetime eye. Now, he had actually given it to Xian. Master, this, even Wui couldn't help but be moved. Xian's expression also changed. She sensed the changes in her eyes. Everything in the world became incomparably clear. She could see the endless distance and clearly feel the energy of spacetime. Then, from the immortal spirit progenitor's words, she knew that this was the spacetime eye. Her grandmaster had actually given it to her. Grandmaster, this is an important power to you. How can you give it to Xian? You should quickly take it back. An old drunkard smiled faintly. He gave the spacetime eye and spacetime law to Xian. His body became even fainter. He patted Xian's head and said, to Grandmaster, this power is nothing. Don't think too much. Xian said, but, no buts. Use this pair of eyes well. Although it can't compare to your father's Rinnegan, it has many wonderful uses. You can control it for a while and quickly become familiar with it. An old drunkard said. Xian still wanted to say something but was interrupted by the old drunkard with a smile. After which, the old drunkard told her about the strength that his actual body possessed. Only then did Xian completely calm down. After which, she became extremely pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Grandmaster. She said happily. The spacetime eye. Although it was nothing to her Grandmaster, it was really a great gift to her. Lin Tian also spoke. Looking at an old drunkard, he said, thank you, Master. Next to him, Wui also expressed his thanks. An old drunkard waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to worry. Finally, he looked at Lin Tian and said, Little Ten, with your capital and potential, you don't need Master to give you anything. In the future, work hard to understand reincarnation. You will definitely be able to control the complete reincarnation. Yes, Master. This disciple will work hard and not let Master down. Lin Tian said seriously. An old drunkard nodded with a smile and rubbed his head. His body became fainter and fainter. Next to him, Xianxia's body also became fainter and fainter at this time. In reincarnation, we return to our original appearance. Now, the appearance of your Master's wife and I is our original appearance. In the 9th dimension, Master is still the king. He looked at Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, Hundun Tianzuan, and the other 9 people, and said gently, Little 10, Little 1, Little 2, Little 3, Little 4, Little 5, Little 6, Little 7, Little 8, Little 9, come to the 9th dimension. Your Master's wife and I will wait for you in the 9th dimension. As he watched an old drunkard and Xianxia disappear, Lin Tianwei was somewhat stunned. Only after several breaths had passed did he regain his senses slightly. Master, Mistress, my senior brothers and I will definitely go to the 9th dimension to find you soon. He said to himself, his expression very serious. Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerable, and the other 8 all had solemn expressions, and they could not help but clench their fists. We will definitely work hard. Fengshen Tianzuan said. Xian also stared at the spot where an old drunkard and Xianxia had disappeared in a daze. Master and Mistress really left, the immortal spirit ancestor and the others were also somewhat dumbfounded. The human king. The old hoodlum sighed. In the past, he only knew that the human king was very powerful, but he did not expect him to be so powerful. He was actually the supreme being of the world in the ninth dimension. On that day, they learned too many shocking things from the human king. The world was actually much bigger than they had imagined, and there were actually 5 worlds in a higher dimension above this world. At the same time, he was also shocked by Lin Tian's background. He was actually the son of the celestial emperor and the goddess in the ninth dimension. It was too frightening. The broken universe in this place became much quieter for a time, and the wind of the universe blew past. It was not until several dozen breaths passed that the group finally regained their senses. Let's go back. Let's return to Hongmeng. Lin Tian looked at the group and said. He had killed the celestial court's true lord, reincarnation king. Xian Tian, Xian Di, and the others had also died. He had taken revenge for the old patriarchs. In addition, the only origin world and all the celestial court's heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals had been refined and devoured by reincarnation king. The celestial court could be said to have completely disappeared. Now, this world could be said to have become truly peaceful. There was no need to continue staying in this place. Yes, let's go back. Ruoxian nodded and hugged Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian rubbed Ruoxian's head lovingly. Then, together with Wu Yi, Bai Qiu, Ji Yu, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others, they left the broken Xianhuang universe and entered the primordial universe. After entering the primordial universe, Yi Tong, the little fox, and Snow Wolf mobilized 10 billion immortal soldiers and generals and returned to their respective immortal court branches. Lin Tian returned to the 10 Directions Ancient Star with Wu Yi and the others. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others also came. After returning to the 10 Directions Ancient Star, Lin Tian immediately went to the small spiritual domain in the 9th heaven. In the center of the small spiritual domain, broken ruins were everywhere. Grandpa, third uncle, third aunt, seventh uncle, Bei, Xiongzi, Degu. He knelt down in front of the ruins and kowtowed to them. His forehead touched the dust on the ground. Little Blockhead has avenged you. Please rest in peace. Little Blockhead was a nickname given to him by the old patriarch. In ordinary tribes, adults would usually give their children nicknames. It was a kind of custom. He kowtowed to the ruins in front of him. For him, the old patriarch and the others were much more important than the father and mother he had never met. It was just like how little Taichu was much closer to him than his father and mother. They were all the same. Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others naturally followed him here. Fengshen Tianzuan and the Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerable also came together, quietly looking at Lin Tian from behind. After a few dozen breaths of time, Lin Tian stood up and put away the ruins together with the small spiritual domain. Then, he returned to the Immortal Lyceum with Wu Yi and the others. After returning to the Immortal Lyceum, he moved the ruins together with the small spiritual domain to the deepest part of the Immortal Lyceum. The ruins in the small spiritual domain were equivalent to the cenotaph of the old patriarch and the others. Now, it was naturally the best to move it to the Immortal Lyceum. After that, he, Wu Yi, and the others, along with his 9 senior brothers, came to the martial arts arena of the Immortal Lyceum. On the martial arts arena, the Immortal Ancestor, the old gangster, and the others were all there. Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others were also there, waiting for him here. Senior, I can't return the stars and worlds in your oracle bone fragment to you. I'm sorry. After coming to the martial arts arena and having a simple chat with the group, he opened his mouth and said to the old Taoist, feeling a little embarrassed. Previously, everyone had given their cultivation to him, and then an old drunkard had restored their cultivation. However, the stars and worlds in the old Taoist's oracle bone fragment had completely turned into spiritual energy and entered his flesh and blood. It was as if they had completely disappeared and could not be returned to the old Taoist, which made him feel a little apologetic. The old Taoist waved his hand and said, I already said that I'm returning your master's favor. Don't worry about it. If it weren't for your master, this old man would have kicked the bucket long ago. How could I live to this day? He said, besides, the significance of your battle is too great. Not only did you avenge your own blood feud, but you also avenged the deaths of hundreds of millions of living beings. You also protected this world and made it truly peaceful. Not to mention those insignificant stars and worlds, even if you want this old man's life, I'll do it. Oh, old man, not bad. When did your awareness become so high? This is not like you at all. The old hooligan had a surprised look on his face. The old Taoist gave him a sidelong glance. Get lost. Lin Tian could not help but laugh. Now, he was completely relaxed. Speaking of which, the human king said that this ancient star is extraordinary. Young man, would you like to explore it with us? The immortal spirit ancestor asked Lin Tiandao. At the same time, the old hooligan, martial ancestor, primitive emperor, and the others also looked at Lin Tian. The reason why they left the Xianhuan universe and came to this ancient star was firstly because Lin Tian was here. Secondly, and most importantly, they were very curious about this 10-directional ancient star. After all, this was the ancient star that the supremes of heaven and earth in the 9-dimensional heavens had projected their souls to find, and now, Lin Tian was the strongest among them. He was in the profound heaven realm and had control over reincarnation. It was naturally best to have Lin Tian with them to explore this ancient star. All right. Lin Tian did not refuse. In fact, he was also very curious about this ancient star after learning that his master and mistress had come to this world for the 10-directional ancient star. He had planned to explore this ancient star in the future. On this day, he, the immortal spirit ancestor, and the others left the main immortal court. Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign, Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, Fanning Xiong, and the others followed. Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others also followed. They slowly walked through every corner of the 10-directional ancient star. After a month, they had walked through every area of the 10-directional ancient star. However, they did not find anything out of the ordinary. Then, he and the others stepped out of the 10-directional ancient star and looked at the entire ancient star from the starry sky. However, they still did not find anything out of the ordinary. The only thing I can feel is hazy. Lin Tiandao's eyes shone with a strange luster. Standing in the starry sky, he looked down at the 10-directional ancient star. Although this ancient star was very small and could not be compared to the other stars nearby, it seemed to be shrouded in a veil, giving people a very hazy feeling. In fact, he had this feeling for a long time. Every time he returned to the 10-directional ancient star, he would have this hazy feeling. However, he had never paid attention to it because it was not a big deal. Now that he had learned about the extraordinariness of this ancient star from the old drunkard, he could not help but feel that the obscurity was not simple. This could actually be regarded as a kind of psychological cue reaction. Before he knew that this ancient star was very special, he felt that this kind of haze was nothing. However, after knowing that this ancient star was very special, he subconsciously began to feel that this kind of haze contained something very amazing. He also knew that this was a psychological cue, but now, even if he knew that this was a psychological cue, he still felt that this hazy feeling must be an unusual characteristic of this ancient star. However, even though he was sure of this, when he tried to understand this hazy feeling, he did not gain anything, even if he opened his Rinnegan. Immortal Spirit Ancestor and the others also saw this hazy feeling and also tried to explore, but naturally, they did not gain anything. According to Master's words, our current realm is far from the level where we can understand this ancient star. I'm afraid that no matter how much we explore now, it will be in vain. Fengshen Tianzuan said. Lin Tian nodded. He thought of an old drunkard's words and said, "Senior brother is right. With our current realm, no matter what we do, we will not be able to understand what is so special about this ancient star." On this day, he and the others looked at this ancient star in the starry sky again. It was not until 3 days later that they really gave up exploring and re-entered this ancient star. Luanhui Wang's group and Shan Tian's group were all killed. The heavenly court was completely wiped out. This could be considered a true victory. On this day, the Immortal Court's main clan held a banquet. Everyone was toasting each other and celebrating without restraint. After a few days, Immortal Spirit Ancestor and the old drunkard left one after another and went to other places. Junior brother, let's go back to the Human King Valley. On this day, Fengshen Tianzuan and Lin Tiandao. Okay, senior brother. Lin Tian immediately replied. He had left the Human King Valley for a long time and had not returned for a long time. Now, he naturally wanted to go back and have a look. That place was also his home. At the same time, he also brought along Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others. Wuxing Crocodile, White Tiger, and Little Taichu were all very curious about the Human King Valley. After Fengshen Tianzuan used a secret technique to open the Human King Valley that was floating in multiple spacetimes, he followed Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord, and the others into the Human King Valley. The Human King Valley looked very ordinary. It was surrounded by dozens of short mountains and dozens of thatched cottages. It was no different from a simple mortal village. Outside the Human King Valley was a vast space surrounded by mountains and rivers. It was like a boundless big world. Stepping into the Human King Valley again, Lin Tian's eyes flickered when he saw the familiar short mountain and dozens of thatched cottages. It was as if he saw the scene of an old drunkard tempering his body, the scene of his 9 senior brothers taking care of him and teaching him cultivation, and the scene of his self-destructive cultivation when he was alone. After that, he stayed in the Human King Valley for a full month. It was not until a month later that he bid farewell to his 9 senior brothers and returned to the immortal court with Wu Yi, Ruoxian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu. After returning to the immortal court, he went to the Burning Sun sect in the first heaven and briefly told the sect master and the supreme elder about an old drunkard and Xianxia. He learned that his master and master's wife had already told the sect master and the supreme elder about everything. Next, he stayed in the Burning Sun sect for 7 days. During these 7 days, he spent most of his time with the sect master and the supreme elder before returning to the main immortal court in the 9th heaven. "Let's go out for a walk." In the main immortal court, he smiled and said to Wu Yi and the others. Okay. Ruoxian immediately jumped over. He rubbed Ruoxian's head lovingly. On this day, he took Wu Yi and Ruoxian out of the immortal court again and stepped into the starry sky. It was a simple walk, a simple look at the mountains and rivers, and every moment with them was very warm. During this process, not long after, he learned one thing. In this 4-dimensional world, in addition to reincarnation, fate, and space-time, there is another 4-dimensional law, the law of cause and effect. Wu Yi mastered it 10 years ago. The law of karma was mixed with the power of karma. Like luck, it was illusory, invisible, and untouchable, but it was very powerful. In the past, the souls in his life source were contaminated with the power of karma. However, it was not caused by his own law of karma, but by nature. 10 years ago, Wu Yi had completely mastered the law of karma. In the future, you will also be struck by lightning, Lin Tian said. He coughed and changed his words. You have to continue with the tribulation. In the path of cultivation, under normal circumstances, only the immortal ascension realm, tribulation realm, and tribulation realm would have heavenly tribulations. However, if a cultivator was contaminated with the power of any of the laws of the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th dimensions, after taking flight, they would also trigger heavenly tribulations when they stepped into other realms. Mother is so powerful. Ruoxian's big eyes sparkled. I will also continue with the tribulation in the future. Before an old drunkard left, he gave her the spacetime eye and spacetime power. Those were also the laws of the 4th dimension. Now, she had mastered them. Although she was not familiar with them, she had mastered them. In the future, like Lin Tian, she would trigger heavenly tribulations every time she stepped into a new realm. Ji Yu, Shui Yi, Bai Qiao, and the others were also moved. Then, they could not help but feel a little proud. In the 4-dimensional world, the 4 most powerful laws of the 4th dimension are all controlled by our family. Su Shu said. Hearing this, Ruoxian's big eyes brightened. That's right. I just realized that the 4 laws of the 4th dimension are all in our family. As she said this, she thought of other things and became more excited. She clenched her white and tender hands. Grandfather is the celestial emperor, grandmother is the goddess, and grandmaster is the human king. Father can control an invincible complete reincarnation cycle in the future. In the future, who will dare to provoke our family? Lin Tian knocked her forehead and said with a smile, don't think about such nonsense. Beside her, Wu Yi also smiled gently as he looked at his daughter. He was very gentle. The primordial universe was very peaceful now. In the past, this universe was filled with all kinds of conflicts. Various sects and clans would fight every once in a while. However, after the invasion of the Celestial Court, many sects and clans joined forces to resist the enemy. Now, all the conflicts of the past were completely gone. Everything became very harmonious and peaceful. Lin Tian led Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others through the various corners of the universe. Along the way, many cultivators in this universe who saw Lin Tian. And all the cultivators who saw them and bowed when they saw Lin Tian. Lord Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor. Everyone looked at Lin Tian with respect. This respect wasn't because of Lin Tian's strength, but because the cultivators of the primordial universe knew that the current peace of the primordial universe was all because of Lin Tian. If it wasn't for Lin Tian, the primordial universe would still be in endless slaughter. The countless lives in the primordial universe definitely wouldn't be able to stop the heavenly court and would be quickly wiped out by them. This respect came from the bottom of their hearts. It had nothing to do with cultivation or battle prowess. Lin Tian had always been a very easygoing person. He didn't show any disrespect to those who greeted him, and he would always nod in response to each of them. He led Wu Yi, Ruoxian, Ji Yu, and the others through various corners of the universe. It was as if they were traveling. Occasionally, they would go to some legendary ominous territories and obtain some extraordinary heavenly treasures. These heavenly resources were of no use to him at all because he was already at the mystic heaven realm. It was almost impossible to find any heavenly resources that were useful to him in this world. However, these heavenly treasures were useful to Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the others. After all, their cultivation bases weren't very high. Wu Yi, the strongest among them, was only at the peak of the Dao fusion realm. Ji Yu and the others were even weaker. They were still in the 9th level of piercing heaven. Pick a few more ominous territories? Let's dig up all the treasures inside. Ruoxian's beautiful eyes lit up. She rubbed her palms together and was itching for action. During these past few days, as Lin Tian led them into numerous forbidden areas of the ominous territory and found numerous extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth, she could be considered to have tasted the sweetness of success, and she wished for nothing more than for Lin Tian to search through all the forbidden areas of this world that might contain extraordinary treasures. Lin Tianyi knocked her on the forehead but didn't refuse her suggestion. After that, he led his precious daughter, Wu Yi, and the others through several more ominous territories and obtained many good things in each one. These restricted areas were all very dangerous. Even Wu Yi would find it difficult to enter some of the restricted areas. However, to the current Wu Yi, these were considered nothing. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, he led Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others through Hongmeng Universe. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, although he led Wu Yi and the others on a simple tour and enjoyed the warm time with them, he also comprehended reincarnation from time to time. In addition, he had fought with Reincarnation King who also controlled reincarnation. After the battle, he gained many insights about Reincarnation King. Now, the Reincarnation King he controlled had undergone a qualitative change compared to the time when he fought Reincarnation King. Now, his cultivation base was still at the early stage of Profound Heaven Realm. However, the Reincarnation King he controlled was much stronger than before. He believed that with his current strength, even if he didn't have the Reincarnation Forging Spirit Art and Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing Song, he could easily defeat Reincarnation King with his own strength. 1 year later, he brought Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others back to the main immortal court in the 10 Directions Ancient Star. They were ready to set off for the 5th dimension. An old drunkard told him before the wisp of soul consciousness dissipated that he had to go to the 5th dimension to unlock the first 4 layers of seals on his soul route. Then, he would train in the 5th dimension and ascend to the 9th dimension step by step. He naturally had to follow his master's arrangement. At the same time, he thought of many things during this year. His parents sent him to the 4th dimension to suppress his soul root with the complete reincarnation chi so that he could grow normally and master the complete reincarnation chi. However, they expected him to master the complete reincarnation chi in the 9th dimension. There were some things that could only be done with the complete reincarnation chi. Therefore, no matter what, he had to go to the 5th dimension as soon as possible to unlock the seals on his soul root. He had to gradually unlock his potential so that he could comprehend and master reincarnation chi faster and become stronger faster before ascending to the ninth dimension. His father, his mother, his master, and his master's wife were all waiting for him in the ninth dimension. He told Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others about this on this day. Then, he also told Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord, and his other 9 senior brothers, as well as Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, Baiziki, and his other good friends. Not long after, the old hoodlum, the primitive emperor, and some other acquaintances also knew about this. All his acquaintances gathered at the immortal court. He was about to leave for the 5th dimension. Naturally, all his acquaintances were very concerned about it. They all gathered at the immortal court and sent him off before he really left. When you go to the upper dimension, be careful. You must put your own safety first. Fengshen Tianzuan said, your second senior brother and I are not strong enough to go into the upper dimension to gain experience. Later, we will temper ourselves in the space-time chaos zone left by our master and reconstruct our bloodline battle bodies. Then, we will catch up with you and ascend to the 9th dimension. Yes, eldest senior brother, I understand. Lin Tian said seriously. This time, we won't go with you. Like the great god said, we must pay attention to our safety. You must put safety first. Wuxing Crocodile said, and then laughed, when you come back, remember to bring more treasures of heaven and earth. Yeah. Safety first. Little Taichu said in a childish voice, intimately rubbing Lin Tian's cheek. There's nothing more to say. Safety first. Safety first. White Tiger said. In the past, they would usually go with Lin Tian wherever he went. But this time, they didn't. Because now, they were too far behind Lin Tian's cultivation. They decided to cultivate in this upper dimension for the time being. Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, Yang Qi, Ling Yun, and the others also spoke one after another. Their words were similar to Wuxing Crocodile and the others. Master, Xianxia and I will work harder to teach and cultivate. Together with Senior Snow Wolf, we will take good care of the immortal court. Don't worry. Yi Tong said seriously. Now, the immortal court was completely under the management of him, Tu Xianxian, and Snow Wolf. Lin Tian smiled and nodded, Master believes in you. He had always been very relieved to leave the immortal court in the hands of Yi Tong and the others. Wu Yi and Ruoxian didn't say anything at this time. They stood quietly beside Lin Tian. This was because Lin Tian had told them that he was going to the 5th dimension. They had already told Lin Tian what they wanted to say. On this day, Lin Tian didn't leave immediately. He told everyone about this matter first and only left the next day. The group of people sent him off. Father, you must protect yourself well. Be careful. Your daughter, mother, the ladies, and 2 aunts will always be at home to pray for you. Ruoxian said. Her beautiful big eyes were full of reluctance. She actually wanted to go with her father. However, after thinking about it, her cultivation was too low. If she really went with her father, she might be a burden to him. So, in the end, she gave up on this idea. Lin Tian's eyes were full of love. He hugged his precious daughter and then let go. Then, he looked at Wu Yi, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the other girls. Wu Yi, I'll leave them in your hands. He said to Wu Yi. Okay. Wu Yi nodded and said gently, safety is the most important thing. If you're tired, come home. Lin Tian nodded heavily. Come home. These simple words made his heart feel incomparably warm. He stepped forward and hugged Wu Yi gently. He only let go after 7 breaths. Then, he looked at Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others and said a lot to them. Then, he said a few words to his 9 senior brothers, Little Taichu, Baiziki, and the old hooligan. In the end, he looked at Wu Yi and Ruoxian reluctantly and left. He left Shifeng Ancient Star without looking back. In a flash, he disappeared from Shifeng Ancient Star. This was because he was going to leave this world and go to a new one. He didn't know how long he would be separated this time. He was really reluctant to leave. If he continued to look at them, he was afraid that he would want to stay for a while longer. Inside the big crack, all kinds of aura surged. It was very frightening. the gate of heaven and earth. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He had fused with the stone seal, which contained the method to sense the barrier between heaven and earth. To go from the four-dimensional world to the five-dimensional world, one had to be at least at the mystic heaven realm to tear open the gate of heaven and earth. Now, his cultivation was at the early stage of the mystic heaven realm, which was enough to open the gate of heaven and earth to the five-dimensional world. Let's go. He took one last look at the distant 10 directions ancient star, took a deep breath, and stepped into the gate of heaven and earth. In an instant, endless darkness shrouded his vision. Even someone as powerful as him could not sense anything in this darkness. He could not even hear anything. He could only wait quietly in this endless darkness. Time passed little by little. After an unknown period of time, the endless darkness vibrated, and a trace of light appeared in front of him. He was shaken out of the endless darkness and landed on solid ground again. As far as the eye could see, there were extremely frightening sacred mountains and ancient peaks. The momentum of each mountain was so majestic that it was frightening. It was as if they were not ordinary mountains, but world-destroying ferocious beasts lying on the ground. Compared to these mountains, the most magnificent sacred mountains and ancient peaks in the void realm were as small as dust. At the same time, the spiritual fluctuations in the air were frighteningly strong. It was countless times more astonishing than the divine spiritual qi in the void realm. There was a qualitative difference. He could even sense pieces of Taoist law fragments floating in the spiritual qi. Moreover, the power of the Taoist law was terrifying. Not far away, he saw patches of 3 immortals grass, 100 snowflakes, and 7 leaves grass. These were immortal medicines that were amazingly effective for virtuous void cultivators. They grew densely under some ancient trees, and no one cared about them. He even saw footprints on one of the 100 snowflakes that were stained with mud. It was as if someone had stepped on it like it was a weed. This scene shocked his vision. Even though he was now at the mystic heaven realm and his state of mind was extraordinary, he was still shocked by this scene. The majestic ancient peak of the holy mountain naturally drifts with dense Holy Spirit qi. This is the 5th dimension. He couldn't help but be somewhat stunned. The 100 snowflower immortal medicine, which is regarded as a treasure by virtual-grade cultivators, is actually treated as a weed in this world. As he stood there, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then, he walked towards the 3 immortal grass, 100 snowflakes, and 7 leaf trees and began to collect them. These things were no longer of any use to him now. However, if he were to bring them back to the immortal court in the four-dimensional world in the future, they would be extremely shocking treasures that could increase the strength of the immortal court countless times in a very short period of time. Boom! Suddenly, there was an extremely strong wave of saint energy in the distant sky. 2 figures appeared and came to this place at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived. They were 2 young men, both of them full of essence, qi, and spirit. As soon as they arrived, their gazes fell upon Lin Tian. They watched as Lin Tian picked the 3 immortals grass, the 100 snowflake grass, and the 7-leafed grass. For a moment, they stared in shock, then burst out laughing. The indigenous people from the lower worlds are indeed different. They are actually collecting these weeds in this place. Interesting. One of the men in yellow spoke. His expression was full of ridicule. He looked at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. Lin Tian had noticed these 3 men long ago. At this time, when he heard the man in yellow's words, his expression changed slightly. These 3 people actually knew that he was from the lower worlds. Moreover, it seemed that these 3 people had clearly come for him. Why was that? Thinking of this, he was a little surprised and puzzled. However, on the surface, he remained calm and collected. He continued to pick the 3 immortals grass, 100 snowflake grass, and 7 leaf trees. Seeing that he continued to pick the 3 immortals grass, 100 snowflake grass, and 7 leaf trees without any reaction to them, the 2 men in yellow couldn't help but sneer. The mockery and sarcasm on their faces became more apparent. Lowly creatures from the lower worlds, holding a pile of weeds as if they were peerless treasures. It's as if they have the whole world. Ridiculous. The man in yellow clicked his tongue. At the side, another man opened his mouth. He wore black clothes and said, "Enough, that's enough of the joke. Take him down. The man in yellow nodded and directly made his move. A large amount of divine splendor immediately gushed out. He raised his hand and grabbed towards Lin Tian. A large hand of light appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes turned slightly cold. He dodged to the side. What is the meaning of this? You still dare to resist? The man in yellow snorted coldly. He raised his leg and took a step forward. The aura he emitted became even denser. The divine splendor immediately suppressed all directions. Lin Tian's eyes slightly narrowed. He couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. This yellow-clothed man's cultivation was actually at the peak of profound heaven realm. The aura he emitted at this moment was actually a bit stronger than Luanhui Wang. That kind of blood and chi fluctuation was somewhat frightening. He felt as if his entire person was like a furnace that could burn the world. It was terrifying. This made him couldn't help but feel even more shocked about this fifth dimension. 3 immortal grass, 100 snowflake, 7-leaf wood, these immortal medicines that had unparalleled divine effects for absolute void realm experts were actually treated as weeds in this fifth dimension. And now, a random cultivator he encountered was actually stronger than Luanhui Wang. This was simply too much beyond the fourth dimension. Thinking of this, he also made his move at the same time. He raised his hand and swept out a sky full of sword chi, slashing towards the opponent from all directions. Although this man in yellow was slightly stronger than Luanhui Wang, the current him was no longer comparable to the time when he fought with Luanhui Wang more than a year ago. The current him was enough to easily suppress Luanhui Wang. Clang! The sky full of sword chi surged. The sword's whistling sound was frightening. It collided with the divine splendor of the man in yellow. The man in yellow transformed the divine splendor into swords and pressed down from all directions. It transformed into a prison of sword chi and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian waved his hand and transformed even more sword chi, slashing horizontally in all directions. In the blink of an eye, this place was filled with divine splendor and sword chi. Then, with a bang, the man in yellow was pushed back several dozen meters. His face revealed some astonishment. The man in yellow's long and narrow eyes gradually became somewhat sharp. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, but a mere lowly creature from the lower realm actually pushed him back several dozen meters. At the same time, on the other side, the man in green was also a little astonished. But in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure and said to the man in yellow, "Zhao Jin, be serious. Don't play around like you usually do. The Daoyuan treasure crystal mine that the elders newly discovered is extraordinary. It's far bigger than those small mines that were discovered before. Once it's completely excavated, it will allow countless brothers to condense a large part of their Dao laws. It's also quite beneficial to the improvement of their cultivation base. It's of great significance to the sect. Hurry up and send him to that mining area. With one more mining slave, the excavation speed of the Daoyuan treasure crystal mine will be much faster." Got it. The man in yellow nodded. He looked at Lin Tian and made his move again. This time, the aura emitted from his body was several times stronger than before. His divine might could almost suppress all directions. The unparalleled divine splendor pressed down on Lin Tian once again. Lin Tian still met the attack with a sky full of sword radiance, but his heart was slightly moved by the man in green's words. Although he still didn't understand how these two people knew that he came from the fourth dimension, nor did he understand why they discovered him and came here to capture him as soon as he arrived in the fifth dimension. However, at this time, he clearly understood that the purpose of these two people coming here was to capture him as a slave to mine for their sect. Moreover, he had some ideas about the Daoyuan treasure crystal mine mentioned by the man in green. That kind of Daoyuan treasure crystal seemed to be able to increase one's cultivation base and condense Dao laws. It was obviously extraordinary and greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. When he entered the fifth dimension, the first step was to find a decent place to unlock the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root. According to an old drunkard, every time he unlocked a layer of seal on his soul root, all the psionic power and Dao energy within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers would continuously surge toward him and enter his body to be absorbed and refined by him. Now, these two people wanted to capture him to the Daoyuan treasure crystal mine. If he were to unlock the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root in that mining area, what would happen? Needless to say, At that time, all the Daoyuan treasure crystals in that Daoyuan treasure crystal mine would turn into pure psionic power and enter his body. In the blink of an eye, he would be able to absorb all of them. For him, that would definitely be of great benefit. Thinking of this, at this moment, although he could suppress and kill the two people in front of him, he decided not to do so. He had an idea, and that was to pretend to be defeated and suppressed, and let the two people take him to that mining area. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to unlock the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root in that mining area and take down the entire Daoyuan treasure crystal mine in one fell swoop. Although this idea was a little bold and dangerous, it was definitely worth trying. At that moment, he waved the sword rays that filled the sky to deal with it. Then, he used some simple magical powers that he had dabbled in before to fight the yellow-cloaked man. He deliberately suppressed his power, and in the blink of an eye, he was forced to retreat by the yellow-cloaked man. Is this the technique of the lower realm? Scum! The yellow-cloaked man mocked. Lin Tian did not say anything. He acted as if he was trying his best to fight, but at the same time, he suppressed his strength even further. After a few dozen breaths, he was finally defeated and suppressed by the yellow-cloaked man. You, let go of me. He pretended to scream in panic and struggled with all his might. The yellow-cloaked man sneered and said, for a low-level creature from the lower realm to be able to withstand my attacks for dozens of breaths, you can be considered to be very good. However, low-level creatures are ultimately low-level creatures and are extremely fragile. Lin Tian was disdainful in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be very panicked and frightened. All right, bring him to that mining area, the green-clothed man said. The yellow-clothed man nodded. At that moment, the two of them directly left this place with the suppressed Lin Tian. Their speed was extremely fast, and it did not take long for them to arrive at a continuous range of crimson mountains. The mountains were grand, and there were many cultivators standing guard at the periphery. Obviously, they belonged to the same sect as the yellow-cloaked man, and all of them had strong essence, energy, and spirit. Lin Tian was quickly brought to the center of the mountains, and the sound of mining could be heard from ahead. In front of them was a very large mining area. As far as the eye could see, there were many mines. There were roughly 900 figures going in and out of these mines. All of them were very tall, and their bodies were stained with a lot of mud. Their hands and feet were all shackled, and they were being watched as they excavated the large mines in this area. Everyone's cultivation was at the mysterious heaven realm slaves. This shocked him. At the same time, he thought of the scene he saw when he was undergoing his tribulation in a battlefield of the great destruction in the 4th dimension. At that time, there were many tall gods and devils being chased away in shackles. That scene was very similar to the scene in front of him. He suddenly realized that the scene he saw at that time was similar to the scene in the sea market. It was the scene of some of the enslaved mysterious heaven realm experts in the 5th dimension. Almost at the same time he was looking at the hundreds of figures, the tall figures entering and exiting the mines naturally saw him as well. Seeing that he was suppressed by the yellow-clothed man and the green-clothed man and brought here, some of them couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. However, there were even more people whose eyes were numb like machines. It was as if they had lost all their emotions. One of them came up from the lower realm. Now, there are fewer and fewer natives from the lower realm who have the ability to ascend. There are not enough slaves. Indeed, it's said that at least 10 million years have passed since the last native ascended to this place. The lower realm is really declining. One of the people monitoring the hundreds of figures mining here spoke. All of them were at the initial stage of the mysterious heaven realm. Moreover, their bloodline fluctuations were frighteningly dense. It seemed that every one of them could fight against Luanhui Wang. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The 5th dimension was simply too terrifying. At the same time, he was also shocked by the hidden meaning in these people's words. Looking at the hundreds of mysterious heaven realm experts in shackles, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. From the sound of it, the hundreds of mysterious heaven realm experts in shackles seemed to be people from the 4th dimension. After ascending from the 4th dimension to the 5th dimension, they were suppressed, captured, and turned into slaves. Stop looking. In the future, you'll be like them. You'll have plenty of time to look. It was also at this moment that the yellow-cloaked man said indifferently. Two pairs of shackles appeared in his right hand, and with a flash, they were bound to his four limbs. Lin Tian's body shook violently and his expression changed drastically. His cultivation was completely suppressed in an instant. However, in the next moment, his heart involuntarily trembled. The stone seal floated in his sea of consciousness. Ancient runes covered it and intertwined with strands of saint runes. It wasn't affected in the slightest, giving him a very clear feeling that he could use the stone seal to break free at any time. "You've been a great help, Dad," he thought to himself. Just now, he had really been frightened into a cold sweat. As he was put on those shackles, his cultivation was completely suppressed. Fortunately, the stone seal his father had refined was extraordinary. Although it was not some terrifying divine weapon and did not have the ability to help him attack, it had many special effects. It could make the sealing power of the shackles lose its effect at any time. Otherwise, he would have really become a slave. "What are you waiting for? Get to work," the yellow-cloaked man said indifferently and gave him a push. "I'll remind you again. Don't think about slacking off. With the immortal shackles on you, you're just an ordinary person with a mysterious heaven-level physique. If you dare to slack off, you'll have a good time." Lin Tian didn't say anything. He pretended to grit his teeth and put on a panicked expression. While a group of people from the same sect as the yellow-cloaked man looked at him with mocking expressions, he walked toward one of the mines. He took a mining hoe from the periphery of the mine, and then followed the other people in shackles into the mine. Even this mining hoe is comparable to a divine weapon of the heaven level. This is really, he sighed in his heart. The fifth dimension was really too amazing. "Young man, you're very good. At such a young age, you've already reached such a high level of cultivation. In our four-dimensional world, no matter what era you're in, you're still very amazing. You can even be called a peerless genius." Beside him, a middle-aged man spoke to Lin Tiandao. He could feel that the aura of time on Lin Tian's body wasn't strong. He was roughly around 2,000 years old. Then, he couldn't help but sigh. "It's a pity that you've been captured and brought to this place. Everything in your life is over." "Sai, Senior, you've also ascended from the fourth dimension?" Lin Tian asked. Although he had already guessed that the people in shackles here were all from the fourth dimension and had personally heard from the middle-aged man that they were from the fourth dimension, he still asked this question. This wasn't a question that he knew the answer to, but a very ordinary way of communicating. "That's right," the middle-aged man said and swept his gaze across the group of people in shackles in the mine. These people also came from the fourth dimension. They were all detected by this sect using a special method as soon as they arrived in this world. Then, they were captured and brought to this place and all of them became slaves. As he spoke, he signaled Lin Tian with his eyes to look at some of the people who were in a daze. He said, "Being shackled by the immortal confinement shackles and having their cultivation sealed, it's impossible for them to escape or resist. They can't even commit suicide. After being slaves for so many years, many of them have become completely numb." As he spoke, the middle-aged man shook his head and sighed from time to time. "The sect that owns this mine, they only capture people who have ascended from the fourth dimension? Waiting for them to show up? Why don't they take the initiative to go down to the fourth dimension and capture people?" He was a little curious. Previously, he heard some of the people who were monitoring this mine say that they were running out of slaves. However, from the looks of it, this sect was still waiting for people from the fourth dimension to ascend before capturing them. They had never taken the initiative to go down to the fourth dimension to capture people as slaves. This made him very curious. As for why those people didn't capture people from this world as slaves, he didn't ask. He could roughly guess. Since they all belonged to the same world, even if the people from this world had low cultivation, they would still be seen as their own kind by those people. They would fight and kill each other, but they wouldn't go so far as to capture people from the same world as them to be slaves for no reason. "I have vaguely heard of this before." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "In our fourth dimension, there is a complete reincarnation cycle. The foundation of reincarnation is in our world. The stronger the person, the more afraid they are and the more unwilling they are to go to our world. It is said that in the fifth dimension, since ancient times, there were a total of dozens of fifth dimension ancestors who were buried in our world. Even the strongest from the higher realms died in our world. Therefore, now, unless there is a very special reason, the people from the higher realms are absolutely unwilling to set foot in our world. Hearing this, Lin Tian's heart couldn't help but tremble. So that's how it is. What are you talking about? Work. Or do you want to be whipped? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the entrance of the mine. A young man holding a long whip full of sharp teeth looked coldly at Lin Tian and the middle-aged man. Lin Tian stopped talking to the middle-aged man. Together with the middle-aged man, they brought mining tools and soon arrived at the center of the mine. There were already many slaves in shackles mining here. Most of them had numb expressions and were mining mechanically. When Lin Tian and the middle-aged man arrived, the first thing they saw was the so-called Daoyuan treasure crystals. They were pieces of transparent crystal. With just a glance, he could feel the extremely dense waves of Holy Spirit energy and Tao energy. His heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. In this place, just a piece of Daoyuan treasure crystal the size of a finger was far more valuable than everything he had found in the largest Lingjing mine in the fourth dimension, and in this place, there were so many of these Daoyuan treasure crystals that it was frightening. This made him involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Just the amount of Daoyuan treasure crystals in this mine was definitely a super treasure. And in this area, he had looked around before. There were more than 50 such mines. The value of all of them was really hard for him to imagine. Young man, don't just stand there. Work. If you are found to be slacking, it won't be good. The middle-aged man beside him reminded him. Lin Tian naturally knew what the middle-aged man meant. Once he was found to be not mining here, he reckoned that the guards in this area would quickly lash out with their whips. Immediately, he followed the middle-aged man and began to excavate the Daoyuan treasure crystal here. At this time, he could immediately use the stone seal to break the immortal shackles on his hands and feet and directly release the first 4 layers of the seal on his soul root, but he didn't. After all, he had just been captured and brought here. He was prepared to first understand this mining area, such as the general location of this mining area and the overall strength of all the sentries here. Then, he would find the most suitable opportunity to release the first 4 layers of the seal on the soul root. After that, he and the middle-aged man continued to mine. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this 1 month, he had roughly figured out many things. This mine belonged to a sect called Golden Mark Immortal Sect. There were 80 guards in the mine. The yellow-clothed man and the green-clothed man who had captured him were temporarily in charge of this place. Their cultivation was at the peak of the Profound Heaven Immortal Sect, while the others were at the early stage of the Profound Heaven Immortal Sect. At the same time, he also found out the general location of the Golden Mark Immortal Sect. It seemed to be very far from this place, at least 10 million miles away. Occasionally, some Tao Transformation Realm elders of this sect would come to inspect this place. However, it was only occasionally, and they basically wouldn't come. Usually, the yellow-clothed man and the green-clothed man were in charge of this place. Soon, another month had passed. When the Tao Transformation Realm elders of the Golden Mark Immortal Sect who occasionally came to inspect this place left, he decided to release the first 4 layers of the seal on his soul root the next day. Senior Wenyang, have you ever thought that you would be able to leave this place one day and regain your freedom? He asked the middle-aged man with a smile. What? Mu Wenyang was stunned when he heard Lin Tian's words. Regain my freedom? He didn't know how long it had been since he was captured to this place. When he was first captured, he did think of regaining his freedom and leaving this place. However, reality was cruel. With his cultivation suppressed by the immortal confinement shackles, he didn't have any hope of leaving this place. Gradually, he gave up all hope and stopped thinking about such a ridiculous and extravagant thing like regaining his freedom. However, Lin Tian asked him if he had ever thought about regaining his freedom one day. Young man, stop dreaming. Once you've been captured here, you'll never be able to regain your freedom. He looked at Lin Tian and sighed. If someone can really let me regain my freedom, I'll be willing to do anything in the future. As he spoke, he looked at the other hundreds of slaves in this mining area and said, they should be the same as me. Don't give up hope. Lin Tian smiled. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound in the air and a buzzing sound. A whip with sharp teeth lashed out like a flying snake. Lin Tian immediately moved a few feet away and avoided the whip. He looked in the direction where the whip came from. The person holding the whip at that spot was the yellow-clothed man who had captured Lin Tian. His whip missed and his gaze involuntarily became a little cold as he looked at Lin Tian. Holding the whip, he arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye and sent a slap towards Lin Tian. "How dare you slack off and dodge? I'll let you dodge." This slap was aimed at Lin Tian's cheek. Obviously, the yellow-clothed man intended to humiliate Lin Tian with this. Lin Tian moved sideways and avoided the slap. He used his elbow to hit the man's abdomen. Immediately, with a bang, the yellow-clothed man flew dozens of feet away and crashed into the ground, causing a large crack to appear. Moreover, there were specks of blood floating in the air. At this moment, although he had not used the stone seal to break free from the immortal shackles on his hands and feet and his cultivation base was still sealed, his physical body was not affected. Even though he did not use all of his physical strength and the yellow-robed man was a cultivator from the fifth dimension, he was still injured by this strike. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone present. Everyone in the mining area turned to look at them. "Senior brother." The expressions of the early stage profound heaven realm watchers from the same sect as the yellow-robed man all changed as they rushed toward the yellow-robed man. At the same time, Mu Wenyang looked at Lin Tian with a pale face. "Young man, are you crazy?" After being captured and sealed by the immortal shackles, Lin Tian only had the physique of a profound heaven realm cultivator. Yet, he dared to attack the yellow-robed man who was in charge of this place. This was something more terrifying than death. This was because there had been slaves who had failed to commit suicide who had done the same thing. They had purposely attacked the people of this sect, hoping to use this method to let the people of this sect kill them and free themselves. However, the consequences were crueler than death. The people of this sect did not kill the slaves who went against them or attacked them. Instead, they tortured them mercilessly. After that, no other slave dared to do that. All the slaves would rather die than suffer such inhumane torture. At the same time, most of the other hundreds of slaves also saw this scene. Many of their expressions changed like Mu Wenyang's. Even the eyes of those who were originally dull and numb couldn't help but ripple. Lin Tian smiled without the slightest fear. It was also at this time that the yellow-robed man was helped up by a group of early-stage profound immortal disciples. His face was flushed red as he pushed away the people who helped him up. He looked at Lin Tian with a ferocious expression and walked toward Lin Tian step by step. "I'll make you wish you were dead." He stared at Lin Tian with eyes full of ferocity. He had actually been sent flying by a slave that he had captured here, in front of all his junior brothers. How could he keep his face? Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He still had a faint smile on his face. So, the higher beings of the fifth dimension can also spit out low-level words like "I'm your father." His voice was calm, but the sarcasm in his words was very obvious and thick. Anyone could hear it. When these words came out, Mu Wenyang was so scared that his face turned even paler. Was this young man in front of him completely crazy? In the distance, the other slaves temporarily stopped what they were doing. The other slaves in the dozens of mines also seemed to have sensed that something big had happened outside. One by one, they walked out. Then, they quickly learned about what had happened from some of the slaves who had been outside since the beginning. They all looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but sigh. When the yellow-robed man heard Lin Tian's words, his expression became even more ferocious. The ferocity in his eyes became even more intense. He didn't say anything else and walked toward Lin Tian step by step. His body was bursting with killing intent, causing the air to tremble. In the blink of an eye, he once again arrived in front of Lin Tian. He directly attacked, ruthlessly grabbing at Lin Tian's throat with his dragon claws. "You dare to attack when senior brother is unprepared? Damn thing. There's no need to be angry with this lowly native. In the future, there will be good things for him to eat. I guarantee that he'll be very satisfied." In the distance, some of the early-stage mysterious immortal realm watchers said cruelly. They didn't even manage the slaves who had come out of the mines at this time and didn't continue mining. They allowed hundreds of slaves to watch from outside the mines. It was as if they were prepared to torture Lin Tian later to let these slaves know what kind of miserable price they would have to pay if they went against them. They wanted these slaves to be more obedient and not dare to disobey them in the slightest. It was also at this time that the yellow-robed man's dragon claws landed near Lin Tian's neck. It carried a sharp wind. Once it landed on Lin Tian's neck, it would definitely tear apart Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian's legs were shackled, so it wasn't very convenient. However, it was enough for him to use basic movement. With the strength of his flesh shell, he changed his footsteps and dodged the dragon claws. Then, he used his elbow to hit the yellow-robed man's chest. Bang, another muffled sound rang out. The yellow-robed man was sent flying again. He directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was very eye-catching. Senior brother. At this place, a group of early-stage mysterious immortal realm watchers ran toward the yellow-robed man who had been sent flying again. The green-robed man and the yellow-robed man had the same cultivation level. They were in charge of this place together. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the yellow-robed man did not use Saint Energy and only grabbed Lin Tian with his bare hands, Lin Tian's cultivation level was also suppressed. Moreover, his hands and feet were shackled, so it was inconvenient for him to attack. Even so, the yellow-robed man was sent flying twice by Lin Tian. 2 months ago, Lin Tian was clearly captured by the yellow-robed man, Zhao Jin, and brought here. Now, Zhao Jin was no match for him. Could it be that without using Saint Energy or divine arts, Lin Tian was stronger than his fellow disciple in terms of pure physical strength and movement techniques? On the other side, the yellow-robed man stood up again at this time. His expression became even more ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly. He was actually injured twice by this lowly creature that he had personally suppressed. Lowly thing. I want you to kneel before me and kowtow to repent. He said ferociously. As soon as he finished speaking, Saint Energy surged out of his body with a boom. His Saint Aura was vast and mighty, and his murderous aura was extremely cold. As soon as such Saint Aura was released, everyone except the green-robed man trembled in shock. Most of the hundreds of slaves who were restrained by the immortal confinement shackles staggered back. Many of their faces turned pale. This was because these people's cultivation level was at the early stage of the mystic heaven realm. They were far inferior to the yellow-robed man. Moreover, their cultivation level was sealed by the immortal confinement shackles, so they couldn't use Saint Energy to protect themselves. As a result, they felt very uncomfortable under the yellow-robed man's Saint Aura. Mu Wenyang was also trembling. Not far from Lin Tian, he was struggling to resist the yellow-robed man's Saint Aura. Young man, you. Why do you have to do this? What are you going to do after this? From the 2 times that Lin Tian sent the yellow-robed man flying, he could see that Lin Tian's physique and movement technique were extraordinary. However, now that the yellow-robed man had used Saint Energy, how could Lin Tian, whose cultivation level was sealed by the immortal confinement shackles, withstand it? Moreover, even if his cultivation level wasn't sealed by the immortal confinement shackles, he didn't think that Lin Tian could defeat the yellow-robed man. This was because Lin Tian was captured by the yellow-robed man and the green-robed man. Since he was captured by the yellow-robed man and the green-robed man from the beginning, Lin Tian couldn't defeat them no matter what. The yellow-robed man's face was ferocious. Step by step, he closed in on Lin Tian. His Saint Aura and murderous aura were growing bit by bit. In the face of such fierce Saint Aura and murderous aura, Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He still had a faint smile on his face. Senior Wenyang, don't sigh. Look forward, the future is still very long. With his back facing Mu Wenyang, he used the stone seal in his sea of consciousness to instantly break the seal on his cultivation level. He shattered the immortal confinement shackles on his hands and feet. I'll take back the freedom that was taken away from you. At the same time, he used the secret technique that his father had left him in the stone seal to break the seal on his soul root. The first seal was broken, the second seal was broken, the third seal was broken, the fourth seal was broken. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 9 seals that his father had placed on his soul root with supreme means were broken. It was as if a terrifying volcano of potential had erupted in his body. His entire body instantly emitted an immeasurable amount of saint light, which almost drowned the space within a radius of several hundred feet. It was so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. In the blink of an eye, endless spiritual energy and Tao power surged over from hundreds of thousands of miles away. In this place, the entire Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine glowed. All the Tao spiritual crystals, whether it was the ones that had been dug out and prepared to be brought back to the Golden Mark Immortal sect, or the ones that had yet to be dug out, all turned into spiritual light and Tao light. Together with the endless spiritual energy and Tao power that surged over from hundreds of thousands of miles away, they continuously rushed into Lin Tian's body. Suddenly, Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit rose rapidly. His cultivation level began to increase at an extremely shocking speed. At the same time, the surroundings shook. Immortal palaces and ancient pavilions, continuous sacred mountains, galloping beasts and birds, endless gods, devils, ghosts, and immortals, and the broken universe. Mysterious and terrifying phenomena of heaven and earth appeared in the sky one after another. Heaven and earth shook. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, covering the entire sky. They were mysterious and majestic. The scenes of gods, devils, ghosts, and immortals shattering the heavens and earth were too frightening, causing one's soul to involuntarily tremble. The spiritual energy within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles continued to rush over. In this mining area, all the Tao Yuan treasure crystals glowed brightly, turning into spiritual energy that continuously rushed into Lin Tian's body. Boundless light bloomed in this area, stirring up gusts of hurricanes. Such a scene instantly caused the expressions of everyone in this area to change. Mu Wenyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lin Tian had actually shaken off the suppression of the forbidden immortal strike on his own and recovered his cultivation base. Then, he suddenly erupted with such a terrifying aura. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, all the psionic Tao radiance actually surged towards Lin Tian on their own. All the Tao Yuan treasure crystals here actually rushed into Lin Tian's body. The most frightening thing was the strange phenomena that appeared one after another. It was too frightening, causing this middle-aged man, who was at the profound heaven realm, to feel a chill run down his spine. As Lin Tian released his aura, so many strange phenomena appeared. It was as if the entire world was shocked by the strange aura that Lin Tian suddenly released. What exactly was going on? The hundreds of other profound heaven realm slaves all had faces full of shock. Those slaves whose eyes were originally numb and had completely lost all hope in life, at this moment, their eyes twitched violently as they watched this scene unfold before them. At the same time, the yellow-robed man, the azure-robed man, and the dozens of other disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal sect all changed their expressions. The ferocious expression on the yellow-robed man's face completely disappeared at this moment. When he saw the scene, his expression completely changed. He had personally suppressed and captured Lin Tian and used the immortal forbidding shackles to seal Lin Tian's cultivation. But now, Lin Tian, whose cultivation was sealed by the immortal forbidding shackles, broke the immortal forbidding shackles on his own and completely recovered his cultivation. Then, he emitted such a frightening aura, suddenly triggering so many strange phenomena. He had cultivated for so many years, but he had never seen anyone who could trigger so many strange phenomena at the same time. In fact, he had never even heard of such a thing. Even the divine sons and saintesses of the top orthodoxies in this area were all peerless geniuses, but none of them could do this. This almost scared him to death. You deliberately allowed yourself to be captured by me and brought here? At this moment, when he saw that Lin Tian could break free from the immortal forbidding shackles on his own and trigger so many strange phenomena, he instantly understood that if this Lin Tian was 2 months ago, he definitely wouldn't have been able to win against this kind of Lin Tian. Then, when he saw that the entire Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine was glowing brightly, turning into spiritual energy and Tao light that surged into Lin Tian's body, he immediately understood many things. You're thinking about the Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine here? The hurricane roared, and with this place as the center, endless spiritual energy and Tao power surged madly in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. All the Tao Yuan treasure crystals here glowed brightly and continuously surged into Lin Tian's body, causing Lin Tian's essence, qi, and spirit to rise. You're not that stupid. Endless light intertwined around his body as he looked at the yellow-clothed man with a faint smile. Then, with his back facing Mu Wenyang, he said, Senior Wenyang, I'll give you your freedom." With that, he waved his right hand slightly, and more than 900 sword lights shot out, carrying the unique aura of the stone seal in his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Mu Wenyang and the other hundreds of slaves, shattering all the immortal forbidding shackles on their hands and feet. The broken shackles fell to the ground, and Mu Wenyang trembled, as did the other 900 profound heaven slaves. At this moment, the 900 slaves could clearly feel that their cultivation base could be used, and their saint power surged. Suddenly, more than 900 terrifying saint power rushed up, turning into more than 900 pillars of light that shot into the sky. We, including Mu Wenyang, the 900 slaves were all trembling with excitement. Those whose eyes had been numb at the beginning had completely lost their numbness at this moment, and they couldn't help but have tears in their eyes, completely caused by their extreme excitement. How many years had they been enslaved? They couldn't remember, and they had long given up on their entire lives and all hope. But now, the immortal forbidding shackles that had been suppressing them had been shattered, and their sealed cultivation base had been completely restored. They had regained their freedom on this day. Ah! Someone couldn't help but roar at the sky, venting his emotions. Mixed with excitement. Mixed with grief and indignation. Lin Tian naturally understood how these people felt at this moment, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, and looked at the yellow-clothed man again. Next. Endless spiritual power continued to pour into his body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a man of light, and his essence, qi, and spirit rose rapidly. His gaze fell on the yellow-clothed man, and he took a simple step forward, instantly appearing in front of the yellow-clothed man. His right hand formed a sword finger, and it landed directly between the yellow-clothed man's eyebrows. "Goodbye." As his words fell, the tip of his finger that landed between the yellow-clothed man's eyebrows emitted a sword light, and with a puff, it pierced through the yellow-clothed man's head, bringing with it a glaring stream of blood. It directly shattered the spirit in the yellow-clothed man's sea of consciousness. The yellow-clothed man's face was still filled with shock and fear, but the luster of life in his eyes was quickly fading, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Then, with a bang, he fell to the ground, completely dead. Senior brother. At this place, the other ordinary disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal sect were all trembling. And many of them couldn't help but tremble. Their senior brother, who was at the peak of the profound heaven realm, was actually killed by a single blow. Moreover, it was someone from the lower realm. Even the green-clothed man couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Looking at the yellow-clothed man's corpse and Lin Tian, who was surrounded by endless light, his eyes were filled with horror. He immediately turned around, and quickly fled into the distance. His strength was on the same level as the yellow-clothed man. Now that the yellow-clothed man was killed so easily, how could he possibly stop Lin Tian? At this moment, he was very clear about the situation in this place. Other than running away, he had no other choice. A hurricane swept across, and spiritual light continuously surged out. Lin Tian clenched his fists, and a bright light intertwined in his eyes. Changed. He muttered to himself. As he continuously undid the first 4 seals on his soul root, he could feel the changes in his body at this moment. In his senses, the entire world had become incomparably clear, and everything in his field of vision had become incomparably simple. It was as if he could instantly understand all the principles of the world. Even though his cultivation hadn't changed much, he could clearly feel that his fighting strength had become 100 times stronger in the blink of an eye after he undid the first 4 seals on his soul root. More importantly, his physique was constantly changing at this moment. Although the essence of his reincarnation body hadn't changed, as his soul energy intertwined with every inch of his flesh, an indescribable and terrifying power gradually appeared in his flesh. It was as if the destructive beasts that had been hibernating in his soul energy had awakened at this moment, and then moved to every inch of his flesh. It was as if he could destroy everything in this world with just a slight move. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was vast and mighty. At this time, the man in green had fled extremely far away, and had turned into a black dot. Lin Tian looked up, and his expression didn't change at all. In the next moment, there was a sudden explosion in the sky, and a black lightning bolt came crashing down like a destructive dragon. Ah! A scream came from afar, and there was a faint mist of blood spurting out from there. Then, it became silent in the blink of an eye. In the huge mining area, hurricane swept through, and spiritual and holy light continued to pour into Lin Tian's body. The spiritual and Tao lights within hundreds of thousands of miles gradually became sparse, and in this place, the vast Tao Yuan crystals in the mine turned into spiritual and Tao lights and rushed into Lin Tian's body in the blink of an eye. The Tao lights within the mine were mixed with endless Holy Spirit Qi and all kinds of Tao law fragments, and were far more powerful than the spiritual and Tao lights that surged over from hundreds of thousands of miles away. At this moment, Lin Tian's cultivation broke through to the middle stage of the profound heaven realm, and the Tao powers of the lightning divine Tao and nature divine Tao in his body became several times more condensed. These changes, such as the strengthening of his essence, Qi, and spirit, the increase in his cultivation, and the condensation of his Tao powers, all didn't stop. His cultivation continued to grow stronger, and his cultivation advanced toward the pinnacle of the profound heaven realm at an astonishing speed. Dead. Good kill. Good kill. In this place, Mu Wenyang and the other 900 slaves were so excited about regaining their freedom that they almost forgot everything. After Lin Tian killed the yellow-clothed man and the green-clothed man consecutively, they finally regained their senses. Many of them couldn't help but speak. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they couldn't help but clench their fists. They had been trapped by the Golden Mark Immortal sect for countless years and had been treated as slaves for countless years. Naturally, they were filled with hatred for this sect. Now that they saw Lin Tian kill two of the sect's experts consecutively, everyone felt that their hatred had been vented. In this mining area, there were dozens of profound heaven realm early-stage disciples from the Golden Mark Immortal sect. At this moment, all of them were trembling. Run! Return to the sect and report this to the elders. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. They no longer had the awe-inspiring appearance they had when they were scolding the slaves with their whips. At this moment, when they looked at Lin Tian, all of them were filled with fear. Like stray dogs, they flew out of the mining area. At this moment, they wished they could grow a few more legs so that they could run faster. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the sound of air being torn rang out. These people's cultivation bases were not as high as the azure-robed man's, and their speed was also not as fast as his. However, they were still profound heaven realm experts. Furthermore, they were living beings from the fifth dimension. In the blink of an eye, they had already fled far away. After the yellow-clothed man and the green-clothed man, the other dozens of ordinary disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal sect who lived in the mining area were also killed. In an instant, all the disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal sect in the Tao Yuan Treasure Crystal Wilderness were wiped out. Good kill. Good kill. Good kill. Over 900 slaves clenched their fists. Many of them couldn't help but shout. They were extremely excited. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. These people from the Golden Mark Immortal sect treated the profound heaven experts who came from the four-dimensional world like this. They treated them as slaves. They were cruel and merciless. He didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt in killing these people. At the same time, he sensed his own body once more. Following the release of the first 4 seals on his soul root, the metamorphosis he experienced at this moment was becoming more and more astonishing. He could feel that he had truly transformed into another person, and every aspect of him could no longer be compared to what it was in the past. If he were to compare them, in terms of aptitude and potential, if he was a boundless universe now, then he couldn't even be compared to a grain of sand 2 months ago. The difference was like heaven and earth, in other words, there was no comparison at all. At the same time, with this place as the center, the psionic Tao radiance within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers had become extremely thin and did not continue to surge over. There were many Tao origin crystals in this Tao origin crystal mine, but there was also an endless stream of psionic Tao radiance and other extraordinary powers intertwining and flowing out, quickly surging into his body. Not bad. He thought to himself. Pretending to be suppressed here was the right thing to do. This Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine was extraordinary. He took a deep breath. At this time, he automatically operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and began to refine the Tao Yuan treasure crystals that were flowing into his body. He used the endless Daoyuan treasure crystals in this Daoyuan treasure crystal mine to increase his cultivation and condense his Dao energy. In an instant, his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger at an even faster speed. His cultivation also increased at an even faster speed. Dazzling rays of light intertwined in this place, and the hurricane was mighty and mighty. Mu Wenyang and the other 900 slaves had all regained their freedom. They could leave, but they didn't. They stared at Lin Tian without blinking. Everyone's eyes were flickering. They were grateful to Lin Tian for regaining their freedom. But they were also shocked by the aura Lin Tian was emitting and the strange phenomena he had attracted. Buzz. The hurricane swept through the area, and the holy light continued to intertwine. All the Dao origin crystals in the Dao origin crystal mine continuously turned into light, and all the Holy Spirit Qi, rule fragments, and other powers within them surged into Lin Tian's body at an even faster speed. Lin Tian was cultivating by himself using the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. At this time, he was not worried that someone from the Golden Mark Immortal sect would suddenly appear. This was because in the past 2 months, he had already found out a lot of things. The location of this sect was extremely far from here. It was impossible for them to sense what was happening here. Moreover, this sect would send an elder to inspect this place at most once a month. Yesterday, this elder had just finished inspecting this place and left. It would be impossible for him to return in a short period of time. For a moment, he focused on cultivating the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine the power of the Dao origin crystal that was surging into his body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the profound heaven realm from the middle stage. At this time, the Dao origin crystal mine had not been drained dry. He continued to cultivate. Soon, another 7 days had passed. After another 7 days, all the Dao origin crystals in this place had disappeared. They had all turned into spiritual energy and Dao light that surged into his body. The aura outside his body had reached an extremely shocking level, causing the air to scream. Senior Wenyang, and other seniors. He stood on the spot and spoke at this time. He spoke to the 900 profound heaven realm experts from the four-dimensional world who had regained their freedom but still hadn't left. If you don't mind, I'll have to trouble you seniors to stay away from me. It will only be beneficial for you seniors. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky exploded with a boom. A huge lightning vortex immediately appeared. The black tribulation thunder vibrated in the thunder vortex like a black dragon of destruction. The sky darkened in the blink of an eye, and the destructive aura came down from all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme, as if it wanted to destroy everything. After undoing the first 4 seals on his soul root, after 10 days, he had attracted endless spiritual energy and Dao light within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. He had absorbed the entire Dao origin crystal mine. On this day, his cultivation base had advanced from the early stage of the profound heaven realm to the Dao conversion realm. At this time, he had attracted the Dao conversion heavenly punishment. This is? He has stepped into the Dao conversion realm? There's a heavenly punishment? He controls the four-dimensional laws of our world? These people were all experts from countless years ago and knew a lot of things. When they saw that a powerful heavenly punishment had descended when Lin Tian stepped into the Dao conversion realm, they immediately knew that Lin Tian controlled the four-dimensional laws. This was because on the path of cultivation, if a heavenly punishment descended in the major realms other than the immortal ascension, 1,000 tribulations, and 10 tribulations realms, it would mean that the heavenly punishment had mastered any of the 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, 6-dimensional, 7-dimensional, 8-dimensional, or 9-dimensional laws. Lin Tian had just descended from the 4-dimensional world when he was brought here. It was obvious that he couldn't have mastered the 5-dimensional laws, let alone the 6-dimensional or 7-dimensional laws. He could only have mastered the 4-dimensional laws. At the same time, they were also shocked by the power of the heavenly punishment that Lin Tian had attracted. The destructive aura was too terrifying, as if it could easily destroy everything. They also understood why Lin Tian had asked them to stay away. That was because with such a terrifying heavenly punishment descending, it would definitely be a disaster for them if they stayed here. Immediately, the group moved together and left at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they were far away from Lin Tian. They stopped at a safe location and looked over. At this moment, as these people moved away from him, Lin Tian looked up at the sky and began to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Come. He said calmly and completely released his Tao conversion realm aura. As he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. In the sky, a destructive lightning bolt came crashing down from the lightning vortex. It was a lightning beam with a diameter of 3 feet. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of him and landed firmly on his body. In an instant, the ground he was on collapsed inch by inch and the void cracked. However, he was not injured at all. Now that he had unsealed the first 4 seals on his soul root, this path-changing heavenly punishment was extremely frightening. However, he had become much stronger after unsealing the first 4 seals on his soul root, and he had undergone an extremely shocking transformation. Therefore, even though this heavenly punishment was frightening, it did not pose any threat to him at all. Rumble, in the sky, the lightning vortex trembled. Within it, the black lightning became even more rampant and the second round of heavenly punishment descended. Lin Tian was fearless and did not resist at all. He allowed the terrifying heavenly punishment to land on his body. At the same time, he took out the samsara sword from his body and endured the baptism of the heavenly punishment with him. He used this destructive heavenly punishment to temper this divine sword. Boom, 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 thunder rumbled and exploded continuously. Bolt after bolt of heavenly punishment struck down continuously and the destructive power became more and more terrifying. Far away, Mu Wenyang and the other 900 mysterious heaven realm experts in the four-dimensional world could not help but tremble. Watching Lin Tian go through the Tao conversion tribulation from afar, these 900 mysterious heaven realm experts felt their souls turn cold. The heavenly punishment was truly too terrifying. These ancient experts could clearly feel that any small bolt of lightning from Lin Tian's heavenly punishment could definitely destroy an ordinary Tao conversion expert in an instant. However, during this process, Lin Tian, who was in the midst of such a terrifying heavenly punishment, simply stood there and allowed the destructive heavenly punishment to strike his body. He was not injured at all. The increasingly terrifying heavenly punishment struck Lin Tian's body one after another. It was almost like they were tickling Lin Tian. Moreover, they were also shocked by Lin Tian's samsara sword. They could all feel the sharpness and terror of the samsara sword. Boom, the heavens shook and the destructive heavenly punishment struck down continuously. Bolt after bolt, the destructive aura became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, a total of 91 rounds of heavenly punishment had passed. However, this heavenly tribulation showed no signs of stopping. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He could roughly guess the reason. It was definitely related to him unsealing part of his soul root. However, he still did not care about this. After unsealing the first 4 seals of his soul root, although the heavenly punishment was terrifying, he had also become stronger. Now, he did not feel the slightest bit of pressure from this heavenly punishment of heavenly punishment. Boom, 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 thunder rumbled and the destructive aura became more and more terrifying. After a total of 180 rounds of heavenly punishment struck down, the sky gradually regained its clarity. The lightning vortex in the heavens dissipated at an extremely fast speed. The destructive aura that intertwined in this space also disappeared very quickly. In the heavens, rainbow-colored auspicious clouds condensed. They contained the purest power in the world. Large patches of rainbow-colored divine light fell, enveloping Lin Tian and surging into his body. Lin Tian naturally knew how precious the rainbow-colored light was. He immediately circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine it. He used this power to stabilize his current realm. After a few minutes, the rainbow-colored auspicious clouds gradually dissipated. At this moment, he truly stood at the level of the Tao conversion realm. He sensed for a moment and discovered how powerful he was now. The saint energy in his body surged endlessly, as though it would never dry up. His other aspects had also improved tremendously. Now that he had unsealed the first 4 seals of his soul root, and now that he had reached the Tao conversion realm, he was confident that even an ordinary peak Tao conversion expert would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. If he wanted to, he could easily kill them. He tilted his head and looked at the samsara sword in front of him. After the immortal Emperor Pagoda that was forged from the primordial heavenly crystal fused with it, the samsara sword had become his one and only origin divine weapon. After he entered the Tao conversion realm, it became a Tao conversion divine weapon. After going through the baptism of the heavenly punishment, it had undoubtedly become even stronger. There were wisps of light in his eyes. He was naturally very satisfied with this result. In a flash, he stored it back into his body. It was also at this moment that swishing sounds could be heard. From afar, Mu Wenyang and more than 900 mysterious heaven experts from the four-dimensional world saw that he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and rushed towards him. After the Tao conversion realm heavenly tribulation, the land around the Tao origin treasure realm mine had been charred black. It had sunk a few hundred meters, and not a single inch of undamaged land could be seen within 100,000 feet radius. It had almost completely turned into ruins. Mu Wenyang and the other 900 mystic heaven realm experts from the four-dimensional world arrived before Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. The 900 or so people looked at the ruined land around them, and then looked at Lin Tian, all of their eyes filled with shock. His cultivation had clearly been sealed by the immortal restricting shackles, but he had easily broken free. After releasing his aura, he had actually triggered thousands of terrifying heavenly anomalies and easily killed all the Golden Mark Immortal Sect disciples in this place. Furthermore, he had grasped the laws of the four-dimensional world and stepped into the Tao conversion realm to attract the heavenly tribulation. All these things had shocked them. Seniors, how do you feel after regaining your freedom? Lin Tian naturally knew what these people were thinking and feeling shocked. However, he didn't care and smiled faintly. After stepping into the Tao conversion realm, his essence, energy, and spirit had reached the peak. All of his aura had been hidden within his body. The 900 mystic heaven realm experts trembled slightly. When they heard Lin Tian's words, they couldn't help but reveal excitement in their eyes. Regaining freedom was undoubtedly the most exciting thing that had happened to them in countless years. It was like a dream. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, young man. Mu Wenyang spoke. At this moment, he bowed 90 degrees to Lin Tian and said, I, Mu Wenyang, have said before that if someone can help me regain my freedom, then I'm willing to do anything. He spoke to Lin Tian with an incomparably solemn and serious expression. From today onwards, as long as you don't make me continue to be a slave, as long as it doesn't go against my morals, no matter what you want me to do, I, Mu Wenyang, will definitely not say no. Almost at the same time, the other 900+ profound heaven realm experts also spoke up and bowed to Lin Tian, same for us. From today onwards, as long as you don't make us continue to be slaves, as long as it doesn't go against our morals, we're willing to follow you forever. Over 900 people, they had been suppressed and enslaved for who knows how many years. They couldn't even beg for death. Many of them had even become numb to it and had given up on everything. But now, they were saved by Lin Tian. They were no longer enslaved and had regained their freedom. To them, this was undoubtedly a grace of rebirth. This grace was really too great. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Every one of these 900 people was a profound heaven realm expert. Since they were able to reach this stage in the four-dimensional world, they were definitely not ordinary. Their talent and potential were definitely not bad. Now that such a group of experts had asked to follow him, it was naturally a good thing for him. It could instantly strengthen the forces under his command by countless times. Most importantly, even though he had done such a great favor today, these people still didn't forget about morality and righteousness, saying that they would do anything for him that didn't violate morality. It was enough to show that these people were all righteous and magnanimous. In this way, he had no reason not to let such a group of experts follow him. There was no reason not to take them in as his subordinates. I have created a sacred place called the Celestial Court. I am the master of the Celestial Court. If you don't mind, you can join. He said. The 900+ profound heaven realm experts trembled slightly and then immediately knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperor. The 900+ profound heaven realm experts shouted in unison. They were all people from countless years ago. They did not look down on Lin Tian at all, even though he was much younger than them. They directly called him Lord Celestial Emperor and their faces were filled with respect. There was no doubt that they were all willing to join the Celestial Court and had already regarded them as Lin Tian's subordinates. All right, get up. Lin Tian nodded and raised his right hand slightly. Gentle Saint energy intertwined and personally lifted the 900+ profound heaven realm experts up. More than 900 profound heaven realm experts joined the celestial court. Moreover, they were all profound heaven realm experts from countless years ago. Their combat strength was impeccable. Now, the combat strength of the celestial court had increased countless times in an instant. Lord Celestial Emperor, I have a request. One of the 900+ profound heaven realm experts said, the celestial court must be established in the four-dimensional world. Can you allow us to stay in this world for a while before returning to the celestial court? The person said hatefully, Golden Mark Immortal Sect, please allow us to destroy it before returning. Lord Celestial Emperor, please grant us our wish. Beside him, the other people, including Mu Wenyang, could not help but tremble slightly after hearing this person's words. They could not help but grit their teeth and speak. Once again, they bowed to Lin Tian and said, Lord Celestial Emperor, please grant us our wish. All of them had been suppressed by the Golden Mark Immortal Sect when they first ascended from the four-dimensional world to the five-dimensional world. After that, they had been enslaved until now. Countless years had passed since then. The Golden Mark Immortal Sect did not treat them as humans at all and humiliated them wantonly. All of them hated the Golden Mark Immortal Sect to the core and wished that they could swallow everyone in the sect alive. Hearing their words, Lin Tian nodded. There was even a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Of course. It's only right. He could understand their feelings very well and agreed with their thoughts. After being enslaved for so many years, now that they had regained their freedom, he would be disappointed if they did not say anything and directly return to the four-dimensional world. If they did not take revenge for such a deep grudge, where would their dignity be? At the same time, an idea popped up in his mind. The Immortal Court was already number 1 in the fourth dimension. It was the undisputed number 1 inheritance in the fourth dimension. Now that there were more than 900 profound heaven realm experts in the fifth dimension, he wanted to use them as a foundation to establish the Immortal Court in the fifth dimension. Then, he would spread the might of the Immortal Court throughout the fifth dimension. He briefly explained his idea to the 900 profound heaven realm experts and said, let's leave this place first and find a suitable place. I will establish a branch of the Immortal Court in this world. Seeing that Lin Tian had agreed to let them stay in the five-dimensional world to seek revenge, the 900 profound heaven realm experts were very grateful. Then, when they heard that Lin Tian was going to establish a branch of the Immortal Court in the five-dimensional world and spread the might of the Immortal Court throughout the five-dimensional world, they could not help but become very excited and clench their fists. Yes, Lord Celestial Emperor. The crowd shouted in unison. The creatures in the five-dimensional world were far from being comparable to those in the four-dimensional world. After being enslaved for countless years, they deeply understood this point. This world was too strong. The difference between the four-dimensional world and the five-dimensional world was on the same level. Coming from the four-dimensional world and wanting to establish a sect in the five-dimensional world and spread its might throughout the five-dimensional world was almost impossible. If it was anyone else who said this, they would definitely not believe it. But now that Lin Tian said it, they firmly believed it. It wasn't just because Lin Tian had allowed them to regain their freedom and gain their trust, it was more because the strength Lin Tian had displayed just now had caused numerous terrifying phenomena of the heavens and the earth. That was too shocking. They believed that this young leader of theirs was absolutely capable of accomplishing such a feat. At this moment, they could even see the future of the Immortal Court dominating the five-dimensional world. All of them were indescribably excited. Let's go. Lin Tian spoke again and led the 900 people to leave this place. The dimension of the five-dimensional world was far from what the four-dimensional world could compare to. But in terms of territory, it was much simpler than the four-dimensional world. It was only composed of countless stars and a boundless central world. About half a month later, he and the 900 profound heaven realm experts left this place and stepped into one of the stars in the five-dimensional world. Compared to the other stars in the vicinity, this star was as small as a grain of sand. It was not eye-catching at all. However, it was countless times larger than the celestial void world in the four-dimensional world. It was incomparably vast. This caused him to be once again shocked by this five-dimensional world. Although the structure of the territory was simpler than the four-dimensional world and was only composed of countless stars and a central world, even the smallest star was far from what the celestial void world and the four-dimensional world could compare to. The difference was simply too great. Then, when he and the 900 profound heaven realm experts stepped into the star, they were once again shocked. This star was filled with ancient trees and immortal plants. The mountains and rivers were extremely majestic, and the spiritual energy was extremely frightening. However, there were no humans at all. They could only sense some demonic beasts. Moreover, there were very few demonic beasts. It felt as if this star, which was countless times larger than the celestial void world, was just a barren star. This caused him to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. As expected of the five-dimensional world, however, he soon nodded inwardly. This star was considered a barren star in the five-dimensional world. Now that he had just ascended from the four-dimensional world, if he wanted to establish a branch of the immortal court, he would have to do it secretly and not make it public. Therefore, this star, which was considered a barren star in the five-dimensional world but actually had a lot of spiritual energy, was naturally the best choice for him to establish a branch of the immortal court. Immediately, he led the 900 profound heaven realm experts to this star. Using the dragon burial scripture as the foundation, he found the most extraordinary chain of immortal mountains. Then, he took out immortal materials and treasures one after another. Together with the 900 profound heaven realm experts, he quickly set up palace after palace in this chain of immortal mountains. After successfully establishing the branch of the immortal court, he used his Tao conversion realm cultivation base to brand a total of 49 killing formations in the surroundings. With his attainments in the path of killing formations, his potential after unsealing the fourth seal of the soul root, and his current Tao conversion realm cultivation base, the power of the dozens of killing formations he engraved was undoubtedly terrifying to the extreme. He was sure that even if an early stage all-creation realm expert came, they would definitely be in for a bad time. Alright. Looking at the branch of the immortal court in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but intertwine with wisps of light. After establishing a new branch of the immortal court in the fifth dimension, Lin Tian sat alone in one of the divine palaces of the immortal court branch. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, and his body glowed with holy light. It was as if wisps of holy light flames were dancing around him. After stepping into the Tao conversion realm, although he had stabilized his realm with the power of the rainbow divine light after the heavenly tribulation, it was not a bad thing to go into seclusion to stabilize his realm. Most importantly, the first 4 seals on his soul root had been unlocked, and he had to understand the state of his soul root and his body. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. The holy light around his body had become much more stable than half a month ago, and his essence, qi, and spirit had become much stronger. However, he did not come out of seclusion. He continued to stay in the divine palace and continued his seclusion. Fifth dimension, Central Great World, what's going on? On the scorched earth, where Lin Tianyi underwent his heavenly tribulation a few months ago, an elder of the Golden Mark Immortal sect came to inspect the Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine. However, as far as he could see, the Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine had completely disappeared. The ground nearby had sunk a few hundred feet, and the territory was charred black. The area within a radius of 10,000 feet had been turned into ruins. This elder was a Tao conversion expert, and his divine sense covered an extremely far distance. He was searching for the traces of the yellow-robed man and the green-robed man who were in charge of this place, as well as the clues of the other disciples. However, his efforts were to no avail. He only found remnants of death qi in this space, but it was not dense. At most, 100 people had died here. What happened? The elder was furious. The Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine had disappeared, and the territory within a radius of 10,000 feet had been turned into ruins. The yellow-robed man, the green-robed man, and the other disciples had all disappeared. Even the slaves had disappeared. This made the elder furious. Immediately, the elder left the place quickly and returned to the Golden Mark Immortal sect to report everything to the sect master. Immediately, the Golden Trace sect master was enraged. The other elders were also enraged. Their expressions all sunk. That Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine was the largest Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine that they had discovered in the past few hundred years. It would have a miraculous effect in nurturing their disciples in the future. However, the Daoyuan treasure crystal mine had disappeared. Nearly 100 disciples and hundreds of slaves that were guarding it had also disappeared. This was a great loss to the Golden Mark Immortal sect. Send someone out to investigate. Find the whereabouts of Zhao Jin and the others. Find the whereabouts of those hundreds of slaves. The Golden Trace sect master said coldly, including Zhao Jin and the others, as well as the slaves, there are more than 1,000 people there. Since the death aura there indicates that at most 100 people have died, then there are still 900 people alive. Whether they are my sect's disciples or the slaves, find them for this seat. Ask them clearly what happened there and who destroyed my sect's treasure mine. The yellow-clothed man, the green-clothed man, and the others were disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal sect. Naturally, the Golden Mark Immortal sect knew what they looked like. As for the hundreds of slaves, the Golden Mark Immortal sect also had records of their appearances. Immediately, many disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal sect went out to search for the yellow-clothed man and the others, as well as the hundreds of slaves. In the branch of the immortal court in this world, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in a divine hall. He was still in seclusion. Buzz. Outside his body, strands of 9-colored holy radiance intertwined. His essence, energy, and spirit became more and more condensed. Then, in the blink of an eye, another month passed. Another month later, on this day, Lin Tian opened his eyes. After 1.5 months of closed-door cultivation, his Dao conversion realm cultivation had completely stabilized and was unshakable. He was also completely familiar with and adapted to the current state of his soul roots, and had a better understanding of his own body. It was also on this day that he stopped his seclusion and walked out of the divine hall. Mu Wenyang and the other 900-plus profound heaven realm experts had been in this branch of the immortal court for the past few days. During Lin Tian's seclusion, they were patching up some of the deficiencies of this branch of the immortal court. At the same time, they were also protecting Lin Tian. As Lin Tian came out of seclusion, the group quickly gathered. Lord Immortal Emperor, now that you've come out of seclusion, are you preparing to go out and train? Someone asked. The others also looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. He did not hide this matter. Then, he said to the group, it's natural for you to seek revenge on the Golden Mark Immortal sect. However, remember to protect yourselves. I don't want any of you to die in the process of revenge. After you've taken your revenge and destroyed the Golden Mark Immortal sect, you can start to develop the Immortal Court secretly. After that, when the Immortal Court can truly be revealed to the people of the 5th dimension, I will inform you. By himself, he could wander around the 5th dimension as he pleased and didn't need to care about anything. However, it wasn't the right time to expose the Immortal Court's branch here. This was because the overall strength of the branch here was far too weak, far inferior to some of the other sects in this world. It wasn't a good thing to expose it too early. At the very least, he had to wait until he had made a name for himself in this world before he made it public. Before that, it was best to let the Immortal Court branch here develop in secret. On the other hand, with his current strength, as long as he made some preparations, he could help Mu Wenyang and the others destroy the Golden Mark Immortal sect. After all, from what he knew, the strongest person in this sect was only at the early stage of the All Creations realm. After he unsealed the 4 seals on his soul root, it would not be easy for him to kill an early-stage All Creations realm expert with his early-stage Dao conversion realm cultivation. Although it would not be easy, it would definitely not be too difficult. However, he did not intend to help Mu Wenyang and the others. This was just like how his teacher did not help him kill Luanhui Wang and the others in the past. His teacher knew what he was thinking. He knew that he wanted to personally avenge the old patriarch and the others. Only by doing so could he truly end the hatred between them. Now, Mu Wenyang and the others must have the same thoughts as him. After being enslaved for countless years, they must want to personally avenge this great hatred. Yes, Lord Immortal Emperor. We will remember. More than 900 people said in unison. At the same time, they felt even more grateful to Lin Tian in their hearts. Lin Tian's simple words contained too much. He prioritized their safety and told them to focus on the Immortal Court only after they had taken their revenge. Everything he did now was for their sake. This caused them to feel moved in their hearts. Lin Tian waved his hand and walked around the branch of the immortal court. Then, he bid farewell to the 900 people and left. Not long after he stepped out of this star, he re-entered the central great world of the fifth dimension. Within the fifth dimension, the central great world was vast and boundless. This was the most dazzling stage in this world. After re-entering the central great world, he walked on foot and stepped into the ancient mountains and immortal forests of this world. The Holy Spirit Qi in the air was incomparably dense. After he unsealed the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root, even if he didn't circulate the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to take the initiative to absorb the Holy Spirit Qi, the Holy Spirit Qi would automatically surge into his body. Moreover, even the Tao Law fragments would automatically surge into his body and enter his flesh and blood. Of course, the Holy Spirit Qi and the Tao Law fragments would automatically surge into his body. In terms of speed and degree, it was far from comparable to the short period of time when he unsealed the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root. But even so, this matter was frightening enough. He had reason to believe that after unsealing the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root, even if he didn't take the initiative to cultivate, his cultivation would slowly increase and become stronger. Now that he had unsealed the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root, even if he directly went into a deep sleep, he would be able to reach the level of a heaven and earth supreme after enough time. This was the potential he possessed after unsealing the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root. It was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. Roar! The beast's roar shook the sky, and a demonic wind whistled in the mountain forest. A powerful ferocious demon appeared. Its body was covered in sharp spikes, and it looked like a giant hedgehog. Its eyes were intertwined with a demonic blue light, and it pounced toward Lin Tian. Its aura was very frightening, and it was definitely comparable to an ordinary True Realm expert. As for its physique, one could tell that it was very terrifying with just a glance, as if it could pierce through everything. Lin Tian sighed slightly. The dimension of the fifth dimension was really much stronger than the fourth dimension. Any random demonic beast he encountered was actually comparable to a True Realm expert. However, his heart was filled with emotions, and his footsteps didn't change at all. The ferocious demon that was pouncing toward him had just come within 5 feet of him when it was sent flying with a bang. It was blasted away by the natural intertwining aura outside his body, and it rolled for a few hundred feet before it crashed into a huge black rock. It immediately fainted and didn't wake up. He didn't care about it at all, and his footsteps didn't change at all. Soon, he was far away from this place. He simply walked in this celestial mountain, and soon stepped into another celestial mountain. He walked completely on foot, blending in with nature and comprehending it, so that his body was always in an ethereal state. He used this state to comprehend the path of reincarnation. The complete reincarnation. This was what his father and mother wanted him to master, and they were full of expectations for him. His teacher also trusted him completely, and believed that he could master the complete reincarnation. Naturally, he had to work hard on this path, and he couldn't let his parents and teacher down. He simply walked, and his footsteps were gentle. There was no radiance outside his body, and he looked like a simple mortal, but the reincarnation aura in his body was constantly vibrating. Now, he had unsealed the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root to comprehend reincarnation. He clearly felt that it was much, much easier than before. In just a short period of comprehension, he felt that he had come a long way on the path of reincarnation. Boom! Suddenly, the saint aura vibrated, and a hurricane swept out. 8 figures appeared in the distance, and 7 of them used special methods to conceal their true faces. Their auras were very frightening, and they chased after a blue-clothed woman who was obviously seriously injured. Sharp blades constantly slashed toward the blue-clothed woman. The woman in blue was heavily injured, and her aura was weak and chaotic. She was escaping in the direction of Lin Tian. As she got closer, she naturally saw Lin Tian. After pausing for a moment, she changed direction and fled in another direction. The 7 people who had covered their faces were all dressed in black and were at the peak of Tao transformation. Only their eyes could be seen clearly, and their gazes were cold. 6 of them continued to chase after the woman in blue, while the other person did not change his direction at all, heading straight for Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, this black-clothed person appeared in front of Lin Tian and directly used his sharp claw to grab Lin Tian's head. His attack was very vicious. It was obvious that Lin Tian saw them chasing after the woman in blue and wanted to silence them. Lin Tian leaned to the side and avoided the attack. "Do you want to die?" he said coldly. This person's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Tian to avoid this attack so easily. But soon, his eyes became even colder, and the aura around his body grew stronger. His sharp claw became even more vicious, and he grabbed at Lin Tian again. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. Originally, he did not want to get involved in this mess, but this person repeatedly used vicious methods to kill him, so he naturally did not have any good temper. Black lightning intertwined around his body, turning into a circle of lightning that spread out. With a poof, the person's arm that grabbed at Lin Tian shattered on the spot. Then, the lightning continued to spread and landed on his body. Ah! A scream reverberated, and a trace of horror appeared in the person's eyes. Then, his entire body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood. Such a miserable cry immediately caused the other 6 black-clothed individuals, who were chasing after the blue-clothed lady, to stop in their tracks. They looked towards Lin Tian. After which, they saw their companion, who had charged towards Lin Tian, turn into a bloody mist and die. Everyone's pupils shrunk. At the same time, the woman in blue who was escaping could not help but be moved. At this moment, she stopped and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian walked into the distance, his back facing the woman in blue and the 6 black-cloaked people. With a flick of his finger, he swept out 6 rays of sword light. With an ear-piercing clang, 6 sword beams streaked across the sky in the blink of an eye, heading straight for the 6 black-robed men. Judging from the fact that the black-clothed man wanted to silence him, these companions of the black-clothed man were definitely not good people. If he did not kill them at this time, these 6 people would probably remember him, and then bring trouble to him one after another. On the other hand, the woman in blue had left a good impression on him. She was originally fleeing in his direction, but she immediately changed direction after seeing him. It was obvious that she did not want to implicate him. It was similar to when Xianxia was young. He killed these 6 people to help the woman in blue. He was able to discern that with the current heavily injured state of the blue-clothed woman, even flying was slightly difficult for her. If he didn't make a move now, then it wouldn't be long before she would definitely be killed by those people. With his current battle prowess, it would be too easy for him to kill some ordinary peak Dao transformation experts in the 5th dimension. The 6 rays of sword light arrived in front of the 6 black-clothed people in the blink of an eye, sealing off the surroundings. The 6 peak Dao transformation black-clothed people could not even dodge and were all struck in the blink of an eye. In an instant, 6 bloody mists exploded in the void. The 6 black-clothed people were all destroyed in body and soul. The woman in blue had a graceful figure and a moving appearance. She looked at the bloody mists floating in the void after the 6 black-clothed people exploded, then looked at Lin Tian from afar. Her beautiful eyes could not help but focus deeply. The 7 black-clothed people who were chasing her were all peak Dao transformation experts. Their strength was extremely terrifying, but now, Lin Tian had killed them all in the blink of an eye. It was as if he had squashed a few ants. It was hard for her not to be shocked. Lin Tian himself appeared very calm, as if nothing had happened. He continued to walk into the distance. His aura was very calm, as if he had not made a move at all. The woman in blue's expression changed slightly. She paused for a moment, then immediately chased after Lin Tian. Soon, she arrived in front of Lin Tian. Thank you for just now." She bowed to Lin Tian and thanked him. Earlier, if not for Lin Tian lending a hand and killing those few black-clothed men, her outcome would absolutely be a dead end. "You're welcome." Lin Tianandao continued to walk into the distance. The woman in blue was as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing Lin Tian's reaction, she could not help but stiffen. She was a little stunned. In the 5th dimension, she was known as the Second Pearl. When ordinary men saw her, their eyes would light up and they would find it hard to move. But now, Lin Tian did not even look at her. He did not care about her beauty at all. This made her a little surprised. After a pause, she chased after Lin Tian and slowly followed beside Lin Tian. My surname is Yu. Yu Yaoshi, what about you? You. She walked beside Lin Tian, following Lin Tian's footsteps. Then, her expression suddenly changed. You're from the fourth dimension? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He stopped and looked at her. How did the woman in blue know that he was from the fourth dimension? Seeing Lin Tian stop and look at her, Yu Yaoshi hurriedly said, don't misunderstand. I don't have any prejudice against people from the fourth dimension. She said, a few days ago, a Tao origin crystal mine of the Golden Mark Immortal sect was destroyed. Some disciples of the sect are searching for some disciples who were in charge of that mine, as well as some others. She paused for a moment before continuing, they are searching for the traces of some disciples and some others in that mine. Many cultivators have seen it, and I have seen it as well. Your appearance is in that mine, so I know who you are. I am just a little surprised to recognize you now. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. So that's how it is. He didn't pay too much attention to it, so he continued walking into the distance. Seeing Lin Tian walking ahead without paying any attention to her, Yu Yaoshi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She quickly followed behind him. What's your name? She followed behind Lin Tian and asked. She couldn't help but feel a strong interest in Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Lin Tian Dao. It wasn't a big deal to tell her his name. It wouldn't affect him in any way. Lin Tian, thank you so much for what you did earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to survive. Yu Yaoshi expressed her gratitude once more. Then, she looked at Lin Tian with astonishment in her eyes and said, speaking of which, you're really strong. You don't seem like someone from the fourth dimension at all. She explained, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to look down on people from the fourth dimension. It's just that it's rare for people from the fourth dimension to possess such strength. Given your current cultivation, to possess such strength, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be any weaker than the gods' sons and saintesses of the top orthodoxies in this world. She was truly astonished by Lin Tian's strength. She had never heard of someone from the fourth dimension to be so strong. At the same time, another doubt arose in her heart. Given the strength that Lin Tian had displayed earlier, how could he have been captured by the disciples of a fifth-rate power like the Golden Mark Immortal sect to mine a mine? That was completely impossible. Then, she suddenly thought of the Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine of the Golden Mark Immortal sect. Even though it had disappeared entirely, according to the rumors, it wasn't simply destroyed. Instead, all of the Dao Yuan treasure crystals in the mine had been absorbed by someone. As such, she couldn't help but think of something. She asked Lin Tian softly, you couldn't have intentionally allowed yourself to be captured by the Golden Mark Immortal sect, right? Your goal was their Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine? Lin Tian wasn't too bothered by Yu Yaoshi's astonishment at his display of strength, nor did he bother replying to the other party's conjecture. Instead, he paused for a moment before asking, it hasn't been too long since I ascended from the four-dimensional world, so I'm still a little unfamiliar with the top-notch orthodoxies and powers in this world. Do you mind enlightening me? Yu Yaoshi looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't directly respond to her guess, but he didn't deny it either. As such, she took another look at Lin Tian's expression and confirmed that Lin Tian had intentionally allowed himself to be captured by the Golden Mark Immortal sect. He was aiming for the Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine. After a short pause, she answered Lin Tian's question, there are 5 top orthodoxies in the 5th dimension. They are the All Beginnings Divine Palace, the Heaven Guidance Divine Palace, the 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion, the Xiang family of the Wilderness, and the Yu family of the Wilderness. These 5 powers rule over the 5th dimension in a pentagonal formation. Each of them has a 5th dimension realm ancestor overseeing them, and their legacies are incomparably long. After saying that, she went on to list out some of the extraordinary powers behind the 5 top orthodoxies for Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian immediately understood. He memorized all the powers Yu Yaoshi mentioned and their symbols. Then, he looked at her and asked, you're from the Yu family? Yu Yaoshi nodded. She didn't try to hide her identity. She smiled and said, I'm the Holy Maiden of the Yu family. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Even though he had guessed that Yu Yaoshi was from the Yu family, he didn't expect her to have such a high status in the Yu family. She was actually the Holy Maiden of the Yu family. Why is the Holy Maiden of the Yu family being hunted down? Xianxia asked curiously. As the holy maiden of the Yu family, her standing was naturally high. Yet, there were actually people who dared to make such a move on her. Furthermore, he could sense that Yu Yaoxi's cultivation was at Dao conversion realm pinnacle. Even though she was severely injured and her sage might wasn't too strong, the quality of her sage might and the purity of her spirit, Xianxia could tell that Yu Yaoxi was no ordinary person. Logically speaking, those black-robed men shouldn't have been a match for her. Under normal circumstances, they would have been killed in the blink of an eye. Yet, Yu Yaoxi was the one being hunted down by those black-robed men instead. This made Xianxia curious. Hearing Xianxia's question, Yu Yaoxi couldn't help but frown. Not too long ago, an ancient ruin was discovered, and it was verified to be the immortal abode of an extremely powerful ancestor. There are countless immortal treasures inside, and several top orthodoxies and other major powers are heading there. Our Yu family is no exception. 2 days ago, I left the Yu family and headed to an ancient mountain in search of an item to forge an artifact in preparation for challenging the ancestor's immortal abode. But, who could have thought that someone would ambush me in that ancient mountain and set up so many traps? I nearly lost my life there. Yu Yaoxi paused for a moment, and her complexion turned awful. Only those in the clan know that I'm heading out. Someone in your clan is trying to get rid of you. Lin Tian replied casually. There was no need for him to say this out loud. He knew that Yu Yaoxi must have guessed this as well. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Yu Yaoxi's complexion turned even uglier. Just as Lin Tian had said, she had indeed guessed that the ambush this time was done by the people of her clan. Otherwise, how could those black-clothed people know that she would go to that ancient mountain and set up layers upon layers of killing methods to wait for her there? It was precisely because she had guessed as much that her complexion turned so ugly. She was the holy maiden of the Yu clan, and yet, someone from her clan had plotted to assassinate her. Who could be so cold-blooded and brazen? Lin Tian didn't say anything else and continued walking forward. Seeing Lin Tian walking forward, Yu Yaoxi paused for a moment before retracting the awful look on her face. She quickly followed behind Lin Tian, sizing him up from the corner of her eye. Aren't you going back to the clan? Lin Tian asked as he walked forward. Not for the time being. I'll head straight to the ancestral monarch's immortal abode, replied Yu Yaoxi. Yu Yaoxi paused for a moment. Before asking Lin Tiandao, do you want to come with me? She said, according to the research of some old antiques, that immortal abode was the place where the 7 treasures ancestor cultivated. It was also the place where he passed away. The 7 treasures ancestor left behind an illustrious name in the 5th dimension and used his life to refine the 7 ancestral treasures. All of them are top-notch 5th dimensional level treasures, so there is a possibility that they are in that immortal abode. Furthermore, the ancient scripture that made him famous, the 7 Stars Treasure Codex, might be in there. That ancient scripture is also an incomparably top-notch ancient scripture of the 5th dimension. It is mysterious and unfathomable, and is not inferior to any of the ancient scriptures of the 5 great orthodoxies in this world. In fact, it might even be stronger than the ancient scriptures of the 5 great orthodoxies. Other than that, there are also many other artifacts and treasures, and there might even be some rare fortuitous encounters, she said to Lin Tiandao. Come with me. With your strength, you should be able to obtain something. Aren't you worried that I'll take away all the treasures there? If that happens, you'll have made a wasted trip. Lin Tian smiled. You're really confident. The divine sons of the top orthodoxies will be there. Moreover, there will be other major forces as well. The competition will be intense. It's already good enough to get one of the sect's treasures. You actually want to take all of them. Yu Yaoxi chuckled gracefully. However, if you're really able to obtain all of the treasures in the ancestral monarch's immortal abode, that's a good thing. I'll be happy for you. Lin Tiantan chuckled softly. He could tell that Yu Yaoxi was speaking from the bottom of her heart, without the slightest hint of pretense. He thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll go with you. After stepping into the 5th dimension, his original intention was to temper himself in the 5th dimension. While raising his cultivation, he also did his best to comprehend reincarnation. Then, step by step, he would ascend to the higher realms, and finally reach the 9th dimension to meet his parents and master's wife. Now that the ancestral monarch's immortal abode was right in front of him, it was a natural place for him to temper himself. It was just right for him. Moreover, he had established a branch of the immortal court in the fifth dimension, and it just so happened that he needed a lot of cultivation resources. Inside the ancestral monarch's immortal abode, there were 7 top-notch fifth-dimensional artifacts, a fifth-dimensional ancient scripture, the 7 Stars Manual, and many other divine pills and treasures. All of these were extremely important to the development of the immortal court branch in the fifth dimension. In fact, they would be of great use to him as well. Thus, he decided to go with Yu Yaoshi. Alright, it's settled then. Yu Yaoshi nodded and smiled. The ancestral monarch's immortal abode is surrounded by terrifying poisonous gas. However, it's gradually dissipating. It'll take about half a month for it to completely disperse. Only then can we truly enter the immortal abode. Let's head there on foot. We should be able to reach the periphery of the immortal abode in roughly 8 days. Lin Tian nodded. Together with Yu Yaoshi, they headed toward the ancestral monarch's immortal abode. Very quickly, 7 days passed. 7 days later, along with Yu Yaoshi, a boundless sea appeared in front of him. The sea was shrouded in a bloody mist, causing the air to sizzle. Clearly, it was filled with terrifying poison. Just looking at it was enough to cause one's scalp to turn numb. We're here. At this point, Yu Yaoshi gazed into the distance and said, the ancestral monarch's immortal abode is located at the center of this sea, and the bloody mist surrounds the periphery of the sea. I have no idea how it came to be, but it's extremely frightening and difficult to traverse through. Even if one were to fly across the sky without coming into contact with the bloody mist, one would still suffer. There was someone who attempted to do so in the past, but in the blink of an eye, he was corroded by an inexplicable aura and fell from the sky, dying a tragic death in the sea. While listening to Yu Yaoshi's words, Lin Tianyi also turned his gaze toward the sea and the bloody mist. He used the dragon burial scripture to observe it, but even so, he was unable to discern the origin of the bloody mist within a short period of time. All he could tell was that the bloody mist was indeed frightening. Even if a pure Yang realm cultivator were to come into contact with it, they would be reduced to a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he also noticed that the bloody mist was indeed dissipating, just as Yu Yaoshi had said. Based on the speed at which it was dissipating, it would take another 9 days for the bloody mist to completely vanish. At this point in time, there were already quite a few cultivators gathered in this area. There were members of powerful clans and powerful wandering cultivators, and they were all here for the ancestral monarch's immortal abode at the center of the sea. All of a sudden, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Many of them turned their gazes in Yu Yaoshi's direction. Among them, there were a few male cultivators whose eyes were blazing with excitement. Naturally, Lin Tian noticed the commotion as well. He also noticed that the gazes were directed toward him because of Yu Yaoshi. You sure have a lot of admirers. Xianxia chuckled softly. Hearing those words, Yu Yaoshi thought about how Lin Tian didn't seem to care about her beauty at all, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you think that everyone is like you? You don't even have the slightest reaction toward me, the number 2 beauty of the fifth dimension. All along, she had been very confident in her appearance. In the fifth dimension, even the god scions of the other top-notch orthodoxies were stunned by her beauty when they first met. However, Lin Tian hadn't shown the slightest hint of surprise in his eyes ever since they first met. In fact, when they first met, he didn't even look her in the eye. It was as if he didn't care about her beauty at all. This made her, the number 2 pearl of the fifth dimension, feel a little indignant. She couldn't help but feel a little hurt. Is that so? Lin Tian chuckled. It was only then that he realized that Yu Yaoshi was the number 2 pearl of the fifth dimension. Pardon me for my lack of respect. Yu Yaoshi was indeed very beautiful, but if she were to be placed next to Wu Yi, the disparity was simply too great. Be it in terms of appearance or disposition, she couldn't be compared to Wu Yi. In fact, even his own daughter, Ruoxin, couldn't compare to her. So, how could he possibly be stunned by her beauty? He really couldn't feel that way at all. In fact, he even believed that there was no woman in the world who could make him feel the slightest bit of surprise. He didn't think that there was a woman in the world who could compare to Wu Yi in terms of appearance or disposition. Even Wu Yi's birth mother, who looked exactly the same as Wu Yi, couldn't hold a candle to Wu Yi in terms of disposition. Hearing Lin Tian's words and seeing the expression on Lin Tian's face, Yu Yaoshi felt even more hurt. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Tian and say, "You're really perfunctory." Lin Tian chuckled. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he shifted his gaze back to the blood mist in the distance. This blood mist was extraordinary. He really wanted to know where it came from and why it was dissipating. It was also at this moment that he felt quite a few gazes falling on him. Quite a few people were looking in his direction. Then, more and more gazes fell on him. Isn't that a slave of the Golden Mark Immortal sect? He came up from the lower realm and was suppressed by the Golden Mark Immortal sect. He was mining for them, but for some reason, he disappeared. That mine is no longer there. The Golden Mark Immortal sect is currently searching for him. How did he end up together with the Holy Maiden of the Yu clan? He does seem to be one of the slaves of the Golden Mark Immortal sect. I've seen his face imprint before. Discussions broke out. Many people couldn't help but frown as they looked at Lin Tian. A few days ago, the Golden Mark Immortal sect's Dao Origin Crystal mine disappeared. Some of the disciples in charge of the mine and the hundreds of slaves who were mining there previously spread the news. Lin Tian was one of them, and many cultivators in the fifth dimension saw him. At this moment, quite a few people recognized Lin Tian. Lin Tian noticed the gazes of these people and heard some of the discussions, but he didn't pay them any heed. Yu Yaoshi also heard the discussions. She smiled at Lin Tian Dao and said, "You're the one who's inferior in terms of territory." Lin Tian smiled and said, "Thank you." He knew that Yu Yaoshi was speaking up for him. "There's no need to thank me. I'm just speaking the truth." Yu Yaoshi smiled. "Yaoshi." At this moment, a voice sounded. A woman walked over with several powerful servants behind her. Soon, she arrived before Yu Yaoshi and said with a smile, "As expected, you've already arrived here before us." The woman was wearing a golden dress, giving her a noble aura. Her spirit was very strong, and her cultivation was at the peak of Dao Revolution. The servants behind her weren't simple either. All of them were at the Dao Revolution realm. "Sister Yin." Yu Yaoshi called out as she intimately grabbed the arm of the woman in the golden dress. It was clear that they were on good terms. After a brief pause, she turned to Lin Tian and said, "Right, Lin Tian, this is my uncle's daughter, my cousin, Yu Fengyin." After which, she introduced Lin Tian to the woman in the golden dress. "Sister Yin, this is Lin Tian, a new friend of mine." Lin Tian nodded to Yu Fengyin as a polite greeting. Yu Fengyin turned to Lin Tian and nodded in response. Then, she turned to Yu Yaoshi and said, "Yaoshi, come over here. I have something to tell you." "Something? What is it, Sister Yin? Can't we talk here?" Yu Yaoshi asked. Yu Fengyin shot a glance at Lin Tian and replied with a smile, "It's a family matter." Yu Yaoshi was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. She turned to Lin Tian and said apologetically, "About that, Lin Tian, I'm sorry. I'll be leaving with Sister Yin for a moment. I'll look for you later." "Sure." Lin Tian replied with a smile. Since Yu Fengyin wanted to discuss family matters with Yu Yaoshi, and he was an outsider of the Yu clan, it was only right for him to leave. I'll look for you soon," Yu Yaoshi replied. Together with Yu Fengyin and Yu Fengyin's servants, they headed in a different direction. Soon, they were far away from the area, heading into a forest. Lin Tian didn't pay it much heed. He casually sat down on a large rock by the side and turned his attention back to the blood mist above the sea. He continued to observe it with the dragon burial scripture, hoping to see the truth. At the same time, more and more gazes fell on him, and the discussions grew louder. A lowly native from a lower realm actually dares to come here so openly. Is he trying to compete with us for the ancestral monarch's immortal manor? He was standing beside Princess Xianxia a moment ago. Who does he think he is? What right does he have to stand beside Princess Xianxia? That's right. Quite a few people were discussing the matter, but their voices were suppressed. After all, Lin Tian was standing beside Yu Yaoshi earlier, and it seemed like they were on good terms. While they didn't care about Lin Tian in the slightest, they were still wary of Yu Yaoshi. This person was wearing a yellow robe, and he was a little skinny. He was pointing at Lin Tian from afar, and all kinds of unpleasant words came out of his mouth. Lin Tian did not care about the discussion at first, but as this person's words became more and more unpleasant, he tilted his head and glanced at him coldly. Facing Lin Tian's gaze, the yellow-robed young man froze for a moment. However, seeing that many of his companions were around, he did not want to lose face in front of them. In the next moment, he regained his composure, and his voice became louder. He pointed at Lin Tiandao and said, "What are you looking at? Did I say anything wrong? You are a native from the lower realm. What right do you have to stand here? What right do you have to stand next to the holy maiden of the Yu family? What's wrong with calling you a toad?" Lin Tian did not say anything, but his gaze became colder. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't say anything and didn't attack, the yellow-clothed young man thought that Lin Tian only dared to be dissatisfied. He couldn't help but become bolder. "Honestly speaking, are you natives from the lower realms as thick-skinned as you? How can you be so thick-skinned as to stand next to the holy maiden of the Yu family? Don't you know what kind of lowly status you have?" As he spoke, he noticed that many people in the surroundings were looking at him. He couldn't help but smile with exultation. He pointed at Lin Tian and continued speaking with a reprimanding look. "Also, you are a slave of the Golden Mark Immortal sect. A slave should act like a slave. How dare you betray your master and come here? Go back to the Golden Mark Immortal sect and accept your punishment." Lin Tian's gaze became even colder. He stood up from the big rock and walked toward the yellow-robed young man. The yellow-robed young man's expression changed, but he quickly said, "What? What do you want to do? Do you want to?" Slap. Lin Tian appeared in front of the yellow-robed young man in an instant. He raised his hand and slapped the young man, interrupting him. His left hand grabbed the young man's collar and pulled him closer. His right hand conjured light and slapped the young man fiercely. Slap. 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 Blood mixed with teeth floated out. "You dare to hit him?" Around them, when the yellow-robed man's companions saw this scene, they immediately took action and attacked Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, the group of people let out miserable cries. Just as they approached Lin Tian, they were sent flying by the aura that naturally lingered around Lin Tian's body. All of them coughed up blood in the distance and fainted in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Lin Tian continued to slap the yellow-robed man's face until blood flowed from his mouth and nose and he fainted. Then, he threw the yellow-robed man away, and the man fell to the ground like a pile of mud. This place instantly became silent. Everyone looked at Lin Tian. At this time, their expressions couldn't help but slightly change. They never thought that Lin Tian would be so domineering, actually daring to directly make a move here. "You're just a lowly native to begin with. Now that you've been poked in your sore spot after speaking a few words of truth, your humiliation has turned into anger?" A mocking voice sounded. Not far away, a young man in a luxurious robe walked over with a look of disdain on his face. Behind him were 3 attendants in black armor. Xianxia. At this place, many people's expressions changed. Some of the people beside the young man even retreated and made way for him. Lin Tian glanced at the young man coldly and walked back to the big rock that he was sitting on previously. Xianxia's expression immediately turned cold. His surname was Xiang, and he was the 3rd young master of the Xiang family in the wilderness. Usually, apart from the few top orthodoxies, who didn't flatter him carefully when they saw him. However, today, a native from the lower domain dared to look at him coldly. Dig out his eyeballs, cut off his limbs, destroy his divine soul, and chop his body into minced meat to feed the fish. He ordered the attendants behind him. Behind him, one of the 3 attendants immediately walked out. His eyes were cold as he walked toward Lin Tian. Obviously, he was carrying out Xianxia's order. "Hey! You're courting death. He's just a native from the lower domain. How dare he be so arrogant? He deserves to die here. Throw him to feed the fish. We're all afraid that he'll contaminate the fish in this world." Around them, many people sneered. Lin Tian was standing beside Yu Yaoshi previously, and their relationship seemed to be quite good. If it were anyone else who attacked Lin Tian, some of them would probably think about the consequences and whether they would incur Yuyaxi's wrath. However, when Xianxia gave the order to attack, these people didn't think about the consequences at all. That was because Xianxia's family wasn't any weaker than Yuyaxi's. They were both part of the top 5 orthodoxies. Even if Yuyaxi was enraged, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Xianxia. At that moment, the crowd's gaze fell on Lin Tian. It was as if they could already see Lin Tian's miserable ending. It was as if they could already see Lin Tian's divine soul being destroyed, his flesh being crushed, and then being thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Lin Tian's gaze turned completely cold. He stopped and looked at Xianxia again. When the other party insulted him, he only glanced at him coldly. He didn't even want to attack. However, the other party immediately wanted to cut off his limbs, destroy his divine soul, and then chop him into minced meat to feed the fish. It was truly vicious. It was also at this moment that Xianxia's servant approached. His eyes were cold and callous as he slapped his palm toward Lin Tian. A fierce wind swept out from the palm and arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian raised his hand, grabbed the servant's wrist, and twisted it. Pfft! The servant immediately exploded. His divine soul was also shattered. He didn't even have the chance to scream. The yellow-robed youth insulted him and said that his mouth was too cheap. Therefore, he only gave him a vicious slap and didn't kill him. However, this servant was ordered by Xianxia to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't show any mercy. He would kill for kill. Such a scene caused the crowd of cultivators who were prepared to watch a good show to change their expressions. They couldn't help but tremble. Xianxia's servant was at the peak of the Dao transformation realm. Furthermore, he was from the Xiang family. However, he was killed by Lin Tianyi with just a twist of his wrist. He didn't even have time to scream. What kind of combat power was this? At the same time, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. His 3 servants were not simple. They were extremely powerful and were sent by the family to ensure his safety. However, one of them was killed by Lin Tian so easily. Behind him, the expressions of the other 2 black-armored servants also changed slightly. When they looked at Lin Tian, their eyes narrowed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. At this moment, his gaze landed on Xianxia, and he walked toward him. The servant who tried to kill him was killed by him. However, he would not let go of Xianxia, who gave the order to kill him. As Lin Tian walked toward him, Xianxia's expression turned even colder. Naturally, he could tell that Lin Tian was preparing to attack. He was just a lowly native from the lower domain. How dare he take the initiative to walk toward him and prepare to attack him? Kill him, he said coldly. He ordered the other 2 servants behind him. However, the 2 servants did not move. One of them said softly, "Third young master, you can't. This person is not simple. We are not his match in a head-on battle. Retreating now is the best choice. The divine sun will come here later. It will be easy to kill him when he arrives." The 2 servants were not ordinary people. From how Lin Tian easily killed the black-armored servant, they could tell how terrifying Lin Tian was. They were definitely not his match. Now, protecting Xianxia and retreating was the best choice. Xianxia's expression turned even colder. His cultivation was only at the early stage of Dao transformation. In terms of battle power, he was not even as strong as his 2 servants. Since the 2 servants said that they were not his match, he knew that there was no other way. He understood the current situation. Trash! He scolded the 2 servants. Then, he glanced at Lin Tian viciously. He flicked his sleeves and walked away. Seeing Xianxia retreat, the 2 servants heaved a sigh of relief and retreated together. They were really worried that the 3rd young master would not retreat. When the other cultivators saw this scene, they were all shocked. The 3rd young master of the Xiang family had one of his servants killed by a lower domain native. Now, he chose to retreat. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed again. This was because Lin Tian's footsteps did not change at all. In a flash, he appeared in front of Xianxia and the other 2 servants and blocked their path. "What do you want from the lower domain?" "We are from the Xiang family. This is the 3rd young master of the Xiang family. You better be smart. Let's leave and pretend that nothing happened. Xianxia's expression was extremely cold. One of the servants beside him said in a low voice. However, at this moment, he did not dare to go overboard. He did not dare to mention that he would take revenge for killing Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not say anything. He raised his hand and grabbed at Xianxia. How dare you? The two servants immediately shouted. They attacked with all their might at the same time. They slashed out a sky full of killing swords that swept towards Lin Tian. In an instant, the surrounding space was distorted. The sword chi was very frightening. However, the moment the fierce sword chi got close to Lin Tian, it was shattered. Then, the two servants who attacked were sent flying by an invisible force at the same time. Xianxia was shocked. He immediately attacked. All kinds of magic treasures, immortal weapons, and so on were used to suppress Lin Tian. However, it was useless. All the attacks that got close to Lin Tian were shattered by the aura that naturally surrounded Lin Tian's body. At this moment, Lin Tian's big hand landed in front of him. He grabbed his neck and lifted him up like a chicken. Strands of saint light curled around him and suppressed him. Let go. I am the third young master of the Xiang family. Do you want to die? Xianxia shouted. He appeared fierce but was cowardly at heart. Lin Tian did not say anything. He held him with his right hand and raised his left hand to slap him. With a slap, 5 clear fingerprints appeared on Xianxia's face. This scene caused everyone here to violently tremble. Lin Tian had slapped Xianxia in the face just like that. Xianxia was the third young master of the Xiang family. Xianxia was stunned. Then, he was extremely furious. The veins on his forehead throbbed. His eyes were filled with ferocity. How dare you hit me? In his life, no one had ever hit him. Moreover, it was a slap to his face. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He slapped Xianxia again. You. Ah. Xianxia trembled violently. He roared angrily and struggled madly. The veins on his forehead were even more obvious, as if they were about to burst. The sword gleam was sharp, and the sword chi was oppressive. The moment it slashed down, the surrounding space was completely sealed. Lin Tian tilted his head. The sword gleam brushed past his head and landed in the distance, sinking dozens of meters into the ground. The strength of the sword was evident. Let go. A cold voice rang out. A man in purple walked over from afar. His face was sharp, and his eyes were deep. Xiang Yanfeng. The cultivators couldn't help but tremble at this place. At the same time, Xianxia revealed a joyful expression. Big brother. When he was suppressed by Lin Tian, he had actually felt some fear in his heart when he was roaring. However, at this moment, that fear had completely disappeared. This was because his elder brother had arrived. Lin Tian was the divine son of this generation of their clan, and he had an illustrious reputation in the entire fifth dimension. Within the same generation, only the divine sons and saintesses of the other 4 top orthodoxies could compare to him. Let go. Xiang Yanfeng spoke again. He didn't directly attack because Lin Tian was strangling Xianxia's neck. He could tell that if Lin Tian wanted to kill Xianxia, he couldn't save him. There was no time to save him. Only Lin Tian himself could let go. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian. His eyes seemed to contain 2 sharp blades of destruction. Just his gaze alone caused the surrounding cultivators to tremble in fear. Even some of the peak Dao conversion experts of the older generation were no exception. Lin Tian glanced at him. Aren't you going to ask what your little brother did first? From the discussions of these cultivators and Xianxia's words, he could roughly guess Xiang Yanfeng's identity. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Xiang Yanfeng's eyes became deeper and colder. A formless, terrifying aura spread out. For a moment, it was as if a terrifying volcano of destruction was about to erupt. The surrounding space trembled violently. Such an aura instantly caused all the cultivators here to tremble in fear. Many of them staggered back. At this moment, Yu Yaoshi and Yu Fengyin seemed to have just finished discussing their family matters, or perhaps they had sensed that something was amiss. Yu Yaoshi quickly walked up to Lin Tian and bellowed, Xiang Yanfeng, what did you do to my friend? Xiang Yanfeng glanced at Yu Yaoshi before turning his gaze back to Lin Tian. The aura emanating from his body gradually grew colder and colder. Yu Yaoshi turned to look at Lin Tian, only to see Lin Tian strangling Xianxia. She asked softly, "What happened?" In fact, the moment she appeared, she saw Lin Tian strangling Xianxia. However, she instinctively scolded Xiang Yanfeng. After all, Lin Tian was her savior. She subconsciously stood on Lin Tian's side. Since Yu Yaoshi asked about this matter, Lin Tian didn't try to hide anything from her, so he briefly explained the situation to her. Hedonistic son of a wealthy family. Arrogant no matter where you go. After hearing Lin Tian's words, Yu Yaoshi didn't hold back at all. She turned to Lin Tiandao and whispered, "Xianxia isn't much, but that Xiang Yanfeng isn't simple. He's the godson of the Xiang clan, and his battle prowess is terrifying. Why don't..." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Why don't we let him go?" Lin Tian knew that Yu Yaoshi was doing this for his own good. She didn't want him to be in danger and be targeted by the Xiang clan, but he still shook his head. He didn't take the initiative to provoke others, but he wasn't afraid of anyone either. "Let go." Another cold voice sounded. Xiang Yanfeng spoke once more, and the aura emanating from his body grew even colder. "Lowly native. Let go of your filthy hands." Xianxia was being choked by Lin Tian as he glared at Lin Tian. With the appearance of Xiang Yanfeng, his fear of Lin Tian had completely disappeared. He was very clear about how powerful this godson of his clan was. His battle prowess was shocking. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He didn't say anything and directly threw Xianxia away. At the same time, a 9-colored sword light appeared out of nowhere and pierced through Xianxia. Then, it dragged his body and fell into the sea not far away. His body exploded in the air above the sea that was filled with poisonous blood mist, turning into pieces of flesh that fell into the sea. His divine soul was naturally annihilated by the sword as well. In an instant, everyone in this place trembled violently. Kill, 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 everyone was trembling, and their expressions changed greatly. They never thought that Lin Tian would be so daring. He actually killed the Xiang clan's third young master, Xianxia, right in front of the Xiang clan's godson. Even Yu Yaoshi was shocked. Although she had sensed that Lin Tian wanted to kill Xianxia, she never thought that Lin Tian would really kill Xianxia in such a forceful and decisive manner. Third young master. In the distance, Xianxia's 2 servants, who had been sent flying, happened to be walking back with great difficulty. When they saw this scene, their expressions immediately changed. One of them could not help but cry out. Their clan's third young master had been killed just like that. Rumble, a cold aura immediately intertwined and swept across the sky. Xiang Yanfeng moved. His eyes were cold, but there wasn't a trace of anger in them. Obviously, he didn't care about Xianxia's life. After all, they weren't blood brothers. But even so, the 2 of them were still cousins in the end. Lin Tian had killed his cousin in front of him just like that. Lin Tian had completely disregarded him and the Xiang clan. Outside his body, strands of cold murderous aura circled around him, causing the air to distort. Step by step, he closed in on Lin Tian. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Tian. Xianxia deserved to die. Don't even think of touching my friend. Yu Yaoshi stood out immediately. An aura that wasn't any weaker than Xiang Yanfeng spread out and stood in front of Lin Tian. "Thank you." Lin Tian spoke. He placed his hand on Yu Yaoshi's shoulder and pulled her behind him. "But there's no need." As he spoke, he also moved. Step by step, he walked towards Xiang Yanfeng, who was closing in on him. The 2 walked towards each other, face to face. He wants to fight the divine son of the Xiang clan head-on? He's courting death. He'll die even if he doesn't move. The moment he offended Xianxia, he was destined to be killed by the Xiang clan. Moreover, he killed Xianxia. That's the 3rd young master of the Xiang clan. The divine son of the Xiang clan will definitely kill him. Quite a number of cultivators were discussing amongst themselves. Many of them were mocking Lin Tian, but even more of them had very cold looks in their eyes. They subconsciously felt a sense of resistance towards Lin Tian, a cultivator from the 4th dimension. After Lin Tian killed a peak Dao transformation expert and Xianxia, although these people were wary of Lin Tian, they were even more conflicted. They felt that Lin Tian was obviously from the lower realm, yet he dared to be so arrogant. Everyone hoped that Lin Tian would die here. At this moment, Xiang Yanfeng walked to about 10 feet away from Lin Tian. Holy light intertwined, forming a storm of killing intent. The storm of killing intent swept towards Lin Tian. The surrounding space was completely sealed. Such killing intent caused the crowd of cultivators to tremble involuntarily. It was too powerful and shocking. In the blink of an eye, the storm of killing intent swept towards Lin Tian. Space distorted inch by inch. The black hair in front of Lin Tian's forehead danced wildly in the wind, but his expression didn't change. In fact, his footsteps didn't change at all. He walked forward in a straight line. The aura that naturally intertwined around his body vibrated, shattering the storm of killing intent. Then, in the next moment, his footsteps changed slightly. It was as if he was stepping on the nodes of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiang Yanfeng and slapped him. Moreover, the speed of this slap was frighteningly fast. Xiang Yanfeng's pupils constricted. He clearly saw the slap coming, but his reaction and defense speed couldn't keep up. Slap, the crisp sound of a slap was heard. Xiang Yanfeng was sent flying. The slap landed solidly on his right cheek. In an instant, the entire place was dead silent. The crowd of cultivators trembled violently. Just now, some of the cultivators who were sneering at Lin Tian and thought that Lin Tian would be killed by Xiang Yanfeng immediately turned pale. They never expected that the powerful Xiang Yanfeng, the current generation divine son of the Xiang family, would be slapped by Lin Tian in just one move. Divine son. How is this possible? The two attendants who had been following Xianxia were shocked. When they saw this scene, they felt as if they were in a dream. Even Yu Yaoshi couldn't help but be moved. When Lin Tian killed a few black-cloaked men to save her, she already guessed that Lin Tian's combat strength wouldn't be weaker than the divine sons and saintesses of the top orthodoxies. However, when she saw this scene, she couldn't help but gasp. That Xiang Yanfeng was slapped by Lin Tian as soon as he made his move. Boom, divine radiance surged from afar. Xiang Yanfeng steadied himself. His expression turned ugly. His eyes turned even colder, and his killing intent became even more intense. "I'll kill you," he said. As the current generation divine son of the Xiang family, he was slapped by Lin Tian in front of everyone. Outside his body, divine radiance surged, and dense killing light swept towards Lin Tian at the first instant. The killing intent was dozens of times stronger than the previous storm of killing intent. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds rang out one after another. Under this killing light, the solid void of the fifth dimension was continuously disintegrated and annihilated. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He smashed everything with a slap. Then, he moved again. His steps seemed slow, but his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiang Yanfeng and slapped him again. When he was still in the fourth dimension, he killed the reincarnation king. During the 1 year that he accompanied Wu Yi, Ruoxin, and Ji Yu to travel the primordial universe, not only did he comprehend reincarnation, but he also created a movement technique. He combined it with the yin-yang steps and other movement techniques that he had comprehended. During that 1 year, he created his own movement technique, which he named the reincarnation steps. At this time, the movement technique he used was the reincarnation steps. Weng, it was an ordinary slap, but it caused a buzzing sound to ring out. Xiang Yanfeng's eyes were cold. This slap was almost exactly the same as before. This time, he raised his hand to block it. However, it was also at this moment that Lin Tian's other hand had already been raised, and with a swing of his hand, he delivered another slap. Smack, another slap landed solidly on Xiang Yanfeng's left cheek. A resounding slap rang out, and Xiang Yanfeng was once again sent flying. This time, there were drops of blood floating in the air. It was very eye-catching. The surrounding cultivators' expressions changed again. How long had it been? Xiang Yanfeng, the divine son of the Xiang clan, had been slapped twice by Lin Tian. Boom, Saint energy roared. Xiang Yanfeng stabilized his body, and the saint aura around him grew stronger. When he looked at Lin Tian again, his expression was even colder, and his killing intent was fierce. A series of holy blades of slaughter appeared behind him. Each of the holy blades seemed to be able to cut through everything. It was obvious that this was a very powerful spell. At the same time, the aura of order intertwined and surrounded his body. He walked over step by step. As he walked, the killing blades behind him became more terrifying, and the aura of order became stronger. In the next moment, clanging sounds could be heard, and the dense killing blades slashed toward Lin Tian. At the same time, the light of order also pressed down, sealing the surrounding void. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. At this moment, Xiang Yanfeng finally made him feel a little pressured. Of course, it was only a little. He did not make any extra movements. He activated the reincarnation sword technique, and a large amount of reincarnation sword light swept out to meet Xiang Yanfeng's killing blades. At the same time, he summoned the divine chains of order, and they clanked as they pressed down from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. The killing blades and the sharp sword light collided, and the order clashed against the order. At this moment, the space in this place was distorted and shattered inch by inch. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. Lin Tian dodged Xiang Yanfeng's killing blades and used the reincarnation steps to appear in front of him. He condensed the Saint Energy light sword in his hand and slashed down. This sword strike was both fast and powerful. It forcefully slashed apart the protective light barrier around Xiang Yan's body and left behind a glaring sword wound on his chest. A large amount of blood splashed out, and one could even faintly see the sternum, heart, and other organs within. This is the strongest of the Xiang clan's younger generation? Not much. Lin Tian said calmly as he raised his lightsaber. At this place, the group of cultivators was even more shocked. The dignified divine son of the Xiang family, who was clearly at the peak of the Dao transformation realm, was actually suppressed by an early-stage Dao transformation realm cultivator from the four-dimensional world and was injured time and time again. Xiang Yanfeng's expression turned even colder. The wound on his chest healed in the blink of an eye as he unleashed all kinds of great techniques. In the blink of an eye, the sky began to tremble violently. All kinds of ancient runes appeared beside him, and the aura of order erupted like a volcano. A huge world of light appeared, and within it was a hazy light mist. Divine chains of order circled around it. Sainthood treasure region. A cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. Clearly, he recognized the light world that Xiang Yanfeng brought out. His face was filled with reverence. Be careful, this is Xiang Yanfeng's order theurgy. It is said to be able to seal everything. Don't let yourself be contaminated by the light realm. Otherwise, your cultivation and saint energy will be sealed in the blink of an eye. Even your pure flesh will be suppressed in an instant. Yu Yaoshi transmitted her voice to Lin Tian Dao in a serious tone. At this time, Lin Tian naturally sensed how terrifying Xiang Yanfeng's order theurgy was. Even an early-stage all-creation realm cultivator would feel fear and trepidation when facing it. However, his expression didn't change at all. There wasn't the slightest bit of concern or fear. He was calm and indifferent. This is your strongest technique? He spoke. Strands of saint runes of order intertwined around his body as he walked towards Xiang Yanfeng with steady steps. Xiang Yanfeng's skin was as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were bone-chilling. He walked towards Lin Tian step by step. The two of them walked towards each other, and the space around them crackled as the void distorted. Then, in the next moment, the two of them sped up. Their figures blurred as they collided with each other. Xiang Yanfeng's sainthood treasure domain was shrouded in a hazy light of order. Divine chains of order rattled as they attacked Lin Tian again and again, intertwining with terrifying sealing power and terrifying destructive power. Lin Tian's saint runes of order revolved around his body, completely ignoring his opponent's order theurgy. He clashed head-on time and time again, even charging into his opponent's sainthood treasure domain. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed large amounts of hazy light and divine chains of order. This scene caused the crowd to stare blankly. Xiang Yanfeng's order theurgy was said to be able to seal everything. Even the slightest bit of light from the treasure domain would cause trouble. But now, it didn't have the slightest effect on Lin Tian. Xiang Yanfeng's eyes narrowed. He activated the sainthood treasure domain even more, and the hazy light and divine chains of order pressed down on Lin Tian. However, the saint runes of order around Lin Tian's body dispelled everything. Clang, Lin Tian used the saint runes of order to dispel Xiang Yanfeng's order theurgy. He found a suitable opportunity and raised his right hand, slashing a large amount of reincarnation sword aura straight towards Xiang Yanfeng. The sword aura was dense. With a poof, blood splattered. Xiang Yanfeng's entire left arm was pierced through, and he was immediately sent flying. Lin Tian's thoughts moved slightly, and the reincarnation god-slaying technique was silently used. An invisible killing power pressed towards his opponent. In the blink of an eye, the invisible killing power broke through Xiang Yanfeng's body and struck his soul, causing him to let out a muffled groan. Outside his body, his aura instantly became chaotic, and his sainthood treasure domain became very unstable. Lin Tian condensed a sword of light in his hand, and with one slash, he shattered the entire sainthood treasure domain. In an instant, he arrived before Xiang Yanfeng and casually slashed down. With a clang, he slashed out with his sword, but countless sword lights appeared and trapped Xiang Yanfeng in the blink of an eye. Scram! Xiang Yanfeng stabilized his body and shouted coldly. His majestic aura vibrated, and all the sword auras were crushed. Holy light buzzed, and a treasured cauldron rushed out of his body. It was covered in ancient runes and divine seals, as if it could suppress everything in the world. The immortal offering cauldron actually forced Xiang Yanfeng to. At this place, the cultivator's hearts trembled. Lin Tian, who came from the four-dimensional sky, was only at the early stage Dao transformation realm. But now, he had forced the Xiang family's divine son, who was at the peak of the Dao transformation realm, to use this treasured cauldron. This was a quasi-all-creation level treasure weapon. The immortal offering cauldron was covered in ancient runes. The moment it appeared, it intertwined with an extremely sharp aura, and it hung above Xiang Yanfeng's head. Looking at Lin Tian, Xiang Yanfeng's eyes were cold. With a thought, the immortal offering cauldron immediately pressed down on Lin Tian. The entire space trembled, and the immortal offering cauldron pressed down as if the sky was falling. Gusts of hurricane swept up, and a terrifying destructive aura was mixed together, pressing down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He could feel the terror of this treasured cauldron, but he still did not care at all. With a clang, the reincarnation sword floated out of his body. It was covered in runes, and it moved forward with his thought. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation sword and the immortal offering cauldron collided. Clang, 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 the sound of metal cracking could be heard, and electric arcs intertwined in the surroundings, making crackling sounds. He blocked the quasi-all-creation level immortal offering cauldron. The cultivators were shocked. At this moment, with a clang, the sword roared. With a thought, Lin Tian activated the reincarnation sword with the reincarnation sword art. Immediately, a monster sword aura burst out and landed on the immortal offering cauldron. With a crack, the immortal offering cauldron was shattered. At the same time, the reincarnation sword vibrated again, and the sword aura surged. With a poof, it pierced through Xiang Yanfeng. Dazzling blood splattered in the sky. Divine Sun. In the distance, the two servants who had followed Xianxia at the beginning trembled violently. Their clan's divine son had been injured by Lin Tian time and time again. Now, even the quasi-all-creation level immortal offering cauldron had been shattered. He was no match for Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the flying Xiang Yanfeng. Black lightning immediately surged out. The fifth stage of the five heaven-shaking lightning technique was activated. At this moment, he activated one of the ultimate killing techniques, drawing out a black sea of destructive lightning. At this moment, together with the reincarnation sword, it trapped Xiang Yanfeng within. The aura of extermination pressed down mercilessly from all directions. The power of the lightning and the power of the divine sword suppressed everything. Xiang Yanfeng's clothes were stained with blood. Naturally, he could feel the terror of this attack. It was a sure-kill attack. He looked at Lin Tian, and his eyes became even colder. With a hum, a space portal appeared behind him. He looked at Lin Tian coldly. Without saying anything, he was swallowed by the space portal and disappeared. He escaped? The divine son of the Xiang clan, he actually, at this place, the crowd of cultivators was filled with disbelief. The powerful Xiang Yanfeng, the divine son of the Xiang clan of the wilderness, had actually escaped from the hands of someone from the lower realm. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. The black sea of lightning intertwined around his body. The pupils of his left and right eyes began to change. However, in the next moment, these changes gradually stopped. Xiang Yanfeng had used a special defensive technique to escape from Lin Tian's sure-kill attack. It seemed that he had escaped into the void of this world. Lin Tian originally wanted to use his Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny to capture him. However, after thinking about it, he decided against it. Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny, Reincarnation and Destiny, these were his trump cards. He didn't want to reveal them for the time being. The black sea of lightning dissipated. He kept the reincarnation sword in his body and turned around to walk towards Xianxia. The crowd of cultivators on both sides couldn't help but tremble. Many of them were already far away from Lin Tian, but at this moment they couldn't help but retreat. Their faces were filled with fear. This was especially so for those who were secretly discussing and looking down on Lin Tian. At this moment, their faces were completely pale. They never imagined that Lin Tian, who came from the fourth dimension, would possess such terrifying strength. Even the divine son of the Xiang clan of the wilderness, Xiang Yanfeng, wasn't a match for him. Lin Tian didn't care about these people's reactions. He quickly walked up to Xianxia. You're simply, shock was written all over Xianxia's beautiful face. The divine son of the Xiang clan, one of the few young primes of this generation in the fifth dimension, was at the peak of the Tao Revolution realm. He was much stronger than Lin Tian. Yet, he was forced to flee by Lin Tian. Very strong. Yu Fengyin said. Lin Tian smiled. It's just SOSO. What do you mean SOSO? Don't be so modest. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. Coupled with her beautiful face, she looked very charming. When I was chased by those peak Tao Revolution realm cultivators and was saved by you, I knew that you were very strong. I thought that you wouldn't be any weaker than the divine sons and saintesses of the top orthodoxies. However, I didn't expect that I was wrong. You're clearly much stronger than I thought. The divine son of the Xiang clan was forced to flee by you just like that. Indeed, you don't have to be modest. You're really amazing. Yu Fengyin looked at Lin Tian and said, in the entire fifth dimension, other than that person from the divine palace of myriad beginnings who grasps the laws of the fifth dimension, there's probably no one in the younger generation who can defeat you. Lin Tian originally had a faint smile on his face. However, after hearing Yu Fengyin's words, his smile froze for a moment. A strange light flashed across his eyes. P.S. Unknowingly, it's already been 3 years since we've been divine kings of 10 directions. During these 3 years, I'd like to thank all my brothers and sisters for your company and support. Thank you all. Now that it's the 3rd anniversary of our Divine Kings of 10 Directions, the net has organized a 3rd anniversary event for us. It will start at 19 p.m. sharp. The event will be broadcasted live. The location of the event will be the Divine Kings of 10 Directions circle on the Vertical and Horizontal Novel app. Everyone, open the Vertical and Horizontal Novel app. There's an animation prompt. After clicking on it, you'll see our Divine Kings of 10 Directions circle. After that, you can find our event post at the top of the circle and enter it. You were shocked by that person from the Divine Palace of 10,000 Beginnings? Seeing Lin Tian's strange expression, Yu Fengyin said, actually, there's no need for that. Your strength is already very strong. Currently, in the entire fifth dimension, the only person we know of that has grasped the laws of the fifth dimension is that person from the Divine Palace of 10,000 Beginnings. Furthermore, that person has only barely grasped the laws of the fifth dimension. Lin Tian's expression returned to normal. With a faint smile, he asked, is it the divine child from the Divine Palace of 10,000 Beginnings? What laws of the fifth dimension did he grasp? The fifth dimension had 5 laws of the fifth dimension. They were the inverse Tao, star creation, dark light, 10,000 beginnings, and undying. They could be considered as the pillars of the fifth dimension. Each of them possessed extremely terrifying abilities. Once one grasped them, their battle strength would be practically limitless. At this time, he didn't know which one the person from the divine palace of 10,000 beginnings controlled. Is it the divine palace of 10,000 beginnings? He asked. You're quite good at guessing. It's indeed the divine palace of 10,000 beginnings. However, you were wrong about one thing. The person from the divine palace of 10,000 beginnings who grasped the laws of the fifth dimension isn't a divine child, but a saintess. She's known as the number one pearl of the fifth dimension. Beside him, Xianxia opened her mouth and said, furthermore, the reason why this lineage is named this way is because the founder of this lineage once grasped the divine palace of 10,000 beginnings. Back then, when he created this lineage, he directly named it the divine palace of 10,000 beginnings. After creating this lineage, the founder of this lineage also left behind his experience in comprehending the law of all beginnings. He made many records in hopes that in the future, there would be more people who grasped the laws of the divine palace of 10,000 beginnings. However, it's a pity that even with these records, no one from the divine palace of 10,000 beginnings was able to grasp the laws of the fifth dimension. After all, the law of all beginnings is one of the 5 laws of the fifth dimension. Even with the experience of the predecessors as a reference, it's naturally difficult to grasp it. Until this generation, this bloodline produced a Xianxia. Her potential is extremely frightening. After being designated as the saintess of the divine palace, she obtained the qualifications to comprehend the records left behind by the primogenitor of the myriad beginnings divine palace. Then, relying on her frightening potential and the records left behind by the primogenitor of the myriad beginnings divine palace, she spent more than 10 years in seclusion and finally barely grasped the laws of the fifth dimension. She continued, this kind of law is actually similar to the endless divine Tao. Both of them can turn all things back to zero, but the degree of power is different. If someone of the same level of cultivation uses them, in terms of power, to put it simply, if the endless divine Tao is a drop of water, then the law of all beginnings is a boundless galaxy. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. The saintess of the divine palace of all beginnings grasped such a law when she was at the peak of the profound heaven realm. Now, she is truly the number one law in the fifth dimension. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. He had guessed that the law of the fifth dimension grasped by the person from the divine palace of all beginnings, but he didn't expect that the one who grasped it would be a woman of this bloodline. Moreover, she was the number one pearl of the fifth dimension. This was somewhat surprising. However, although he was slightly surprised, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Soon, he regained his composure. Above the ancestral Lord Sea domain, a gentle breeze swept by. The blood-colored mist was dissipating bit by bit. He looked at the blood-colored mist and quietly observed it. Occasionally, he would chat with Xianxia about some simple matters. Time passed day by day. More and more cultivators gradually arrived at this place from outside the ancestral Lord Sea domain. Another day passed, and 3 important figures arrived one after another. 2 men and 1 woman walked in from 3 different directions. Each of them had powerful attendants following behind them. A black-clothed man, a green-clothed man, and a red-clothed woman appeared. All of them were full of vitality. As soon as they appeared, they immediately attracted the gazes of most cultivators. This was especially true for the male cultivators. Almost all of their gazes landed on the red-clothed woman. Most of them were infatuated with her. The black-clothed man is the divine child of the Heaven's Guide Divine Palace, Yuan Ziqing. This bloodline's Heaven's Guide Divine Art is mysterious and unfathomable. The green-clothed man is the divine child of the 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion, Luo Sais. This bloodline's 100 Sage Ancient technique is ever-changing and extremely shocking. Xianxia introduced them to Lin Tian. Finally, her gaze landed on the red-clothed woman. This is the current saintess of the divine palace of all beginnings, Xianxia. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Lin Tian's gaze swept past Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sais before landing on Xianxia. Her figure was sculpted from the golden ratio. Her face was as beautiful as jade. Her red robe accentuated her curvaceous figure to the fullest. Her jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders, revealing her fair neck and shoulders. It was enough to cause one's imagination to run wild. He withdrew his gaze and said to Xianxia with a faint smile, "Can't compare to you." In fact, Xianxia was much prettier than Xianxia. However, when he observed her, he saw a sense of superiority in her eyes. She looked down on the cultivators who were looking at her from the bottom of her heart. This contempt wasn't obvious, but she didn't try to hide it either. At the very least, he could tell that she wasn't a good person. When he said that Lu Yaoxian's beauty couldn't compare to Yu Yaoxi's, he wasn't referring to her appearance, but her spirit. With a simple feeling, he could tell that Yu Yaoxi's spirit was much stronger than Lu Yaoxian's. Yu Yaoxi was taken aback. Her beautiful cheeks couldn't help but blush. Following which, she coughed dryly, causing the redness on her face to dissipate. She then spoke up once more, "I didn't expect you to be so good at coaxing girls." Lin Tian naturally knew what she was thinking. She thought that he was praising her on purpose. He smiled and didn't say anything else. Scram! A loud noise came from afar. A golden-robed man with his hands behind his back and a cultivation at the mid-Dao revolution stage drove away a group of ordinary cultivators. He was very arrogant. Behind him was a grey-robed man and 9 middle-aged servants. The ordinary cultivators who were driven away all had anger in their eyes. However, they didn't dare to say anything. They were clearly afraid of the golden-robed man. Lin Tian looked over and paused for a moment. His eyes narrowed, and a ray of light intertwined in them. Yu Yaoxi said from the side, "That's the son of the illusion sorcerer sect master, Mu Guanqing. He's many times more arrogant and despotic than Xianxia. He's done a lot of bullying, and the number of evil deeds he's committed is innumerable. However, because of his father, almost no one in the 5 great orthodoxies dares to provoke him." She continued, "His father, the current sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect, is infinitely close to the 5th dimension. It's said that he'll break through in at most 10 years. Among the 5 5th dimension ancestors of the 5 great orthodoxies, no one is his match." Lin Tian nodded, but his gaze fell on the grey-robed man standing behind Mu Guanqing. "This person is..." Yu Yaoxi glanced at him and seemed to know something. "It's said that he's the illegitimate son of the illusion sorcerer sect master and an ordinary female disciple. His mother, the female disciple, has already passed away. The sect master named him Mu Fengqing. It's not hard to understand the meaning behind the name. He wants him to serve the son of the first wife, Mu Guanqing, forever." She continued, "In the illusion sorcerer sect, his status is very awkward. He's the son of the sect master, but because he's a bastard, some ordinary disciples look down on him." "Mu Fengqing," Lin Tian muttered. His gaze fell on the grey-robed Mu Fengqing, and the light in his eyes intensified. Yu Yaoxi noticed the change in his expression. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Tian shook his head and retracted his gaze. The light in his eyes faded as he looked back at the ancestral Lord Sea domain. The ancestral Lord Sea region was vast and boundless. Bloody mist lingered above it, causing the air to sizzle. As time passed, the blood mist gradually dissipated, becoming thinner and thinner. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed since Xianxia and Yu Yaoxi first arrived at the ancestral Lord Sea region. The blood mist above the ancestral Lord Sea region had finally dissipated, and not a single trace of it could be seen on the surface of the boundless sea. "We can go in now." Some people were excited. The saintess of all beginnings Lu Yaoxian, the 100 saints divine child Luo Sais, the heaven-guiding divine child Yuan Ziqing, and the young master of the illusion sorcerer divine sect, Mu Guanqing, entered the ancestral Lord Sea region one after another. Immediately after, even more people rushed to the center of the ancestral Lord Sea region. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the cultivators who had been waiting here at the beginning were gone. Lin Tian, Yu Yaoxi, Yu Fengyin, and several of Yu Fengyin's powerful attendants also stepped into the ancestral Lord Sea region. "Yaoxi, you and Lin Tian, take care of yourselves," Yu Fengyin said to Yu Yaoxi. She nodded at Lin Tian before instructing her attendants to change direction and head toward the south of the ancestral Lord Sea region, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "She's not going with you?" Lin Tian asked. "Yeah, she's not going with us." Yu Yaoxi said, "This ancestral Lord Sea region is very vast, and there are immortal opportunities and divine treasures everywhere. If we move separately, we might be able to get more results." She said, "Don't worry, Sister Yin's strength isn't much weaker than mine, and she has powerful secret treasures protecting her." Under normal circumstances, there won't be any problems. Lin Tian nodded and said, "It seems like you two have a good relationship." "Of course we do. Sister Yin was born a year before me, and we practically grew up together," Xianxia said. She was a little curious. "Why are you asking this? You don't seem to be someone who's interested in such trivial matters." "Nothing, I'm just asking." Lin Tiantan smiled and glanced at the direction Yu Fengyin left, then headed straight to the center of the ancestral Lord Sea region. Lin Tiantan smiled upon hearing Yu Yaoxi's words, but he didn't say anything. The two of them walked on the surface of the sea. Their speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. It didn't take long for them to cover a large distance. Ahead of them, the sea began to boil. Tornadoes began to wreak havoc on the surface of the sea, emanating a terrifying aura. Furthermore, in a place further away, streaks of lightning could be seen interweaving. It was hard to tell where they came from, but the might of the lightning was frightening. This was a natural phenomenon of destruction. Even a peak Dao Revolution cultivator would die tragically if they were to encounter it. Lin Tiantan and Yu Yaoxi were very powerful, so they weren't afraid of these destructive phenomena. However, they didn't deliberately approach them. Instead, they avoided them and continued forward. In front of them, waves suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. The waves splashed as a dense group of black shadows rushed over. The black figures were hidden underwater, but they soon surfaced. They were a school of strange fish covered in black scales. They were about 5 inches long, and their teeth were extremely sharp, as if they could bite through anything. The black figures were made up entirely of these strange fish, and it was difficult to count how many of them there were. At this moment, they clearly saw Lin Tiantan and Yu Yaoxi as prey, and they charged toward the two of them ferociously. Blood devourer demons. They are savage and love to eat. They usually move in groups, and their strength isn't anything special. However, they are frighteningly fast in the water. Even ordinary Pure Sun Realm experts would find it hard to match them, Yu Yaoxi said. That's right. While she was speaking, the school of blood devourer demons had already closed in on them, causing huge splashes of water to appear. A faint halo spread out from Lin Tiantan's body, forcing all of the blood devourer demons back into the sea. The densely packed blood devourer demons gathered together like giant piranhas on the Milky Way imperial star. They clearly sensed how terrifying Lin Tiantan was, and they struggled to escape. However, under Lin Tiantan's halo, they couldn't escape. Why did you seal them? Can't you just kill them? Yu Yaoxi asked curiously. Lin Tiantan chuckled as he crouched down with his back facing Yu Yaoxi. At an angle that Yu Yaoxi couldn't see, the Saint Reincarnation runes in his right eye emerged, causing the blood-devouring beasts to shudder. In the next moment, the Saint Reincarnation rune in his right eye quickly dissipated. He stood up and dispersed the aura around him. Instantly, the group of blood-devouring demons fled at a frightening speed, disappearing in a flash. You let him go? Yu Yaoxi was a little doubtful. This was a group of ferocious demons. In the beginning, she thought that Lin Tian would directly annihilate them when they charged over like this, yet she never expected that Lin Tian would first restrain them before releasing all of them. This caused her to be bewildered, and she kept feeling that it was slightly strange. They're just a bunch of small fish. There's no need to kill them. Lin Tian smiled. As his comprehension of the path of reincarnation deepened, his eye of reincarnation had grown stronger than when he was in the fourth dimension. He now had the ability to control ordinary life forms and turn them into his reincarnation puppets to do his bidding. Previously, when he had his back facing Yu Yaoxi, he had used his eye of reincarnation on the group of blood-devouring demons. Under the effects of his eye of reincarnation, the blood-devouring demons had all been turned into his reincarnation puppets. Under the effects of his eye of reincarnation, he was able to see through the blood-devouring demons' perception and vision clearly. The reason for this was due to the speed of the blood-devouring demons. Their speed in the water couldn't even compare to that of ordinary pure yang experts. In this part of the sea, they would be able to swiftly scout the area for him. Naturally, this would be of great use to him. It would allow him to swiftly gain a rough understanding of the various regions in the sea, making it much easier for him to carry out his missions in the future. On top of that, he might just be lucky enough to find all kinds of rare treasures. You sure are protective of Lil Dong. Yu Yaoshi remarked. She paused for a moment before continuing, that doesn't seem to be a small animal. Don't think too much about it. Lin Tian chuckled as he beckoned Yu Yaoshi to continue forward. The two of them increased their speed slightly, and before long, they had traversed quite a distance and arrived at the center of the sea. It was also at this moment that a massive island appeared before them. It stretched for an unknown distance from the north to the south. Ancient trees were erected on the island, and every single one of them was astonishingly tall. They exuded an extremely frightening aura of time. At the same time, all kinds of natural phenomena of destruction appeared in the periphery of the massive island. There was a frightening lightning field mixed with dense lightning, a violent sea vortex with frightening whirlpools, a destructive water pillar that soared into the sky, and even more phenomena of destruction. All of them carried an extremely frightening aura. Lin Tian's eyes glinted. Without a doubt, that massive island was where the Seven Treasures Ancestor Lord's immortal abode was located. We're here. It's on that island. Yu Yaoshi exclaimed. At the same time, many cultivators had already gathered in this place. Everyone's gaze fell on the huge island ahead. Naturally, they knew that the Seven Treasures Ancestor Lord's immortal abode was on that island. The eyes of all the cultivators were burning with passion, as if they could already see the divine treasures on the giant island. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A series of whooshes took place as groups of cultivators made their way to the island. Although there were all kinds of terrifying strange phenomena on the periphery of the island, these strange phenomena did not cover the entire island in all directions. There were still many empty spaces, enough for people to pass through safely. Yu Yaoshi turned to Lin Tian and said, "We should also." As she said this, her expression suddenly changed. Lin Tian noticed the change in her expression and asked, "What's wrong?" A jade appeared in Yu Yaoshi's hand and said, "This is a type of artifact that Big Sister Yin and I use to communicate." As she spoke, she scanned the surroundings and pointed in a direction to Lin Tian Dao. "Just now, Big Sister Yin sent me a message through the artifact. She said that there's an extremely important matter and wants me to make a trip to a strait about 1,000,000 li away from here." As she spoke, she glanced at the massive island and said to Lin Tian Dao, "The Seven Treasures Ancestor Lord's immortal abode is on that island. You should go first. I'll make a trip to the strait there and then come back to find you." At present, many cultivators had already arrived on the massive island. The Seven Treasures Ancestor Lord's fifth-dimensional artifacts, 7-star classics, and other divine pills and treasures were all on that island. Now that she was here, she had to go because of Yu Fingyin's message. However, there was no need for Lin Tian to go with her. That might cause Lin Tian to miss the opportunity to obtain the treasures. Lin Tian naturally knew what Yu Yaoshi was thinking. He glanced at the direction Yu Yaoshi had pointed at and said, "I'll go with you." As he said this, the blood devourer goblins that he had used reincarnation eye technique on immediately flew in that direction. "You're going with me?" "No need." Yu Yaoshi was slightly taken aback. Then, she shook her head and said, "Since we're already here, the best choice is to enter the Ancestor Lord's immortal abode. There's no need for you to go with me. You'll miss the opportunity to obtain the treasures." She believed that with Lin Tian's strength, he would definitely be able to obtain some treasures in the immortal abode. If he were to leave with her and the treasures in the immortal abode were taken away by someone else, that would be too much of a pity. She would feel very uneasy. "It's fine," Lin Tian Dao said, "since it's the fifth dimension Ancestor Lord's immortal abode, it won't be easy to barge into it. The ancient scriptures and treasures inside won't be taken away so easily either. I'll go with you, and then we'll return here together." "You're right. The ancient scriptures and treasures in the Ancestor Lord's immortal abode aren't easy to obtain, but Yu Yaoshi hesitated. "It's fine," Lin Tian said with a smile. Yu Yaoshi still wanted to say something, but Lin Tian interrupted her. In the end, she could only nod. "Then let's make things clear first. If we return and the treasures inside have all been taken away, don't blame me," Yu Yaoshi said softly. "Don't worry," Lin Tian said with a smile. At the same time, a faint glint flashed across his eyes. He glanced at the direction Yu Yaoshi had pointed at earlier and said, "The place your cousin chose." It's not bad." At this very moment, the blood-devouring beasts that Xianxia had imbued with his eye of reincarnation had already reached the area that Xianxia had pointed out earlier with a speed surpassing that of a pure sun realm cultivator. That place isn't bad? You haven't even reached it yet, so how do you know that it's not bad? What do you mean? Xianxia was taken aback. It's nothing. Lin Tian shook his head. Let's go. So, he took the lead and headed toward the location Xianxia had pointed out earlier. Xianxia paused for a moment before following behind him. With their powerful cultivation, it didn't take long for them to leave the massive island they had previously been on. After a short period of time, a strait appeared before them. There were many small charred islands in the surroundings, and the surface of the sea was tranquil. Yaoshi. Just as the two of them arrived, Yu Fengyin's voice rang out from within the straits. Behind her, there were still a few powerful attendants from before. At this moment, they walked out from the straits and approached before greeting Lin Tian. Big Sissine, is there something important? Yaoshi asked with a serious expression. Yu Fengying replied with a deep voice, we found a secret realm in the center of the strait. It's on par with the Ancestor Lord's immortal abode. Yaoshi's face warped in shock. There was actually a secret realm in the center of the strait that was on par with the Seven Treasures Ancestor's immortal abode? Big Sissine, are you sure? Yaoshi couldn't help but take a deep breath. There's no mistaking it. Yu Fengying nodded solemnly. There's a powerful natural barrier around the secret realm. Even with my strength and the secret artifact in my body, it's still not enough to break it. That's why I called you over. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to break it open. If your friends work together as well, it'll be much easier for us to break the natural barrier. I have a feeling that there are all kinds of unimaginable treasures inside. Yaoshi's eyes lit up. Then, Big Sissine, let's head over. Yu Fengying nodded. She led Yaoshi and Lin Tian into the strait and headed toward the center of the strait. Soon, the group had traveled far into the distance, and they were about to reach the center of the strait. Gradually, the area ahead of them began to open up. The number of charred islands began to dwindle, revealing a vast expanse of flat sea. It's right in the middle of that vast expanse of sea. Yu Fengying said to Yaoshi with a solemn expression. She gestured for Yaoshi and Lin Tian behind her to head in that direction. Without the slightest hesitation, Yaoshi hurriedly followed behind him. Being held back by Lin Tian, Yaoshi was perplexed. What's wrong? At the same time, Yu Fengying also halted her footsteps and turned to Lin Tian. Fellow Taoist Lin, what's wrong? Lin Tian pulled Yaoshi behind him and looked at Yu Fengying with a smile. Miss Fengying, you're willing to make a move personally. Is it because you have absolute confidence? Fengying won't be able to open the natural barrier outside the dungeon by herself. Didn't I say so earlier? We have to work together in order to have absolute confidence in opening the dungeon, Yaoshi said. Yu Fengying said as she looked at Lin Tian in confusion. Don't play dumb, I'm not discussing the illusory dungeon with you. Lin Tian looked at her and said, didn't you summon Yaoshi here so that you can eliminate her? As soon as those words came out, Yaoshi's expression changed. She frowned and asked, Lin Tian, what are you saying? Lin Tian actually said that her cousin Yu Fengying summoned her here to eliminate her. She couldn't understand why Lin Tian would suddenly say something like that. Yu Fengying also frowned. Fellow Taoist Lin, what are you saying? Yaoshi is my younger sister, why should I erase? Clang, the sound of a sword echoed. Lin Tian flicked his finger, and the energy of the Divine One Soul Art coalesced into a sword, interrupting Yu Fengying's words. In an instant, the space in the middle of the sea trembled. Killing inscriptions gradually appeared, forming a terrifying killing formation in the blink of an eye. As soon as such a killing formation appeared, Yaoshi's expression changed. To think that there would be such a terrifying killing formation in the middle of the sea in front of her. The killing intent emanating from it could easily kill even an all-creation realm expert. Big Sissine, what's going on? Her complexion immediately turned awful. That killing formation clearly wasn't a natural formation. It was as if someone had placed it there from the start. Recalling that Lin Tian had said that Yu Fengying had called her here to get rid of her, she recalled the assassination attempt a few days ago. Her mind buzzed and her expression turned even uglier. You want to kill me? A few days ago, when my Li clan was ambushed, was it you who instigated it? Yu Fengyin opened her mouth, wanting to defend herself. However, in the end, she didn't say anything because there was no longer any space for her to defend herself. That's right, I'm the one in charge. She harumphed coldly. The calm expression she had when she was facing Yu Yaoshi and Lin Tian earlier had vanished, replaced by a cold and sinister expression. Hearing Yu Fengyin admit it personally, Yu Yaoshi couldn't help but shudder. Why? We grew up together. Cultivate together. We are family. Why did you do that? She clenched her fists. A few days ago, she was ambushed when she went out. She guessed that it was done by people from her clan because only the people from her clan knew about her trip to the ancient mountain. After that, she suspected many people, but she had never suspected Yu Fengyin. Even though they weren't blood-related sisters, she thought that the two of them were no different from blood-related sisters. Yet, what she never expected was that the culprit behind the ambush was actually the person she had always trusted, the person she had always treated as her blood-related sister. Why? She clenched her fists even tighter, to the point where her knuckles were turning white. The person she had always treated as her blood-related sister, the person she trusted so much, was actually bent on killing her. At the same time, she couldn't understand why her cousin whom she trusted so much would do such a thing. Why? You're asking me why? Yu Fengyin's face darkened. My father is clearly older than your father, the eldest son of the clan, so why is your father the one to inherit the position of the clan head? I was born before you, and my strength isn't much weaker than yours. No, I'm not weaker than you at all. Why did the clan make you the holy maiden while I'm inferior to you in every aspect? She sneered coldly. Without you, I would be the current holy maiden of the clan. You. Yu Yaoshi was shocked and furious. The position of the clan head was decided by grandfather and the grand elders based on the strength of father and uncle. The clan rules have always stipulated that the holy maiden and holy maiden are the children of the clan head, unless there's someone in the clan who is far stronger than the clan head's children. Do you think that I want to be the holy maiden? In the clan, before you, I've always treated myself as a younger sister, and you as my blood-related sister. All these years, when have I ever disrespected you? All these years, when have I ever presented myself as the holy maiden in front of you? When have you ever been inferior to me in every aspect? Yu Fengyin's face darkened. As long as you're the holy maiden of the clan, I'll always be inferior to you in the eyes of others. She sneered coldly. It doesn't matter if I don't lure you into the killing formation. I can still get rid of you. As soon as she said those words, the 5 attendants who had been following her walked out from behind her. Shocking holy light shone from their bodies, and an incomparably powerful holy might intertwined with one another, causing the surrounding space to tremble and rumble. Yu Yaoshi's expression changed. At this moment, the aura released by the 5 attendants directly sealed the surrounding space. Peak of all creation, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light. Previously, they used a special secret technique to seal their true cultivation. Before he stepped into the ancestral Lord Sea region, he had seen Yu Fengyin and these attendants. At that time, the 5 of them were clearly only at the Tao Revolution level. But now, their cultivation had become peak all creation. He naturally didn't need to think too much about this matter. Without a doubt, these 5 people had been hiding their true cultivation under Yu Fengyin's surveillance. It seems that you've given them quite a lot of benefits. He looked at Yu Fengyin and said. These 5 attendants weren't from the Yu clan. This was something that he could completely sense. They didn't have a trace of the Yu clan's bloodline aura. They were clearly experts that Yu Fengyin had recruited outside the clan. And this matter was something that even the direct bloodline of some major clans had the qualifications to do, so it wasn't strange at all. However, to have a few peak all-creation experts seal their true cultivation and serve as attendants by one's side, the price wasn't something that just anyone could bear. Even at death's door, you don't seem to be afraid at all. Considering your identity as a native of the 4th dimension, you're really not bad. You're worthy of praise. Yu Fengyin looked coldly at Lin Tian. She paused for a moment before saying, however, before I kill you, there's something that I'm really curious about. She said, it seems like you didn't start suspecting me after coming here. You seem to have been on guard and suspicious all along, as if you knew that I was going to kill her from the start. Why? When Lin Tian arrived here and sensed the killing formation engraved in the sea ahead, he immediately grabbed Yu Yaoshi and forced the killing formation to manifest. Throughout the entire process, he didn't seem surprised at all. It was as if he knew that she would do this from the start. This was definitely abnormal. This meant that Lin Tian had been suspecting her from the start. Or rather, it was no longer just suspicion. Lin Tian was deeply convinced that the reason she summoned Yu Yaoshi here was to kill her. This left Yu Fengyin extremely confused. She thought back to the past and felt that she hadn't given herself away in the slightest. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have been suspected at all. Yu Yaoshi also looked at Lin Tian curiously. Putting everything together, it seemed like Lin Tian had been suspecting Yu Fengyin from the start. This left her confused. She couldn't understand why Lin Tian would suspect Yu Fengyin. After Xian Yanfeng escaped from the ancestral Lord Sea region, Yaoshi mentioned that she was ambushed. Do you still remember that? Lin Tian asked calmly. After she mentioned it, your actions betrayed you. You betrayed yourself. Yu Fengyin pondered for a moment before replying, that did happen. However, I didn't give myself away after that. In fact, I didn't even ask her about the ambush. I only praised your strength. She continued, there's no reason for you to doubt my words back then. Indeed, you didn't ask her about it, and you didn't even mention a single word about her being ambushed. Lin Tian looked at her and said, however, it was precisely this point that betrayed you. He continued, the two of you are cousins, members of the same clan. When my cousin mentioned that she was nearly killed in an ambush, you didn't show the slightest bit of shock or astonishment. You didn't even ask a single word about it. Is this normal? Clearly, this isn't normal. From that moment onwards, I began suspecting you. However, I also thought that since you two are cousins, you might not value each other that much, so you didn't pay much attention to her being ambushed. Thus, after that, I asked Yaoshi about your relationship with her. However, she said that the two of you grew up together, and your relationship was extremely close. He looked at Yu Fengyin and said, since you two are cousins and are related by blood, why didn't you ask her about the ambush at that time? The only reason is that you knew about her being ambushed from the very start. That's why you weren't surprised at all when she mentioned it. From that moment onwards, I no longer suspected you. Instead, I was certain that you were the one who wanted to kill her, Lin Tian said calmly. He said calmly, after that, you suddenly called her here, saying that you had something very important to discuss. I knew that you wanted to use this secluded place to set up all kinds of traps and erase her in one fell swoop. Yu Fengyin's complexion changed again, and her face turned even darker. Good. Wonderful. Very wonderful. She looked at Lin Tian with a cold gaze. You're clearly a lowly life form of the four-dimensional space, but your fighting prowess is actually so strong. To think that your mind is so sharp as well. You're really good. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that she would end up being exposed instead of mentioning the matter of Yu Yaoshi being ambushed. She had intentionally kept it a secret so as to not give herself away. Yu Yaoshi's face also changed slightly. It turned out that this was the reason why Lin Tian asked her about her relationship with Yu Fengyin. From the moment Lin Tian met Yu Fengyin, she didn't even bother to remember the details. However, based on these details, Lin Tian was able to find the person who wanted to kill her and her family. This made her unable to remain calm. Very strong. Very smart. Unfortunately, smart people often have short lives. Yu Fengyin's voice sounded once more. She stared coldly at Lin Tian as she ordered the 5 all-creation pinnacle experts, kill them both. Following Yu Fengyin's words, the auras of the 5 attendants became even more intimidating. They were 5 middle-aged men, each with an ice-cold expression. One had red hair, one was dressed in gray robes, one was dressed in brown robes, one was dressed in black armor, and the last one was dressed in golden robes. The pressure of a peak all-creation expert instantly spread out in all directions, and simultaneously attacked Lin Tian and Yu Fengyin. 5 different killing lights instantly landed in front of Lin Tian. Yu Yaoxi's expression immediately changed, but she didn't show any fear. She instantly raised a powerful saint weapon, which shone brightly with holy light. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. His right leg lightly shook the surface of the sea, and in an instant, waves rolled. A large amount of holy light rushed up from the bottom of the sea, like a waterfall of light rushing up in reverse, and completely shattered the killing lights of the 5 middle-aged men. At the same time, the 5 middle-aged men were forced to retreat from the surface of the sea. Such a scene caused Yu Yaoxi's expression to change slightly, and the 5 middle-aged men's pupils contracted. At the same time, Yu Fengying's expression also changed. Lin Tian's cultivation was indeed at the early Dao transformation realm, and there was no mistake about it. But now, he was able to dissolve the attacks of the 5 peak all-creation experts under her. Moreover, he was able to force all 5 of them back. That waterfall of light that rushed up caused her soul to involuntarily feel a chill. Its might was too terrifying. To be honest, the location you've chosen is really not bad. Lin Tian looked at Yu Fengyin and said. When Yu Yaoxi told him that Yu Fengyin had summoned her here to discuss an important matter, he knew that Yu Fengyin was intending to kill Yu Yaoxi. Thus, he immediately commanded the blood-devourer beasts, who had been imbued with the reincarnation art, to rush over from the bottom of the sea to investigate. It was only then that they realized that there was an extremely shocking saintly spiritual grounds in the depths of the sea. Not only that, there were countless great veins intersecting with one another. In such a place, as someone who cultivated the dragon burial scripture, he was more than capable of manipulating the dense saintly spiritual energy and the power of the great veins to battle. And in this place, the celestial saint spirit land in the depths of the sea was extremely astonishing. In addition to the power of the endless great veins, his current early Dao transformation cultivation base, and the potential of the soul root that had been unsealed 4 times, the dragon burial scripture was enough to make him invincible under the pure sun realm. In fact, he even had a certain chance of winning against ordinary pure sun realm experts. Thus, at that time, after knowing about this, he did not make any preparations on the way here. With the power of this place, there was nothing to fear. This was because he completely did not believe that Yu Fengyin could mobilize ancestor realm experts of the 5th dimension. That was obviously impossible. Yu Fengyin stared at Lin Tian, and the shock in her eyes dissipated, replaced by ruthlessness. Kill him. Use your full strength, kill him. She had 5 peak all-creation attendants, and she did not believe that she could not suppress Lin Tian, who was only at the early Dao transformation realm. The 5 middle-aged men nodded, and the aura outside their bodies surged once again, becoming stronger than before. A lowly creature of the 4th dimension, a mere Dao transformation realm cultivator, was able to repel us. What did you do? Among them, the red-haired middle-aged man asked. His eyes were cold, and he was very curious about the sacred light that Lin Tian had summoned. Take a guess. Lin Tian was very calm. The red-haired middle-aged man's face immediately sank, and his eyes became even colder. This was a Dao refinement cultivator from the 4th dimension. Even though his battle prowess was extraordinary, he was still just a Dao refinement cultivator. Now that he was facing an all-creations cultivator, he did not show the slightest bit of respect. This made him very unhappy. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. The brown-robed middle-aged man spoke, and as soon as he finished speaking, he moved, and an unparalleled killing light pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the red-haired middle-aged man and the other 3 middle-aged men moved as well. Although their cultivation was much higher than Lin Tian's, they did not dare to be careless. They did not intend to fight alone, and all 5 of them attacked together. All kinds of killing lights were released once again, and this time, they were even stronger than before. They completely sealed off the space around Lin Tian, including Yu Yaoxi. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. With a slight thought, more powerful sacred light appeared from the bottom of the sea. Roar! Dragon roars shook the heavens and earth, and tens of thousands of dragons rushed out at once, each of them carrying an incomparably terrifying power. The tens of thousands of dragons were vivid and lifelike, and each of them looked as if they were real. In the blink of an eye, they shattered all the killing lights released by the 5 middle-aged men, and immediately surrounded all 5 of them, mercilessly suppressing them. Dragon Burial Realm. Pooh. 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 5 mists of blood instantly exploded, and the 5 middle-aged men were directly blown apart by this great art. Blood splattered all over the sky. Damn it! The 5 of them were shocked and furious. After all, they were peak all-creation experts, and their souls were not destroyed immediately. However, at this moment, a sense of horror rose in their hearts. They only felt that Lin Tian was too strange. He was clearly only at the early stage of Tao transformation, but he displayed such terrifying power that even peak all-creation experts like them could not resist at all. "Miss you, we won't do this anymore," one of them said, and immediately fled into the distance. At the same time, the other 4 did the same. They did not even reassemble their bodies for the time being, and quickly fled from this place. Lin Tian had attacked twice in a row, and the power he displayed caused a sense of fear to rise in their hearts. They felt that Lin Tian was too demonic, and if this continued, they would all be in trouble. Therefore, at this moment, they all chose to retreat and flee at the same time. Yu Fengyin's expression immediately became extremely ugly, and she said in shock and anger, "All of you, come back." Lin Tian's gaze indifferently swept across the 5 people's souls. This time, hundreds of thousands of large dragons rushed up together. The second attack, Dragon Burial Realm, hundreds of thousands of large dragons interweaved with the boundless power of the immortal Saint Spirit land at the bottom of the sea, and instantly drowned the 5 people. Unwilling screams immediately rang out, and in the next moment, silence fell. The 5 people's souls were simultaneously shattered. Such a scene caused Yu Yaoxi's expression to change again and again, and she almost froze. Originally, she was still racking her brains over how to deal with 5 peak all-creation experts, and she did not have the slightest confidence in her heart. However, she did not expect that in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian would wipe out all 5 peak all-creation experts. She really could not imagine how Lin Tian, with his early-stage Tao transformation cultivation, could mobilize such terrifying power. Yu Fengyin's face turned ghastly pale. Looking at Lin Tian, she staggered backwards. She had set up all kinds of sure-kill methods here, and this time, she personally took action. With 5 peak all-creation experts by her side, she felt that this time, she would definitely be able to wipe out Yu Yaoxi, and kill Lin Tian as well. After this, without Yu Yaoxi as the Holy Maiden, her family would definitely choose her as the new Holy Maiden. She was full of confidence in this. However, she did not expect that the early-stage Tao transformation Lin Tian would actually destroy all of this. Lin Tian looked at her, and with a thought, a large amount of holy spiritual light rushed up from the bottom of the sea, immediately suppressing Yu Fengyin. "I'll leave it to you," he said to Yu Yaoxi. He directly killed the 5 peak all-creation middle-aged men. However, Yu Fengyin was still a member of the Yu family. She had plotted to assassinate Yu Yaoxi time and time again, so naturally, it was better to leave it to Yu Yaoxi to deal with. Yu Yaoxi nodded and walked towards Yu Fengyin. Soon, she arrived in front of her. "Sister Yin, why do you have to do this? We're clearly family, blood-related. It's just the position of Holy Maiden. Is there a need for you to do such a thing? If you want to be the Holy Maiden, I'll give it to you. It's no big deal. Shouldn't family be united and harmonious?" Hearing this, Lin Tian sighed. Yu Fengyin was so ruthless, but Yu Yaoxi still called her Sister Yin. Yu Fengyin was suppressed, and her holy spiritual force was completely suppressed. Her movements were also limited, but her ability to speak was not sealed. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Yu Yaoxi, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I, Yu Fengyin, accept it. Don't put on such a pretentious act. Disgusting." Yu Yaoxi's lips twitched. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Instead, she took out the protective artifact that she had summoned previously and kept Yu Fengyin within it. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Lin Tian and smiled. However, it was a forced smile. "Thank you, Lin Tian." Thinking about it, Lin Tian had saved her life twice now. She was incomparably grateful to him, but at the same time, she also felt very uncomfortable. That was because the person who wanted to kill her was actually her cousin whom she had always trusted and respected. Lin Tian naturally understood how she felt. To be assassinated by a relative whom she trusted the most, it was hard for anyone to accept it. There's no need to stand on ceremony. You also said that I'm your friend. It's only right for friends to help each other. He smiled. Yu Yaoshi nodded and thanked him once more. Lin Tiantan smiled. He didn't ask Yu Yaoshi how she wanted to deal with Yu Fonin. Instead, he looked at the bottom of the sea and said, I guess I picked up an extraordinary opportunity here. As he said those words, the dragon inscriptions beneath his feet began to intertwine, and a divine radiance surged forth, wrapping around Yu Yaoshi and bringing her down to the depths of the sea. Soon, he brought Yu Yaoshi to the bottom of the sea. More dragon inscriptions appeared, pushing the seawater apart and forming a vacuum. The dragon inscriptions caused the paradise of Saint Spirit and countless great veins to appear simultaneously. In an instant, an incomparably dense amount of holy spiritual energy gushed out, along with some extraordinary ripples of Tao energy. Yu Yaoshi's face twitched. With her cultivation, she could tell that this was an extraordinary place. It was definitely a land of treasures that harnessed astonishing power. Let's borrow the holy spiritual energy and the Tao energy contained in this place to cultivate together. It should be enough to raise our cultivation by a notch in a short period of time. Lin Tian Dao. The paradise of Saint Spirit and countless great veins intertwined here, gathering an incredible amount of holy spiritual energy and Tao energy. To cultivators, the terrain here could be considered a natural treasure of heaven and earth. Yu Yaoshi's eyes glimmered, but she shook her head and rejected Lin Tian's offer. I'll pass. If I were to cultivate with you, I'd be splitting the holy spiritual energy and Tao energy in this place, which would greatly reduce the effectiveness of each of us. After that, I won't be able to reach the manifestation realm, and you won't be able to reach the middle stage of the Tao conversion realm. It's fine. Let's cultivate together. Lin Tian smiled. He knew what Yu Yaoshi was thinking, so he invited her again. No, I'll stand guard for you. You can cultivate by yourself and reach the intermediate stage of Tao transformation first. Yu Yaoshi was firm. Lin Tian still wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words. All right. He didn't force it. After bidding farewell to Yu Yaoshi, he sat cross-legged in the middle of the treasured land and began cultivating. Even though he was cultivating, he still had absolute control over the outside world. Moreover, he trusted Yu Yaoshi very much, so he didn't need to worry about her. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, and incomparable holy spiritual energy immediately surged into his body. At the same time, fragments of Tao laws and Tao energy of heaven and earth also surged toward him. In an instant, his essence, energy, and spirit began to rise at an extremely fast speed. Yu Yaoshi stood by the side, observing the surroundings and standing guard for him. Just like that, the days passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, the holy spiritual energy and Tao energy of heaven and earth that had accumulated in the celestial Saint Spirit land and the countless great veins were almost completely depleted. An extremely powerful fluctuation surged out of his body, creating gusts of holy wind. In the next instant, he opened his eyes. After a slight pause, he stood up. Previously, he had mobilized more than half of the energy gathered in the celestial Saint Spirit land and the countless great veins to kill the 5 peak all-creation experts. Now, after 3 days of cultivating with the remaining holy spiritual energy and Tao energy of heaven and earth, he had reached the intermediate stage of Tao transformation from the early stage to the intermediate stage of Tao transformation. His strength in all aspects had increased significantly. After a few more years, this place should have accumulated even more holy spiritual energy and Tao energy of heaven and earth. He muttered to himself. He had only absorbed the energy contained within this land of treasures to cultivate. He did not destroy this land of treasures. After that, this land of treasures would continue to absorb the Holy Spirit Qi and Tao energy between heaven and earth and gather here, becoming strong again. He called out to Yu Yaoshi, and the two rose from the bottom of the sea. Soon, they returned to the surface of the sea. Lin Tian, I'm sorry, but I might not be able to follow you to the Ancestor Lord's immortal abode. At this moment, Yu Yaoshi spoke up with an apologetic look on her face. With a worried look in her eyes, she said, "It's impossible to determine whether Big Xianxia's matter is only related to her alone or whether it's only related to her position as the Holy Maiden. If it's related to Big Uncle and the others, as well as the position of the clan head, it'll be very troublesome. I have to bring her back to the clan to investigate this matter." Hearing this, Lin Tian nodded, "Your decision is very correct. If Yu Fengyin was the only one involved in the matter of Yu Fengyin, it would still be fine if she wanted to eliminate Yu Yaoshi and become the Holy Maiden for her own vanity. However, if her father was involved in the matter of the Yu family seizing the position of the clan head, that would be troublesome. It could lead to internal strife within the family. If it wasn't handled properly, it could cause a huge commotion within the family. And Yu Yaoshi's worries weren't unfounded. After all, Yu Fengyin had previously mentioned the matter of her father and Yu Yaoshi's father vying for the position of the clan head. Rather than going to the ancestor lord's immortal abode to search for treasures, it was better for her to return to the clan to deal with this matter. Yu Yaoshi nodded. "You must take care of yourself. I hope that you'll be able to obtain all of the artifacts in the ancestor lord's immortal abode." After which, she paused for a moment before telling Lin Tian where the Yu family was founded. After which, she took out a jade inscribed with the Yu family's insignia and passed it to Lin Tian. "I'll look for you after dealing with the matters in the clan. If you have any needs in the future, feel free to come to the Yu family." "Alright." Lin Tian nodded as he accepted the jade inscribed by Yu Yaoshi. Seeing Lin Tian accepting the jade inscribed by her, Yu Yaoshi smiled. For a moment, she looked just like a little girl. "I'll be leaving now." She waved at Lin Tian and didn't stay for too long. She directly left, heading out of the ancestral Lord Sea domain. Lin Tian watched as Yu Yaoshi left the ancestral Lord Sea domain until she disappeared from his sight. Then, he turned his head to look in the direction of the massive island from before. Stepping on the sponge, he headed there. Traveling on the surface of the sea, he didn't seem to be walking at a fast pace, but in truth, he was able to traverse vast distances in a flash. It didn't take long for him to return to the massive island from before. Outside the massive island, all sorts of natural phenomena of destruction could be seen. Walking forward, he stepped onto the island through the gaps. As soon as he stepped onto the island, the aura of death immediately surged towards him, causing him to frown slightly. This was because from the outside, the island was clearly filled with tall and straight ancient trees. He thought that the Holy Spirit Chi inside should be very dense, but he didn't expect that not only was there no Holy Spirit Chi inside, but there was also a very dense aura of death, as if it was an island of death. However, he didn't mind it at all. Spreading out his divine sense, he quickly extended it far away. Then, he walked towards the center of the island. Roar! A ferocious roar rang out as a powerful ferocious beast pounced towards him. It was more than 3 zhang tall, and its body was covered in thick green scales. Lin Tian continued walking forward, ignoring the ferocious beast. The natural aura around his body sent it flying with a bang. About an hour later, he arrived at the center of the island. In front of him was an extremely majestic sacred mountain. It looked as if it had flown in from the heavens, making him feel small and insignificant. At the bottom of the sacred mountain, there was a stone door, but it was already damaged beyond recognition. Without a doubt, the 7 Treasures Ancestor Lord's immortal manor was located within this majestic sacred mountain. The stone door was the entrance. It was probably destroyed by the cultivators who came here before. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and stepped into the sacred mountain through the broken stone door. Behind the stone door was a cave path that was 3 zhang tall and 3 zhang wide. He followed the path into the sacred mountain. As he stepped forward, the echoes of his footsteps echoed in the cave. As he followed the path, the space gradually became wider and wider. Moreover, there were very powerful saint energy fluctuations and order auras gradually coming from the front. It seemed that there were powerful cultivators fighting in front of him. Suddenly, his footsteps quickened. Not long after, an extremely spacious area appeared in front of him. It was like a miniature world. Many cultivators had come here, and the weakest was at the profound heaven realm. All of them were staring at the center of the space, where 3 figures were fighting fiercely. Their saint auras were very frightening. Lin Tian arrived and recognized the three people at a glance. They were the Heaven Induction Divine Temple's God Sun Yuan Ziqing, the 100 Saints Ancient Pavilion's God Sun Luo Sais, and the Holy Maiden of the All Beginnings Palace, Luo Xian. The reason for their fight was a treasured halberd. The halberd was about 7 feet long, and it was covered with densely packed ancient runes that intertwined with dazzling light. It was obviously extraordinary. Just by looking at it from afar, one could feel a very terrifying saint aura lingering around the halberd. It made one's heart palpitate. It was clearly a fifth-dimensional treasure. Lin Tian looked at the 7-foot halberd and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Was this one of the legendary fifth-dimensional treasured weapons of the 7 treasures ancestor? The 7-star halberd? Rumble. Intense saint energy vibrated. Yuan Ziqing, Luo Sais, and Luo Xian were surrounded by dazzling saint light. Each of their moves was extremely profound and shocking. The 7-star halberd is a top-notch fifth-dimensional treasure. I wonder which one of the three will be able to obtain it in the end. Do you even need to think about it? It will definitely be the Holy Maiden of the All Beginnings Palace. After all, the other party controls the laws of the 5th dimension. That's right. It's a little strange. The three of them have been fighting fiercely for a full quarter of an hour. As long as Luo Xian uses the law of all beginnings, she should be able to suppress Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sais in the blink of an eye. But why hasn't she used it yet? Oh, I heard that Luo Xian is very arrogant. Now, she probably wants to defeat Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sais without using the law of all beginnings. She wants to prove to the world that she's brilliant and peerless. As for Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sais, they are the god sons of the Heaven Leading Temple and the 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion respectively. Naturally, they have their own pride. The two of them are the first to charge at the 7-star halberd, while Luo Xian is behind them. Thus, the two of them naturally can't retreat under such circumstances. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Perhaps they want to personally test how powerful Luo Xian's law of all beginnings is. That makes sense. Around them, some cultivators were discussing as they watched Yuan Ziqing, Luo Sais, and Luo Xian's battle without blinking. Say, now that they're fighting fiercely and restraining each other, do you think it's possible for them to take the 7-star halberd? Someone whispered and asked his companions nearby. As soon as he said this, the cultivators nearby all looked over. You want to try? Yuan Ziqing, Luo Sais, and Luo Xian. Who can compete with them in this place? If anyone dares to have any thoughts about the 7-star halberd while they're fighting fiercely, they'll definitely attack at the same time and turn into ashes in an instant. These people said. The person who spoke earlier immediately became embarrassed. After thinking about it, he realized that his question was a little silly. At this time, a slightly chubby cultivator nearby opened his eyes wide and looked at the northeast corner. That place, what's wrong? Beside him, the other cultivators were curious about this person's reaction. They all followed his gaze to the northeast corner. Then, all of them were shocked and widened their eyes. In the northeast corner, Lin Tian walked at a steady pace, completely ignoring the fierce battle between Yuan Ziqing, Luo Sais, and Luo Xian. He walked straight toward the 7-star halberd at the center of the space. He felt that this halberd was extraordinary. If he could hold it in his hands, it would definitely be of great use to him in the future. It would also be of great use to the development of his branch of the Immortal Court in the 5th dimension. That man, seeing that Lin Tian was heading straight for the 7-star halberd while Luo Xian, Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sais were fighting, all the cultivators in the area were shocked. Someone dared to take the 7-star halberd while Luo Xian, Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sais were fighting. Wasn't he looking for death? Gradually, some of the cultivators could not help but be shocked when they saw Lin Tian's face. It's him. He's the one who killed the 3rd young master of the Xiang family and forced Xiang Yanfeng to escape. Someone couldn't help but say. Not long ago, outside the Ancestor Sea domain, Lin Tian killed the 3rd young master of the Xiang family, Xianxia, and then fought with the divine son of the Xiang family, Xiang Yanfeng. In the end, he forced Xiang Yanfeng to escape. Many cultivators saw that and recognized Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't care about their reactions. He didn't change his pace and headed straight for the halberd. Almost at the same time, Luo Xian, Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sais noticed him. Their eyes were cold. They waved their hands at the same time, and 3 sharp beams of light headed straight for Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the 3 beams of light landed in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian's pace didn't change at all. At this moment, it was as if he was stepping on the nodes of heaven and earth. None of the 3 beams of light hit him. They all passed by him. Luo Xian and the other 2 narrowed their eyes. They didn't hold back when they threw out the beams of light, but Lin Tian dodged them all easily. "Get lost," Yuan Ziqing said. A sword energy that was more than 3 feet long appeared. It was mixed with the aura of order and headed straight for Lin Tian's head. This sword energy was much more powerful than the previous beams of light. It landed in front of Lin Tian's forehead in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian flicked his finger. A beam of sword light flew out and shattered the incoming sword energy. At the same time, his footsteps did not change as he continued to walk towards the 7-star halberd in the center. This scene shocked all the cultivators present. The sword aura that Yuan Ziqing had just slashed out was not simple. It caused many of the older generation figures present to feel their hearts palpitate. They could clearly feel that an ordinary peak Dao transformation expert would definitely be instantly annihilated by that sword aura. However, Lin Tian had wiped out that sword aura with a flick of his finger. Yuan Ziqing's eyes narrowed. After that, the light in his eyes turned cold. He attacked again, manifesting divine chains of order. The divine chains of order seemed to have a mind of their own as they shot toward Lin Tian like ferocious flying serpents. At the same time, Luo Sais also made his move. Light of order fell on Lin Tian. Luo Xian's expression was cold. She waved her hand and a large amount of holy light flew out. It was unknown how much stronger it was than the previous beams of light. It swept toward Lin Tian along with Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sais's power of order. The 3 of them stopped fighting for now. After all, Lin Tian was heading straight for the 7-star halberd. They naturally could not ignore Lin Tian and continue fighting. The attacks of the 3, the divine chains of order, the light of order, and the holy light, landed in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's expression did not change. His samsara domain appeared outside his body. Their attacks collided with the samsara divine territory outside his body and were all blocked by the samsara divine territory. Yuan Ziqing, Luo Sais, and Luo Xian's eyes narrowed. Their attacks had become even more powerful. They attacked Lin Tian at the same time, but they were still easily blocked by Lin Tian. To be able to force Xiang Yanfeng to flee, you are indeed not simple, Yuan Ziqing said coldly. The light of order around him suddenly became dozens of times stronger. He appeared before Lin Tian in an instant. The unparalleled power of order directly pressed down on Lin Tian. Luo Xian and Luo Sais appeared before him almost at the same time. They both drew out sharp beams of light. "Do you think it's that easy to steal?" Luo Sais said coldly. Luo Xian did not say anything. Her eyes were cold. Her murderous light seemed to be able to suppress everything, sealing off all the space around them. The divine patterns of order appeared outside Lin Tian's body. They weakened everything. Together with the samsara domain, they blocked all the attacks from the 3 of them. At the same time, the samsara god-slaying technique was performed silently. It swept toward the 3 of them with sword chi that filled the sky. In an instant, Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sais both trembled and let out muffled groans. Then, they were directly penetrated by the sword lights that filled the sky. For a moment, they were sent flying hundreds of feet away, splashing blood in the air. Luo Xian was surrounded by divine light. She quickly retreated, shattering all the sword chi that came at her. The expressions of all the cultivators in this place changed. Yuan Ziqing, Luo Sais, and Luo Xian were the divine sons and saintesses of the 3 top orthodoxies. They were all divine sons and saintesses of the same generation. They all attacked Lin Tian at the same time. However, the result was like this. Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sais were severely injured and flew away. Luo Xian was not injured, but she was forced back dozens of feet. Luo Xian looked at Lin Tian. Her cold eyes could not help but narrow. She frowned at this moment. At the same time, Lin Tian stopped and looked at Luo Xian. You have mastered the law of all beginnings. You are indeed powerful. Just then, he had used the reincarnation god-slaying technique, a technique that attacked the soul silently. Combined with the sword rays, he had severely injured Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sai's in the blink of an eye. However, Luo Xian had blocked his reincarnation god-slaying technique and shattered all the sword rays in the sky. This was not simple. It was the first time someone in the same realm could block his samsara god-slaying technique. His words were calm. This made Luo Xian's face darken. She clearly felt like she was being underestimated. At the same time, with two loud booms, Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sai's rushed back from hundreds of feet away. They had both recovered from their injuries. However, they did not look good. They were the divine sons of the heaven-leading godly palace and the 100-saint ancient pavilion. However, they were injured by Lin Tian in front of everyone. This was too humiliating. The two of them looked at Lin Tian, and their eyes turned cold at this moment. There was an obvious killing intent in their eyes. Boom, the light of order surged. At this moment, the two of them activated their divine arts of order at the same time. Tao light manifested as all sorts of divine arts intertwined with one another, pressing towards Lin Tian step by step. The space in all directions was distorted inch by inch. Now, it's best if you don't do anything, Lin Tian said calmly. Almost at the same time, Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sai's trembled. The turbulent order outside their bodies became chaotic. They both coughed up blood. In an instant, both of their expressions changed. What did you do? Yuan Ziqing gritted his teeth. At that moment, the Saint Qi outside their bodies became extremely chaotic. The flow of Saint Qi was gradually frozen. Lin Tian did not say anything. He glanced at Luo Xian and walked toward the seven-star halberd. Just now, the sword lights that filled the sky were mixed with miniature versions of the four-symbol seal. Along with the sword force that pierced through Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sai's, it entered their bodies and entered their saint energy. For a period of time after that, it would greatly solidify the flow of saint energy in their bodies. During this period of time, if the two of them were to forcefully circulate their saint energy, they would immediately suffer a huge backlash due to the chaotic solidification of their saint energy. Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sai's faces turned ugly. Their saint qi surged, and they were about to attack again. However, in the next moment, as they activated their saint qi, the two of them trembled and coughed up blood again. Their bodies were in great pain. This made their faces even uglier. They did not dare to activate their saint qi. At that moment, they knew that for a short period of time, they had lost their ability to fight. If they forced their saint qi to move, it would be equivalent to suicide. The two of them watched as Lin Tian walked toward the seven-star halberd. They could not help but clench their fists. In fact, when Luo Xian came to this place to attack, they already knew that they would not be able to take the seven-star halberd. This was because Luo Xian controlled the law of all beginnings. That kind of power had absolute crushing pressure. Once Luo Xian used that kind of power, they would not be able to block it. They would definitely lose in the end. However, they did not retreat. They could not retreat when Luo Xian attacked. At least, they had to try the power of the law of all beginnings. After that, even if they were defeated by Luo Xian with the law of all beginnings, it would not be embarrassing for them. After all, the law of all beginnings was one of the 5 fundamental powers of the 5th dimension. It was extremely terrifying. But now, they were defeated by Lin Tian, who came from the 4-dimensional world. Not only that, but he had also defeated them so easily. Moreover, Lin Tian's cultivation was actually a stage lower than theirs, and this caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable. They were living beings from the 5th dimension and were the direct descendants of the top orthodoxy in the 5th dimension. Their bloodline dimension was far superior to living beings from the 4th dimension, and their cultivation base was also higher. Under such circumstances, how could they lose to someone from the 4th dimension? How was this possible? How was this possible? Even though they already knew that Lin Tian had defeated Xianxia, who was at the same cultivation level as them, at this moment, when such a thing happened to them, they were unwilling to believe it no matter what. It was difficult for them to accept it. Lin Tian did not pay attention to them. His footsteps did not change at all as he continued to walk toward the seven-star halberd. Clang, the sound of the sword clanged as a large patch of holy light flashed past. It was as if the sky was pressing down. Lin Tian moved to the side, dodging the holy light. He tilted his head and looked at Lu Aoxian. Lu Aoxian's eyes were cold. With a sense of pride that came from her bones, she walked toward Lin Tian step by step. Around her, strands of purple light circled around her. Immediately, all the light of ways appeared and surged towards her. They danced around her as if they were bowing down and worshipping her. This is the first time I have used this kind of power on the battlefield. I did not expect it to be against a creature from the fourth dimension. Surrounded by purple holy light, Lu Aoxian stepped forward. An extremely primitive aura emanated from her body. All the light of Tao jumped around her. Strands of it submitted to her. At that moment, all the cultivators here couldn't help but tremble. This is, at that moment, without thinking, all the cultivators guessed that this was the fifth dimension law that Lu Aoxian mastered. All beginnings, even Yuan Ziqing, the divine prince of Tianyin, and Luo Sais, the divine prince of 100 saints, were shocked. Lin Tian's eyes shone with faint light. At that moment, Lu Aoxian's aura was much stronger than before. In other words, it wasn't a matter of much stronger anymore. She was obviously a different person. It was almost the same as when he performed fate and reincarnation. He looked at her. He didn't go to the seven-star halberd anymore. Lu Aoxian wasn't someone who could be dealt with so easily. Not bad. Come. At that moment, Lu Aoxian made him feel pressured. Even so, his expression was still calm. Lu Aoxian's eyes were cold. Like an aloof fairy, she walked toward Lin Tian step by step, surrounded by purple holy light. As she walked, the space around her seemed to have turned back to its original state, twisting with strands of light. Lin Tian stood where he was quietly. Suddenly, he stepped forward and moved several feet away. Almost at the same time, Lu Aoxian suddenly appeared where he was standing. The purple light around her annihilated everything there, turning space into the most primitive point to shorten the distance to zero. Reaching the destination in an instant. His eyes flickered. It's like teleportation. If it was before, Lu Aoxian's movement would have made him suffer a lot. He might have even had a hard time understanding how she did it. That wasn't in the category of speed. It wasn't pure teleportation either. But now, after unlocking 4 layers of the soul root, everything in the world became extremely clear in his vision. The Tao in the world wasn't as complicated as before. Now, in just a short moment, just a simple glance, he understood how Lu Aoxian suddenly appeared beside him. Turning space into a primitive point? Then, what does that mean? What is he talking about? Who cares what he is talking about? Lu Aoxian used the law of all beginnings to attack, but that guy, he dodged it easily. Some cultivators were puzzled, while others were shocked. Lu Aoxian stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. She had indeed used the law of all beginnings to shift the distance between her and Lin Tian into a point of origin before shifting it. Then, in the blink of an eye, she had restored the point of origin to its original state. This was supposed to be a killing move, and no one in the same realm as her should be able to avoid it. She had even used this move to kill a powerful early-stage all-creations cultivator. However, not only did Lin Tian dodge her attack in an instant, he even saw through how she moved. This made her heart tremble slightly. Again. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's voice sounded. Lu Aoxian's face darkened, and her eyes became even colder. Lin Tian was obviously looking down on her. She was the current saintess of the godly palace of all beginnings. She was someone who had mastered the law of the fifth dimension. Lin Tian actually didn't put her in his eyes at all. To her, this was something she could not tolerate. "You're not coming?" Lin Tian said, "If you're not coming, then I'll go over." As he spoke, he stepped forward towards Lu Aoxian. Strands of holy light shot out from his eyes. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Behind him, thousands of rays of sword light appeared, turning into a rain of swords that slashed towards Lu Aoxian. Lu Aoxian's eyes turned cold. The law of all beginnings moved, and all of Lin Tian's sword light disappeared. They were all turned back to the original point of origin. Don't be so arrogant. Her voice was cold. The law of all beginnings surged, immediately sealing the surroundings and pressing towards Lin Tian from every corner. Lin Tian used the Taichu divine domain to protect himself, and he also used all of his other treasured skills. However, it only lasted for an instant. When the various treasured techniques he used encountered the law of all beginnings, they immediately disappeared without a trace. As long as they came into contact with even a tiny bit of the law of all beginnings, they would be reduced to zero and disappear. Very strong indeed. He muttered to himself. As he said that, he moved dozens of feet away. A purple ray of divine light of all beginnings landed there. With a sizzle, the ground there, along with the space, turned into nothingness and disappeared. Lu Aoxian's eyes were cold. She was like a fairy walking in the mortal world. Surrounded by the purple law of all beginnings, she approached Lin Tian step by step. More and more rays of divine light of all beginnings appeared. They pressed down on Lin Tian from all directions like the divine rain of all beginnings. Lin Tian faced it with the 5 thunder sky-shaking spell. Black thunderbolts kept striking his opponent, but they disappeared in an instant. He faced it with the seal of 4 symbols. It was his senior brother's technique. Even his master, the human king, had praised it before. It had endless potential and could seal everything. However, even such a powerful technique disappeared the instant it came into contact with the 10,000 dawn divine light. Sizzle, his reincarnation divine domain was touched by a trace of divine light of all beginnings. He stepped back. This time, he moved hundreds of feet away. The reincarnation dominion was a protective spell that he created himself. It was a perfect match for his reincarnation origin. To him, it was an absolute defense. But now, it was easily destroyed by Lu Aoxian, who was in the same plane as him. Now, you will pay the price for your arrogance and conceit. Lu Aoxian said coldly. The divine light of all beginnings turned into a rain of all beginnings. It was densely packed and swept towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He threw out a large amount of reincarnation sword and then used the reincarnation step to dodge. He had the reincarnation step but he didn't use it right now. He was purely dodging. In his eyes, rays of light intertwined. He captured Lu Aoxian's divine light of all beginnings. As he dodged them, he quickly sensed and analyzed them. Sizzle, 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 soft sounds rang out one after another. As the law of all beginnings passed through this space, everything disappeared. Lin Tian used the reincarnation step to dodge. He was so fast that he left many afterimages in this space. That person, is being suppressed. All the techniques he used are useless. This is the law of the 5th dimension, the power of all beginnings. In this space, all the cultivators were shocked. Everyone here had seen how powerful Lin Tian was. He had easily defeated the divine son of the Heaven Attraction Temple and the Saint of the 100 Saints Ancient Pavilion. But now, he was forced to dodge by Lu Aoxian's law of all beginnings. She can turn everything back to the beginning. If the difference in cultivation isn't that big, then, she's definitely invincible. Some of the older cultivators exclaimed. Once the law of all beginnings was used, ordinary power would be reduced to 0 in the blink of an eye. How could anyone resist it? Only the other 5th dimensional laws, as well as the stronger 6th dimensional laws and 7th dimensional laws, would be able to deal with her power. Someone said. At the same time, the divine son of the Heaven Attraction Temple, Yuan Ziqing, and the Saint of the 100 Saints Ancient Pavilion, Luo Sais, were all shocked. The law of all beginnings was too powerful. Even the divine sons of top orthodoxies like them couldn't help but feel helpless. Boom! Saint energy intertwined, and the law of all beginnings was vast and mighty. They intertwined in this space, pulsating. Lu Aoxian stood in this space, surrounded by the law of all beginnings. At this moment, he was like a supreme deity, suppressing everything. Lin Tian dodged with the samsara steps and used all kinds of other grand arts to interfere. Wisps of light flickered in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. 2 hours had passed. At this time, the light in his eyes became thicker, and there was a faint purple light flashing. "You're pretty fast." Lu Aoxian's expression was cold. At this moment, the law of all beginnings outside his body boiled, forming the immortal river of all beginnings. It suppressed everything and covered Lin Tian. "Try dodging again." The immortal river of all beginnings instantly pressed down. The law of all beginnings surrounded everything. There was no space to dodge at all. Lin Tian's gaze was calm, but the purple light in his eyes became a bit brighter. "Then let's try." As he spoke, he raised his hand. Purple light flashed and tore open the immortal river of all beginnings. He stepped out. At the same time, he waved his hand. A purple blade sliced through the air and approached Lu Aoxian instantly. Lu Aoxian's expression changed. She quickly dodged 3 meters away. In the next second, the small space where she was just standing turned into nothingness and disappeared completely. "That is? No way? That looks like..." At this place, all the cultivators' expressions changed. Yuan Ziqing, the deity of the Heaven Guide Temple, and Luo Sais, the deity of the 100 Saints' ancient pavilion, were the same. Their powerful physical bodies shook violently. Lu Aoxian's expression changed the most. She no longer had the cold arrogance from before. "You. Impossible." Just now, the purple light outside Lin Tian's body and the purple blade he threw at her were obviously of the same origin as her power. That was obviously the law of all beginnings. "You also know the law of all beginnings?" She looked at Lin Tian. "Why didn't I sense it before?" She knew the law of all beginnings, and her cultivation was higher than Lin Tian's. If Lin Tian also knew the law of all beginnings, then there was no way she didn't sense it before. She definitely would have sensed it before. However, when she faced Lin Tian before, she didn't have the slightest feeling that Lin Tian knew the law of all beginnings. She couldn't figure it out and understand it. Then, in the next moment, she seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed drastically, and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. You used my law of all beginnings to control it?" Her eyes twitched uncontrollably. Lin Tian looked at her calmly. Faint purple light intertwined in his eyes. Strands of purple light floated out of his body. "I just learned it. It's not pure yet. Practice with me," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, countless purple blades appeared and slashed at Lu Aoxian. Waves of purple blades sliced through the air, landing before Lu Aoxian in the blink of an eye. Lu Aoxian's expression was ugly. She clenched her teeth and the all-beginnings holy light around her boiled like flames. It turned into a terrifying waterfall, rushing toward Lin Tian. With a poof, Lin Tian's purple blades were instantly shattered. Then, Lu Aoxian's waterfall like all-beginnings holy light continued to press down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped forward casually, leaving behind a purple afterimage with each step. He raised his hand and threw out a simple punch. Purple precepts of all beginnings intertwined at the tip of his fist. In terms of quantity, it was far less than Lu Aoxian's all beginnings waterfall. However, its quality seemed to be much more powerful. It was able to break through the surface of the waterfall with one simple punch. "Again," he said. As he spoke, he took a simple step forward. Purple radiance interweaved within his eyes. The all-beginning laws around his body gradually became more powerful. Lu Aoxian quickly strengthened the law of all beginnings. The same purple light appeared and clashed with Lin Tian. At that moment, the two powers of the same nature and origin clashed, turning the space back to its original state. He actually, using Lu Aoxian's law of all beginnings, he only needed 2 hours. 2 hours, is he even human? All of the cultivators in this place were filled with astonishment. From Lu Aoxian's words, they all knew that Lin Tian didn't control the law of all beginnings before. It was because Lu Aoxian had taken out the law of all beginnings and comprehended it while studying it. That was how he managed to control this power. This shocked all the cultivators. They all felt their souls grow cold, as if they were about to be frozen. Lu Aoxian, the current saintess of the All Beginnings Divine Palace, was known as a once-in-a-lifetime genius. She had terrifying potential. Using the various knowledge about the law of all beginnings left behind by the Divine Palace's ancestor, she finally mastered the law of all beginnings after more than a decade of seclusion. This shocked the entire fifth dimension. Yet now, Lin Tian had only used 2 hours to comprehend the law of all beginnings from Luo Xian. Then, he was able to control this power in battle. How terrifying was that? Didn't he come from the fourth dimension? How could there be such a terrifying person in such a low-level world? This is impossible. Someone couldn't help but tremble. Even people as strong as Yuan Ziqing and Luo Sais of the 100 Sacred Ancient Pavilion were astonished. Boom, 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 the void rumbled as the purple divine light of all beginnings collided continuously in this space. Everywhere it passed, everything dissipated. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. It's about time. Lin Tian spoke. He flicked his finger and the immortal river of all beginnings surged out. The immortal river of all beginnings had a terrifying aura. It instantly shattered Luo Xian's law of all beginnings. Then, an air vortex appeared. It intertwined with shocking power. With a bang, Luo Xian was sent flying. The law of all beginnings. He surpassed Luo Xian. All the cultivators in the space of all beginnings trembled again. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel that Lin Tian's mastery of the law of all beginnings had surpassed Luo Xian by leaps and bounds. Is he really human? Some young cultivators trembled. Just by watching Luo Xian's immortal law of all beginnings, he was able to master this power in just 2 hours. Then, he familiarized himself with it in less than 15 minutes. He was far more powerful than Luo Xian. Was that something a human could do? Lin Tian glanced at Luo Xian. Ignoring the cultivator's shock, he walked toward the 7-star halberd again. After unsealing the 4 seals on his soul root, his current understanding of heaven and earth was completely different from before. Apart from the complete reincarnation cycle, he could understand the essence of all other Daos and principles in an extremely short period of time. Boom, the purple divine light vibrated and attacked from behind. The law of all beginnings reached him in the blink of an eye. With a flick of his finger, the same all-beginning divine light swept out, obliterating the all-beginning laws in the blink of an eye. Not far away, Luo Xian had steadied herself and was walking back. Don't leave. She clenched her teeth and glared at Lin Tian. Her expression was extremely ugly. Countless years had passed since the founding of the All Beginnings Divine Palace. Apart from the All Beginnings primogenitor, she was the second person to master this power after more than 10 years of seclusion with the help of the law of all beginnings left behind by the All Beginnings primogenitor. She proved her shocking potential to the entire fifth dimension and was hailed as the #1 genius in the last million years. That was her pride, but now, Lin Tian, who came from the four-dimensional world, had mastered this power in just 2 hours by watching her use the law of all beginnings. Then, in less than 15 minutes, he had mastered the law of all beginnings. His mastery of the law of all beginnings had far surpassed hers. What was this? With the help of the All Beginnings primogenitor's understanding of the law of all beginnings, she had spent more than 10 years to master this power. Yet, Lin Tian had mastered it in just 2 hours. Her pride was shattered in an instant. She looked at Lin Tian. With a boom, the law of all beginnings outside her body surged even more violently, as if it was going to return everything to its original state. All the cultivators here felt their hearts palpitate. Many of them quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Luo Xian. Give up. There's no need to continue. The outcome has already been decided. Luo Xian clenched her teeth and clenched her fists. The law of all beginnings outside her body became even more terrifying, shaking the surroundings. I didn't lose. I didn't. She yelled. Lin Tian looked at her. You're like a stubborn little girl. With that, he flicked his finger again. A purple light instantly fell before Luo Xian. With a hiss, the law of all beginnings outside Luo Xian's body was annihilated immediately. Even her saint power was suppressed. After a pause, he flicked his finger for the 3rd time. Another purple light flew out and sank into Luo Xian's forehead. Controlling it has something to do with you. Here's something for you, he said to Luo Xian. After a pause, he said, "Don't look down on others so much in the future. There's always someone better than you. That's what the ancient sages once said. Even the commoners know that. So, it's better to be peaceful." Lu Aoxian's eyes always carried a sense of superiority, as if she was looking down on others. She was too arrogant. However, that wasn't a huge sin. He wouldn't kill her right away. Just now, the purple light he shot into Lu Aoxian's forehead contained his understanding and comprehension of the law of all beginnings. It also contained a bit of his will. It was clear and easy to understand. He believed that it would be of great use to Lu Aoxian. He was thinking that if Lu Aoxian continued to be so arrogant, her personality might gradually become twisted in the future. Now, he could give her some advice and hints so that she could restrain her arrogance. That might not be a bad thing. With that, he took one last look at Lu Aoxian. Then, he turned around and walked toward the 7-star halberd again. At the same time, Lu Aoxian was completely stunned. Then, her gaze wavered. No matter how much she didn't want to admit it, she had indeed lost in the battle against Lin Tianyi. She had been completely and utterly defeated. Under such circumstances, even if Lin Tian wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be surprised at all. However, Lin Tian didn't kill her. Instead, he sent a spiritual brand into her mind. It contained all sorts of essences of the law of all beginnings. In just an instant, it made the law of all beginnings inside her much stronger. The essence of this knowledge was much more profound than the experience of the 10,000 beginnings laws left behind by their divine palace's primogenitor. At that moment, she was stunned. She stood where she was in a daze, staring at Lin Tian in a daze. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian appeared before the 7-star halberd. No one dared to stop him. He grabbed the halberd. However, in the next moment, when his hand was an inch away from the halberd, a circle of holy light appeared around the halberd. With a bang, he was knocked 10 meters away. What? What's going on? At this place, all the cultivators were still shocked by how easily Lin Tian had defeated Lu Aoxian. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but be moved. The halberd had knocked Lin Tian away. Lin Tian steadied himself 10 meters away. He looked at the halberd again and frowned. A protective barrier? After a pause, he came before the halberd again. This time, holy light surged out of his body. He grabbed at the halberd again. There was a loud bang. This time, after using his majestic Saint Qi, he was sent flying more than 8 feet away. A 5th dimension level barrier. After 2 attempts, he could tell that the barrier around the 7-star halberd was definitely of the 5th dimension level. It didn't have any killing power, but it could effectively prevent others from taking away the halberd. Even a 5th dimension expert would find it hard to break through. If one tried to break through this barrier by force, the greater the amount of energy used, the greater the backlash would be. Looking at the halberd from 20 meters away, a faint light flashed through his eyes. Speaking of which, why was this halberd placed here? He muttered to himself. He could tell that this place was not a treasure trove, nor was it a tomb. Logically speaking, the 7 Treasures' ancestral lord would not have placed one of his 7 treasures artifacts here under normal circumstances. However, the holy halberd was indeed placed here. Moreover, a powerful barrier had been specially placed around the holy halberd. This was clearly a little unusual, and it made him feel strange. His eyes narrowed. He stopped at this place for a moment. Then, he stopped thinking about it and didn't continue to take the halberd. Instead, he walked along a path, heading toward the center of this ancient mountain. He's gone? Seeing Lin Tian directly leave and head towards the center of the Saint Mountain, the crowd of cultivators could not help but be moved. The 7 Treasures' sacred halberd was right there. There was absolutely no one who could compete with Lin Tian in this place. However, Lin Tian simply tried to take the 7 Treasures' sacred halberd twice, and then directly left at this moment. This made everyone surprised. Lu Aoxian looked at Lin Tian's back as he left. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. At the same time, swishing sounds could be heard. Seeing Lin Tian leave, some cultivators quickly rushed to the holy halberd. 5th dimensional treasure weapon. These cultivators seemed to be companions and did not fight. one of them stepped forward. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Tian had tried to take the holy halberd and was knocked away twice. He even ignored the barrier around the holy halberd and excitedly grabbed the holy halberd. The result was obvious. This early-stage Dao transformation cultivator was immediately knocked back nearly 1,000 feet with a bang. Then, more cultivators stepped forward. Unexpectedly, there was no dispute and they all tried to take the halberd. Then, bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds rang out one after another. All the cultivators who stepped forward were immediately sent flying. After leaving the previous space, Lin Tian was already very far away. After walking for a while, he saw many forks in the holy mountain, and each one was very spacious. He raised his hand and threw a punch. It landed on the forks, but it did not cause much damage to the surrounding mountain walls. There are secret holy runes stabilizing this holy mountain? He muttered to himself. After pausing for a while, he did not stay for long and continued forward. After this, the forks gradually became spacious again, and a large space appeared. There were many stone rooms inside. Boom, there were already a lot of cultivators in this large space. It was as if they had come here from the other forks in the holy mountain. Groups of cultivators were fighting each other, fighting for the immortal treasures in the stone chambers in this place. He looked over and saw that in the northeast corner, there was a stone room filled with many immortal herbs. There were strange treasures like the ancient wind divine flower and the dragon emanation plant. They were very useful to Dao transformation realm experts. In the western corner, there was a medicine furnace inside a stone room. There was still a blazing fire burning inside. On some wooden shelves in the room, there were many Baodan jade bottles. Some of the pills were even exposed to the air. The fragrance was very strong. It was obvious that they were not ordinary goods. In the southern corner, there was an intimidating flame pond in a stone room. There were many precious weapons around it. Some were finished products with sharp precious chi, while others were incomplete. However, they were still intertwined with an extremely strong power. The other stone chambers were also filled with all kinds of extraordinary artifacts. This place was simply a treasure trove. The 7 treasures ancestral lord once refined pills here? Have you forged weapons before? He muttered to himself. The medicine furnace and flame pond were both here. Many of the pills and weapons were clearly forged here. After pausing for a moment, he no longer hesitated and directly stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of one of the stone chambers. He repelled several Dao Revolution experts who attacked him and put away more than a dozen peak profound heaven-level artifacts into his body. Then, he stepped into another stone chamber. There were quite a few stone chambers in this space, and almost all of them contained extraordinary treasures. Ah! There were many cultivators in this place. At this moment, they were all excited. They stared at the treasures in the stone chambers and frantically fought for them. Blood splashed in this space. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Once a treasure was discovered, fighting and bloodshed were common. All of you, scram! Everything here belongs to me. Cold laughter echoed as a man in a golden robe attacked. He held a golden sword in his hand. It was an all creation's divine weapon. With a swing of the sword, a group of cultivators who were fighting nearby were immediately killed. They were directly turned into a bloody mist and dissipated. In the distance, dozens of early-stage Dao transformation realm cultivators saw the sword in the golden-robed man's hand. They were horrified and quickly retreated. The golden-robed man laughed sinisterly. He raised his sword and slashed at the dozens of cultivators. With a clang, the sword was extremely fast and landed in front of the dozens of cultivators in the blink of an eye. Puff! 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 Dozens of bloody mists exploded. Under the power of an all-creation realm divine weapon, these ordinary early-stage Dao transformation realm cultivators could not withstand it and died immediately. You're so slow. The golden-robed man mocked. Then, he swung the all-creation realm divine sword in his hand again. Another group of cultivators exploded. It was difficult to resist. A gray-robed youth and 9 middle-aged servants followed behind him. They did not make a move at this time. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Another slash. The all-creation realm divine weapon surged. Another dozen cultivators were all smashed into pieces. Even their divine souls disappeared. All of you, scram. Otherwise, die. The golden-robed man stood in this space and looked down at all the cultivators in this space. He was like an ancient king giving orders. In his hand, the all-creation realm divine sword continuously swung. Destructive sword rays wantonly shot out. The sword chi was extremely terrifying. Instantly, more bloody mists exploded, causing the cultivators in this space to stop. Their eyes were filled with horror. At the same time, they looked at the golden-robed man in shock and anger. He actually wanted all of them to scram. This was too overbearing. However, even so, these people did not dare to say anything. This was because they knew the identity of the golden-robed man. He was the son of the sect master of the illusion sorcerer divine sect. It was rumored that the sect master of the illusion sorcerer divine sect was about to break through to the fifth dimensional realm. Moreover, he had mastered an extremely strange secret technique. Even the 5 top orthodoxies were not willing to fight with the illusion sorcerer divine sect unless it was necessary. Why aren't you scramming? The golden-robed man said coldly. The all-creation realm divine sword in his hand made clanging sounds. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to suppress everything. Behind him, the gray-robed man remained silent. The other 9 middle-aged attendants all had cold expressions. In this space, the cultivators looked at the golden-robed man. Many of them could not help but grit their teeth. Their eyes were filled with anger. However, in the end, they did not dare to do anything. Some of them began to retreat, their faces filled with unwillingness. They were all very ordinary cultivators. They did not have powerful backup forces supporting them. The strongest among them was only at the peak of the Tao transformation realm. They were not a match for the golden-robed man with the all-creation realm divine sword. They could not block him at all. Even if they could block him, these cultivators were extremely afraid of the power behind the golden-robed man. They did not dare to offend him at all. Thus, if they did not retreat now, what else could they do? Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The golden-robed man laughed sinisterly. Looking at the cultivators who were retreating, he raised his hand and slashed out again. The aura of the all-creation realm divine sword was astonishing. With one slash, dozens of early-stage Tao transformation realm cultivators exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. Scram faster. If you take your time, this young master will send you on your way. The golden-robed man held the all-creation realm divine sword and swept his gaze across the cultivators. He was like an invincible sword god who stood at the peak of the world. The cultivators were even more shocked and furious. They were already retreating, but the golden-robed man was still mercilessly killing them. How ruthless was he? Among them, some of them could not help but want to attack. However, in the end, they restrained themselves and retreated at an even faster speed. This was because they really could not afford to provoke the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man was very satisfied. However, in the next moment, his eyes turned cold again as he looked toward the northeast corner. There, Lin Tian happened to be in a stone room, collecting some baodan. You're courting death. Didn't you hear what this young master said? The golden-robed man looked coldly at Lin Tian. He raised his hand and slashed at Lin Tian with his sword. The sharp sword energy was terrifying to the ears. Lin Tian took out a treasure bottle filled with jade du sol pellets from the stone room and shifted his body to the side to avoid this sword. With a boom, the stone room took the full brunt of the attack. However, it was not damaged at all. Not even the sword intent was left behind. It was as if there was a secret sacred rune protecting it. He stood in the stone room and looked at the golden-robed man. His eyes were indifferent. Don't make trouble for yourself. He naturally knew this golden-robed man. Yu Yaoshi had told him that his name was Mu Guanqing. He was the son of the illusion sorcerer sect's sect master and was doted on by the sect master. It's him. Some of the cultivators had already retreated far away. When they saw this scene and looked at Lin Tian, they quickly recognized Lin Tian. Many of them could not help but be moved. Previously, outside the ancestral Lord Si domain, Lin Tian had killed the Xiang family's third young master, Xianxia, and even forced the Xiang family's divine son, Xiang Yanfeng, to flee. Furthermore, they were aware that Lin Tian was from the fourth dimension, as well as his relationship with Yu Yaoshi. Behind Mu Guanqing, the 9 middle-aged attendants had gathered a lot of information and knew about Lin Tian. One of them glanced at Lin Tian, then took a few steps forward and whispered a few words to Mu Guanqing. He quickly passed on the information regarding Lin Tian to Mu Guanqing, including Lin Tian's origins, how Lin Tian and Yu Yaoshi knew each other, and how Lin Tian killed Xianxia and forced Xiang Yanfeng to flee. You dare to kill Xianxia? You've got guts. To be able to force Xiang Yanfeng to flee, you're pretty strong. But so what? You're still just a lowly native from the fourth dimension. A lowly native dares to speak to me in such a tone? Mu Guanqing's eyes were cold. He raised his sword and slashed at Lin Tian again. So what if you're related to Yu Yaoshi? Do you think the Yu family will protect you? Those old fogies of the Yu family will become enemies with my father for a lowly native from the fourth dimension like you? What a joke. With a clang, a sharp sword light rippled and intertwined with the might of an all-creation saint, slashing straight at Lin Tian's neck. Mu Guanqing was ruthless and domineering, but he was not stupid. Even though he knew that Lin Tian was related to Yu Yaoshi from the Yu family, Lin Tian had killed Xianxia, the third young master of the Xiang family. If he killed Lin Tian, he did not have to worry about the Yu family or the Yu family coming after him. After he killed Lin Tian, he would hand over Lin Tian's head to the Xiang family. If the Yu family came after him, would the Xiang family just leave him be? Obviously not. Moreover, his father's strength was there for all to see. There was no need for those top orthodoxies to do anything to him. Since Lin Tian was able to force Xiang Yanfeng to flee, his combat strength was indeed very strong, much stronger than his own. However, he had an all-creation's treasure weapon in his hand. Moreover, the 9 middle-aged servants behind him were all very strong. They were personally sent by his father to protect him. He did not think much of Lin Tian at all. Clang, the unparalleled killing sword light instantly arrived in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian moved to the side and dodged the sword. His eyes turned cold. Outside his body, the 9-colored reincarnation sword force appeared. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Mu Guanqing. The speed of the sword made Mu Guanqing's expression change. He only had time to block with the nature godly sword in front of him. Clang, the reincarnation sword force landed on the nature godly sword, and with a deafening sound, it was blocked by the nature godly sword. However, part of the reincarnation sword force's majestic strength passed through the nature godly sword and landed on Mu Guanqing. Immediately, with a bang, Mu Guanqing was sent flying. Blood splattered everywhere. Young master. The 9 middle-aged servants were shocked. They quickly rushed toward Mu Guanqing. At the same time, the other cultivators in the area were shocked. The weapon in Mu Guanqing's hand was an all-encompassing divine weapon. Using it with Mu Guanqing's mid-stage Dao Revolution cultivation base, it was extraordinarily powerful. He could even fight against the divine sons and saintesses of several top orthodoxies. However, he was injured by Lin Tian in an instant. This caused the crowd of cultivators to tremble slightly at Lin Tian's combat strength. At the same time, many of these cultivators clenched their fists. There was an excited glow in the depths of their eyes. Mu Guanqing's tyrannical and ruthless. And now, in the blink of an eye, Mu Guanqing was sent flying by Lin Tian's sword force. And was relieved. Not far away, Mu Guanqing's mouth and nose were bleeding. He was helped up by the 9 middle-aged men. He touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and trembled. The sword in his hand trembled as he pointed at Lin Tian. His face was filled with resentment. How dare you hurt me? He had always been the one hurting and killing others. This was the first time he was hurt by someone else. Lin Tian did not even bother to look at him. The holy light in his right hand intertwined as he collected the other Baodan jade bottles in the stone room. The treasured pills in these jade bottles were all extraordinary and had their own special effects. Some of them could even allow a mystic heaven realm cultivator to directly advance to the Dao Revolution realm. Their value could be said to be extremely shocking. Although they were of no use to him, they were of great use to Wu Yi and the others as well as the development of the immortal court. After that, he could bring a portion of these treasured pills back to the four-dimensional world and give the other portion to Mu Wenyang and the others. This would allow everyone's cultivation to improve greatly in a short period of time. B** starred. Mu Guanqing's face became even more ferocious. Lin Tian had completely ignored him. He roared and pushed away a middle-aged servant beside him. He held the all-encompassing divine weapon in both hands and slashed at Lin Tian. Streaks of sharp sword light swept toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head and swung his hand. Another 9-colored sword light surged out and instantly shattered all the sword light. Then, without slowing down, it slashed straight at Mu Guanqing. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Mu Guanqing trembled. He used the all-encompassing divine sword in front of him to block. His face revealed a trace of panic as he retreated in panic. At the same time, a middle-aged servant beside him waved his hand and slapped down, shattering the sword. Mu Guanqing held the all-encompassing divine sword. His hands were trembling. He was shocked and angry as he stared at Lin Tian fiercely. Kill! Kill him for me! Kill him! He roared at the middle-aged servant who had attacked just now. He knew that even with the all-encompassing divine sword in hand, he could not defeat Lin Tian. No! Don't kill him. Suppress him and destroy his cultivation. Make him kneel before me and kowtow like a dog. The middle-aged man who had attacked just now nodded. He stepped forward and walked toward Lin Tian. Outside his body, wisps of divine light intertwined. His cultivation was gradually revealed. His essence, qi, and spirit were erupting like a volcano. Early stage all creations. In this space, the crowd of cultivators was shocked. Mu Guanqing's middle-aged servant was actually an all-creations powerhouse. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He walked toward Lin Tian step by step. The divine light outside his body gradually became stronger and stronger. Who can you mess with and who can't? You don't even have a basic sense of judgment. It's only a matter of time before you die. The man spoke. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Tian. As if he knew everything, he coldly taught Lin Tian a lesson. He raised his hand and activated a divine light claw, tearing at Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian raised his hand. The law of all beginnings intertwined, instantly obliterating all of the divine light that the middle-aged servant had activated. The law of all beginnings turned the servant's arm into nothingness. Then, Lin Tian grabbed the servant's neck. I'll return those words to you, Lin Tian said indifferently. The law of all beginnings exploded at an extremely close distance, instantly engulfing the middle-aged man. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed. He struggled in fear. However, at such a close distance, he was completely defenseless against the law of all beginnings. Even though his cultivation was much higher than Lin Tian's and he was at the early stage all creations level, he could not break free. After 3 breaths, the law of all beginnings turned him into nothingness. Instantly, the expressions of the crowd of cultivators changed. Many of them could not help but tremble. 1. The law of all beginnings was one of the top 5 foundational forces in the 5th dimension. Naturally, it was recorded in ancient books. These cultivators had all seen it before, so they recognized it at this moment. Just like that Luoxian from the Divine Palace of All Beginnings, he also controlled the law of all beginnings. This. Many cultivators trembled. At the same time, Mu Guanqing's expression changed. The pupils of the other 8 middle-aged servants also constricted. Lin Tian, a lowly life form from the 4th dimension, actually controlled one of the 5 foundational forces in their world, all beginnings. Mu Guanqing's expression became even more ferocious. A lowly commoner from the 4th dimension actually controlled all beginnings. Why? Damn thing. He roared and ordered the other 8 middle-aged servants, go. All of you, go. So what if he controls all beginnings? He's only at the mid-stage Tao Revolution level. Just now, he only succeeded in his sneak attack. All of you, go. Take him down. As he spoke, he grabbed Mu Fengqing. You bastard, I don't expect you to fight. Stand in front of me. If the all beginnings light comes, use your body to block it. Mu Fengqing remained silent. Even after being insulted by Mu Guanqing, he didn't say a word. He just stood there quietly. It was also at this moment that the 8 middle-aged attendants walked forward, all of them emanating extremely astonishing auras. Just like the middle-aged attendants that had been erased by Lin Tian's law of all beginnings, their cultivations were all at the early stage of the Wanxiang realm. The 8 of them looked at Lin Tian. After knowing that Lin Tian controlled a power like the law of all beginnings, even though Lin Tian's cultivation was much weaker than theirs and was only at the mid-stage Dao Revolution level, they didn't relax at all when they looked at Lin Tian. Extremely powerful killing intent intertwined with each other, and they were like 8 killing gods. Their auras connected as one, and they rushed toward Lin Tian. The law of all beginnings was one of the 5 foundational forces of the 5th dimension in this world. They didn't dare to be careless at all. 8 all creations level auras were vast and mighty, like the rolling waves of a stormy sea. Lin Tian glanced at Mu Guanqing. "You will die here." As he spoke, he walked out of the stone room and walked toward Mu Guanqing. He completely ignored the 8 middle-aged servants. "I will die here? You want to kill me?" Mu Guanqing pulled Mu Fengqing in front of him like a shield, guarding against Lin Tian's law of all beginnings. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. "You think you can kill me? Did you think that you would be invincible here just because you killed one of my servants with the law of all beginnings? Do you really think you can block my 8 all creations level retainers? What a joke. Today, the only one who will die here will be you. It will be you." In this place, all of the cultivators couldn't help but want to kick Mu Guanqing's face a few times. However, they had to admit that Mu Guanqing's words weren't wrong at all. Although Lin Tian controlled the powerful law of all beginnings and was extremely terrifying, he was still only at the mid-stage Dao transformation realm. Under such circumstances, his chances of winning against 8 all creation level powerhouses were very slim. The difference in cultivation was just too great. The 8 middle-aged servants closed in on Lin Tian. 8 all creation level auras intertwined, completely sealing off this place. Boundless killing intent locked onto Lin Tian, and their auras were terrifying. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He walked step by step toward Mu Guanqing. He didn't care about the 8 all creation level powerhouses at all. "You can't protect him." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Mu Guanqing, who was being pulled in front of Mu Fengqing. "You can't either." As soon as he said this, all of the cultivators present were slightly stunned. They couldn't help but look at Mu Fengqing. What did Lin Tian mean by this? It seemed as if Mu Fengqing was stronger than the 8 all creation level middle-aged men. Even the 8 all creation level middle-aged men were slightly stunned. They couldn't help but look at Mu Fengqing. Then, they all snorted coldly. "Stop pretending," one of them said coldly. The 8 middle-aged men's eyes turned cold. Lin Tian actually felt that Mu Fengqing, who was at the Dao-changing realm, was stronger than them, who were at the Wanxiang realm. This was simply ridiculous. Mu Guanqing laughed loudly and grabbed Mu Fengqing's shoulder. "Listen to what he's saying. What he means is that a bastard like you is actually stronger than this young master's Wanxiang realm servant. Come, show this young master just how strong you are. Come, show this young master just how strong you are. Come, move." As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and clicked his tongue. That's right. You're this young master's little brother. How could I call you a bastard? Big brother was wrong. Little brother, you must forgive big brother and protect big brother well." He grabbed Mu Fengqing's shoulder and laughed so hard that he bent over. Tears seemed to be coming out of his eyes as he laughed so hard that he seemed to be on the verge of tears. Even though he mentioned big brother and little brother, his face was full of mockery and humiliation. Mu Fengqing didn't say a single word. However, when he looked at Lin Tian, there was a slight ripple in the depths of his eyes. Lin Tian glanced at Mu Guanqing. His expression was indifferent as he walked forward. "Do you think you're invincible just because you've grasped the law of all beginnings? You should know that everything is based on cultivation." The 8 middle-aged attendants' eyes were cold. They were extremely dissatisfied with Lin Tian's attitude. Lin Tian completely ignored them. The 8 of them stepped forward at the same time, their speed increasing. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Lin Tian. With a rumble, 8 rays of Wanxiang realm holy light, mixed with undisguised killing intent, mercilessly pressed down. Lin Tian stepped forward. The laws of Wanxiang surged, fusing together with the Samsara divine domain to protect his body. Any holy light that approached him was immediately blocked and silently annihilated. At the same time, the law of all beginnings condensed an extremely sharp all beginnings divine sword in his hand, which he casually slashed down. This sword was condensed from the law of all beginnings and moved together with the reincarnation sword technique. Its speed was extremely fast and the sword momentum was turbulent. Moreover, it was intertwined with the unique power of the law of all beginnings. In an instant, it pierced through one of the people. Then, the reincarnation sword essence surged into the person's body and wantonly destroyed his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. The power of all beginnings used one spot as the center to annihilate everything around it. Stop. Stop. Ah. The middle-aged attendant screamed and tried his best to resist, but it was useless. He could barely block the sharp reincarnation sword will, but the law of all beginnings was extremely terrifying. All of his saint energy was turned into nothingness the moment it touched the law of all beginnings. In the blink of an eye, 7 breaths of time had passed. Accompanied by a shrill cry of terror and despair, the middle-aged attendant had completely vanished and transformed into nothingness. His body and soul had been obliterated. Lin Tian took a step forward. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and slashed out with his sword again, charging towards another middle-aged attendant. His attack seemed simple and casual, but it was not. This casual slash actually contained the essence of his reincarnation sword technique and the law of all beginnings that he had mastered. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a killing move. Poof, the extremely fast slash pierced through the chest of another middle-aged attendant in the blink of an eye, causing this person's saint energy to become extremely chaotic in the blink of an eye. Then, it quickly dissipated. Then, it turned into nothingness amidst horrified screams. For a moment, the crowd of cultivators in this place trembled. This is the law of all beginnings. This. Many people's faces turned pale. Lin Xianxia was facing 8 early-stage all-creations experts at the same time with his cultivation at the Tao conversion realm, and in the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 of them. They were all killed with a single slash. The 6 middle-aged attendants who were still alive could not help but stagger back for a moment. Their faces could not help but turn pale. At this moment, when they looked at Lin Tian again, their hearts trembled and they panicked. They were all creations experts. Now that they had joined forces to deal with the Tao conversion realm cultivator, 2 of them had been killed in the blink of an eye. The law of all beginnings was too terrifying. They were retreating, but Lin Tian's pace did not change at all. Holding the divine sword condensed from the law of all beginnings, he continued to walk towards Mu Guanqing step by step. This person made him extremely displeased. What are you still standing there for? Move. Attack together. Attack together. Cooperate. You pieces of trash, don't you know how to cooperate? Kill him. Kill him. Mu Guanqing roared at the 6 middle-aged attendants. At this moment, seeing that Lin Tian had killed 2 of his all-creations realm attendants in succession, he was a little fearful, but it also made him even more anxious. He ordered the 6 attendants to work together to kill Lin Tian. Otherwise, if these attendants could not kill Lin Tian, he might die here today. The 6 attendants gritted their teeth, and the holy aura around their bodies instantly surged. In an instant, it was more than twice as strong as before. Then, the 6 of them worked together to form a great formation of 6 elements. The combined power of the 6 of them enveloped Lin Tian and attacked him mercilessly. At this moment, the 6 of them were completely cooperating with each other. Unparalleled holy aura immediately drowned out everything. This kind of attack was extremely fierce and destructive. Lin Tian could clearly feel it, but he was not affected at all. He stepped forward, and the law of all beginnings turned into a vortex in an instant. With him as the center, it swept out in all directions. It evolved into an all-beginning storm in this place, annihilating all of the killing lights released by the 6 attendants with a sizzling sound. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and he swung his sword again. This time, his swinging motion seemed very slow, but the space around him could not help but tremble slightly. The swift and fierce sword momentum was like a volcanic eruption. It was one of the profound abhijnas of the transmigration sword technique, the 9 transmigration swords. He used this sword, combined with the peerless law of all beginnings, and slashed with his sword. 9 rays of sword light spun rapidly in the space around him. In an instant, 6 streaks of blood spurted out, and the 6 attendants were all slashed into pieces. Damn it! The 6 attendants were shocked and furious. Their souls were not destroyed, and they quickly reformed their bodies. However, it was also at this moment that the law of all beginnings in the 9 transmigration swords exploded. The purple holy light of all beginnings instantly drowned the 6 attendants' flesh, bones, and souls, turning into a huge purple vortex that swallowed everything. Ah! No! Shrill screams immediately reverberated. The 6 attendants struggled, and their soul energy surged. Their holy energy boiled along with it. However, it was useless. In the face of the law of all beginnings, all of their efforts were in vain. In the blink of an eye, 5 breaths had passed. The law of all beginnings trembled, and purple light flickered. The 6 attendants' flesh and souls all disappeared. Under the law of all beginnings, they turned into nothingness and returned to zero. At this place, the faces of all the cultivators turned pale. Many of them felt a chill run down their spines, and they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The 8 attendants at the early stage of all creations had attacked together, but now, they were all killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. It felt as if Lin Tian was cutting grass. Mu Guanqing trembled and staggered back. No. Impossible. Impossible. How can a lowly native like you have such combat power? Impossible. Impossible. The 9 all creations connects that his father had given him to protect himself were all killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he became incomparably flustered. Lin Tian stepped forward, his eyes indifferent. He casually waved the All Beginnings divine sword in his hand, and the sharp All Beginnings sword aura immediately slashed out. With a hiss, the void turned into nothingness. The purple All Beginnings sword aura slashed straight at Mu Guanqing. Mu Guanqing was shocked. He grabbed Mu Fengqing and used him as a shield. His legs and hands could not help but tremble. In the blink of an eye, the purple All Beginnings sword aura was right in front of him. Lin Tian held the All Beginnings divine sword, and his gaze fell on Mu Fengqing. It was also at this time that Mu Fengqing raised his hand. Specks of light intertwined in his hand, and he forcibly shattered the All Beginnings sword aura. This? In the blink of an eye, the expressions of all the cultivators present changed. They had all personally witnessed how powerful Lin Tian's All Beginnings sword aura was. Not a single one of the all creations connects had been able to block it. In the blink of an eye, they had all been killed by the all creation sword aura. But now, Mu Fengqing had actually shattered the sword aura that could easily kill an early all creations powerhouse with a raise of his hand. Mu Guanqing's expression changed as well. He looked at Mu Fengqing in shock. Bastard, you actually, he had originally wanted to use Mu Fengqing as a shield to help him withstand Lin Tian's All Beginnings sword aura. He had never imagined that Mu Fengqing would be able to so easily shatter Lin Tian's sword aura. This level of strength definitely far surpassed that of his all creations connects. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He raised the purple All Beginnings sword and walked towards Mu Guanqing once more. He wasn't surprised by this scene in the slightest. Early on when he first met Mu Fengqing, he'd noticed that Mu Fengqing was extraordinary. The aura Mu Fengqing emanated was like a bottomless abyss, yet it was also like a boundless river of stars. In the 5th dimension, everyone in the cultivation world believed that Luoxian of the All Beginnings Divine Palace was number 1 in her generation. Her potential was terrifying. However, after seeing Mu Fengqing in the Zhujunxi region, he knew that the number 1 in the 5th dimension was definitely not Luoxian. In comparison, Mu Fengqing was at least 10 times stronger than Luoxian. Mu Fengqing remained silent as he looked at Lin Tian. At this moment, he moved. He walked towards Lin Tian as he walked towards Lin Tian. Is this kind of scum worthy of your protection? Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change. His voice was calm. Father's orders. Mu Fengqing's expression didn't change at all. He was like a puppet as he simply uttered these 5 words. Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. You see him as your father, but he might not see you as his son. The all-beginning sword swept over. This time, it was several dozen times stronger. This place was completely annihilated. He had never seen the sect master of the illusion sorcerer divine sect, but he could feel that he definitely didn't truly see Mu Fengqing as his son. At the very least, he didn't care about Mu Fengqing, a descendant who had his own blood flowing in his body. Otherwise, why would he give Mu Fengqing such a name? Serve Mu Guanqing for the rest of his life, he felt that the sect master of the illusion sorcerer divine sect, whom he had never seen before, only saw Mu Fengqing as a tool with his own blood flowing in his body. Mu Fengqing didn't explain anything. He was very silent. Strands of holy light flickered around his body, blocking Lin Tian's all-beginning sword. All around, the Tao trembled. Because of the holy light around his body, it gave birth to a kind of conscious fear. Defy the Tao? In the distance, experts of the older generation trembled. The 5 laws of the 5th dimension were the inverse Tao, star creation, dark light, all beginnings, and indestructible. These 5 laws of the 5th dimension were roughly recorded in ancient books, so it was not difficult to recognize them. At this time, someone recognized the power Mu Fengqing had unleashed. It was one of the 5 laws of the 5th dimension, the inverse Tao law. It was said to be able to destroy everything. It was a law that was completely born for destruction. He controls. At this moment, all the cultivators were stunned. Mu Fengqing, this person who had always been unknown in the cultivation world, had never had any reputation and was equivalent to a small fry. Yet, he actually controlled the laws of the 5th dimension, the Tao of Defiance. Lin Tian held the all-beginnings divine sword and his gaze fell on the inverse Tao law outside Mu Fengqing's body. Not bad. It's very strong and very pure. You're not far from complete control. As he said this, he raised his hand. The all-beginnings divine sword in his hand vibrated, and the all-beginnings divine light slashed toward Mu Fengqing. Mu Fengqing wanted to protect Mu Guanqing. Then, after defeating Mu Fengqing, he would kill Mu Guanqing. At the same time, he also wanted to see how powerful a law of the inverse Tao law would be in Mu Fengqing's hands. Mu Fengqing's steps were calm as the inverse Tao law surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the law of all beginnings that Lin Tian had unleashed. Qi. Qi. With 2 soft sounds, the inverse Tao law that Mu Guanqing had unleashed was annihilated, and the law of all beginnings that Lin Tian had unleashed also collapsed. These were 2 powers of the same level. The all beginnings could turn the inverse Tao into nothingness, and the inverse Tao could easily destroy the all beginnings. Lin Tian's expression was calm as strands of light intertwined in his eyes. With the protection of the law of all beginnings, he stepped forward. Swathes of divine light of all beginnings swept towards Mu Fengqing with him as the center. Everywhere it passed, everything returned to zero. Mu Fengqing remained silent throughout. The laws of the inverse Tao circled around him as he approached Lin Tian from the front. The surging laws of the inverse Tao interweaved with the terrifying power of Tao obliteration, causing the endless light of the Tao to surge in the world. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them collided head-on. The inverse Tao and myriad beginnings interweaved. Space collapsed and disappeared one after another. As the 2 of them collided, a terrifying hurricane swept out continuously in this space. The scene was somewhat terrifying. The crowd of cultivators couldn't help but tremble as they watched the battle between the 2. Many people couldn't help but tremble as they were shocked by this scene. At the same time, they also became a little excited as they stared at the battle in front of them. After all, this was a battle between the inverse Tao law and the law of all beginnings. This kind of battle was rarely seen even once in 10,000 years. Mu Guanqing was in a daze. Then, his face became a little ugly as he clenched his fists. Damned bastard. He actually secretly learned the inverse Tao and hid it from father and me. He looked at Mu Fengqing, who was fighting Lin Tian with the inverse Tao law, and jealousy couldn't help but appear in his eyes. He's clearly the son of that ordinary B*TCH, but he can control the inverse Tao? Why? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I should be the one controlling it. Mu Fengqing was the result of his father accidentally having sex with a female disciple in the sect. Mu Fengqing's mother was a very ordinary female disciple and was originally at the bottom of the illusion sorcerer sect. However, her son, Mu Fengqing, had a cultivation aptitude that surpassed him by a lot. Although Mu Fengqing was born later than him and had far fewer cultivation resources than him, and even some ordinary disciples in the sect couldn't compare to him, Mu Fengqing's cultivation base and combat strength surpassed his. This made him very uncomfortable with Mu Fengqing and often humiliated Mu Fengqing. And now, what he didn't expect was that Mu Fengqing actually controlled the legendary inverse Dao law and left him far behind. This made him even more jealous of Mu Fengqing, and his eyes were full of sinister resentment. Almost at the same time, Mu Fengqing, who was fighting Lin Tian, trembled slightly. He turned to look at Mu Guanqing and temporarily stopped attacking Lin Tian. Step by step, he walked toward Mu Guanqing. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Mu Guanqing. Mu Guanqing's eyes were full of jealousy and malice. When he saw Mu Fengqing walking over, he immediately shouted angrily, "You bastard, why did you come back at this time? Come back and kill that lowly native for me. Go back and take his head." Slap. The sound of a slap rang out. Mu Fengqing raised his hand and directly slapped Mu Guanqing's cheek, interrupting his words. With a bang, Mu Guanqing was sent flying dozens of feet away. A mixture of blood and teeth fell into the air. This scene caused the expressions of all the cultivators in the area to change slightly. These people were from the fifth dimension and knew a bit about Mu Fengqing. Although they were the same as Mu Guanqing, the son of the illusion sorcery divine sect master, their identities were extremely awkward. The sect master of the illusion sorcery divine sect had ordered them to serve Mu Guanqing forever and not show any disrespect or resistance to Mu Guanqing. But now, Mu Fengqing had slapped Mu Guanqing. A faint light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he quietly watched. At this time, he did not continue to make a move. It was also at this time that Mu Guanqing, who was sent flying, stabilized his body. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He was extremely shocked and angry, and his entire face was distorted. His eyes were filled with extreme resentment. Mu Fengqing. You damned bastard. You dare to hit me? Mu Fengqing took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Mu Guanqing. He grabbed Mu Guanqing's collar and directly pulled him in front of him. You can insult me as you wish, but you are not allowed to insult my mother. Apologize to my mother. Mu Guanqing's face was ferocious. You want me to apologize? You bastard. Apologize. A cold voice interrupted Mu Guanqing's words. Mu Fengqing's eyes became incomparably cold. The inverse Dao law turned outside his body like a destructive sky. An extremely terrifying killing intent instantly surged out, and all Daos trembled along with it. All of a sudden, the hearts of the other cultivators in this place began to palpitate. All of them were terrified and could not stop trembling. Mu Guanqing was almost face to face with Mu Fengqing's eyes, which were filled with killing intent. He vaguely saw a destructive beast behind Mu Fengqing, and his eyes were instantly filled with fear. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. At this moment, he did not doubt that if he dared to say no, Mu Fengqing would definitely kill him in an instant. The killing intent in Mu Fengqing's eyes gradually dissipated. He threw Mu Guanqing aside and walked towards Lin Tian again. Lin Tian quietly stood where he was until Mu Fengqing was about 10 feet away from him. I thought that you would listen to everything he says and lose yourself. You would not care about anything and live like a walking corpse. But it seems that there are still some things in your heart that cannot be touched. He looked at Mu Fengqing and said. In the short period of time just now, the contrast between Mu Fengqing's before and after had surprised him. Just a moment ago, he did not say anything no matter how Mu Guanqing insulted him. He did not react at all, and there was no change in his emotions at all. However, in the next moment, he directly gave Mu Guanqing a resounding slap. This contrast surprised him, but at the same time, he nodded in his heart. Because, if Mu Guanqing still did not react after Mu Fengqing insulted his mother, and still did not say a word like before, he would feel very disappointed. If he did not even react when his mother was insulted by someone else and did not protect his mother's dignity, then this person would be a complete walking corpse. No one is allowed to insult my mother. Mu Fengqing said very little. The inverse Tao laws revolved around him, and like Lin Tian, he condensed a inverse Tao divine sword. The aura of destruction interweaved around the inverse Tao divine sword, and battle intent interweaved around his body. You still want to protect him? In Lin Tian's hand, the all-beginning divine sword interweaved with purple light. His gaze was calm and peaceful. Father's orders. Mu Fengqing said. Lin Tian said no more. The all-beginning divine sword trembled slightly, and a large expanse of all-beginning sword radiance swept towards Mu Fengqing. The all-beginning divine light burst forth. Each ray of sword radiance was extremely sharp, and they interweaved with an aura of annihilation, surging violently. Mu Fengqing shook the inverse Tao divine sword in his hand. Similarly, a large expanse of inverse Tao divine light burst forth to meet the all-beginning sword radiance. In the blink of an eye, the all-beginning sword radiance and the inverse Tao divine sword radiance collided, and the shockwaves were even more terrifying than before. In the next instant, the two of them moved at the same time. In an instant, they rushed in front of each other and engaged in close combat. Boom! 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 In an intense battle, the all-beginning aura and the inverse Tao divine aura continued to rampage in this space. Seeing this battle, the group of cultivators could not help but retreat again and again, their hearts trembling. At this moment, they finally understood why Lin Tian valued Mu Fengqing so much. Mu Fengqing was so terrifying. Facing Lin Tian, who had easily killed 9 all creation's powerhouses in the blink of an eye, they were actually fighting to a draw. This was simply much, much stronger than the divine sons and saintesses of those top-tier orthodoxies. Mu Guanqing stood in the distance. He had already recovered from the murderous look in Mu Fengqing's eyes. As he watched Lin Tian and Mu Fengqing's fierce battle, the hatred in his eyes became even more intense. Lin Tian, who had come from the 4th dimension, had attacked him and injured him. He had always viewed him as a bastard. His father had ordered him to serve him for eternity, but now, he had dared to resist him and even slapped him in the face. Lowly native, damned bastard, all of you must die. All of you must die. Sooner or later, all of you will go to hell. He looked at Lin Tian and Mu Fengqing. His voice was filled with hatred, and his expression was ferocious. At this moment, he retreated, taking advantage of Mu Fengqing and Lin Tian's battle to escape the space. Lin Tian and Mu Fengqing were fighting, but they were aware of all the strange movements in this space. At this moment, he naturally saw Mu Guanqing running outside. He shook the all-beginning sword, and a sword ray shot towards Mu Fengqing. With a slight movement of his feet, he appeared in front of Mu Guanqing in the blink of an eye. Where are you going? The all-beginning sword was intertwined with purple holy light, and when he appeared in front of Mu Guanqing, it was placed horizontally across Mu Guanqing's neck. Mu Guanqing immediately trembled violently. He could feel the aura of the all-beginning sword beside his neck, and for a moment, he didn't dare to move. You, don't act recklessly. Don't act recklessly. My father is the sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect, and he is about to enter the 5th dimension. His voice was trembling. Your father is the sect master of the illusionary sorcerer divine sect? Is he that amazing? Lin Tian looked at Mu Guanqing with an indifferent gaze. Mu Guanqing knew that Lin Tian was not afraid of his father's identity at all when he saw Lin Tian's nonchalant and mocking gaze. Immediately, he shouted, Mu Fengqing. Mu Fengqing. Save me. Hurry up and save me. Because of Mu Fengqing's murderous gaze, he didn't dare to call Mu Fengqing a bastard anymore. Mu Fengqing naturally saw Mu Guanqing's situation. He raised the Tao-defying sword and immediately strode over with extreme speed. Lin Tian raised his hand, and an expanse of divine light of all creation swept out. It transformed into a storm of divine light of all creation that swept towards Mu Fengqing. I told you, those 9 people can't save you. He can't save you. The divine sword of all creation buzzed with his words, causing Mu Guanqing's neck to be instantly sliced open. Blood flowed out. Mu Guanqing immediately trembled violently. He saw that Lin Tian had blocked Mu Fengqing's path with divine light of all creation and couldn't approach him for a short period of time. He felt the divine sword of all creation become even more terrifying. He felt the blood flowing out of his neck. For a moment, his eyes were filled with terror, just like when Mu Fengqing had stared at him with an icy gaze filled with killing intent. I don't kill you. Don't kill me. I apologize. I apologize. His face turned pale. This was the first time he felt so close to death. At this moment, he trembled with fear. Apologize? There's no need for that. Lin Tian Ondao. Mu Guanqing hurriedly said, What do you want? I'll give it to you no matter what it is. Lin Tian looked at him. Your life. As he spoke, the divine sword of all creation in his hand trembled, and with a pu, it shattered Mu Guanqing. His soul was also annihilated. For a moment, the place was dead silent. The group of cultivators stared at Lin Tian in a daze. The son of the illusion sorcerer sect master was killed by Lin Xianxia just like that. He was the most favored son of the illusion sorcerer sect, and the sect master was infinitely close to reaching the fifth dimensional realm. This is big trouble. Some cultivators felt their hearts tremble. However, at the same time, even more cultivators were excited because Mu Guanqing was dead. Lin Xianxia had killed Mu Guanqing. All the cultivators felt as if they were the ones who had killed Mu Guanqing. They felt extremely relieved. Mu Guanqing was too hateful. At this moment, Mu Fengqing had shattered Lin Tian's divine sword of all creation. When he saw that Mu Guanqing had been killed by Lin Tian, he was stunned for a moment. The person his father wanted him to serve for eternity had died in front of him just like that. However, this slight shock only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, he returned to normal and was still as silent as before. There were not many changes in his emotions. Holding the Tao-defying divine sword, he walked toward Lin Tian step by step, and his aura became stronger. You want to avenge him? Lin Tian looked at him calmly. Mu Fengqing walked over step by step, and the Tao-defying divine sword's law became stronger. The destructive aura was majestic. Give father an explanation. Lin Tian then knew that Mu Fengqing didn't care about Mu Guanqing. He only cared about his father who had named him. He thought of many things when he saw Mu Fengqing like this. Over the years, Mu Fengqing must have been longing for his father's approval. However, even though he was very powerful, to the point where he was far stronger than Lu Aoxian of the Divine Palace of all beginnings, he was too honest and didn't know how to express himself. He only silently carried out his father's order to serve Mu Guanqing. Therefore, even if he showed his father the Tao-defying divine sword after mastering it, his father would be pleasantly surprised. His father's attitude would change drastically, but he didn't do it. Perhaps he felt that Mu Fengqing actually knew this, but he still didn't do it. He didn't want his father's attitude towards him to change simply because he had mastered the Tao-defying divine sword. He only wanted his father to change his attitude towards him emotionally, to acknowledge him as a father and son. I still don't believe that the father you speak of has the right to make you act like this. He only treats you as a tool with his own blood flowing in you. He didn't speak very tactfully when he saw Mu Fengqing walking towards him. Instead, he spoke rather cruelly. Mu Fengqing paused slightly. The hand that held the Tao-defying divine sword clearly trembled, but it immediately returned to normal. Even so, he's still my father, he said. The Tao-defying divine sword trembled in his hand. Even sharper Tao-defying divine sword interweaved, giving off a majestic and intimidating aura. Lin Tian looked at him. He didn't say much. The divine sword of all beginnings in his hand trembled, and the purple light became resplendent. Boom, clang, in the blink of an eye, the two of them charged at each other and clashed. The violent collisions continued to repeat here. Hurricanes swept out, causing the cultivators in this space to feel their hearts palpitate as they staggered back. These cultivators were horrified. At this moment, the battle between the two of them was too terrifying. The cultivators only felt that the simple aftershocks could easily crush all of them. In Lin Tian's hand, the divine sword of all beginnings interweaved with the purple law of all beginnings. His eyes flickered with a strange light, and his movements were elegant. Mu Fengqing held the Tao-defying divine sword, and the Tao-defying divine sword jumped around his body as if he could easily destroy everything in this world. Boom, the explosion of Saint energy continued to reverberate. In the blink of an eye, a full hour passed. The two of them fought fiercely, and the space here was constantly being destroyed and destroyed. At this moment, the space not far behind Lin Tian trembled, and a total of 32 figures suddenly appeared. It was unknown how they had hidden themselves behind Lin Tian, but all of them had all creation-level fluctuations. At this moment, they took advantage of the critical moment of Lin Tian and Mu Fengqing's fierce battle to appear out of thin air. At the same time, they brandished their all-creation-level divine swords and slashed at Lin Tian, intimidating him with their killing intent. The sudden attack happened in the blink of an eye. The 32 of them had already closed in on Lin Tian. 32 Wanxiang-level killing auras intertwined together, locking down every inch of space around Lin Tian. 32 killing swords fell mercilessly and cruelly. As Lin Tian fought with Mu Fengqing, he turned around. His eyes shone brightly, and he looked somewhat coldly at the 32 people. At the same time, with a clang, Mu Fengqing made his move. The Tao-defying divine sword in his hand erupted with a monstrous sword aura, and he slashed at the 32 all-creation-level powerhouses at an astonishing speed, forcing all 32 of them to retreat. Such a scene shocked everyone present. Some were shocked by the sudden appearance of 32 all-creation-level powerhouses attacking Lin Tian, while others were shocked by Mu Fengqing's sudden move to help Lin Tian. Junior Mu. What are you doing? Our goal is the same, to take his life. Why are you helping him stop us? One of the 32 people spoke up. It was clear that he had been here for a long time, and he had been using a very special method to conceal himself. He knew what had happened between Mu Fengqing and Lin Tian. For Mu Fengqing to fight with Lin Tian at this time, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Lin Tian. They had been using a special method to conceal themselves, and they had seized the perfect opportunity to attack Lin Tian just now. They had joined forces to attack Lin Tian, sealing off every corner around him, and suppressing his killing intent. However, they hadn't expected that their plan would be foiled by Mu Fengqing. Lin Tian also tilted his head, temporarily ignoring the 32 all-creation-level powerhouses. He looked at Mu Fengqing and asked, why? The sudden appearance of 32 all-creation-level powerhouses really surprised him. Before this, he hadn't sensed their existence at all. Moreover, the timing of their attack had been impeccable. At that moment, he couldn't retaliate at all, and he couldn't defend himself with normal methods. He could only open his Eye of Destiny and use its void form ability to turn his body into nothingness. He could completely destroy the 32 people's attacks, as well as Mu Fengqing's attack. However, what he hadn't expected was that just as he was about to open his Eye of Destiny and use its void form ability, Mu Fengqing actually stopped attacking him. Instead, he used the inverse sword technique to slash at the 32 all-creation-level powerhouses who were attacking him. Lin Tian was really curious about this. Didn't you want to kill me to answer to your father? Lin Tian asked Mu Fengqing. Mu Fengqing paused for an instant and said, previously, when I was angry because my mother was insulted, there was a lot of space between us. At that time, my back was facing you. If you had attacked, you could have killed me. However, you didn't. I owe you once, and I paid you back now. The inverse sword in his hand intertwined with the inverse Tao laws. I will kill you. I will kill you with my own strength to answer to my father. Lin Tianwei was stunned. Then, he laughed loudly. Previously, when Mu Fengqing left the battlefield and walked towards Mu Guanqing because his mother was insulted, his back was facing Lin Tian, and his entire body was full of openings. At that time, Lin Tian could have killed him with a single strike from the all-beginning sword formed from the essence of the law of all beginnings. However, Lin Tian didn't do that. He only looked at his opponent quietly. He hadn't expected Mu Fengqing to know about this. He had always remembered this, and now he was repaying him like this. Mu Fengqing. Very good. I didn't misjudge you. I like your character. He looked at Mu Fengqing. I won't let you kill me, and I won't kill you. The illusion witch sect isn't worth your time. I want you to become my guardian warrior. From the first time he saw Mu Fengqing, He instinctively felt that this person was a good person. Now, he was even more certain of his judgment. This person had great potential and great strength. He was straightforward and upright. He wanted to make him his comrade, his guardian warrior. As soon as he said this, all the cultivators present were stunned. Guardian warrior? What is he saying? Facing a mortal enemy, Lin Tian suddenly said something like this. This caused all the cultivators present to be stunned. Even Mu Fengqing himself couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At this time, Lin Tian didn't pay attention to the expressions of the cultivators present. He tilted his head and looked at the 32 all-creation experts. The people of the Xiang family have come for your clan's third young master? His voice was cold. He could sense that these 32 people had the unique bloodline aura of the Xiang family. Since you've interfered with our battle, all of you will die here. As he spoke, the all-beginning sword in his right hand trembled. The aura of the law of all beginnings skyrocketed, surging violently. At the same time, strands of holy light appeared outside his body, causing the surrounding Daos to tremble in fear. Weak Tao-defying laws interweaved, and then instantly became stronger. Together with the law of all beginnings, it shook the surroundings. That is? He. The crowd of cultivators looked at Lin Tian, and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, the inverse Tao law, actually intertwined around Lin Tian's body. Even Mu Fengqing's expression changed slightly. He controlled the inverse Tao law, and he was very familiar with it. But before this, when he fought with Lin Tian, he didn't sense the aura of the inverse Tao law from Lin Tian. This meant that Lin Tian didn't know the fifth dimension law. But now, Lin Tian had used this kind of power at this moment. There was only one reason, and that was that Lin Tian had controlled the inverse Tao law during the fight with him. This made him tremble slightly. Just because of the short fight with him and seeing him use the inverse Tao law, Lin Tian was able to control this kind of power. Looking at Lin Tian, he was stunned for a moment. What kind of person was this? Was this something a human could do? At the same time, the expressions of the 32 all-creation realm experts of the Xian family changed. At this moment, Lin Tian actually emitted the aura of both the inverse Tao law and the all-beginning Tao law at the same time. He controlled two types of the fifth dimension law, that was the fifth dimension law. A person controlling two types of the fifth dimension law at the same time. In the history of the fifth dimension, no one had ever done it. No matter how monstrous, powerful, or heaven-defying the existence of the fifth dimension, no one had ever done it. But now, Lin Tian had done it before their eyes. He controlled both the inverse Tao law and the all-beginning Tao law at the same time. Retreat. The 32 all-creations powerhouses were all horrified. When one of them spoke, the dozens of others immediately retreated at lightning speed. Since their sure kill attack had failed, they didn't think they had any hope of taking down Lin Tian. After all, they had all secretly watched the battle between Lin Tian and Mu Fengqing. It was too frightening. With their early all-creations cultivation, even if there were 32 of them, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop Lin Tian. They had already decided to retreat immediately after their sure kill attack had failed. However, at this moment, after seeing Lin Tian use the inverse law after sacrificing the 10,000 beginnings, these people were even more terrified. They didn't dare to confront Lin Tian directly. At this moment, they all retreated at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, they had retreated far away. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, waves of divine light of all beginnings surged out and transformed into a huge cage of all beginnings, trapping all 32 early-stage all-creation experts of the Xian family within the cage of all creation. He strode forward, directly entering the cage of all creation. He appeared in front of one of the all-creation experts and slapped out the inverse law interwoven his hand, containing the power of destruction. It was truly born for destruction, and it landed on the person. Splat, blood splattered everywhere. The all-creation expert didn't even have time to scream before his body and soul were destroyed. He was like a god walking through the cage of all beginnings. The inverse law interwove, condensing into an inverse divine sword in his hand. Combined with the reincarnation sword technique, he slashed out with the sword, bringing with him 9 sharp sword auras. He had been analyzing and comprehending the inverse law during his battle with Mu Fengqing for over an hour. This was because the inverse law that Mu Fengqing controlled was far purer than the law of all beginnings that Luo Xian controlled, so it was much easier for him to comprehend it. In just an hour, he had used the inverse law that Mu Fengqing had used to control this power. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. 9 sword auras slashed through the air, interwove with the pure destructive power of the inverse law and the sharp sword auras of the reincarnation sword technique. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through the chests of 9 all-creation experts. 9 eye-catching mists of blood exploded, causing the 9 people's bodies to instantly shatter. Then, their souls were completely destroyed by the inverse law in the blink of an eye. In the cage of all creation, only 22 of the 32 all-creation experts were left in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the shock in their eyes became even more intense, and they all trembled. In just an instant, 10 of their hundreds of thousands of all-creation experts had been killed. Go! Charge out! Someone shouted loudly, his body trembling. He was clearly only at the middle stage of the Dao transformation realm, but he was able to so easily kill early-stage all-creation experts like them. His battle prowess was far too terrifying. Swoosh! 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 Of the 22 people, 3 of them were the fastest. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the edge of the cage of all creation and bombarded it with divine light. With a hiss, the divine light that landed on the cage of all creation instantly disappeared. Then, the divine light of all creation bounced back and enveloped the 3 of them. Ah! Miserable screams immediately rang out as they were enveloped by the divine light of all creation. The 3 of them struggled fiercely, using all sorts of divine abilities and techniques in an attempt to break free from the divine light of all creation. However, it was completely useless. The law of all creation turned everything into nothingness, returning everything to zero. Without the support of an absolute cultivation base, without the power of a law of the same level, there was no way to block this power of all creation. Everything was futile. In the blink of an eye, 7 breaths passed. The screams of the 3 people disappeared, and their bodies and souls were completely turned into nothingness. Their bodies and souls had been destroyed. In an instant, only 19 of the 32 all-creation experts were left. Their faces became incomparably pale. We are from the Xiang clan. You don't go too far. The Xiang clan won't let you off. Someone looked at Lin Tian, his face pale as he threatened him with a trembling voice. Lin Tian's eyes were ice-cold. He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. The Tao-defying law collapsed everything, and it landed on the person who had spoken. With a pu, the person who had threatened Lin Tian immediately shattered. Under the Tao-defying law, he was completely annihilated. His steps were calm as he stepped into the cage of all creation. The Tao-defying divine sword in his hand slashed out once more. At the same time, the cage of all creation trembled, and dense amounts of divine light of all creation surged out from within. No! Stop! Stop! We're... Ah! The eyes of the hundreds of all creation experts were filled with terror. Miserable screams rang out continuously, and mists of blood spurted out continuously. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. The miserable screams in this space disappeared, and the hundreds of thousands of all creation experts had been killed. In this space, not far away, a group of cultivators could not help but tremble. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. 32 all creation experts had been killed in such a short period of time. From the looks of it, it was easier than cutting grass. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, the group of cultivators felt their souls turn cold. It was as if they would be frozen in the next moment. Was this really someone from the four-dimensional world? Was this really a human? They even felt that Lin Tian had not even used his full strength. If he really did, he would probably be able to kill even a peak all-creation expert. Even someone as strong as Mu Fengqing, who had almost completely mastered the Tao-defying law, had a fierce gleam in his eyes. Outside Lin Tian's body, the divine light of all creation disappeared, and the Tao-defying law also disappeared. He turned around and looked at Mu Fengqing. How about it, Mu Fengqing? Become my guardian warrior? Become my companion? He looked at Mu Fengqing and issued an invitation. This man was worthy of his invitation. Mu Fengqing was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, "Impossible." He paused and opened his mouth. "Who are you?" Lin Tian was too strong, far beyond his imagination. He wanted to know who Lin Tian was. Based on his instincts, he definitely did not believe that Lin Tian was simply from the four-dimensional world. Lin Tian looked at him. "Become my guardian warrior and my companion, and I'll tell you everything." Mu Fengqing shook his head. "Impossible." He looked at Lin Tian and gave him a deep look. Then, he turned and left. "I'll come find you again." He could feel how powerful Lin Tian was now. He was no match for him now. It would be futile to fight him again. Lin Tian looked at Mu Fengqing's back. He knew that Mu Fengqing wanted to find him again to become stronger so that he could kill him. However, he did not mind at all. In fact, there was even a hint of a smile on his face. "I'll wait for you." He looked on as Mu Fengqing left until he disappeared from his field of vision. In this place, a group of cultivators looked at him. Their eyes were filled with shock as they discussed in low voices. Lin Tian naturally sensed the gazes of these cultivators and could hear their discussions. However, he did not mind at all. He walked toward the stone chambers in this space and put away all the immortal treasures in his field of vision. In this space, the cultivators had not left yet. At this moment, they looked on as Lin Tian put away all the immortal treasures. No one dared to fight for them. Lin Tian's battle prowess was clear for all to see. Who dared to fight for him now? Lin Tian still did not care about these people. He walked past the stone chambers and quickly put away all the immortal treasures. These immortal treasures were very large when put together. The value they contained was also very shocking. There were many Baodan that could allow a mystic heaven cultivator to break through to the Dao conversion realm in a very short time. There were also Dao conversion and all-encompassing divine weapons. There were also some other extraordinary natural treasures that could temper the body, shape the Dao, and strengthen the soul. None of them were ordinary. He nodded to himself as he put away these immortal treasures. These things were useless to him now. However, they were very useful to Wu Yi and the others, as well as to the immortal court. After a pause, he did not stop here. He walked toward the center of the sacred mountain and gradually disappeared in front of him. This person, he's too terrifying. Too frightening. How could there be such a terrifying person in the four-dimensional world? Compared to him, the divine sons and saintesses of those top orthodoxies are even worse than dust. The group of cultivators looked at Lin Tian's disappearing figure and could not help but gasp. After leaving the space from before, Lin Tian walked along a cave and walked steadily. Along the way, the cave became more and more spacious. It was difficult to see other cultivators. Soon, more than 2 hours had passed, and a space of about 10,000 cubic meters appeared in front of him. There was a circular stone platform in the center, surrounded by seawater. There was not the slightest ripple, and an old man was sitting cross-legged on it. The old man's clothes were very ancient. His eyes were closed and his expression was very peaceful. There was no sign of life. Clearly, this was a corpse. The Seven Treasures Patriarch? Lin Tian had never seen the Seven Treasures Ancestor Lord before. However, this old man's corpse was sitting cross-legged at the center of the sacred mountain, and he did not look like an ordinary person. Therefore, he instinctively judged that the other party should be the Seven Treasures Ancestor Lord. There were no other cultivators around. At this time, he was the only one who had come to this place. He paused for a moment, then walked forward. Not long after, he arrived in front of the old man's corpse and looked at it closely. How peaceful. He muttered to himself. He could feel that this old man was truly dead. There was an obvious aura of death surrounding him. However, this aura of death did not give off a sinister feeling. Instead, it gave off a peaceful aura. From this point, he was slightly moved. The old man's cultivation level when he was alive was definitely far beyond that of an ordinary fifth-dimension ancestor lord. Looking at this old man, he could not help but walk a little closer. Buzz. Suddenly, a ring of light rolled out from the old man's corpse, which was surrounded by the aura of death. It turned into runes that filled the sky. The densely packed runes seemed to be the prototype of a divine technique and treasure technique. Lin Tian was immediately moved. The Seven Stars Bible? His eyes narrowed slightly. The densely packed rune imprints jumped like fairies. In the next moment, they all rushed toward him and entered his sea of consciousness. At this moment, his sea of consciousness brightened. Runes jumped around, and there was even a strand of origin consciousness among them. It was as if a large bell had suddenly rung in his sea of consciousness. Strange scenes appeared one after another. After that, all the runes and seals, as well as the strange images that appeared, completely merged into his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness instantly quieted down, and the talisman markings and the numerous strange scenes from before vanished in unison. At the same time, cracks appeared on the old man's corpse on the stone platform. Then, it turned into faint light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stood in place with a strange light in his eyes. The Seven Treasures Ancestor Lord, the Seven Stars Bible, the Seven Stars Demon Subduing Formation. He muttered to himself. Just now, he had obtained the complete Seven Stars Bible from the endless runes that had gushed out from the old man's corpse. It contained many terrifying great techniques, and all of them were fifth-dimensional holy techniques with boundless profoundness. This old man was the Seven Treasures ancestor. At the same time as the runic Tao seal surged into his sea of consciousness, many scenes appeared in his sea of consciousness. Through these scenes, he learned many things. The old man here was the Seven Treasures patriarch. Back then, he had discovered an extremely terrifying great beast in this region of the sea. Then, he had used the five-dimensional weapons of the seven sects to lay down the Seven Stars Devil Subduing Formation and sealed it. The reason he had to seal it was because the great beast was completely born from the endless filth between heaven and earth. It only had pure killing intent, and it had almost reached the Hotian realm, which was above the fifth-dimensional realm. Once it left this region of the sea, it would definitely cause countless creatures to suffer and die. In order to prevent this from happening, he had to seal it. Just sealing it was already the limit of the Seven Treasures patriarch. Moreover, he had suffered great injuries during the sealing process. After that, although he had searched for many immortal materials to refine into medicine to heal his injured body, it was to no avail. His injuries continued to worsen, and his life was rapidly draining away. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. After that, the Seven Treasures ancestor wanted to take advantage of the limited time to refine a supreme treasure weapon in this sacred mountain in order to kill the sealed great evil. Unfortunately, it was to no avail and he couldn't refine it at all. In the end, regardless of whether it was refining a Baodan to heal his injured body or refining a weapon that could completely kill the great beast, they all ended in failure. The Seven Treasures patriarch no longer did anything and silently walked to the end of his life in the center of the holy mountain. Before his death, in order to prevent his ancient scriptures from being lost, the Seven Treasures patriarch set up an ancient technique in his body. In his later life, as long as there was a life form close to his body, the ancient technique would automatically activate and pass on the Seven Stars Bible. He would also tell the matter of the great beast that was being suppressed in this region of the sea in some simple scenes in the Seven Stars Bible. The reason for this was that the Seven Stars patriarch's injuries had already reached a terrifying level. He was already powerless to lead this region of the sea and find a suitable successor to inherit his legacy. So that's how it is. Previously, he was puzzled as to why the Seven Stars halberd would be stuck in such a place. It was very abnormal. Now, he finally understood. The Seven Stars halberd and the other 6 fifth-dimensional weapons had been placed in 7 different locations by the Seven Treasures patriarch, forming a vast Seven Stars Devil Subduing Formation to seal a peerless great beast in this region of the sea. Furthermore, in order to prevent future generations from destroying the Seven Stars Devil Subduing Formation, the Seven Treasures patriarch had set up an astonishing protective barrier around each of the weapons. Only those who had reached the peak of the fifth-dimensional realm could break through it. Of course, he could also break through it now and take away the weapons because he had obtained the inheritance of the Seven Treasures patriarch. The key to unsealing the Seven Stars Devil Subduing Formation was in the Seven Stars Bible, and one only needed to be at the Tao conversion realm to use it. However, even though he had obtained the key to breaking the seven stars devil subduing formation and could take away the fifth-dimensional treasure weapons of the seven sects, he would naturally not do so. That was because once the formation was broken, the great evil beast would be born, and it would definitely cause countless lives to suffer. Is it under here? He looked at the bottom of the sacred mountain, and a faint light intertwined in his eyes. The great beast was sealed under the sacred mountain. He stood there and looked at the bottom of the sacred mountain. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths had passed. After 10 breaths, he shifted his gaze and looked at the stone platform where the Seven Treasures Patriarch had been sitting cross-legged. He bowed. It was not because he had obtained the inheritance of the Seven Treasures Patriarch, but because of what the Seven Treasures Patriarch had done in the past. He admitted that he could not sacrifice himself for a stranger. He would only risk his life for his family and friends, and he would not hesitate to die. However, although he could not sacrifice himself for a stranger, he admired those who could do such a thing from the bottom of his heart. Those who could do such a thing were true sages and worthy of everyone's respect. He stood there and paused for a few breaths. Then, he turned around and walked out of the sacred mountain. There was no need to stay here any longer. He followed the path he came from and walked out. His speed was not fast, but it was not slow either. He saw many cultivators along the way, but he did not pay them any attention. Soon, he left the sacred mountain, and not long after, he stepped out of the sea. At the edge of the sea, he turned around and looked at the center of the sea. He paused for a moment, and a holy light intertwined. He raised his hand and formed a spiritual imprint. The imprint was about the great beast that the Seven Treasures Patriarch had sealed with the fifth-dimensional weapons of the seven sections. The reason for this was because the fifth-dimensional weapons of the seven sects within the sacred mountain had already been exposed. Ordinary people might not be able to take them away, but those top-notch orthodoxies all had fifth-dimensional realm experts. Even if they were only at the initial stage of the fifth-dimensional realm and were unable to break through the barrier surrounding the fifth-dimensional weapons and take them away, what if those top-notch orthodoxies had some special methods that could help them break through the barrier and take away all of the fifth-dimensional weapons? At that time, the great ferocious beast sealed under the sacred mountain would come out in the blink of an eye. Given the might of that great ferocious beast, no one in the fifth dimension would be able to resist it. At that time, countless lives would be lost. The reason he had created this mental imprint and transmitted the severity of this matter to all the cultivators in this world was to let all the cultivators in this world know that the fifth-dimensional treasured weapons of the seven sects absolutely could not be used rashly. Otherwise, there would be no end to the disaster. He formed several tens of thousands of spiritual imprints. Some of them were sent to the center of the sea, while others were sent to other places in the fifth dimension. He believed that it would not be long before all the cultivators knew about this. They would understand the importance of the seven sects' treasured weapons in the sacred mountain and would not casually touch them. After finishing this matter, he left the sea for real. Not long after, he stepped into a large mountain and walked slowly. The spiritual energy of the world automatically flowed into his body and was refined by him. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, all the cultivators who had gone to the ancestral Lord Sea domain had left. The spiritual imprints he formed had also spread to every corner of the fifth dimension, causing all the cultivators in the fifth dimension to be shocked. There is actually such a terrifying beast sealed under the sea. It's infinitely close to the Hotian realm. The Hotian realm is the realm after the fifth dimension. It seems that it can only be found in the sixth dimension. If that beast is infinitely close to the Hotian realm and that beast breaks out of the seal, then wouldn't a great disaster befall our fifth dimension? Is this for real? Who formed this spiritual imprint? It's not an exaggeration, right? It doesn't feel like it. No matter how I look at it, there is no benefit to the person who formed this spiritual imprint. Indeed, it's infinitely close to the Hotian realm, and it only has killing intent. In the cultivation world of the fifth dimension, all the cultivators were shocked by this matter. No matter what, they didn't expect such a terrifying great beast to be sealed within the ancestral Lord Sea domain. It was simply the source of calamity. Even the top orthodoxies in the fifth dimension couldn't help but be moved when they heard this. At the same time, some of the cultivators who had returned from the ancestral Lord Sea domain spoke of other matters. Speaking of the ancestral Lord Sea domain, there is another matter that is even more terrifying. A cultivator from the fourth dimension actually controlled two types of fifth dimension law, the all-beginning law and the inverse law at the same time. A person who had been to the sacred mountain and saw Lin Tian's attack said. When this voice was heard, the fifth dimension's cultivation world was immediately shaken. It was even more shocking than when they heard that there was a terrifying beast sealed under the ancestral Lord Sea domain. All the cultivators were greatly shocked. A person controlling two types of fifth dimension law at the same time? That's impossible. There has never been such a person since ancient times. Moreover, it's a lowly creature from the fourth dimension? Someone questioned. This matter was simply too inconceivable. It's not a lie, it's real. I saw it with my own eyes. Someone quickly responded and projected a mental image. It was the image of Lin Tian using the law of all beginnings and the inverse law to kill the 32 all creations realm experts from the Xiang family. This mental image quickly spread far and wide, causing the entire fifth dimension's cultivation world to be in an uproar. Countless cultivators were shocked. Following that, even more voices were heard. I saw him use the law of all beginnings with my own eyes. He only fought against Luoxian from the all-beginning divine palace. He watched Luoxian use the law of all beginnings and then controlled this kind of power. I saw his battle with the illusion sorcerer divine sex Mu Fengqing. Then, his inverse Tao law seemed to have been mastered after he watched Mu Fengqing use the inverse Tao law for more than an hour during his battle with him. As soon as these voices were heard, the fifth dimension's cultivation world became even more chaotic. Countless cultivators could not help but tremble. A cultivator from the fourth dimension had mastered two types of fifth dimension law at the same time. Moreover, he had mastered both types of fifth dimension law in a short period of time after watching others use them. How terrifying was this? Was this something that a human could do? My God, some cultivators muttered to themselves, almost scared out of their wits by this matter. For a moment, countless cultivators in the fifth dimension's cultivation world were shocked. Countless great sects were shocked. They were all stunned by Lin Tian. During this process, the name Mu Fengqing also spread throughout the fifth dimension's cultivation world along with Lin Tian's name, causing all the cultivators in this world to feel their hearts palpitate. No one would have thought that an unknown young man from the illusion sorcery divine sect would actually control the legendary inverse law. Moreover, he had already mastered it so well that even Luoxian, who had mastered the law of all beginnings, could not compare to him. Lin Tian was alone in the immortal mountains and ancient forests. Like a leisurely traveler, he turned a deaf ear to what was happening in the outside world. During this process, he consolidated the law of all beginnings and the inverse law, completely mastering them in an extremely short period of time. Then, he used more time to comprehend the Tao of reincarnation. However, after half a month of using more time to comprehend the Tao of reincarnation, the effects of the Tao of reincarnation were minimal. It really proves that there is no harm without comparison. He muttered to himself. Reincarnation. Compared to the all beginnings and inverse Tao, the incomplete reincarnation did not have any advantages. However, it was the most unique power and was extremely difficult to comprehend. It was like an ordinary person trying to ascend to the 9 heavens. Speaking of which, I gained quite a lot from reincarnation when I was in seclusion previously. But now, I have gained very little. He muttered to himself and was slightly puzzled. Has my current cultivation reached a bottleneck where I can comprehend reincarnation easily? As he thought about it, he felt that it made sense. Perhaps his previous comprehension had already reached the limit of simple comprehension based on the unsealing of 4 layers of his soul root. If he continued to comprehend reincarnation with his current cultivation level, it would not be as easy as before. He paused and shook his head. He followed the small path on the celestial mountain and took simple steps. The Saint Spirit Chi in the celestial mountain was rich and flowed into his body. As the reincarnation heart sutra circulated, it quickly fused into his flesh and blood, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to slowly strengthen. His cultivation level also slowly increased. He did not care about this. Instead, he focused all his attention on reincarnation and continued to comprehend reincarnation. With his current cultivation level, it was not as easy to comprehend reincarnation as before. However, he was still able to gain something. It was just that he needed to spend more time than when he first unsealed the 4 layers of his soul root. Compared to the state of his soul root when it was sealed in the 4-dimensional world, it was still much stronger. There was a qualitative difference, a world of difference. Time flowed like sand between his fingers. Day after day passed. His steps were steady as he walked past one celestial mountain after another. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Another half a month passed. On this day, a majestic force suddenly intertwined in his body. He cultivated while comprehending reincarnation. His cultivation level had reached the peak of the Tao conversion realm. His essence, energy, spirit, and other aspects had a shocking increase. I am just a small step away from the manifestation realm. Comprehending reincarnation should be twice the result with half the effort. Should I cultivate and break through first? He muttered to himself. With his current cultivation level, although he could still gain something from comprehending reincarnation, he would need to spend a lot of time. At this time, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of Tao conversion. He thought that he might as well raise his cultivation base to the all creations level first before continuing to comprehend reincarnation. That should be much easier than at this stage. After thinking about it for a moment, he immediately decided to do so. Not long after, he found a divine mountain with dense Holy Spirit chi and dug out a cave. He set up layers of protective formations around it and then began to cultivate seriously. He activated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. Immediately, endless holy spiritual chi and rule fragments swept toward him as if they had a mind of their own. They formed a holy spiritual vortex beside him. It was a shocking scene. Immediately, his essence, chi, and spirit became stronger at an extremely fast rate. His cultivation also increased at an extremely fast rate. Thus, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Boom, a month later. On this day, the sky above this majestic divine mountain suddenly turned dark. A huge lightning vortex intertwined with black lightning bolts rampaging within. Every bolt seemed to be able to shatter everything. A destructive aura came down from the sky. This divine mountain trembled uncontrollably as if it would collapse in the next moment. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes as he stood up. With his unsealed 4-level soul root, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. After a month, he had reached the early stage of all creations from the peak of Tao conversion. At this moment, he triggered the all creations heavenly tribulation. Darkness instantly shrouded the entire divine mountain. Come. He looked at the sky and said calmly. Within this divine mountain, with him as the center, he could clearly sense that there were no living creatures within a radius of 10,000 feet. Thus, he did not need to leave to find a suitable place to undergo the tribulation. He directly chose to undergo the tribulation here. Within the lightning, there seemed to be a supreme ruler. As if it felt that he was provoking it, the first round of the main lightning punishment immediately came down. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed, and the ground cracked. Lin Tian stood quietly in place. The first round of the main lightning punishment landed on him, but it was forcefully shattered by his powerful physique. However, he was not injured at all. Even the corners of his clothes were not damaged at all. However, a faint light flashed across his eyes. This was because the power of the lightning punishment was much stronger than he had expected. Is it related to my control of the all beginnings in verse? Will the heavenly tribulation become stronger every time I control a new dimension law? He muttered to himself. Boom, the sky exploded, and the second round of the main lightning punishment appeared. It was a black starry sky of lightning, and it mightily pressed down. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He did not care and did not resist. At the same time, he summoned the reincarnation sword from his body and underwent the tribulation with him. He endured the baptism of the fierce lightning punishment, causing the divine sword to continuously transform. Thus, on this day, the lightning punishment struck down in this divine mountain. The destructive aura surged and was extremely terrifying. Boom, 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 the destructive heavenly tribulation shook, and the main lightning punishment struck one after another. It was not until a total of 360 rounds of the main lightning punishment had passed that the lightning vortex in the sky slowly dissipated. The sky regained its clarity, and the destructive aura disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Tao Conversion Realm Heavenly Tribulation has 180 rounds of the main lightning punishment. Now, there are 360 rounds of the main lightning punishment. It seems that it is indeed related to my control of the all beginnings and the inverse. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Buzz. In the sky, after the lightning vortex dissipated, a seven-colored auspicious cloud condensed. The seven-colored light immediately enveloped him and surrounded him. This was a gift from the heavenly tribulation. The seven-colored light contained the purest power of heaven and earth. He naturally knew that. He immediately circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and took the initiative to refine the seven-colored light to stabilize his current all-creations realm cultivation. At the same time, he waved his hand and reformed the reincarnation sword that had been shattered by the all-creations heavenly tribulation. There were more lightning seals on the sword, and the divine patterns on the sword became brighter. The sword aura it emitted was clearly many times stronger. As his cultivation increased to the all-creations realm, it turned into an all-creations treasure weapon. The sharp sword aura seemed to be able to easily cut through everything. He was naturally very satisfied with this sword. This was a divine sword that his master, the human king, had forged for him. It had also been fused with a sacred item like the chaotic heavenly crystal. Moreover, the power of faith was constantly pouring into the divine sword, constantly cleansing it. Now, although it was only an all-creations treasure weapon, its overall power was definitely many times stronger than an ordinary pure sun treasure weapon. Buzz, the seven-colored light constantly poured into his body and was refined by him. His cultivation quickly stabilized, and his essence, chi, and spirit surged. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. The seven-colored auspicious clouds in the sky dispersed, and no more seven-colored light fell from the sky. His expression was calm as he put the reincarnation sword into his body. Then, he left the land that had become extremely scorched black. After that, he continued to walk among the celestial mountains. After his cultivation reached the all-creations realm, he began to devote himself to the path of reincarnation. He seriously comprehended and deduced the path of reincarnation. Then, as he expected, after his cultivation reached the all-creations realm, coupled with the unsealing of the 4 layers of soul roots, he continued to comprehend the path of reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, he gained a lot. Compared to before, it was much easier. This made him nod to himself. Then, he seriously comprehended and deduced the path of reincarnation. His gains from the path of reincarnation were getting greater and greater. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Another month had passed. With his early all-creations cultivation, he seriously comprehended the path of reincarnation. The path of reincarnation that he controlled had undergone a huge qualitative change. Great! A bright light flashed in his eyes, and he could not help but smile. Now, although he was still very far away from the complete path of reincarnation, he had finally taken a step forward. As long as he was improving, it was a good thing. It was also at this time that he realized that he had unknowingly walked near a very wide road. There were many cultivators coming and going on the road. He paused, turned his back to the road, and walked towards a celestial mountain in the distance. He was prepared to continue deducing the path of reincarnation. However, in the next moment, his body froze, and his footsteps towards the celestial mountain in the distance came to a stop. A voice came from the road. A cultivator lamented and entered his ears, that Mu Fengqing is quite pitiful. On the road, a few cultivators walked together. They seemed to be companions. As they walked into the distance, they could not help but shake their heads. He was able to control the inverse law to infinitely close to mastery at such a young age. Other than that incomprehensible freak from the 4th dimension, throughout the history of cultivation, there is really no one who can compare to him. Who would have thought that he would be the one to help his disciple? That illusionary sorcerer sect master is truly ruthless. Although Mu Fengqing is only a bastard son, he is still his own flesh and blood. He actually used such a cruel secret technique to seize the inverse laws. One of them said, according to some of the disciples of the illusion sorcerer sect who went out, Mu Fengqing is almost half crippled and could die at any time. After seizing Mu Fengqing's inverse law, the sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect used it to reach the fifth dimensional realm. 3 days ago, he announced to the world that he has become the sixth fifth-dimensional ancestor monarch in this generation, excluding the ancestors of the 5 top-grade orthodoxies. Moreover, he is a fifth-dimensional ancestor monarch who can control the inverse law. After that, it seems that many great powers will go to the illusion sorcerer sect to congratulate him. He used such a ruthless method to seize the power of his own blood to reach the fifth-dimensional realm. How could he have the face to announce it to the world? How could he make so many great powers go to congratulate him? This is the world of cultivation. Strength is capital. A fifth-dimensional ancestor monarch who can control the inverse law is a super big shot. He has the ability to change the structure of the world of cultivation. No matter how unsightly his method of reaching the fifth-dimensional realm is, he will still be valued by the world. As long as he doesn't bring disaster to the world, who would care too much about such things? The cultivators discussed as they walked. Lin Tian was very far away from the cultivators. Even though the cultivators had suppressed their voices, he still heard them. What the F***ck? The cultivators were furious when their companions were suddenly grabbed. However, in the next moment, when they saw Lin Tian's appearance clearly, their expressions changed greatly, and they stopped talking. The cultivators who were grabbed by Lin Tian and brought close to him could not help but tremble when they saw Lin Tian's cold gaze. Not long ago, Lin Tian's name had already spread throughout the entire 5 maintenance world. He was a person with 2 types of fifth-dimensional laws, and with his Dao transformation cultivation, he could kill Wanxiang realm experts as easily as cutting grass. This had already shaken the entire 5 maintenance world, and there weren't many people who didn't know about it. Now that they saw Lin Tian, fear rose in these people's hearts. At the same time, there were a group of other cultivators moving about on the path as well. They naturally recognized Lin Tian at this moment, and all of them could not help but stop as shock appeared on their faces. Speak. Lin Tian looked at the cultivator who was grabbed by him. The coldness in his eyes was very strong. The cultivator was dressed in black clothes. When he met Lin Tian's gaze, his heart trembled and he did not dare to hesitate. We heard it from some disciples of the illusion sorcerer sect. The news of Mu Fengqing controlling the inverse law spread in the cultivation world. After he returned to the illusion sorcerer sect, he was imprisoned by the sect master not long after. Using a special secret technique, he took away Mu Fengqing's inverse law and merged it into his own body. Then, he used that law to reach the fifth-dimensional realm and pass the fifth-dimensional heavenly tribulation. After that, Mu Fengqing this person spoke very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had explained in detail how Mu Fengqing's inverse law had been taken away. The coldness in Lin Tian's eyes became even stronger. In fact, when he was outside the main road, he had heard what these cultivators were talking about. The reason he asked was because he did not want to believe it and wanted to confirm it himself. Now that he had confirmed what had happened to Mu Fengqing, his chest could not help but rise and fall violently. Before this, although he had not met the sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect, he could vaguely guess that the sect master did not care about Mu Fengqing at all and did not treat Mu Fengqing as his own flesh and blood. However, he did not expect that the sect master would do such a ruthless thing and personally take away the power of his own flesh and blood to help himself. After being named Mu Fengqing, he was ordered to serve the first wife's son, Mu Guanqing, for eternity. Over the years, Mu Fengqing had always kept these words in mind. Apart from when he talked back to Mu Guanqing when his mother was being insulted, no matter how much Mu Guanqing humiliated Mu Fengqing did not react at all. He only obeyed his father's order and hoped that one day, he would be recognized by his father. But now, he was being treated like this. He let go of the black-robed cultivator in front of him. His eyes were filled with coldness as he stepped into the air and headed west. In the blink of an eye, he was very far away from this place and disappeared from the sight of the cultivators on the main road. At this time, the cultivators on the main road finally felt a bit more relaxed. That was especially true for the black-robed cultivator who was captured by Lin Tian earlier. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat and he was gasping for breath. The look in Lin Tian's eyes earlier was simply too terrifying. The chilling intent within them was simply too thick. At this time, the cultivators looked in the direction Lin Tian left in and couldn't help but be shocked. That seems to be the direction of the illusion sorcerer sect. Someone shuddered. I heard that he invited Mu Fengqing to be his guardian. Now, could it be, is he going to cause trouble at the illusion sorcerer sect? No way. No matter how monstrous and abnormal he is, he can't possibly defeat the entire illusion sorcerer sect. After all, the difference in cultivation is too great. The sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect has already stepped into the fifth dimensional realm. The cultivators couldn't help but be shocked. After leaving the main road, Lin Tian's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed dozens of immortal mountains. After that, with the speed of his manifestation realm cultivation, a total of 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, on this day, he appeared outside a chain of mountain ranges. As far as the eye could see, every mountain in the chain of mountains was incomparably majestic. The holy spiritual chi was astonishing, and there were many palaces and pavilions standing in the center of the mountain range. Looking from afar, endless holy light intertwined inside, as if it was the divine realm. He had once asked Yu Yao about the sects in the fifth dimension and learned a lot. One of them was the illusion sorcerer sect. Naturally, he knew where it was located. This was where the illusion sorcerer sect was established. Whether it was potential, talent, or strength, Mu Fengqing was impeccable. Most importantly, he liked Mu Fengqing's character very much. He approved of Mu Fengqing from the bottom of his heart and hoped that Mu Fengqing would become his guardian and companion. Now, Mu Fengqing's inverse law had been taken away, and he was almost crippled. He could die at any moment. He couldn't bear to see someone he approved of meet such a sad end, so he couldn't sit by and do nothing. He came here to bring Mu Fengqing away. The illusion sorcerer sect had existed for a long time. At this time, there were many figures gathered outside the sect. A few grand elders, a few ordinary elders, and a group of core disciples of the sect were standing outside the sect. Each of them had a face full of smiles as they welcomed the masters of the major powers who had come to congratulate the sect master for entering the fifth dimension. The Heavenly Treasure Island has come to congratulate you. The Will Golden Nunnery has come to congratulate you. The Sanyuan Ancient Sect has come to congratulate you. Loud shouts could be heard from time to time outside the illusion sorcerer sect. Many masters of major powers came from afar to congratulate the sect master. The grand elders and elders of the illusion sorcerer divine sect all had smiles on their faces. Now that their sect master had reached the fifth dimension, surpassing their progenitor and becoming the sixth superpower in the fifth dimension, the sect master had attracted the congratulations of numerous superpowers. As members of the illusion sorcerer divine sect, how could they not be happy, now that their sect master had reached the fifth dimensional realm? The illusion sorcerer divine sect's position in the fifth dimensional realm had undergone a qualitative change. Naturally, the status of these people had also risen. The Thousand-Star Treasure sect has come to congratulate you. The Zhonghong Divine Valley has come to congratulate you. The Fan Luo Immortal sect has come to you. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of him. Lin Tian had arrived at the illusion sorcerer sect from outside the mountain range. The disciples of the illusion sorcerer sect who had announced the names of the sects who had come to congratulate him couldn't help but turn pale and retreat. The expressions of the other sect masters who had come to congratulate him also changed. After all, during this period of time, Lin Tian's reputation had spread throughout the entire fifth dimension. The few grand elders and ordinary elders of the illusion sorcerer divine sect looked over and saw Lin Tian. After which, a cold look appeared on their faces. Our illusion sorcerer sect has yet to pursue you for killing Guanqing, but you dare to come here of your own accord. Arrest him. The third grand elder of this branch shouted. Immediately, the dozens of elders of this branch who had been waiting outside the sect to receive the sect masters moved at the same time. Their eyes were cold, and extremely powerful holy light surged out of their bodies. A cold aura immediately spread out, and their killing intent was very oppressive. Don't kill him. Suppress him first, then let the sect master deal with him personally. The third Grand Elder said again. Yes. Among the dozens of ordinary elders who were attacking, one of them replied. These dozens of people knew that Lin Tian was not simple. He controlled the All Beginnings and Inverse Tao at the same time, and could kill early-stage all-creation powerhouses. However, at this time, they were not afraid because each of them was at the peak of the all-creation realm. At this level, a mere early-stage all-creation powerhouse could not compare to them. The difference was like heaven and earth. Moreover, at this time, there were dozens of them attacking together, so they naturally did not care. Immediately, boundless holy energy sealed off every corner of the area, and various great techniques pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he walked over from afar. The Inverse Tao Law condensed into an Inverse Tao Divine Sword in his right hand, and he slashed it out. With a clang, dozens of sword lights burst out, and the sword's momentum was swift and fierce. The destructive power of the Inverse Tao Law instantly annihilated all the holy light that the dozens of people had released. Then, without slowing down, it pressed down and landed in front of the dozens of people in the blink of an eye. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, the dozens of people were sent flying. They all exploded in the distance, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Blood dyed the void red. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone present. Those were dozens of peak all-creation powerhouses, but they were all killed with one sword, just one sword. The all-creation realm. The sect master of the Yuanyuan ancient sect, who had come to congratulate Lin Tian, narrowed his eyes, and saw Lin Tian's realm. At the same time, the third, fourth, and fifth Grand Elders of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect were also shocked. They could see that Lin Tian's realm was no longer the mid-stage Dao transformation realm that was rumored to be. Damned native! The third Grand Elder was both shocked and furious. Their sect master had stepped into the fifth dimension, and all the sect masters had come to congratulate him. But now, Lin Tian had come and killed dozens of peak all-creation elders of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect in an instant. This not only caused them to lose face, but also caused them to suffer a great loss. Dozens of peak all-creation powerhouses. This was not a small loss to the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect. With a boom, the third Grand Elder of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect moved, personally grabbing at Lin Tian. The pressure of an early-stage pure yang expert immediately spread out. As this person moved, the void in all directions suddenly froze. In the blink of an eye, this person was right in front of Lin Tian. His eyes were cold, and his right hand formed a dragon claw, grabbing at Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian stepped forward without any change in his pace. His eyes were still cold, and the Tao-defying divine sword in his hand erupted with the power of the laws. Together with the reincarnation sword art, he slashed out. Pooh! The destructive power of the Tao-defying laws was shocking, and it caused all Taoists to panic. It destroyed the third Grand Elder's dragon claw and penetrated his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. The third Grand Elder clutched his chest and couldn't help but retreat, his eyes full of shock. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian waved his hand, and the Tao-defying divine sword slashed out again. The sword light mixed with the Tao-defying laws shot out and pierced through the third Grand Elder's forehead. Bright red blood splattered in the air and onto the ground. Everyone outside the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect paled. The third Grand Elder of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect, an early-stage pure yang expert, was killed with a single strike, just one strike. For a moment, everyone here couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. An early-stage all-creation expert had killed a pure yang expert with a single strike. What kind of battle prowess was this? What kind of monster was this? This was already hard for people to understand. It must be known that the further one went on the path of cultivation, the greater the difference in battle prowess between major realms. An early-stage all-creation expert could kill an early-stage pure yang expert with a gap of a whole major realm. Even if the inverse law was unparalleled, this was absolutely impossible. But now, Lin Tian had done it. With his early-stage all-creation cultivation and the inverse law, he had killed a pure yang expert with a single strike. This caused the souls of all the cultivators here to tremble. Some of the sect leaders who had come to congratulate the illusion sorcerer divine sect narrowed their eyes and stared unblinkingly at Lin Tian. Was this even human? Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Holding the inverse divine sword, he walked step by step into the illusion sorcerer divine sect. The 4th and 5th Grand Elders of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect were shocked by Lin Tian's battle prowess, but at this time, they naturally couldn't let Lin Tian act so presumptuously in this place. Immediately, they attacked. Unparalleled killing light fell together. Boom! These two were both at the early pure yang stage, slightly weaker than the 3rd Grand Elder. At this time, when they attacked together, they unleashed their full strength. Boundless Tao power, boundless order power, and boundless divine abilities pressed down on Lin Tian in a mighty manner. In the blink of an eye, endless killing light fell in front of Lin Tian, completely sealing off the space around Lin Tian. The terrifying killing power pressed down mercilessly. Clang! There was an ear-piercing howl of the sword as Lin Tian swung his sword. The laws of defiance that he'd mastered were extremely shocking. In just an instant, he'd destroyed all the Tao energy, ability, and order that the two Supreme Elders had utilized, and a tremendous imposing aura swept out like ripples on water. In the next moment, with two bangs, the 4th and 5th Grand Elders were sent flying while vomiting blood. Lin Tian raised his hand and directly grabbed the 5th Grand Elder. His divine sense forcibly entered the Grand Elder's mind, and found Mu Fengqing's position in the sect in a flash. Lin Tian then threw the Grand Elder a few hundred feet away. Carrying the sword, he continued walking into the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect. No one dared to block Lin Tian. The Grand Elder's divine abilities and even the pure Sun Realm Grand Elders were no match for him, so how could they dare to make a move? For a time, no one dared to stop him. Lin Tian carried the Tao-defying God's word and stepped into the sect. Only when Lin Tian stepped into the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect and disappeared from everyone's sight did the crowd regain their senses. Everyone was shocked. Go inform the sect leader. Quick! The 4th Grand Elder stood up in the distance. His aura was weak, and blood was flowing from his nose and mouth. He shouted at the core disciples. The core disciples immediately responded and charged into the Illusion Sorcerer Sect. Inside the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect, there were palaces and treasure islands floating in the air. The air was filled with the aura of time, and the Saint Spirit Qi in the air was extremely vast. It was unknown how many great veins there were under the ground. Lin Tian stepped into the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect, and based on the location of Mu Fengqing that he had obtained from the 5th Grand Elder's knowledge sea, he headed towards the northwest of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect. The Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect had a long history, and there were many experts within it. With his current battle prowess, he could kill an ordinary early-stage pure yang expert, fight evenly with a mid-stage pure yang expert, and he couldn't defeat a peak-stage pure yang expert. However, if he wanted to leave, no one under the 5th dimensional realm could stop him. However, in the face of an ancestor lord of the 5th dimension, the current him could neither block nor escape. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. There was a gap of 2 whole realms, which was truly like the gap between heaven and earth. Now that he had entered the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect, the sect master of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect had reached the 5th dimensional realm. Coming here alone was no different from stepping into the land of death. However, he had still come alone. He had to save Mu Fengqing. Before this, he actually wanted to go to the Yu family to seek help, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. First, because of Yu Fengqing's matter, he wasn't sure if the Yu family was in a state of internal strife. If so, it would be pointless for him to go there. Second, and most importantly, the ancestor of the Yu family was only at the initial stage of the 5th dimensional realm. Even if the Yu family wasn't in a state of internal strife and the ancestor of the Yu family came to help, he still wouldn't be able to stop the sect master of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect. This was because the sect master of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect had also reached the 5th dimensional realm and controlled one of the laws of the 5th dimension, the inverse Tao law. With the inverse Tao law, it could be said that an ordinary ancestor lord of the 5th dimensional realm would be killed in the blink of an eye. Therefore, even if the ancestor of the Yu family was willing to help, it would be useless. He would only be courting death. In the end, he came alone. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to stop the sect master of the illusion sorcerer divine sect, but he wasn't stupid enough to send himself to death. He had his own methods. However, it was a gamble. He headed towards the northwest of the illusion sorcerer divine sect. Soon, the disciples of the illusion sorcerer divine sect saw him. "It's you. You killed the young sect master and dared to barge into the illusion sorcerer divine sect? What are you doing here? Aren't the grand elders outside the sect? Why did they let him barge in?" These disciples didn't know what had happened outside the illusion sorcerer divine sect. When they saw Lin Tian, their hearts palpitated. Everyone took out their artifacts and surrounded Lin Tian. However, these people only surrounded Lin Tian and didn't dare to make a move. They had all heard rumors about Lin Tian and knew how terrifying Lin Tian was. If they dared to make a move, they would definitely be killed in the blink of an eye. Even though they were simply surrounding Lin Tian, the disciples of the illusion sorcerer divine sect had fear in their eyes. They were afraid that Lin Tian would attack them. However, they were still disciples of the illusion sorcerer divine sect. They couldn't just watch Lin Tian barge into the sect and do nothing. Surrounded by the disciples, Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change at all. He continued to head towards the northwest. The weapons in the hands of the illusion sorcerer divine sect's disciples glowed with holy light. They surrounded Lin Tian, but they followed Lin Tian's footsteps. Fear and dread were written all over their faces. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. Lin Tian arrived at the northwest of the illusion sorcerer divine sect. "Mu Fengqing, what's the inverse law like? Tell us about it." As soon as he arrived, he heard a voice from afar. In the distance, the door to one of the lower floors was open. 3 youths stood at the door, one with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks, the other with long and narrow eyes. Looking in that direction, his footsteps quickened, heading straight for the room. "We're asking you a question. Why won't you speak? Are you mute? Young sect master unfortunately died, and you still have the face to come back? Did you think that after the young sect master's death, you would be able to replace him as the only descendant of the sect master? What a pity, you didn't expect the ending to be like this, did you? Speaking of which, you really don't have the slightest self-awareness. You're just a bastard, what are you? Hurry up, stop wasting time and tell us what the inverse law feels like. If you don't open your mouth, don't blame us for being impolite. With your current appearance, we can crush you to death with our bare hands, just like crushing an ant. Don't expect the sect master to avenge you. Even if we kill you, the sect master won't say a word about it. You're nothing in the sect master's eyes, an eyesore like a maggot in a cesspool. Hurry up and tell us." The 3 of them sneered, their faces full of ridicule. Seeing this scene from afar, Lin Tian's eyes immediately turned cold. A hurricane swept out from his body, causing the surrounding disciples to vomit blood and fly away. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the room in the blink of an eye, where he saw Mu Fengqing. At this time, Mu Fengqing's face was as pale as white flour, and the flame of his life seemed like it could be extinguished at any time. He sat at a table, pouring water, and the hand holding the teapot was trembling uncontrollably. His aura was incomparably weak. As he appeared, Mu Fengqing naturally saw him and was startled. At the same time, the 3 illusory sorcerer sect disciples standing at the entrance were shocked as they recognized Lin Tian. It's you. You. The 3 of them staggered back. Lin Tian looked at Mu Fengqing and raised his sword. 3 rays of Tao-defying swords swept out and landed on the 3 retreating disciples. Puff, puff, puff. 3 mists of blood exploded. The 3 of them didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. "How did you?" Mu Fengqing put down the teapot in his hand and stood up. He pressed his hands on the table to support his body. Even so, his body was still trembling. That was because he was too weak. He stared at Lin Tian. This place was the illusion sorcerer sect. Why was Lin Tian here? Look at your current state. You can't even stand properly. Do you still want to stay here? I've already said that this place isn't worth your time. Lin Tian said. he walked into the room with the Tao-defying sword. 9-colored radiance poured out and entered Mu Fengqing's body, healing Mu Fengqing's injuries. At the same time, he enveloped Mu Fengqing with the 9-colored radiance and pulled Mu Fengqing out of the room. Almost at the same time, when he and Mu Fengqing were only 10 meters away from the pavilion, a vast and unparalleled pressure shrouded the area. A middle-aged man in a black robe appeared and stood in the air, his eyes deep and cold. Lin Tian had killed a group of elders and a grand elder outside the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect and forced his way into the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect. After that, a core disciple of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect informed the Sect Master and the first and second Grand Elders of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect. The Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect's Sect Master immediately used his fifth-dimensional spirit sense to find this place. At the same time, the other Sect Masters who had come to congratulate the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect had also arrived. "You damn thing, how dare you! You killed Guanqing and even dared to barge into our Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect." The first Supreme Elder looked at Lin Tian and shouted coldly. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. It was extremely intense. The second Grand Elder didn't say anything, but his gaze was also incomparably cold. They had already learned that a group of elders and the third Grand Elder of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect had died at the hands of Lin Tian. To the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect, this was a huge loss. Moreover, the Sect Masters had come to congratulate the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect's Sect Master for entering the fifth-dimensional realm, but Lin Tian had come to make a scene. This was simply a slap to the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect's face. Lin Tian glanced at the first Grand Elder of the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect and didn't pay much attention to him. His gaze landed on the Illusion Sorcerer Divine Sect's Sect Master. Looking at the other party, he could clearly sense that the inverse Tao energy on the other party's body was far less dense than when it was on Mu Fengqing's body. It was obvious that even though the other party had used a secret technique to seize Mu Fengqing's inverse Tao law, he still couldn't control it to the point where it was infinitely close to completion like Mu Fengqing. Purely based on the degree of control he had over it, he couldn't even compare to Mu Fengqing. For a moment, Lin Tian's gaze turned cold. That power originally belonged to Mu Fengqing, but it was taken away by the so-called father that Mu Fengqing cared so much about. After that, he didn't even treat Mu Fengqing's injuries and left Mu Fengqing to fend for himself. Even a few ordinary sect disciples dared to humiliate Mu Fengqing. What kind of father was he? He was worse than an animal. Father. Mu Fengqing's face was pale. At this moment, his gaze naturally landed on the illusionary witch sect master as he weakly spoke. "Shut up. You don't have the right to call me that." The illusory witch sect master's eyes turned frosty. "Guanqing died tragically, but you returned alive. You didn't die at the hands of that bastard beside you, and now, that bastard is here specifically for you. It seems like the rumors in the sect are true. A bastard like you has been colluding with him since the beginning, deliberately putting on a show to kill Guanqing, then manifesting as a Tao-defying heavenly Tao and returning to the sect. You want to replace Guanqing as the young sect master and control the entire illusory witch sect in the future." Mu Fengqing's pale face immediately changed. He quickly explained, "No. Father, I didn't. I really didn't." "You still dare to argue? I should have killed both you and your son back then. You actually caused Guanqing to die tragically outside the sect." The illusionary witch sect master said coldly. As soon as he said this, Lin Tian's eyes immediately narrowed. "Kill you and your son together?" What did he mean by that? At the same time, Mu Fengqing also heard it and trembled slightly. "Father, what did you say?" "My mother." The illusionary witch sect master said coldly, "It's already a great blessing for this seat to have you here. How dare you come to this seat because Guanqing bullied you? You're courting death." Mu Fengqing's body trembled even more violently, and his eyes widened. "My mother was killed by you? So what if I was?" Ordinary emperors in the mortal world can order the death of their concubines in a fit of anger, but this seat is the sect master of a sect. How dare a lowly woman mention anything in front of the seat and offend this seat? Can't this seat kill her? The illusionary witch sect master said coldly. Mu Fengqing's body trembled uncontrollably as he stared at the illusionary witch sect master. Hatred surged out from his eyes. He was born in the illusionary witch sect and only his mother doted on him. When he was 6 years old, his mother suddenly disappeared and he was told by the illusionary witch sect master that she was dead. When he asked for the reason, the illusionary witch sect master didn't tell him and only coldly told him to serve Mu Guanqing well. After being heartbroken for half a year, he recovered and silently served Mu Guanqing since he was young. No matter how much he was beaten or scolded, he did not fight back. He only thought about obeying his father's orders and never going against his father's will. Although his father had never treated him well, he was still his father. After his mother passed away, he was his only family in this world. He tried his best to follow his father's orders and hoped that one day, his father would treat him well. He hoped that one day, his father would truly recognize him and recognize him as a father and son. However, he never expected that his mother, the only one who doted on him, would be killed by this man. It was this man, who he had always hoped would recognize him, who took away the only person who cared about him. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into a crazed beast. He roared and his eyes were filled with hatred. He pushed Lin Tian aside and charged at the illusionary witch sect master. His weak body staggered and after just a few steps, he fell to the ground. Ah! A roar filled with hatred and pain echoed. He was too weak and did not even have the strength to stand up. He could only raise his head and stare at the sect master of the illusionary sorcerer sect. Strands of blood appeared in his eyes and tears fell, instantly, wetting his entire face. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators turned solemn. Even the first and second grand elders were the same. They never thought that Mu Fengqing's birth mother, that woman, would be personally killed by the sect master of the illusionary sorcerer sect. The illusionary witch sect master's eyes were cold. You bastard! You dare to show hatred and hostility toward your own father? As expected, I should have killed both you and your mother back then. Get lost and accompany your lowly mother. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked mercilessly. A murderous light slashed straight at Mu Fengqing. In the blink of an eye, the murderous light landed in front of Mu Fengqing. At this moment, there was a whoosh. Lin Tian instantly blocked in front of Mu Fengqing. The inverse Tao law and the law of all beginnings surged at the same time. The reincarnation divine territory was also raised to meet the illusionary witch sect master's murderous light. There was a loud boom. In the blink of an eye, the inverse Tao law and the law of all beginnings that he had used all his strength shattered. The reincarnation divine territory also shattered. He took a step back, and the blood in his body churned violently. His face turned pale in an instant. In this place, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. That was the inverse Tao law and the law of all beginnings. It's just as the rumors say. He has control over them. A glint flashed across the eyes of the sect masters. At the same time, they were also shocked by something else. Just now, although the murderous light that the illusionary witch sect master had thrown out was just a casual attack, it still contained the power of the fifth dimensional realm. However, Lin Tian had blocked it with his early-stage all-creation cultivation. This was too shocking, even the illusionary witch sect master's eyes narrowed slightly. However, in the next moment, his gaze became even colder. He stared at Lin Tian with an eerie gaze. You killed Guanqing. I haven't even looked for you, but you came to me of your own accord. Very good. Very good. He looked at Lin Tian, and strange sacred runes intertwined around his body. After I get your law of all beginnings, I'll send you to hell to accompany my son Guanqing. He looked at Lin Tian, his eyes cold. From afar, he walked toward Lin Tian, step by step. The pressure of the fifth dimensional realm was vast and mighty. When the pressure of the fifth dimensional realm appeared, all the cultivators present couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate, and they couldn't help but retreat. Mu Fengqing was extremely weak, and it was difficult for him to stand up. He raised his hand and grabbed Lin Tian's calf. Go. Go. Lin Tian turned his head and looked at Mu Fengqing. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred, and filled with tears. A great man's face was wet with tears. It was just like how he used to be. One day, you will become my guardian, my comrade. I, Lin Tian, will not allow anyone to bully my comrade. No one can bully him. He looked at Mu Fengqing and enunciated each word clearly. After he finished speaking, he tilted his head and looked at the illusionary witch sect master again. The coldness in his eyes became even thicker, and killing intent intertwined. Your comrade can't be bullied by anyone? Who do you think you are? The illusionary witch sect master walked over step by step. A mere all-creation realm ant dares to spout nonsense. As he walked, the pressure of the fifth-dimensional realm gradually became stronger, and the surrounding space was immediately sealed and solidified. Lin Tian's gaze was ice-cold. The pressure of the fifth-dimensional realm was like the entire sky pressing down on him, causing his soul to tremble in intense pain. However, his expression didn't change in the slightest, and there was only endless coldness. In the depths of his soul, on his soul root, a new sacred rune seal began to tremble. In the next moment, it shattered with a chi sound. The fifth seal that the celestial the arch had placed on his soul root had been broken. In an instant, it was as if there was a terrifying volcano erupting in his body. His entire body immediately emitted boundless holy light, which was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Endless visions of heaven and earth immediately surrounded him. Boom! Within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, endless spiritual energy surged over. At the same time, the entire illusionary witch sect shook violently. The countless great veins underground began to glow, and even the suppression of the grand protective formation was completely useless. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures stored in the sect's treasury also turned into endless spiritual energy and quickly rushed into his body. In the blink of an eye, his essence, energy, and spirit began to rise at an extremely shocking speed. His cultivation also skyrocketed, and in an instant, he reached the mid-all-creation realm from the early all-creation realm. After that, he didn't stop and quickly rushed toward the peak all-creation realm. At the same time, blood gushed out of his mouth, and cracks appeared on his body one after another. All the blood vessels in his body bulged and burst, and bright red blood overflowed from every inch of his skin. In the blink of an eye, a large patch of his clothes was dyed red. Following that, the sacred light that rushed out of his body became even denser and more blazing, and the surrounding space trembled and rumbled. At this moment, the myriad Taos of the world couldn't help but tremble. Endless rays of light surged out, as if they had a consciousness of their own. They were like lowly servants, and with him as the center, they prostrated themselves in worship. In the sky, even more phenomena appeared, covering half of the sky. This is? He. Countless strange phenomena surrounded the sky. There were holy mountains, immortal palaces, ancient pavilions, birds and beasts galloping, countless gods, devils, ghosts, and immortals, and even the broken universe. They were so real that they struck fear into all the Taos in the world. Rumble, the entire illusion sorcerer divine sect shook violently. Endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth rolled in, drowning the entire space. Everyone in the illusion sorcerer divine sect was shocked. What's going on? What did he do? Why did he suddenly? The endless strange phenomena were too terrifying, and the terrified Taos were too frightening. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tian. Outside Lin Tian's body, holy light blazed. Endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into his body crazily. His essence, energy, and cultivation rose rapidly. Not long after, he rose from the middle stage of the all-creation realm to the peak of the all-creation realm. At the same time, more blood gushed out of his mouth. More cracks appeared on his body, and more blood vessels burst. With his early stage all-creation realm cultivation, he couldn't stop the illusion sorcerer divine sect master from the fifth dimension. Even if he asked the Yu family ancestor for help, it would be useless. However, he had to take Mu Fengqing away. Therefore, there was only one way he could think of to come here alone. That was to undo the fifth seal that his father, who was known as the Eternal Heavenly Emperor, left on his soul root. Once he undid the fifth seal on his soul root, the boundless spiritual Tao force within hundreds of thousands of kilometers would surge towards him for a short period of time. The underground veins of the Mirage Sorcerer sect were naturally extraordinary, and there would certainly be many extraordinary treasures in the sect's treasure vault. He knew very well that once he undid the fifth seal on his soul root, they would all turn into pure spiritual Tao force along with the radiance and flow into his body on their own to improve his cultivation. He also believed that after undoing the fifth seal, the foundation vein and endless treasures of heaven and earth would turn into spiritual energy and enter his body. He would definitely be able to step into the pure yang realm in an extremely short period of time. The speed of his cultivation would be many times faster than when he was unsealing the first 4 layers of soul root. This was because there was a qualitative difference between the soul root seal and the soul root seal that sealed his potential. At the same time, with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to smoothly remove the 5th seal on his soul root. At the very least, he would have to wait until he reached the 5th dimension before he could do so. Now that he had forcefully removed the 5th seal on his soul root, the monstrous potential within him had blossomed. Although it had allowed him to continuously transform, it had also caused him to be continuously corroded. Right now, it was still difficult for him to bear the unsealing of his soul root's 5 seals. However, he was also very clear that even though it was still difficult for him to withstand a soul root in its 5th unsealed state with his current manifestation realm cultivation, it was not enough to take his life. It would only continuously corrode his body and cause him to be continuously injured. Once the injuries reached a limit, it would eventually stop. However, although this kind of injury was not enough to take his life, the pain was undoubtedly inhuman. He could faint from this inhuman pain at any time. He was gambling that he would be able to maintain his consciousness under such inhumane pain, defeat the 5th dimensional illusion sorcerer sect master, and then safely bring Mu Fengqing away from the illusion sorcerer sect. Boom! Blazing holy light surrounded his body, and an endless amount of spiritual energy surged in from all directions. Powerful tornado swept through the area with him as the center, shaking the entire area. Our sect's foundation is dissipating? It has already dissipated by more than half. Sect master. The expressions of the first and second grand elders of the illusion sorcerer sect changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with anxiety. For a great sect, the inheritance of ancient scriptures and the foundation of the sect were incomparably important. The earth vein root of the illusion sorcerer sect had been extraordinary since the earth vein root of the illusion sorcerer sect. After generations of strengthening, there were not many great sects below the top 5 orthodoxies that could compare to it. But now, in the blink of an eye, more than half of the earth vein root's brilliance had turned into boundless spiritual energy and surged into Lin Tian's body. Even with the suppression of the defensive formation, it was useless. They even noticed that many of the natural treasures in the sect's treasury were disappearing along with the brilliance. While the sect master was moved by Lin Tian's sudden change, he also noticed this. His gaze became even colder, and he rushed toward Lin Tian with extreme speed and pressed down with his palm. "What are you doing, you ant?" The 5th dimension saint energy pressed down. Although he was not using his full strength, his might caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The group of cultivators could not help but retreat, afraid that they would be affected by the illusion sorcerer sect master's aura. Lin Tian's clothes were stained with blood, and his eyes were cold as ice. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. 9 black moons intertwined in his left eye, and endless runes revolved in his right eye. The aura of destiny and reincarnation surged out, ethereal and majestic. Boom! Silently, a reincarnation river appeared above the illusion sorcerer sect master's head, and a vortex of destiny intertwined with it. The mighty pressure caused the illusion sorcerer sect master to stop in his tracks and retreat quickly. This is? After retreating dozens of feet, the illusion sorcerer sect master looked at Lin Tian again. His powerful Tao body trembled violently. At the same time, the sect masters of the other great sects and the 2 grand elders of the illusion sorcerer sect turned pale. That is? Reincarnation? The sect masters who came to congratulate the illusion sorcerer sect master were all in the pure sun realm, and the 2 grand elders of the illusion sorcerer sect were also in the pure sun realm. They were not ordinary experts in the 5th dimension, and there were too many records in the ancient books of the 5th dimension. Naturally, they knew about reincarnation. At this time, they all looked at Lin Tian in shock. Today, they actually saw the legendary reincarnation. Someone actually controlled reincarnation. Since ancient times, countless peerless experts had tried to control reincarnation. However, as far as they knew, those who tried to control reincarnation all ended up in the most miserable state. No one had ever succeeded. Legend had it that even the most ancient supremes of heaven and earth didn't have the slightest confidence in controlling reincarnation and didn't dare to set foot in it. But now, in front of them, a cultivator from the later era actually controlled reincarnation. His right eye. That's the legendary reincarnation eye that can see the essence of all things? Some sect masters trembled in fear. At this moment, they ignored Lin Tian's left eye and focused on Lin Tian's right eye. Endless reincarnation Tao patterns intertwined within it, causing their souls to tremble involuntarily. Just looking at that eye from afar made them feel like they were about to be devoured. He. Who is he? How? How can he? Everyone's hearts palpitated at this moment. Looking at Lin Tian now, they couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. Some time ago, news of Lin Tian controlling both the law of all beginnings and the Tao-defying law had already caused a huge uproar in the fifth dimension. All the sect masters were shocked by this news. Now, what they didn't expect was that Lin Tian also controlled reincarnation, controlling reincarnation. Compared to this, what were the all beginnings and the Tao-defying law? Reincarnation was a power that even the supremes of heaven and earth were wary of. Mu Fengqing was extremely weak. Looking up at Lin Tian, he naturally recognized the reincarnation aura on Lin Tian's body. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred and tears. He couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, he also saw that Lin Tian was covered in blood. He wasn't injured by anyone else, but by Lin Tian himself. He wasn't an idiot. He instantly realized that Lin Tian had definitely utilized some sort of unknown and special method to forcefully increase his cultivation at this moment. Moreover, his own body had been injured because of this special method. Moreover, his injuries were clearly not light. Why? We clearly don't have any interactions. We're not even the most ordinary of friends. We can even be considered enemies. Why did you barge in here for me? Why are you helping me? Ever since he was born, he had only felt concern from his biological mother. After his mother passed away, no one cared about him anymore. All he had to endure were mocking gazes and all kinds of humiliation. But now, a man who was clearly his enemy, the man he had said he wanted to kill, had barged into the illusion sorcerer sect alone for him. For him, Lin Tian had made an enemy of the entire illusion sorcerer sect. For him, Lin Tian didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own body to increase his strength. He couldn't understand why his biological father, who he cared about so much, would kill his mother, who only cared about him, and use him as a tool. After seizing his strength, he wanted to kill him. And yet, the man he wanted to kill was willing to sacrifice himself for him. What did this mean? Didn't I say it before? Lin Tian turned around to look at him, blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth, even more blood vessels rupturing. There will be a day when you will be my guardian battle general, my comrade. I, Lin Tian, will not allow anyone to humiliate my comrade. Rumble, the illusion sorcerer divine sect was shaken. In a very short time, the countless great veins beneath the sect began to glow and dry up. The innumerable treasures in the sect's treasure vault began to glow as well, transforming into boundless spiritual energy that surged into his body along with the sect's great veins. In an instant, his cultivation broke through once more, surpassing his previous limit as he stepped into the early pure yang stage. Boom! The sky shook violently, and a huge lightning vortex condensed at the first moment. Within it, black lightning recklessly tumbled. The entire illusion sorcerer sect was enveloped in endless darkness as a destructive aura descended from the heavens. All Daos trembled. All living things were terrified. Pure yang heavenly tribulation? He stepped into the pure yang stage? The great sect masters were shocked once again. In less than 2 hours, Lin Tian had advanced from the early manifestation stage to the early pure yang stage. What kind of cultivation speed was this? This is the person who controls reincarnation? Who is he? Is he really a creature from the fourth dimension? Boom! The sky rumbled and trembled again. Black lightning bolts flashed in the lightning vortex, and the destructive aura became even stronger. Facing the lightning tribulation, the sect masters and sect masters of the illusionary sorcerer divine sect were terrified. "Retreat," said someone. Immediately, the leaders of the great sects retreated at lightning speed. The pure yang heavenly punishment was too terrifying. The sect masters were only in the early stage of the pure yang realm. They felt that any lightning bolt from the heavenly tribulation could easily take their lives. Boom! Another ear-piercing thunderclap exploded, and a black lightning vortex appeared, causing the surroundings to become even darker. The lightning vortex enveloped Lin Tian. The first round of the heavenly punishment gradually appeared in the form of a boundless mountain of lightning. Lin Tian raised his head, his eyes cold. The reincarnation sword slashed out from his body, and a destructive sword aura burst out. This sword was the combination of his reincarnation, destiny, all beginnings, and the inverse Tao. In an instant, the sky seemed to have been pierced. The destructive heavenly punishment trembled, and the black lightning vortex immediately dissipated. Such a scene caused the crowd of cultivators to tremble once again. Everyone could feel how terrifying the pure sun realm lightning punishment was. It was absolutely destructive. But now, it was destroyed by Lin Tian with a single slash. At this time, after the heavenly punishment dissipated, a seven-colored auspicious cloud gradually condensed in the sky. This was a gift from the heavenly punishment. The seven-colored divine light, which contained the power of heaven and earth, fell from the sky and enveloped him. Because of this seven-colored divine light, the blood on his body flowed slower, but it still flowed continuously. It was to the extent that a crack had appeared on his divine soul. Intense pain intertwined in every corner of his body. Even breathing was unbearable. Although the crack on his body slowed down a lot because of the seven-colored divine light, it still spread slowly. Good, good, good. Lin Tian, right? You've really given me the greatest surprise. After a short moment of shock, the sect master couldn't help but reveal an expression of ecstasy. Dense sacred runes surrounded his body, and he stared at Lin Tian as if he was staring at delicious prey. Reincarnation, destiny, and all beginnings, I'll take them all. With a whoosh, the powerful ancestral lord of the fifth dimension rushed toward Lin Tian again. At this moment, he completely ignored the destruction of the sect's foundation and no longer cared about it. All his attention was on Lin Tian. He possessed a supreme ancient technique, and he'd obtained it by chance when he was traveling outside. He could seize the laws and Tao energy of others for his own use. He'd originally thought that Lin Tian only possessed the laws of all beginnings and the laws of defiance. After seizing Mu Fengqing's laws of defiance, he'd been extremely happy just thinking about seizing Lin Tian's laws of all beginnings. However, he'd never imagined that Lin Tian actually possessed the laws of destiny as well. He'd actually possessed the legendary laws of reincarnation. With that special technique, he could seize Lin Tian's reincarnation. At that time, he would possess the power of reincarnation. Then, in the future, he would work hard to cultivate it to greater mastery and control it completely. At that time, he would be truly invincible. Even those ancient sovereigns of heaven and earth would be nothing in front of him and could only submit to him. With a boom, in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Lin Tian and pressed down on him with countless sacred runes. Lin Tian's clothes were stained with blood, and every muscle in his body was in intense pain. Even his soul and eyes were no exception. However, his gaze was still cold. His Rinnegan trembled slightly, and the formless power of reincarnation turned into a terrifying wave that swept out in an instant. Bang! With a muffled sound, the sacred runes outside the sect master's body were instantly extinguished, and he was sent flying like a scarecrow. Sect master. This scene caused the two elders and the ordinary disciples' faces to change color. Their sect master was a powerful existence of the fifth dimension, but now, he was sent flying by Lin Tian. This scene was too shocking. With a boom, the sect master stopped himself in the distance. He wasn't injured at all, and he looked at Lin Tian with ecstasy. The power of reincarnation? Good. Powerful indeed. Very good. He laughed loudly. Outside his body, the sacred runes from before appeared once again. At the same time, the inverse law appeared as well. Lin Tian looked at him coldly. His gaze fell on the special sacred runes outside the sect master's body, and traces of light intertwined in his eyes. In the next moment, he moved. Enduring the inhumane pain brought by the unsealing of the fifth-level soul root, he took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the sect master. Without any unnecessary movements, he simply waved his fist, and the light of reincarnation moved along with his fist. The sect master's eyes were filled with greed, and he stared at Lin Tian as if he was staring at his prey. He used the inverse law to attack Lin Tian, and the sacred runes outside his body turned into endless light. Following the inverse law, they also pressed down on Lin Tian. Reincarnation, hand it over. His voice was cold. The special sacred runes outside his body were the mystical secret technique he found by chance during his travels. It was called the Thieving Heaven Secret Technique. This secret technique could seize the power of Tao from others for his own use. Before he stepped into the fifth dimensional realm, he had to first suppress others and make them lose the ability to resist. After that, he would have to spend at least a month to seize the power of Tao from others. But now, after he stepped into the fifth dimensional realm, his strength had greatly increased, and he no longer needed to do so. With the support of a powerful fifth-dimensional realm cultivator, he didn't need to spend more than a month to obtain the laws of Tao from Zone Thieving Heaven like he did in the past. Now, with the support of a powerful fifth-dimensional realm cultivator, he could directly use this secret technique to seize the power of Tao from others in battle. The inverse law pressed down on Lin Tian in the blink of an eye, and the Thieving Heaven Saint runes also landed in front of him, pressing down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. His left eye of destiny trembled slightly, and his body turned illusory. The sect master's inverse law and Thieving Heaven Saint runes passed through his illusory body. The sect master's expression immediately changed. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's fist descended and landed on his face, forcefully interrupting him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Tian's fist, which was stained with his own blood, landed on the sect master's face, smashing half of his face and sending him flying once again. The sect master was sent flying, but he quickly stabilized his body and healed his injuries. He looked at Lin Tian in shock, anger, and disbelief. You're just a pure young cultivator. His voice was cold, and the fanaticism in his eyes dissipated. With a rumble, the pressure of a fifth-dimensional realm cultivator rose sharply, and the inverse law was activated once again, along with the Thieving Heaven Saint runes. Lin Tian took a step forward. His steps were slow, as if he was stepping on the nodes of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the sect master. Bang! A simple punch disregarded everything and landed on the illusion shaman sect master's chest, sending him flying thousands of feet away once again. Bright red blood splattered in the air. Some of it was the sect master's blood, and some of it was his own. However, the sect master's blood was splattered because of his injuries, while his own blood was the result of his own injuries after unsealing his soul root. At this moment, blood continuously flowed out of his body. After sending the sect master flying with a punch, his arm trembled slightly. Unsealing the fifth seal on his soul root had activated the power of the entire illusion which divine sect's earth veins, as well as the many heavenly treasures in the sect's treasury. In the blink of an eye, he had stepped into the pure yang realm, and his battle prowess had skyrocketed. However, forcibly unsealing the fifth seal on his soul root in advance had also caused him severe injuries. His entire body was in intense pain. This kind of pain was incomparable to the heavenly tribulation tempering his body. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, this was the first time he had experienced such inhuman pain. However, his expression didn't change in the slightest. Blood continued to flow out of his body as he walked towards the sect master, leaving behind afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the sect master, who had just stabilized himself. The moment the sect master used the inverse law and heaven-stealing secret technique, Lin Fan slapped down with the power of the law of all beginnings, annihilating everything. Pa! The slap landed firmly on the illusion shaman sect master's face, causing him to fly away once again, cutting a sorry figure. Damn it! After being sent flying again and again, and being slapped by Lin Tian in front of everyone, the sect master's face was filled with rage. All sorts of divine abilities were displayed. The pressure of the fifth dimension was vast and mighty, enveloping the entire area. The sect masters and the other illusion which divine sect cultivators all trembled and couldn't help but retreat once again. They couldn't bear such a terrifying aura. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all as he walked towards the sect master. Blood dripped from his body with every step he took. "Kneel down for me." The sect master shouted coldly and used all sorts of techniques to suppress Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a step forward, and his left eye of destiny trembled slightly. His body turned illusory, filtering all the attacks as he walked towards the sect master as if he was walking on flat ground. Then, the reincarnation Tao pattern in his right eye of reincarnation shone, and in an instant, endless reincarnation light descended. At the same time, he stepped in front of the sect master and used the law of all beginnings and the inverse law at the same time. His gaze was deep and cold as it fell on the heaven-stealing Saint Rune outside the sect master's body. Boom! 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 The intense battle shook the entire illusion sorcerer sect. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. The sect master was sent flying again, and his blood dyed the void red. The sect master was suppressed? He suppressed the fifth dimension with his early-stage pure yang cultivation? This is the ability of someone who has control over reincarnation? This? The sect masters were shocked. How big was the gap between the pure yang realm and the fifth dimension? The difference was like heaven and earth. But now, Lin Tian, with his early-stage pure yang cultivation, was suppressing the sect master, who was at the early-stage fifth dimension. At the same time, the cultivators of the illusion which divine sect trembled, and their faces turned pale. In their field of vision, their sect master, who was at the fifth dimension and had control over the inverse law, was sent flying again and again by Lin Tian, and his blood splattered everywhere. The first Grand Elder and second Grand Elder were both shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. In the next moment, the first Grand Elder's gaze suddenly landed on Mu Fengqing. "He's here for this bastard. Take him down and restrain him." As soon as he finished speaking, the first Grand Elder moved. Taking advantage of the battle between Lin Tian and the illusion which divine sect master, he charged towards Mu Fengqing. The first Grand Elder of the illusion sorcerer sect was in the pure sun realm. His speed was very fast, and he appeared in front of Mu Fengqing in the blink of an eye. "Colluding with outsiders, you traitor." The man's eyes were cold as he raised his hand to grab Mu Fengqing. Lin Tian was fighting with the illusion which clan sect master in the distance. When he saw this scene, his left eye of destiny moved slightly. He used his teleportation ability and disappeared from the battlefield in the blink of an eye. He appeared in front of Mu Feng and stopped the first Supreme Elder. At the same time, in his right reincarnation eye, strands of reincarnation Tao inscriptions intertwined and flashed with a faint light. The first Great Elder suddenly trembled, his pupils bulging out of their sockets. In an instant, he discovered that his soul had been pulled into a purgatory. Countless resentful spirits roared and rushed over, frantically tearing at his soul. "Ah!" A shrill scream mixed with fear came out of his mouth at the first moment. His eyes were bloodshot in an instant, and he staggered backwards. Then, his scream gradually became softer, and after a few breaths, he fell to the ground with a bang, no longer breathing. His physical body was still there, but his soul was shattered. The sect master's pupils shrank, and their eyes were filled with horror. What just happened? They clearly didn't see Lin Tian make any moves, but the first Grand Elder of the illusion sorcerer sect let out a shrill scream and died. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the sect master again. His eyes were deep and cold. 9 black moons revolved in his left eye, and countless Tao patterns intertwined in his right eye. It was as if he could see through everything in the world. He walked towards the sect master. Step by step. The blood vessels in his body were constantly bursting. Even though the Reincarnation Heart Sutra was circulating, it couldn't stop at this moment. The pain was even more intense than before. However, his expression didn't change. He looked at the sect master as if he was looking at an animal maggot. Facing such a gaze, the illusion sorcerer sect master's face turned even colder. He was the dignified sect master of a fifth-dimensional realm expert, but now, he was being repeatedly injured by a pure Sun Realm Junior and treated in such a manner. "Ant!" he roared coldly. The majestic fifth-dimensional realm Saint Aura was fully activated at this moment, and boundless Saint energy surged. Lin Tian stepped forward as if he was stepping on the nodes of heaven and earth. His right reincarnation eye moved slightly, and he immediately summoned a reincarnation river. It instantly suppressed the sect master, and the teleportation ability of his left eye of destiny was activated again. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the sect master. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the other hand, the reincarnation river. The illusion shaman sect master was swept into the reincarnation river and resisted the power of the reincarnation river intensely. Lin Tian's right hand instantly landed on his chest. Buzz, strands of special saint runes appeared around his right hand. They were weak at first, but soon became stronger. Together with the power of the reincarnation heavenly river, they enveloped the illusion sorcerer sect master, making it difficult for him to move. At the same time, the other sect leaders' expressions changed as they looked at the special saint runes around Lin Tian's right hand. Their eyes narrowed, and some even trembled. Some of the sect masters were shocked. This was a supreme technique that the sect master of the illusion sorcery sect had chanced upon by chance. All along, only the sect master of the illusion sorcery sect knew of it. In this world, anyone who had reached the pure sun realm knew of it, and they were certain that Lin Tian definitely did not know this technique before this. But now, Lin Tian had used this technique. It was obvious that he had learned it after the illusion sorcerer sect master had used it. Law of all beginnings, Tao-defying law, thieving heaven's secret method, as long as it's a law or divine ability he sees, can he learn it in the blink of an eye? The sect masters of the great sects couldn't help but tremble. Who exactly was this person? Was he even human? Was this something a human could do? At the same time, the illusion sorcery sect master's expression changed. His stealing heaven's secret technique had been learned by Lin Tian. At the same time, he realized that the Tao-defying law he had seized from Mu Fengqing was rapidly flowing into Lin Tian's palm. At this moment, Lin Tian was actually using the thieving heaven's secret technique to extract the Tao-defying law he had seized from Mu Fengqing. "Damn it, stop. Stop right there!" he roared and struggled frantically. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His right rinnegan moved slightly as he looked at the illusion sorcery sect master's eyes and activated the reincarnation purgatory. This was a real illusion killing technique, and it caused the illusion sorcery sect master to tremble. Then, just like the first Grand Elder, he clearly saw his soul being pulled into a purgatory and being torn apart by countless vengeful spirits. "You want to trap me with a low-level illusion? Damn it! Break for me! Break! Break! Break!" he roared, and his fifth-dimensional realm saint energy surged out. His soul erupted with boundless light, and he shook off the countless vengeful spirits in the reincarnation purgatory, escaping from this real illusion-killing technique. However, it was also at this moment that he trembled violently. The Tao-defying law in his body was completely extracted in an instant. He looked at Lin Tian with incomparable shock and anger. "You deserve to slap." Lin Tian raised his left hand, and a resounding slap landed on his face, sending him flying several thousand feet away. In the center of his right hand, a ball of sparkling Tao light intertwined, causing the Tao in all directions to tremble. It was Mu Fengqing's Tao-defying law that he had extracted from the illusion sorcery sect master using the thieving heaven's secret technique. Holding this ball of Tao-defying light, he appeared beside Mu Fengqing and directly injected this ball of Tao-defying light into Mu Fengqing's body. This was originally Mu Fengqing's power, and as he injected it into Mu Fengqing's body, it was equivalent to returning to its original position. In an instant, the Tao-defying law perfectly integrated into Mu Fengqing's body. "This is your power, and I have taken it back for you." His entire body was stained with blood as he looked at Mu Fengqing. Mu Fengqing could naturally feel the return of the Tao-defying law, but at this time, he did not care at all. His gaze was fixed on Lin Tian. The blood on Lin Tian's body was so glaring that he could not help but tremble. This was all for him. There were still traces of tears on his face. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he did not know what to say. Boom! Saint energy exploded. In the distance, the illusion sorcerer sect master, who had been sent flying, rushed back again. The saint light around his body seemed to be burning. His gaze fell on Lin Tian, filled with anger and resentment. Damn it, damn it, damn it. That is my Tao-defying law. Give it back. Give it back. As he roared, the thieving heaven saint runes surged out of his body and rushed madly towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the illusion sorcerer sect master who was rushing towards him. With a slight thought, the samsara sword burst out with a monstrous sword light. The power of reincarnation, the power of destiny, the law of all beginnings, and the Tao-defying law all intertwined together. Die. He said this one word. With a clang, the samsara sword slashed down, carrying the power of reincarnation, destiny, all beginnings, and the Tao-defying law. It enveloped the illusion sorcerer sect master and drowned him. There was a puff, but there was no scream. Under this domineering sword, there was only a glaring mist of blood. The illusion sorcerer sect master was directly destroyed in body and soul. This place instantly became deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. It was as if their souls had been taken away. The illusion sorcerer sect master was dead. He was killed by Lin Tian, who was in the pure sun realm, in one strike. Sect master. After 2 breaths, the second grand elder of the illusion sorcerer sect let out a mournful and unwilling cry. At the same time, the other illusion sorcerer sect cultivators were all shocked. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why is this happening? The illusion sorcerer sect's disciples were all dumbfounded, and their faces turned pale. They were disciples of the illusion sorcerer sect. Their sect master had seized the power of the Tao-defying law from Mu Fengqing and stepped into the 5th dimension, becoming the 6th fifth dimension ancestor monarch of the 5th dimension. Moreover, he was a 5th dimension ancestor monarch who had mastered the Tao-defying law. This caused the illusion sorcerer sect's status to soar in an instant. As disciples of the illusion sorcerer sect, their status naturally rose as well. They could even imagine that because their sect master had mastered the Tao-defying law, his strength would definitely be much stronger than the ancestor monarchs of the 5 top orthodoxies. In the future, their illusion sorcerer sect would definitely become the #1 orthodoxy in the 5th dimension, causing the entire 5th dimension to fear them. At that time, the illusion sorcerer sect's disciples would definitely be revered by all the cultivators in the 5th dimension. No matter where they went, there would be people trying to curry favor with them. How glorious would that be? But now, everything was destroyed. On this day, their sect master, who had stepped into the 5th dimension, had his Tao-defying law snatched away by Lin Tian and was then killed by Lin Tian. Everything was over. Bastard! Bastard! The second grand elder of the illusion sorcerer sect was enraged. His eyes turned red as he pounced towards Lin Tian like a madman. Lin Tian tilted his head. Wherever his gaze passed, the power of destiny and reincarnation emerged and instantly killed the grand elder. At the same time, his body trembled slightly and a large mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. Even his vision was blurred. Let's go. He helped Mu Fengqing up, called back the reincarnation sword, and walked out of the illusion sorcerer sect. He had forcibly unsealed the 5th seal on his soul root, reached the pure sun realm, and then fought the 5th dimension's illusion sorcerer sect master to kill him. At this time, the corrosion caused by the unsealed 5th seal on his soul root had become more and more serious, causing him to be unable to see the scene in front of him clearly. His entire body was filled with pain, and his consciousness was no longer clear. At this moment, his footsteps were somewhat weak as he helped Mu Fengqing, who was so weak that he couldn't move at all, walk out of the illusion sorcerer sect. Every step he took left a bloody footprint on the ground. In the distance, the sect masters looked at him with fear in their hearts. They felt as if he was a real god. You want to leave just like that? The sword beam was ice cold and emitted a terrifying aura as it slashed toward Lin Tian. The surrounding space instantly froze. This sudden sword strike caused everyone's expression to change. At this moment, Lin Tian's body was covered in blood, and his vision and consciousness were somewhat blurred. However, he was still able to catch sight of the sword. He supported Mu Fengqing and moved several meters away to avoid the attack. You can still avoid it even in such a situation. You're really good. A cold voice rang out as a golden-robed old man walked over from afar. Behind him was a young man. Seeing these two people, the pupils of all the cultivators in the area immediately constricted. Xiang family's ancestor. And the Xiang family's divine son. Someone said in a low voice. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the two people. In an instant, he recognized that the young man was Xiang Yanfeng. Therefore, he naturally knew that the golden-robed old man in front of the young man was the strongest expert of this generation of the Xiang family, the Xiang family's ancestor. I didn't expect that someone would be able to control the legendary reincarnation cycle. The Xiang family's ancestor walked over from afar. His aura was majestic and terrifying. When his gaze fell on Lin Tian, it seemed extremely deep. He had also come to congratulate the sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect for stepping into the fifth dimensional realm. He had brought along his divine son to congratulate him because the sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect had not only stepped into the fifth dimensional realm but also controlled the inverse Tao law. This new ancestor lord's strength had already surpassed his own. In the future, he would definitely be able to develop the illusion sorcerer sect to become extremely powerful, surpassing his Xiang family. Even though he was an ancestor lord of the older generation and had a respected status, such a new ancestor lord was naturally worthy of his congratulations. There was absolutely no harm in building a good relationship with him in the future. However, what he didn't expect was that when he arrived at this place, he would see one shocking scene after another. The sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect, a new ancestor lord of the fifth dimensional realm who had mastered the inverse Tao law, had actually been learned by Lin Tian and seized the inverse Tao law. After that, he was killed by Lin Tian in the illusion sorcerer sect. Lin Tian, the person who had killed so many experts of the Xiang family, actually controlled the legendary reincarnation cycle. Xiang Yanfeng looked at Lin Tian with a gloomy expression. His eyes were unsightly. A while ago, he had been defeated by Lin Tian. Originally, he had been thinking about finding Lin Tian another day to get even with him, suppressing Lin Tian and killing Lin Tian. However, he never thought that he would hear one rumor after another about Lin Tian defeating Luo Xian, controlling the primordial beginning and the Tao reversers, and easily killing dozens of all creation's experts from the Xiang family. This made him realize that the gap between him and Lin Tian was growing wider and wider, which made him very uncomfortable. Then, one day, the ancestor of his bloodline came to congratulate the sect master of the illusion sorcerer divine sect, and he personally witnessed a shocking scene. Lin Tian actually killed the sect master of the illusion sorcerer divine sect, who was at the fifth dimensional realm, and even controlled the legendary reincarnation cycle. Reincarnation, that was a power that even the supreme beings of the world feared. It was a power that they were unable to control. Some supreme beings were even unwilling to step into the dead dimensional realm, which had the foundation of reincarnation, because of their fear of reincarnation. All of this was enough to show how terrifying reincarnation was. And how terrifying was Lin Tian, who had successfully controlled reincarnation. What kind of person was he? How terrifying was his background to be able to control reincarnation? When he thought about all of this, he could not help but feel a sense of defeat. Compared to Lin Tian, he was like an ant looking up at an eagle soaring in the sky. He would never be able to catch up. This feeling was even more unbearable to him, causing his expression to become extremely ugly. Lin Tian's gaze landed on the ancestor of the Xiang family. He did not even look at Xiang Yanfeng. Blood continuously flowed from his body. Controlling reincarnation, killing fifth-dimensional experts using pure yang energy. Since ancient times, no one can compare to you. You can be said to be a real monster. The ancestor of the Xiang family had a deep look in his eyes. Wisps of holy light intertwined around his body as he walked step by step towards Lin Tian. However, in your current state, do you still have the ability to fight against a fifth-dimensional expert? His eyes were deep, and the pressure of a fifth-dimensional expert spread out, sealing off all directions. Lin Tian's body was covered in blood. Seeing the ancestor of the Xiang family closing in on him, holy light intertwined behind him, and his perfect world was propped up. Go inside and wait for me. I will heal you later, he said to Mu Fengqing. Without giving the other party a chance to speak, he directly sucked the other party into his perfect world. Mu Fengqing's injuries were too severe. Although he had taken back the inverse Tao law for the other party, it would not be of any help to the recovery of Mu Fengqing's injuries. The current Mu Fengqing did not even have the ability to move on his own. He did not even have the ability to heal his injured body. He could only recover under the temporary guidance of external forces. In terms of time, it would take at least a few months. At this time, his condition was not good. Therefore, compared to supporting Mu Fengqing, it was naturally better to suck Mu Fengqing into his perfect world. He put away his perfect world and looked at the ancestor of the Xiang family again. 9 black moons intertwined in his left eye, and reincarnation runes revolved in his right eye. With a thought, the reincarnation sword rumbled once again. Clang, the ear-piercing sword cry shook the 3,000 great cosmoses. The reincarnation sword slashed down, carrying fate, reincarnation, all beginnings, and the inverse Tao. The sword momentum was extremely domineering as it pressed down on the ancestor of the Xiang family. However, although the power of this sword was still domineering, it was far from being comparable to the previous sword. The difference between heaven and earth was like heaven and earth. This sword slash even caused his body to tremble violently. Another mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. His vision and consciousness became even more blurred. After slashing down with this sword, he did not hesitate. He put the reincarnation sword into his body and rushed out of the illusion sorcerer sect. If he was in his perfect state, it would not be difficult for him to kill a 5th-dimensional ancestor with his current cultivation base and the soul root that had unsealed 5 seals. However, he wasn't in his best condition right now. In other words, he was in a very bad state right now. The soul root that had forcibly unsealed the 5 seals was too powerful, and it was constantly eroding his body. His body felt as if it was constantly being cut by countless poisonous sharp blades, and the pain was completely penetrating his soul and bones. At this moment, blood flowed out of his body continuously. He felt that he could lose consciousness and faint at any time. It was impossible for him to fight a 5th-dimensional ancestor. At this moment, escaping was his only choice. He came here alone and won the bet against the sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect. After killing the sect master, he was still conscious. However, he did not expect that the ancestor of the Xiang family, a 5th-dimensional ancestor, would come to congratulate him. So, the sound of something breaking through the air resounded. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed far away. His speed was astonishing, and he disappeared into the horizon. The ancestor of the Xiang family activated his 5th-dimensional divine energy and shattered Lin Tian's sword with a slap. He coldly looked at the direction in which Lin Tian had escaped. You think you can escape in this state? Did my Xiang family's sons bleed for nothing? His eyes and voice were indifferent. He asked Xianxia to seal him and return to the Xiang family. Then, he chased after Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, he chased after Lin Tian and stepped out of the illusion sorcerer sect. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. In the illusion sorcerer sect, all the sect leaders were stunned. None of them expected that the 5th-dimensional ancestor of the Xiang family would suddenly appear after Lin Tian had killed the sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect. In his current state, I'm afraid. Someone whispered. I think it's over. Someone else spoke. From the previous scene, all the sect leaders knew that Lin Tian was very strong. He was so strong that he did not seem human. However, after killing the sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect, they could naturally sense that Lin Tian was in a state where he could collapse and lose consciousness at any time. His aura was extremely weak. How could he block the 5th-dimensional ancestor in such a state? For a moment, all the sect leaders were in a daze as they looked at the direction in which Lin Tian and the ancestor of the Xiang family had disappeared. They really wanted to chase after them and see how this matter would develop. However, with their current cultivations, their current speed could not compare to Lin Tian, who was in an extremely bad state, and it was even more impossible for them to compare to the Xiang clan's ancestor who was in a perfect state. Sect leader, sect leader. All the disciples of the illusion sorcerer sect were in a daze. Their faces were pale, and they did not have the time to care about Lin Tian and the ancestor of the Xiang family. On this day, all the sect leaders had come to congratulate them. It was supposed to be a glorious day for the illusion sorcerer sect, but now, it had fallen to such a state. Their sect master was dead, 5 grand elders were dead, and a group of ordinary elders were also killed. Their underground foundation was also destroyed. Their huge illusion sorcerer divine sect now existed in name only. Lin Tian left the illusion sorcerer sect at an extremely fast speed. He had already traveled a long distance. The space around him was constantly moving, and the air was sizzling. There was blood dripping in the air. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out, and the sword slashed behind him at an astonishing speed. The ancestor of the Xiang family caught up with him, his eyes cold. Lin Tian moved to the side and dodged the sword. He coldly glanced at his opponent and continued to flee without hesitation. In his current state, it was definitely not a wise choice to face his opponent head-on. Now, only by fleeing could he have a chance to survive. With a whoosh, he moved far away again in the blink of an eye, using the samsara steps to move 10,000 miles in a single step. The ancestor of the Xiang family chased after him, his eyes narrowing. Lin Tian was clearly only in the pure sun realm, and his condition was extremely bad. His aura was weak and chaotic, but his speed was still so fast. He was definitely not inferior to the average ancestor of the 5th dimension. Monster! He said these 2 words, and his eyes gradually turned dark. Then, he increased his speed. You are very valuable. He knew that Lin Tianxia had killed a direct descendant of the Xiang family, Xianxia, and hundreds of thousands of Xiang family experts. Lin Tian was already on the Xiang family's must-kill list. However, before this, he only wanted to kill Lin Tian. Now that he knew that Lin Tian controlled the samsara steps and saw that Lin Tian had learned the plundering heaven secret technique, he had other ideas. He would first suppress Lin Tian and forcibly find out how to cultivate the plundering heaven secret technique from Lin Tian. Then, he would use the plundering heaven secret technique to steal Lin Tian's law of all beginnings, Tao reversal law, fate law, and the most powerful and terrifying samsara steps. I will be invincible in all heavens. As he thought about the stealing heaven secret technique that Lin Tian had learned from the illusionary sorcerer sect master, as well as the law of reincarnation, the law of destiny, the law of all beginnings, and the inverse law, his eyes shone brightly. As long as he could suppress Lin Tian, he would be able to obtain all of this. In the future, he would definitely be invincible. Clang! The Xiang family's ancestor made another move. Another streak of sword radiance slashed towards Lin Tian. The void was immediately destroyed. Lin Tian tilted his body and dodged the sword radiance. He endured the pain all over his body. Blood splattered in the air as he continued to flee. His soul root, which had been forcefully unsealed by 5 layers of seals, was eroding more and more of his energy. His injuries were worsening, and his vision and consciousness were becoming more and more blurry. He wasn't in a good condition to fight head-on. Whoosh! With an air-piercing sound, he stepped far away in the blink of an eye. He used the reincarnation steps, and his speed was even faster than before. Furthermore, he used his Eye of Destiny's teleportation ability again, and instantly left the Xiang family's ancestor far behind. The Xiang family's ancestor's eyes were deep. He snorted coldly and increased his speed to chase after Lin Tian. As Lin Tian was severely injured, he quickly caught up with Lin Tian again. With a clang, tens of thousands of streaks of sword radiance slashed towards Lin Tian. They were densely packed together. Lin Tian dodged sideways, leaving behind afterimages in the air. However, he was still pierced by one of the streaks of sword radiance, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. He clutched his chest. At this moment, he couldn't even repair the bloody hole because of the corrosion caused by forcefully unsealing his soul root. He glanced coldly at the Xiang family's ancestor before fleeing into the distance once again. You're struggling before your death. With your current condition, if you can escape from this old man's hands, this old man will stretch out his neck and commit suicide. The Xiang family's ancestor said coldly. As he finished speaking, more streaks of sword radiance slashed across the sky. They pierced through the void and closed in on Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. His Eye of Destiny trembled slightly again, and he used his teleportation ability. He traversed a great distance and dodged the streaks of sword radiance. After that, he didn't stop and continued to fly. The Xiang family's ancestor naturally stepped forward. Moreover, he increased his speed slightly. One step took him endlessly far away. As the two of them chased after each other, numerous immortal mountains were left behind, and they were naturally seen by many cultivators. That's the person who came from the four-dimensional world. His injury? Also, behind him is Xiang clan's old ancestor. Fifth-dimensional ancestor. When the cultivators from the fifth dimension saw the Xiang clan's ancestor chasing after Lin Tian, they were all shocked. After that, as the Xiang family's patriarch chased after Lin Tian, the two of them crossed many territories and were seen by even more cultivators. The Xiang clan's ancestor and Lin Tian naturally didn't care about this. One flew at top speed while the other pursued at top speed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Clang, the Xiang clan's ancestor raised his hand, and hundreds of thousands of sword rays pressed down on Lin Tian. Moreover, all kinds of great techniques were used. Looking at Lin Tian in front of him, the expression of this fifth-dimensional realm ancestor turned somewhat gloomy. He was an ancestor of the fifth-dimensional realm, but he had been chasing after a heavily injured Pure Sun Realm Jr. for 3 whole days and still hadn't been able to capture him. Let's see how long you can run. His voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, another wave of sacred light pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's body was covered in blood. During the 3 days of fleeing, he was continuously injured by the Xiang clan's ancestor dozens of times. There were more than 10 transparent sword holes on his body, and blood kept flowing out. More importantly, the soul root's corrosion on him was still intensifying. His consciousness was becoming more and more blurry, and his vision was almost unable to see clearly. Waves of dizziness came from his head. His Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny were no longer able to support him. He could only use the Samsara steps to barely dodge the sword rays. However, he was still hit by the sacred light. Large mouthfuls of blood gushed out of his mouth, and his face became extremely pale. Then, he continued to fly, leaving a trail of blood behind him. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. His aura and speed had weakened to the point that it was difficult for him to even fly. A Pure Sun stage cultivator who can still escape from me while seriously injured. You can be called the #1 person in the world. The Xiang clan's ancestor's voice was cold. However, this is the end of it. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand. Endless sacred light intertwined into a huge sacred light palm, which pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. His eyes were shining brightly, and there was a trace of greed and excitement in them. Now, he could feel that Lin Tian definitely couldn't dodge this attack. He had no strength to dodge or escape. After suppressing Lin Tian, he would soon obtain everything. The boundless sacred light palm pressed down on Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, 2 sword rays suddenly appeared. They came from the north and the southeast, one from the front and the other from the back. The 2 sword rays were swift and fierce. They were intertwined with the pressure of the fifth-dimensional realm. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the Xiang clan's ancestor. The Xiang clan's ancestor's expression changed. The 2 sword rays were too swift and fierce, so he had no choice but to withdraw his attack on Lin Tian and retreat. At the same time, a blue-clothed woman rushed over from the north. A purple-clothed woman rushed over from the southeast and appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian. The blue-clothed woman had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. She was very beautiful. At this moment, she looked at Lin Tian and supported the extremely weak Lin Tian. Her eyes were filled with worry. The purple-clothed woman was even more beautiful. She supported Lin Tian from the other side. Like the blue-clothed woman, she also looked worried. Soon after, 2 old men appeared in each direction. They all had the aura of the fifth-dimensional realm intertwined with each other. Brother Yu, Brother Duan, what is the meaning of this? The Xiang clan's ancestor glanced at the blue-clothed woman and the purple-clothed woman. His gaze fell on the 2 old men, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Xiang, you are a fifth-dimensional realm ancestor. It doesn't seem right for you to bully a junior like this. One of the 2 old men spoke up. Lin Tian's entire body was covered in blood. His vision was blurred, but at this moment, he could clearly see the two people supporting him. "Yaoshi," he said to the blue-clothed woman. Then, he looked at the purple-clothed woman beside him. He was a little surprised. After pausing for a moment, he said in a weak voice, "You changed your clothes?" The blue-clothed woman was the first friend he made in the fifth dimension. She was the holy maiden of the Yu family, Yu Yaoshi. The purple-clothed woman was the holy maiden of the Shrine of All Beginnings, Lu Aoxian. Previously, she was wearing red clothes, but now, she was wearing purple clothes. This is a little more humble than red. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Lu Aoxian's cheeks reddened slightly. Then, she looked at the Xiang clan's ancestor not far away and said to Lin Tian Dao, "I've asked my master to come. You will be fine." On the other side, Yu Yaoshi also said, "My grandfather is here. Don't worry, that person from the Xiang clan won't be able to hurt you anymore." Over the past 3 days, the Xiang clan's ancestor had been chasing Lin Tian all the way across one territory after another. Many cultivators had witnessed this, so naturally, news of this spread. It didn't take long for it to reach Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian's ears. The two women immediately requested for the ancestor of their branch to come out of seclusion. After following many clues, they finally found Lin Tian. Lin Tian was supported by the two women on his left and right. He raised his head with great difficulty and looked at the two old men not far away. He could still feel the fifth-dimensional aura from them, so it was not difficult to guess that they were the ancestors of the Divine Palace of All Beginnings and the Yu family of this generation. Thank you." After saying these two words, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. His consciousness sank into endless darkness and he fainted. The soul root that had been forcefully unsealed had continuously corroded him. Furthermore, he was being chased by the Xiang clan's ancestor, a fifth-dimensional realm ancestor. He had suffered heavy injuries continuously. The only reason he could hold on until now was because of his unyielding willpower. But now, seeing that Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian had asked for the help of their respective fifth-dimensional realm ancestors, he was finally able to relax. His tense nerves finally calmed down, and he naturally lost consciousness and fainted. Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian were anxious. However, after discovering that Lin Tianji had fainted, they somewhat relaxed. Even so, the two women were still very worried. Lin Tian's injuries were too heavy. The Yu family's ancestor and the ancestor of all beginnings glanced at Lin Tian before looking at the Xiang clan's ancestor at the same time. "Brother Xiang, please return now." "What do you think?" the Yu family's ancestor said with a smile. The Xiang clan's ancestor's face darkened. "Dozens of my Xiang clan's descendants died at his hands. It's perfectly reasonable for me to kill him. Brother Yu, you're protecting him and preventing me from avenging my descendants. Isn't that a little unreasonable? Brother Xiang, according to what we know, the deaths of the dozens of youths from your clan were all caused by the provocation of this little brother. Your clan doesn't seem to be in the right at all," the myriad beginning ancestor said with a smile. As he spoke, the ancestor of all beginnings spoke again. "Brother Xiang, I'm afraid that the reason you're pursuing this little brother personally isn't because of the deaths of your clan's descendants. The main reason is that you're concerned about this little brother's reincarnation, right?" 3 days had passed since Lin Tian revealed his reincarnation at the Illusion Sorcerer sect. This matter had naturally spread throughout the entire fifth-dimensional realm. By now, almost every cultivator in the vast fifth-dimensional realm knew that Lin Tian controlled reincarnation. The Xiang clan's ancestor's face darkened. He looked at the Yu family's ancestor and said coldly, "No matter what, the blood of my clan's descendants cannot be spilled in vain. This seat will absolutely not let this vicious and merciless little bastard off. I must bring him back to the clan and kill him. His blood will be used as a sacrifice to the souls of my clan's descendants who were cruelly killed by him." His fifth-dimensional aura surged around his body, majestic and mighty. "Brother Xiang, let's just forget about it. Do you think you can take him away from the two of us by yourself?" The Yu family's ancestor laughed. "Let's go back, Brother Xiang. You won't be able to take him away today." The ancestor of all beginnings spoke. When the Xiang family ancestor heard the words of the Yu family ancestor and all beginning ancestor, his face sank. "Brother Yu, Brother Duan, are the two of you determined to become enemies with my Xiang family? The Yu family ancestor's surname was Yu, while the all-beginning ancestor's surname was Duan. Looking at the two of them, the Xiang family ancestor's voice turned cold. He never expected that the two of them would jump out when Lin Tian was about to be suppressed. The Yu family ancestor smiled. Brother Xiang, your words are a little too serious. This little brother has protected this old man's great-granddaughter several times. How can this old man watch as you take him away and kill him? This little brother is also indebted to this old man's disciple. Naturally, I will protect her. It's not considered becoming enemies with your Xiang family. The all-beginning ancestor said. The Xiang family ancestor's face turned even darker. He looked coldly at the Yu family ancestor and all-beginning ancestor. This old man will remember today's matter. He looked at the Yu family ancestor and all-beginning ancestor. After a few breaths, he looked at Lin Tian unwillingly and turned to leave. The Yu family ancestor and all-beginning ancestor were both in the fifth-dimensional realm. Neither of them was weaker than him. Now that he was facing the two of them together, and both of them wanted to protect Lin Tian, he had used up a lot of saint energy to chase after Lin Tian. If he really fought, he wouldn't have the slightest advantage. Therefore, he could only choose to abandon Lin Tian and retreat. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away, disappearing into the distance. Yu Yaoxi and Lu Aoxian supported Lin Tian on both sides. Although it was expected that the Xiang family ancestor would leave unwillingly, they still heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the two girls looked at Lin Tian again. At this moment, Lin Tian's body was covered in blood, and he had completely fainted. Miss Lu, thank you and Senior Duan for coming so far to help. I will bring him to the Yu family to treat his injuries. Yu Yaoxi said to Lu Aoxian. As she spoke, she tried to pull Lin Tian to her side. However, she couldn't pull him over. There's no need to trouble Miss Yaoxi. The divine palace of all beginnings is quite close to here. It's better for him to go there and treat his injuries. Lu Aoxian said and pulled Lin Tian to his side. For a moment, the two women looked at each other. One pulled Lin Tian to the left, and the other pulled Lin Tian to the right. Yu Yaoxi chuckled. We're good friends, so it's more appropriate for me to take care of him. He taught me the essentials of the law of all beginnings. He can be considered half a master. It's more appropriate for me to take care of him. Lu Aoxian said. Of the two women, one was dressed in blue while the other was dressed in purple. One was the number 2 pearl of the 5th dimension while the other was the number 1 pearl of the 5th dimension. Both of them had stunning figures. At this moment, they were looking at each other and pulling Lin Tian to the left and right. The old ancestor of the Yu family and all-beginning ancestor looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little awkward. The old ancestor of the Yu family coughed dryly. Don't argue. He's injured quite badly. It's not the time for you to argue. Let's just find a suitable place nearby. Oh, the two of you can take care of him together. The old ancestor of the all-beginning ancestor said. At a time like this, it was a pretty good idea. Immediately, Yu Yaoxi and Lu Aoxian supported Lin Tian while the old ancestor of the Yu family and all-beginning ancestor stood guard at the side. Before long, they found a relatively quiet valley in a nearby immortal mountain. The saint spiritual chi inside was relatively dense. This old man and brother Duan will treat him first. The old ancestor of the Yu family said. The old ancestor of the Yu family was about to help Lin Tian with the old ancestor of the all-beginning ancestor because Lin Tian's injuries were extremely serious. However, in the next moment, the old ancestor of the Yu family suddenly stopped talking. They discovered that Lin Tian's injuries were actually healing on their own. Moreover, the speed of recovery was extremely shocking. The blood that was gushing out of his body stopped flowing at an extremely fast speed. The dozens of holes left by the old ancestor of the Xiang family were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The old ancestor of the all-beginning ancestor also noticed this. Just like the old ancestor of the Yu family, his expression changed slightly. This is really, Lin Tian had clearly lost consciousness and was in a coma. However, the injuries that were so close to death were actually healing at such a shocking speed. It was as if there was a supreme being of the heavens and earth hiding in the dark healing him. This caused the old ancestor of the Yu family to be stunned. Just what kind of mysterious and terrifying body was this? Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian were also shocked. However, they soon forgot about it and became incomparably relaxed. Lin Tian's injuries were healing at such a fast speed. He was no longer in any danger. This was the best thing that could happen right now. Master, in his current state, how long will it take for him to fully recover? How long will it take for him to wake up? Lu Aoxian asked the old ancestor of the all-beginning ancestor. The old ancestor of the all-beginning ancestor sighed. In the past, you were a proud little swan who didn't care about anyone. Now, for the sake of a little man, you switched to your favorite Hongi and forcefully dragged me out of seclusion. Now that he's safe, you're only concerned about when he can fully recover. You didn't even ask if it would affect your master to forcefully come out of seclusion. Lu Aoxian's face immediately turned red. She was embarrassed and asked softly, then, Master, are you all right? Her beauty shocked the entire fifth dimension. She was known as the #1 pearl of the fifth dimension. At the same time, her strength was also unparalleled. She had mastered the law of all beginnings. Among the younger generation of the 5 top orthodoxies, she was the absolute #1. However, in the ancestral Lord Sea domain, Lin Tian learned the law of all beginnings from her in just 2 hours and defeated her easily. That day, she felt anger, humiliation, and unwillingness. With her potential and the experience left behind by the all-beginning ancestor, she was finally able to control the law of all beginnings after more than 10 years of seclusion, becoming the second person after the all-beginning ancestor. That was her pride. However, Lin Tian learned the law of all beginnings in just 2 hours. Moreover, he did it after watching her use the law of all beginnings. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed her in the law of all beginnings, completely destroying her pride. That day, she thought that Lin Tian would kill her. However, Lin Tian didn't. Instead, he taught her a higher level of the law of all beginnings. It was countless times better than the experience left behind by the all-beginning ancestor. Then, he told her not to be too proud, not to look down on others, and to treat others peacefully. Since she was young, everyone felt that she had the right to be proud. Even her master was no exception. She had never said anything about this. Lin Tian was the first person to tell her not to be too proud. Moreover, he wasn't mocking her. Instead, he seemed to be teaching her some principles of life. On that day, she developed a special feeling for men for the first time. It was a strange feeling. After returning to the divine palace of all beginnings, she changed out of her favorite red clothes and into purple clothes. She used to think that red was bright and dazzling. After that day, she felt that red was too arrogant, so she changed to purple. You can still feel shy? My old bones were worth it. It was worth it to lose some vitality. It was completely worth it. Ancestor of all beginnings couldn't help but laugh. Lu Aoxian's face turned even redder. She raised her voice. Master. Ancestor of all beginnings coughed dryly. It was clear that he doted on his disciple. Don't worry. His injuries are recovering on their own. He'll recover in 3 days at most. Then, he'll wake up in about half a month. This fifth-dimensional ancestor lord of the all-beginning bloodline had a very good impression of Lin Tian. Before coming here, he had heard from Lu Aoxian that Lin Tian had taught her the essentials of the all-beginning bloodline. This could be considered a great favor. Lu Aoxian felt even more relieved after hearing Ancestor of all beginnings' words. Yu Yaoshi also felt more at ease after hearing Ancestor of all beginnings' words. Lin Tian was gently placed on a large rock. The 2 women stood guard on his left and right, staring at Lin Tian without blinking. They're like 2 wives guarding their husband. Ancestor of all beginnings whispered. His gaze also fell on Lin Tian. His gaze turned deep. Reincarnation, to think that such a law, it's hard to imagine. Ancestor Yu stood beside Ancestor of all beginnings. His gaze also fell on Lin Tian, unable to conceal the shock in his eyes. Fifth dimension. In the cultivation world, news of Lin Tian killing illusion sorcery sect master and controlling reincarnation had already spread from illusion sorcery sect. To think that that's a power that even the supreme beings of the world fear, a power that they can't control. yet, how did he do it? Countless cultivators were so shocked that they even forgot about the fact that Lin Tian had killed the illusion sorcery sect master of the fifth dimension. It was truly that samsara, this level of law, impacted people's minds too much. Speaking of which, there seems to be a record in the ancient history of some of the sovereigns of heaven and earth who said that not only is reincarnation difficult to comprehend, it is also impossible to completely control it. An incomplete reincarnation doesn't seem to be very frightening. Compared to the laws of the fifth and sixth dimensions, an incomplete reincarnation doesn't have any advantages. That Lin Tian might be able to control reincarnation, but he might not be able to completely control it. That's actually not that frightening, right? Someone put forward such a suggestion. That's true, but who can control reincarnation? During the ancient times countless years ago, countless terrifying almighty figures had attempted to take control of reincarnation, but without exception, all of them had died miserably. Just this alone is sufficient to show how terrifying he is since he was able to take control of reincarnation. It's absolutely not going too far to call him the number one person in history. That's right. Even if he can't control the complete reincarnation, he's already in control of the Rinnegan. It's said that the Rinnegan has many frightening abilities. It's definitely unparalleled in battle and can greatly increase one's battle strength. No matter what, that person is frightening. Then perhaps, he can't be considered a human anymore? How can a human do what he did? The entire fifth dimension was in an uproar again. Every cultivator in this world was shocked by Lin Tian. Inside an immortal mountain, Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian were guarding Lin Tian. The Yu family ancestor and all-beginning ancestor stood quietly to the side. 3 days passed, and Lin Tian's injuries healed on their own. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Lin Tian. Lin Tian. After half a month, Lin Tian finally regained consciousness. Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian were overjoyed, and they called out in unison. Lin Tian sat up on the boulder. Looking at Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian, he immediately recalled what happened before he fainted. Then, looking at Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian on his left and right, he knew that the two of them had been watching over him while he was unconscious. Thank you. He smiled, but his tone was serious. Yu Yaoshi said, "We're friends, so there's no need to thank me. You've saved my life several times already." Lu Aoxian also spoke, "You've already taught me the principles of all beginnings. We're not outsiders." Hearing this, Yu Yaoshi immediately turned to look at her. "We're not outsiders?" Why does that sound so strange? Lin Tian didn't think too much about it, and he continued to smile. "You haven't even married into my family yet, and you're already saying that we're not outsiders." The ancestor of all beginnings' voice sounded from the side, teasing his disciple. "Master." Lu Aoxian's face turned red. The ancestor of all beginnings let out a dry cough, then looked at Lin Tian and said, "Little brother, it's good that you're awake." The ancestor of the Yu family walked over at this moment, and his gaze fell on Lin Tian. He also smiled and spoke calmly. Lin Tian hurriedly walked down from the boulder and bowed slightly to the two. "Thank you for coming to help me, seniors." Although the ancestor of all beginnings and Yu family had come to help him because of Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian, they were still there to help him. If it weren't for them, he might have really died in the hands of the Xiang family's ancestor. This was a huge favor. "Little brother, you're too courteous. During the battle at the ancestral Lord Sea domain, not only did you show mercy to my disciple, you even taught me the principles of the law of all beginnings. This is a huge favor to both Aoxian and the divine palace of all beginnings. Now that you're in trouble, it's only natural for me to come and help you. Little brother, you don't need to take it to heart." Myriad beginning ancestor smiled. He was not being polite. Instead, he was speaking the truth. Lu Aoxian was a rare genius of the divine palace of all beginnings. She was even comparable to the primogenitor of all beginnings. The entire divine palace of all beginnings had high hopes for Lu Aoxian. Back then, they were enemies, but Lin Tian showed mercy to Lu Aoxian. He even taught her the essence of the law of all beginnings. That was countless times more shocking than the experience left behind by primogenitor of all beginnings. To Lu Aoxian, it was a great opportunity. It was enough for Lu Aoxian to go far in the future. If Lu Aoxian became stronger, it meant that the divine palace of all beginnings would become stronger as well. Because of this, the all-beginning ancestor had a good impression of Lin Tian. Even though he was dragged out of seclusion by Lu Aoxian to help Lin Tian solve her problem, he didn't feel any regret. My granddaughter is also indebted to you for saving her many times. It is my duty to help you. The old ancestor of the Yu family spoke. These two ancestor emperors of the fifth dimension realm were very polite to Lin Tian. That is that. I still have to thank the two seniors. Lin Tian will remember your kindness forever. Lin Tian smiled and bowed to the two ancestor emperors again. The smiles on the faces of the all-beginning ancestor and the Yu family ancestor became even wider. With Lin Tian's current strength and achievements, he was able to kill the sect master of the illusion sorcerer sect. It was enough to show that he was not any weaker than them. In fact, he was much stronger than them. However, he was so humble and always treated them as if they were juniors. In the cultivation world where the strong were respected, this was very rare. Good, good, good. Very good. Good young man. The all-beginning ancestor laughed and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. This kind of young man was very likable. The Yu family ancestor also smiled. He liked Lin Tian more and more. Lin Tian, the two ancestor emperors, Yu Yaoshi, and Lu Aoxian stayed in this immortal mountain. They chatted a lot. Speaking of which, you are really scary. Not only did you learn the all-beginning ancestor, the Tao reversal, and the heaven-stealing secret art in the blink of an eye, you even managed to control reincarnation. This is truly terrifying, causing these old bones of mine to be truly horrified. The all-beginning ancestor said. The Yu family ancestor nodded and said simply, very scary. Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian looked at Lin Tian. Previously, they were only worried about Lin Tian's injuries and didn't pay attention to the rumor of Lin Tian controlling reincarnation. But now, Lin Tian had recovered from his injuries and woke up. After hearing the all-beginning ancestor and Yu family ancestor talking about this matter, they looked at Lin Tian again. Their beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up with shock. Reincarnation. In the legends, even the supreme beings of the heavens and earth admitted that they were unable to control this power. It was a power that they feared. In the past, countless ancient experts had died because they tried to touch this power. Countless ancient experts were unwilling to step into the fourth dimension just because the foundation of reincarnation existed in the fourth dimension. They were all very afraid of the laws of reincarnation. However, Lin Tian was able to control this power and even opened the Rinnegan. This was too shocking. I barely managed to control it after a narrow escape. Lin Tian was very humble. It's very difficult to comprehend it now. Reincarnation is different from other laws. A complete reincarnation is said to be invincible. All other powers are weak in front of a complete reincarnation. Therefore, it's natural that it's very difficult to comprehend it. The Yu family ancestor said. That's right. The all-beginning ancestor nodded. Old antiques like them might not be able to control reincarnation, but they knew a lot about it. In other words, all the cultivators in the fifth dimension were very clear about the Tao of reincarnation. This was because, in the past, many ancient almighty experts had died miserably because they had tried to be contaminated by the Tao of reincarnation. Therefore, in the world of cultivators in the fifth dimension, the Tao of reincarnation was especially recorded in ancient books. This word was a terrifying legend. Lin Tian chuckled. In this immortal mountain, he chatted with the Yu family ancestor and all-beginning ancestor for a long time. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Little brother, since you're fine now, why don't you come to my clan as a guest? The Yu family ancestor smiled at Lin Tian Dao. This place is relatively close to my all-beginning divine palace. Little brother, you should come to my all-beginning divine palace to rest. Of course, brother Yu and your family's Mingzhu can come along. This old man welcomes you. The all-beginning ancestor smiled. Then, Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian looked at Lin Tian without blinking, their eyes shining brightly. Lin Tian felt a little awkward. He paused for a moment, then bowed to the Yu family ancestor and all-beginning ancestor. Thank you for your hospitality, seniors. However, this junior has other things to do, so I won't disturb you for now. I'll definitely pay a visit in the future. At this time, he was preparing to bring Mu Fengqing to the immortal court branch he'd established in the fifth dimension to treat his injuries. There were also some natural treasures, immortal pills, divine medicines, and myriad artifacts. He was going to give them to Mu Wenyang and the others to increase their strength. Moreover, he was going to let Mu Wenyang and the others bring a portion of them back to the fourth dimension to Wu Yi and the others. Hearing this, the Yu family ancestor and all-beginning ancestor didn't insist. Then it's settled. When little brother is free, you must come and take a look. This old man will be waiting for you. Same here. The doors of the Yu family are always open to you. The all-beginning ancestor and Yu family ancestor said one after another. Thank you, seniors. Lin Tian smiled. At the side, Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian looked a little disappointed. Lin Tian noticed this. He paused for a moment, then asked Yu Yaoshi about that matter with Yu Fengyin. Yu Fengyin had tried to assassinate Yu Yaoshi and replace her position as the Holy Maiden, which might have caused internal strife in the family. Now that he saw Yu Yaoshi, he couldn't help but ask. Yes, we've already investigated it thoroughly. It's fine. It was done by Sister Yin alone. It has nothing to do with Uncle and the others. Uncle and the others don't know about it. Seeing that Lin Tian still remembered this matter and asked her about it, Yu Yaoshi was a little happy. She said, I'll leave Sister Yin to Uncle. She'll be locked up for a period of time. It won't affect the family at all. That's good. Lin Tian said with a smile. In truth, he was rather impressed with Yu Yaoshi. Despite being assassinated by Yu Fengyin time and time again, she still addressed Yu Fengyin as Big Sis Yin. The way she addressed Yu Fengyin was so natural, as though she didn't care about the fact that she was being assassinated. He paused for a moment, then looked at Lu Aoxian and said with a smile, You look better in purple than in red. Lu Aoxian was a little disappointed when Lin Tian asked Yu Yaoshi. However, when she heard Lin Tian's words, her disappointment disappeared, and her cheeks flushed red. Really? Really? Lin Tian said with a smile. He wasn't trying to flatter her. From his personal point of view, he really did think that Lu Aoxian looked better in purple. Then I'll wear purple in the future. Lu Aoxian said, and she became even happier. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he heard this. The all-beginning ancestor shook his head. Tsk tisk, master. Lu Aoxian glared at him, and the all-beginning ancestor immediately stopped his tsk and stopped making fun of Lu Aoxian. Lin Tian felt embarrassed again. After that, he had a few more words with the Yu family ancestor, all-beginning ancestor, Yu Yaoshi, and Lu Aoxian. Then, he bid farewell to the four of them and watched them leave. Only then did he leave. After leaving the immortal mountain, his speed was very fast. After a few days, he finally arrived at the ancient planet where the branch of the immortal court was located. The reason why it took him several days to arrive at this ancient planet with his current cultivation was because the fifth dimension was formed by a central great world and countless huge stars. The place where he was before was simply too far away from this star. He didn't stop when he arrived at this place. He directly stepped into the ancient planet and soon arrived at the branch of the immortal court. The immortal court was extremely quiet. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that Mu Wenyang and the others were all in seclusion. It seemed like they had entered seclusion right after he left in order to increase their strength and take revenge on the Golden Mark Immortal sect. I'm back. Following Lin Tian's voice, Mu Wenyang and hundreds of others woke up one after another in this branch of the immortal court. Air-splitting sounds rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, Mu Wenyang and the rest had all stepped out. Lord Immortal Emperor, why did you suddenly return? After the group bowed, they were a little surprised. Not much time had passed since Lin Tian left. The training went smoothly, so I brought back some things for you. Lin Tian Dao. He stepped into the branch of the immortal court and took out many immortal pills, immortal herbs, and natural treasures from his body. He handed them to Mu Wenyang and the rest. Cultivate with these natural treasures and immortal pills. You should be able to reach the Dao transformation realm in a short time. After you reach the Tao transformation realm, I will give you some other things to do. In the ancestral Lord Sea domain, he had obtained too many treasures. That was the divine treasure of a fifth-dimensional ancestral lord. It contained countless immortal pills and immortal herbs, some of which were very useful to Tao transformation experts. In terms of precious weapons, he had obtained tens of thousands of all creation's precious weapons, and most of them were peak all creation's divine weapons. This, seeing the immortal pills, immortal herbs, and natural treasures that Lin Tian took out, Mu Wenyang and the rest could not help but be moved. They were all at the mystic heaven realm, so they could naturally see the value of these immortal pills, immortal herbs, and natural treasures that Lin Tian brought back. Lord Immortal Emperor, this is all for us? What about you? These people were all excited, and they could not help but ask Lin Tian. I don't need them. Lin Tiandao slightly released a trace of his aura. Mu Wenyang and the rest immediately trembled violently. Pure Yang? Immortal Emperor and the rest, you. Everyone was astonished. How long had it been since their immortal emperor left this place? In less than a year, he had actually reached the pure Yang realm from the Tao transformation realm. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Don't be surprised. Cultivate with these immortal pills, immortal herbs, and natural treasures. Come find me after you reach the Tao transformation realm. Lin Tiandao. After that, he stepped into a treasure hall in this branch of the immortal court alone and led Mu Fengqing out of the perfect world. Mu Fengqing's face was still pale. His injuries did not worsen, but they did not improve either. At this time, Mu Fengqing was drawn out of the perfect world. Seeing that Lin Tian was unscathed, he obviously relaxed a little. Previously, when the ancestor of the Xiang family had arrived, Lin Tian had taken him into the perfect world. In the past half a month, he had been worried about Lin Tian in the perfect world. Lin Tian had gone to the illusion sorcerer divine sect because of him. He opened and closed his mouth as he looked at Lin Tian. However, he was unable to say anything at that moment. Don't worry, I'll heal you first. Lin Tian smiled. Naturally, he could see that Mu Fengqing was worried about him. He could also see that Mu Fengqing's personality was actually similar to Yang Qi's. In fact, Mu Fengqing was even more taciturn than Yang Qi. He was really not good at talking. In the treasure hall, he used the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to guide Mu Fengqing. After helping Mu Fengqing recover his ability to heal his injuries, he quietly walked out of the treasure hall and closed the door, leaving Mu Fengqing alone in the hall. Fifth dimension, Xiang family, ancestor, that person. In one of the ancient halls of the Xiang family, Xiang Yanfeng looked at the ancestor with an unsightly expression. The heavily injured Lin Tian had not been suppressed and brought back by the ancestor of the fifth dimension. That person really controls reincarnation? He killed the sect master of the illusion sorcerer divine sect. In this ancient hall, the current patriarch of the Xiang family and a group of grand elders were present. All of them had unsightly expressions. Lin Tian's fame had spread throughout the fifth dimension. Now, the higher-ups of the Xiang family were starting to feel uneasy. After all, the Xiang family had targeted Lin Tian several times. And now, Lin Tian definitely had the ability to kill a fifth dimension expert. The sect master of the illusion sorcerer divine sect was a good example. Moreover, the sect master of the illusion sorcerer divine sect had controlled a fifth dimension law, the Tao Defiant. Under such circumstances, he had been killed by Lin Tian. It could be said that the current Lin Tian was definitely not a match for an ordinary fifth dimension expert. If he recovered and came back to the Xiang family, it would definitely be a disaster for the family. The ancestor of the Xiang family sat on an ancient wooden chair at the top of the ancient hall. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes were sometimes deep and sometimes cold. In the blink of an eye, several dozen breaths passed. Take out the treasured furnace that suppresses the family's foundation and make preparations. Everyone in the family who has reached the pure sun realm is to follow me to the ancestral sea region. The ancestor of the Xiang family said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the family head, 9 grand elders, and Xiang Yanfeng in the ancient hall were all moved. Ancestor, you mean to go there and take the supreme fifth dimension ancestral treasures of the 7 treasures, ancestor? The patriarch of the Xiang family asked. The ancestor of the Xian family did not answer, but his expression was non-committal. Clearly, that was what he meant. Ancestor, the seven treasures ancestor was said to be at the peak of the fifth dimension. He was a great calamity sealed by the supreme ancestral treasures of the seven sections. If he loses the suppression of the ancestral treasures, once he comes out, I'm afraid, the first grand elder of the Xian family said. With that little bastard's temperament, he will definitely deal with our Xian family when he is free. Although I don't want to admit it, that little bastard is indeed a monster. With my current strength, even if he is at the early stage of the pure sun realm, I won't be his match. The ancestor of the Xian family said coldly, only by taking the supreme ancestral treasures of the seven sects will I be able to deal with him and protect our Xian family. After that, I will take the stealing heaven's secret technique, reincarnation, Tao defying, and other treasures from him. There is also the Yu family and the divine palace of all beginnings. They have interfered with my plans. After I suppress that little bastard and take the stealing heaven's secret technique, reincarnation, and Tao defying, I will eliminate them all. Then, our Xian family will dominate the fifth dimension. His voice was cold. As for that great vicious beast, wait until I obtain the stealing heaven's secret technique, reincarnation technique, everlasting beginning technique, and inverse Tao. Combined with my fifth dimensional cultivation base and the seven ancestral treasures of the seven sects, I should be able to suppress it. But before that, it can do whatever it wants. The fiercer it is, the better. The more lives it will bring harm to, the better. When the time comes, I will suppress it, and the fifth dimensional cultivators will definitely revere it. The expression of the patriarch of the Xian family and the others changed, and their eyes couldn't help but shine. Ancestor is wise. The first grand elder of the Xian family said. Their ancestor's analysis was indeed very reasonable. The eyes of the Xian family's ancestor were deep and cold. He stood up from the ancient chair. Go and prepare, he said coldly. Then, he looked outside of the Xian family. Little bastard, just you wait. In the fifth dimension, on an ancient planet, Mu Wenyang and the others were refining immortal pills and medicines to increase their cultivation base. Mu Fengqing was recuperating in the treasure pavilion. Lin Tian was alone in this huge branch of the Celestial Lyceum. He breathed in the clear air while observing his current situation. His vigorous divine sense fell on his body. Now, his soul root, which had been unsealed 5 times, had completely stabilized and was no longer eroding or burdening him. His cultivation base had stabilized at the early stage of the pure yang realm. He was not far from the middle stage. Most importantly, his perception and understanding of the world had become much clearer. Eternal beginnings, Tao defying, star creation, dark light, and immortal. He muttered to himself. Standing in this branch of the Celestial Lyceum, he looked at the sky. His eyes flickered with faint light, hazy and mysterious. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Suddenly, strands of starlight intertwined around his body. It was extremely vigorous. Then, with the big planet he was on as the center, the boundless starlight in this fifth dimension surged toward it. In the blink of an eye, it was drowned and quickly poured into his body, setting him off as if he was the master of the starry sky. Star creation. Wisps of light intertwined in his eyes. With a slight wave of his right hand, a mini-star emerged. It was completely condensed from the purest starlight, mixed with an extremely vast aura. It was like the origin of all the stars in the world, causing one's mind to surge. His father, the Celestial Emperor, had unsealed 5 times of the seals on his soul root. After stabilizing, his cognition and comprehension of the myriad Tao had obviously made a qualitative leap compared to when he unsealed 4 times of his soul root. Here, in this branch of the Celestial Lyceum, after silently comprehending for 7 days, he finally managed to barely master the star creation law. Compared to comprehending after watching others perform, comprehending by myself without reference is indeed much slower. He muttered to himself. Previously, Lu Aoxian performed the primordial beginning law, and Mu Fengqing performed the inverse Tao. With the ready-made power of law as a reference, it only took him more than 2 hours to master it. But now, comprehending the star creation law without any reference took him a full 7 days and 7 nights. The time difference was indeed huge. However, this is also compared with himself. If he is compared with others, if others know that in just 7 days, without any reference, he took control of the star creation law by himself, it is estimated that they will be scared silly. After a pause, he didn't move. The starlight around his body gradually dissipated. He walked in the branch of the celestial lyceum to comprehend other things. Time passed by day, another 7 days later, the two different colors of darkness and light intertwined outside his body at the same time. Obviously, their auras were contradictory, but they merged perfectly, just like the fusion of water and fire, without the slightest sense of dissonance. Dark light. He muttered to himself. The star creation law could evolve the stars in the sky from the original starlight. It could be used to attack and defend, and was extremely powerful. The dark light law intertwined darkness and light at the same time. The two powers of different attributes perfectly merged together, forming this powerful fifth dimension law. In terms of killing power, it was not inferior to the inverse Tao law at all. He didn't care too much and began to comprehend the last indestructible law. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. 7 days later, strands of golden light intertwined outside his body. It was similar to the color of the holy light when he cultivated the Sun Heart Sutra, but it was countless times purer. It contained firmness and fierceness, but also incomparably peaceful, as if it would never die. Indestructible. There was a flash of light in his eyes. The law of indestructibility was integrated into every inch of his flesh and soul the moment he comprehended it, causing Lin Tian to feel as if he was invincible. He could clearly feel that the quality of the saint energy in his body had become much stronger, and he could clearly feel that his physical body had become at least 10 times stronger. It was as if he would not die and dissipate no matter what kind of attack he received. At the same time, his fist moved slightly, and his entire fist turned into a pure gold color, as if it could shatter everything. A law that increases my ability in all aspects? He muttered to himself. After a slight pause, the law of indestructibility was retracted along with the star creation and dark light. At this time, he examined himself again. After comprehending the star creation, dark light, and indestructibility, he felt that his strength had improved tremendously. He was much stronger than before, and his cultivation was closer to the mid-stage pure yang realm. He nodded inwardly. He stayed in this branch of the immortal court and silently practiced the star creation, dark light, and indestructibility laws. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Mu Wenyang and the others came out of seclusion one after another. With the help of the immortal pills, immortal herbs, and other natural treasures that Lin Tian had given them, all of them stepped into the Tao conversion realm. Lin Tian nodded. His right hand shook slightly, and the all creation's precious weapons flew out from his body, giving one to each of them. This is? Mu Wenyang and the others were shocked. They had just reached the Tao conversion realm with the help of the immortal pills and herbs given by Lin Tian, and now each of them received an all creation's precious weapon. An all creation's precious weapon was an incomparably luxurious treasure for them. Sir Immortal Emperor, they looked at Lin Tian. An all creation's precious weapon was not something simple. It's nothing to me, Lin Tiandao said. He had obtained too many precious weapons of this level in the Zhujun Sea region. Pausing for a moment, he raised his hand. 5 lumps of light interweaved and appeared, giving them to Mu Wenyang and the other 4. He said, these are the laws of the myriad beginnings, Tao-defying, star creation, dark light, and undying. 5 types of laws of the 5th dimension. With their help, along with your current cultivation base and Wanxiang grade divine weapons, it should be enough for you to take revenge. Come back after destroying the Golden Mark Immortal Sect. He would not personally avenge Mu Wenyang and the others, but he could give them the power to do so. When Mu Wenyang and the other 4 experts of the Immortal Court received the power of the 5th dimension from Lin Tian, all of them trembled violently. There were 5 types of 5th dimensional laws in the 5th dimension. During the years they had been enslaved, they had naturally heard of them. They were the all-beginning, Tao-defying, star creation, dark light, and indestructible. Each type of 5th dimensional law was incomparably terrifying. But now, Not only had their lord of the immortal court reached the pure sun realm from the early stage of the Tao conversion realm in less than a year, she had even mastered all 5 types of fifth-dimensional laws. This matter had almost petrified them, and a chill ran down their spines. Even if they did not know much about the history of the fifth dimension, they could definitely guess that since ancient times, no one in the fifth dimension had been able to master all 5 types of fifth-dimensional laws at the same time. But their immortal emperor had done it. Moreover, it was obviously very easy. It felt as simple as breaking off 5 branches from a tree. What kind of person was their immortal emperor? This kind of power and terror, this kind of potential and comprehension, had completely exceeded the level of their understanding. Go and kill all those who trampled on your dignity, then come back and help me with some other matters. Lin Tian looked at Mu Wenyang and the others and said. The Golden Mark Immortal sect had enslaved his subordinates for countless years, trampling on their dignity and not treating them as humans. Now, with the power he had given Mu Wenyang and the others, it was enough for them to easily destroy the Golden Mark Immortal sect. Mu Wenyang and the others trembled slightly, then knelt down and bowed to Lin Tian. Thank you, Lord Immortal Emperor. Everyone said in unison. Go. Lin Tian Dao. Yes. Mu Wenyang and the others bowed again. Then, with eyes full of hatred, they rushed out of the immortal court and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stood alone in the immortal court, looking at the treasure pavilion where Mu Fengqing was at from time to time. Mu Fengqing's injuries were very serious. It would take at least 2 months for him to fully recover. He stood in the immortal court, sorting out his strength, and at the same time, guarding Mu Fengqing. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Another 10 days had passed. On this day, Mu Wenyang and the others returned. Everyone's spirit was much more stable than before, giving off a feeling that they were countless times more relaxed. After returning to the immortal court, everyone immediately came to Lin Tian and knelt down on one knee to pay their respects. Thank you, Lord Immortal Emperor. Everyone said in unison. Their voices were filled with excitement and gratitude. The Golden Mark Immortal sect had been uprooted by them and disappeared from the fifth dimension, becoming an ancient history. Rise. When Lin Tiandao saw the expressions of the group of people, he naturally guessed that his subordinates had already taken their revenge. Lord Immortal Emperor, these are the resources of the Golden Mark Immortal sect. Please take a look. Mu Wenyang took out a few spatial treasures and presented them to Lin Tian. After destroying the Golden Mark Immortal sect, they brought back all the Baodan, artifacts, and ancient books of the Golden Mark Immortal sect. Lin Tian glanced at them and said, place them in the Immortal Court here as resources for the future development of the Immortal Court. As he spoke, he looked at Mu Wenyang and handed over the other immortal pills, immortal herbs, natural treasures, artifacts, and other artifacts that he took from the ancestral Lord Sea domain to Mu Wenyang. Elder Mu, please take these things back to the Immortal Court in the 10 Directions Ancient Star. If these things were sent back to the 10 Directions Immortal Court, Wu Yi, Ruoxin, Jiyu, Baiziki, and his 9 senior brothers would be able to step into the Tao conversion realm in an extremely short period of time. Moreover, there were some even more amazing natural treasures that could even allow some of them to step into the myriad creations realm. Yes, Lord Immortal Emperor. This subordinate will not disappoint you. Mu Wenyang said and bowed to Lin Tian again. Using the coordinates of the 10 Directions Ancient Star that Lin Tian gave him, he left the Immortal Court branch here and headed towards the 4-dimensional world. Lin Tian watched Mu Wenyang leave until he disappeared from his sight. Then, his gaze landed on the other 900 people. With a flick of his finger, he sent out more than 10 strands of the Law of All Beginnings and handed them to 10 of them. He said, Elder Zhang, Elder Li, Elder Han, Elder Qing, Elder Chao, Elder Lu, Elder Huang, Elder Wang, Elder Zhong, Elder He, each of you take a team with you and go to other places to rescue those who were enslaved by other sects after ascending from the 4-dimensional world. The 4-dimensional world. In terms of size, his master, the human king, once said that the 4-dimensional world was incomparable to the few worlds above. This was because the foundation of reincarnation was in the 4-dimensional world. This made the 4-dimensional world extremely special. This was also the reason why the 4-dimensional profound heaven realm experts could be born in the 4-dimensional world since ancient times. Mu Wenyang and the other 900 people who reached the profound heaven realm were enslaved by the Golden Mark Immortal sect. Naturally, he didn't think that these people were all the profound heaven realm experts who had ascended from the four-dimensional world. Moreover, Yu Yaoshi had told him before that there were a few sects similar to the Golden Mark Immortal sect that had captured many profound heaven realm experts from the four-dimensional world as their slaves. At this time, he gave 10 people 10 strands of the law of all beginnings, which could turn everything into nothingness, and asked them to rescue the four-dimensional world experts who were enslaved by other sections. After that, if those people were willing to join the Immortal Court, they were to be brought to the Immortal Court. If they weren't willing, he wouldn't force them and let them go. Yes, Lord Immortal Emperor. We will do our best. Everyone spoke one after another. In fact, they all knew that other than the Golden Mark Immortal sect, there must be other sects that were doing the same thing as the Golden Mark Immortal sect, enslaving their comrades from the four-dimensional world. Now that Lin Tian had given them the power to rescue their comrades from the four-dimensional world, they were naturally very willing to do so. After being enslaved for so many years, they knew very well how painful it was to be enslaved. There was no dignity at all. We will first thank Lord Immortal Emperor for his kindness on behalf of the other enslaved comrades. Someone said. Everyone's expression was solemn and serious. Their eyes couldn't help but flicker. Their celestial emperor was too good. Go. Lin Tiandao. He ordered 10 of them to lead a group of people to rescue the enslaved four-dimensional world experts, while the rest stayed behind to take care of other matters. Time slowly passed. He was alone in this branch of the celestial court. While he was sorting out his strength, he was guarding Mu Fengqing's treasure pavilion. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. In a month's time, more than 2,000 people were added to this immortal court branch. More than 2,000 of them were at the profound heaven realm. They were experts that came from the four-dimensional world and were enslaved by other sects like the Golden Mark Immortal sect. After being rescued, they all came to this immortal court branch. Lord Immortal Emperor, thank you for your kindness. We will follow you forever. All the four-dimensional powerhouses who were rescued immediately bowed to Lin Tian with gratitude in their eyes when they heard about what had happened. Welcome to the Immortal Court. Lin Tian said the same thing to these people. Remember, don't bully others, and don't be afraid of others. I don't expect you to be very powerful, but at the very least, you must maintain your loyalty and righteousness. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Immortal Court. Time continued to pass. He stayed in the Immortal Court, sorting out his realm, and guarding Mu Fengqing. Then, another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Another 3 days passed. On this day, an incomparably strong aura suddenly came out of the treasure pavilion, mixed with the powerful pressure of the all-creations realm. At the same time, in the huge ancient star where the branch of the Immortal Court was located, the sky turned dark in an instant. A huge thunderbolt vortex emerged in the twinkling of an eye. Boundless darkness instantly covered the entire branch of the Immortal Court. Rumble, thunder roared, and a destructive aura came down from the sky. This is? Lord Immortal Emperor, what happened? This heavenly tribulation is. In this Immortal Court branch, a group of experts rushed out. They were all shocked by the sudden appearance of this heavenly tribulation. Rumble, ear-piercing thunder rumbled in all directions. A pitch-black vortex appeared in the sky, and destructive tribulation lightning bolts followed one after another. Such a heavenly tribulation made all the experts in the Immortal Court branch palpitate. However, in the next moment, the lightning suddenly dispersed, and the sky above the Immortal Court regained its clarity. The destructive aura also disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The door of the treasure pavilion opened, and Mu Fengqing walked out. His complexion was no longer as pale as it was 2 months ago. Now, his complexion had become much rosier. His essence, energy, and spirit were extremely strong. Congratulations. Lin Tian said with a smile. These days, he had been guarding Mu Fengqing outside the treasure pavilion. Now, he could clearly feel that Mu Fengqing's inverse law had reached great success. Although his cultivation was at the end of the inverse law, his essence, energy, and spirit were infinitely close to the middle stage of the Wanxiang realm. It was obvious that after Mu Fengqing stepped into the Wanxiang realm and attracted the heavenly tribulation, he forcibly suppressed his cultivation temporarily. He believed that after Mu Fengqing truly passed the Wanxiang realm heavenly tribulation, he would definitely be able to step into the middle stage of the Wanxiang realm. Mu Fengqing looked at Lin Tian, opened his mouth, and said, "Thank you." Lin Tian had barged into the illusory sorcerer divine sect alone and risked his life to rescue Huang Xiaolong from the illusory sorcerer divine sect. Over the past few days, Huang Xiaolong could feel Lin Tian standing guard outside the treasure hall. This kindness and warmth was something he had never felt since his mother passed away. He actually had a lot of things to say, but he was not good with words. In the end, the only word he could say to express all his feelings was thank you. In this branch of the Immortal Court, the experts of the Immortal Court had come here because of the appearance of Mu Fengqing's heavenly tribulation. When they saw Mu Fengqing, they were all moved. This is fellow Taoist Mu. A few days ago, Lord Immortal Emperor, not long ago, the hundreds of profound sky experts who had been enslaved by the Golden Mark Immortal Sect had gone to the Golden Mark Immortal Sect to seek revenge after Lin Tian had given them great power. They had destroyed the Golden Mark Immortal Sect. During the process, they had naturally heard many rumors in the cultivation world. They knew that Lin Tian had the legendary reincarnation ability, and that he had created the illusion shaman divine sect alone for a person called Mu Fengqing. Now, seeing Mu Fengqing walk out of the treasure pavilion, these experts of the Immortal Court recognized Mu Fengqing. "This is the Immortal Court, I created it." Lin Tian looked at Mu Fengqing and said, "Go through the tribulation first, then we'll talk about it in detail." The lightning tribulation just now was forcibly suppressed by Mu Fengqing, and he had not passed through it yet. It was better to let him go through the tribulation first. On this day, in a remote place on this planet, he followed Mu Fengqing and watched him go through the tribulation. Boom, the rolling lightning tribulation struck down one after another. The destructive aura was terrifying and surging. After a full hour, the lightning tribulation dispersed, and 7 colored auspicious clouds appeared, enveloping Mu Fengqing. His essence, energy, and spirit were vigorous, and he became stronger again. When the 7 colored auspicious clouds dispersed, Mu Fengqing's cultivation stopped at the peak of the all-creation realm. He was only a small step away from reaching the peak of the all-creation realm. Lin Tian nodded to himself. This time, Mu Fengqing gained a lot of benefits from the destruction. Now, Mu Fengqing believed that with his cultivation that was infinitely close to the peak of the all-creation realm and his mastery of the inverse Tao law, it would not be difficult for him to kill an ordinary early-stage pure yang expert. "Let's go back to the Immortal Court," he said to Mu Fengqing, and soon returned to the branch of the Immortal Court. In the Immortal Court, a group of experts was waiting for Lin Tian and Mu Fengqing to come back. After the two came back, they could feel that Mu Fengqing had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, and they congratulated him one after another. "How about it? Become my guardian warrior?" Lin Tian looked at Mu Fengqing and invited him again. Mu Fengqing looked at Lin Tian, and then at the sky. Then, his eyes fell on Lin Tian again. "My mother's surname is Yi. From now on, I will take her surname. From today onwards, I am Mu Fengqing." His eyes fell on Lin Tian, and he bent one knee and bowed. "I am willing to be your guardian warrior and support you forever. I live as a member of the Immortal Court, and I die as a soul of the Immortal Court." He had been rescued by Lin Tian from the illusion sorcerer divine sect. Lin Tian had helped him end the poisoned father, who had killed his mother. During the 2 months he had been in seclusion to heal, he had finished feeling sad about everything. He would not waste any more time thinking about that poisoned father, who was worse than a beast. In the past, after his mother's death, no one cared about him. Lin Tian was the first person who made him feel warm after his mother's death. He was the first person who called him a partner. Now, he just wanted to follow Lin Tian. He did not want to think about anything else. Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. The illusion sorcery sect master had once named this man Mu Fengqing, meaning that he would serve his eldest son, Mu Guanqing, for eternity. Now, this man had changed his surname and the last character of his name, leaving only the Feng in the middle. He was named Yi Feng Tian, meaning that he would serve Lin Tian for eternity. Yi Fu Tian knew this. Although he did not want Yi Futian to serve him forever, he would not refuse Yi Futian's kindness. He personally helped Yi Futian up. Yi Fengtian, I am very happy to get to know you again. He said, from now on, in the immortal court, you will only listen to my orders. We are not only lord and servant, but also partners. At this place, the other experts of the immortal court immediately bowed. Greetings, General Yi. Everyone got down on one knee. Lin Tian was the leader of the immortal court. He was known as the Immortal Emperor. As Lin Tian's guardian, his status in the immortal court was obvious. Yi Fengtian tilted his head and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tiantan smiled and nodded. Yi Fengtian then looked at the experts of the immortal court who bowed. Please rise. Today is a good day. Lin Tian smiled. Today was indeed a good day. Therefore, on this day, the branch of the immortal court here, the grand martial arts practice field, placed a lot of spirit fruits and wine. These things were not very valuable and were just for a little celebration. Lord Immortal Emperor, we heard that when you went to save General Yi, you were targeted by that old bastard of the Xiang family. Are you going to go to the Xiang family after this? An expert of the immortal court asked Lin Tiandao. During this period of time, when they left the branch of the immortal court to handle matters in the outside world, they heard too many rumors. Naturally, one of them was that the old ancestor of the Xiang family was chasing after Lin Tian. This naturally made these experts of the immortal court very dissatisfied. Naturally, they also had some understanding of the battle prowess of the immortal emperor from their bloodline. Even the sect master of the fifth-dimensional realm illusion sorcerer sect, who had mastered the inverse Dao law, was killed by him. He was extremely terrifying and definitely had the ability to kill ordinary fifth-dimensional realm experts. If he was at his peak, the Xiang family's ancestor would definitely not be his match. They thought that the immortal emperor of their branch could not be taken advantage of like this. Since the old ancestor of the Xiang family dared to target them, this matter must be settled. After hearing the words of the expert of the immortal court, Yi Fengtian also looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was targeted by the old ancestor of the Xiang family when he went to the illusion sorcerer sect to save him. He was most concerned about this matter. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a faint light. The corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. Of course, I will go to the Xiang, boom. Suddenly, with the big planet as the center, in the northern region of the central world of the fifth dimension, a monstrous beam of light shot up into the sky. Endless bloody rays intertwined with extremely terrifying killing intent intertwined with each other, interrupting his words. This caused his expression to immediately change. He stood up, rushed out of the big planet, and looked in the direction of the beam of light. Then, his eyes immediately narrowed. That direction was the direction of the ancestral Lord Sea region. The killing intent contained in that beam of light was extremely pure and terrifying. Even someone as strong as he was now felt the threat of death. He felt that it was difficult to resist. Then, there was no need for him to think too much about it. In an instant, he knew that this extremely pure killing intent belonged to the great evil sealed in the ancestral Lord Sea region. In that sea region, the great evil sealed by the seven treasures ancestor had sacrificed his life to seal had been born today. Who is it? A chill appeared in his eyes. In the ancestral Lord Sea region, there was a top-grade fifth-dimensional ancestral treasure of the seven sects. If no one touched the ancestral treasure of the seven sects, the great calamity would definitely not be able to break out of the seal. Someone must have stolen the ancestral treasure of the seven sects out of greed and destroyed the seven stars devil subduing formation that the seven treasures ancestor had sacrificed his life to set up. Thus, the great calamity was born. Previously, he had clearly sent out tens of thousands of divine sense imprints to inform the entire fifth dimension of how terrifying the great beast sealed by the seven sects' ancestral treasures was. Once it was released, countless living beings would definitely suffer. But now, there was still someone who dared to touch the seven sects' ancestral treasures. This was no different from wantonly slaughtering all living beings, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yi Fengtian and the other experts of the immortal court all rushed out. There, Yi Fengtian had been to the ancestral Lord Sea and had seen Lin Tian's divine sense imprint. Looking in the direction of the ancestral Lord Sea and sensing the terrifying murderous intent, he could guess that the ferocious beast had been released. Zhu Sea Domain, boom. Above the sea, boundless waves were rolling. The giant island at the center, together with the sacred mountain on it, was immediately torn apart and turned into ashes. Destructive hurricanes were vast and mighty. A ferocious beast covered in gray scales emerged from the bottom of the sea. Its eyes were red, it had 5 tails, and it was surrounded by wisps of blood-red mist. It was more than 10,000 feet tall, like a giant mountain, and its aura was extremely terrifying. Roar. Another ferocious roar was heard, filled with boundless murderous intent. It turned into a light wave and spread out. For a moment, the waves within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were rolling. The mountains at the edge of the sea collapsed one after another. All the monsters and cultivators nearby were turned into a mist of blood in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing from the world. Boom, in the sea, the ferocious beast moved from the center of the sea and began to move. The 5 tails behind it swayed gently, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire sea was boiling. Endless waves rushed out of the sea and rolled in all directions, drowning the mountains and the earth. Not long after, the ferocious beast stepped out of the sea and moved far away, gradually stepping into the densely populated area. Roar. Endless blood-red light intertwined, and destructive light balls broke out of its mouth and rushed in all directions. Puff, 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 blood mists exploded one after another, and mountains and rivers collapsed one after another. Everywhere it passed, tangible things were destroyed. Some cultivators saw this scene from afar, and they were all horrified. What is that? It seems to be coming from the direction of the sea. Could it be that great ferocious beast under the sea? Run! Run! Everyone chose to run away immediately. The aura of that great ferocious beast was too terrifying. However, the next moment, as the ferocious beast roared, the pure power of sound shattered everything. All the creatures within a radius of several miles were annihilated. Where the branch of the immortal court was located, Lin Tian looked in the direction of the ancestral Lord Sea domain. Because it was too far away, he could only feel the terrifying murderous intent there, but he could not see the scene there. However, he could imagine what was happening after the great ferocious beast appeared. It must have stepped out of the sea, and everywhere it passed, it must have been destroyed. Bastard! Looking in the direction of the ancestral Lord Sea domain, the coldness in Lin Tian's eyes intensified. Even though he wasn't a native of this world and he had nothing to do with the deaths and injuries of the creatures in this world, he still couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. The person who took away the ancestral treasure of the 7 sects was simply an extremely evil person. The experts of the Immortal Court had heard a lot of things when they were outside, so they more or less knew what had happened. Lord Immortal Emperor, what should we do now? Someone asked. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the ancestral Lord Sea domain, paused for a moment, and said, "Ignore it. With our current strength, we can't do anything about it." The appearance of the great calamity in the ancestral Lord Sea domain meant that countless creatures were suffering. If he had the ability to stop it, he would have done something. Unfortunately, even though he was strong enough to kill ordinary 5th-dimensional realm experts, he couldn't do anything about the great calamity that was infinitely close to the lesser heaven realm. Even though he could control 5 types of 5th-dimensional laws, the difference in strength was still too big. He was simply no match for the great calamity. Return to the Immortal Court. I will cultivate in seclusion for a while, then go to the Xiang family," he said. After unlocking the 5 seals on his soul root and controlling the 5 types of 5th-dimensional laws in this world, he was not far from the middle stage of the Pure Young realm. It wouldn't be long before he reached the middle stage of the Pure Young realm. Then, he would go and settle the score with the Xiang family. On this day, he, Yifeng Tian, and the others re-entered the large planet where the Immortal Court's branch was located. After giving some simple instructions, he went into seclusion in a palace in the branch. Yifeng Tian wasn't far from the peak of the all-creation realm. He silently guarded the palace, protecting Yifeng Tian. In the central world of the 5th dimension, what? That great calamity in the ancestral Lord Sea domain has come into being? How is this possible? Wasn't it sealed very tightly? Why did it suddenly break out of the seal? Did someone touch the 7 sects' ancestral treasure? Which son of a bitch did it? How many people does he want to kill? Run away. that great vicious beast, can't block it at all. In the ancestral Lord Sea region, a great calamity had appeared. In the blink of an eye, it had stepped out of the sea region and traveled a long distance. Wherever it passed, more than 300,000 creatures had died tragically. This news quickly spread to every corner. In the vast fifth dimension, many great sects and inheritances quickly learned of this matter. Experts from these great sects and inheritances went to investigate one after another. Even a few reclusive old cultivators also came out to investigate. Most of them were at the peak of the pure sun stage, but when they saw a great calamity, their spirits trembled and they fled without looking back. The aura exuding from the body of the great calamity was simply too terrifying. That pure murderous intent and murderous aura seemed to be born for the sole purpose of slaughtering. It was as if the great calamity was born for the sole purpose of slaughtering. Roar. A ferocious roar shook the heavens. The great calamity's body was covered in gray scales, and its eyes were crimson red. With a shake of its 5 tails, it destroyed everything in its path. It seemed to have no intelligence, only endless killing intent. Its existence seemed to be for the sole purpose of killing. Any living being that appeared in its field of vision would be destroyed at the first moment. Wherever it passed, blood would flow in large patches. Fifth dimension, Xiang family. In the center of the Xiang family, the 7 treasures were laid out horizontally, all of them exuding a shocking divine radiance. A halberd, a shield, a cauldron, a saber, a sword, a square seal, and a pagoda. When the 7 treasures were put together, the aura exuding from them was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to annihilate everything. This is really, looking at the 7 treasures, the Xiang family patriarch's eyes flickered with unconcealable excitement. Beside him, Xian Yanfeng and the 9 grand elders of the Xiang family were also present, and all of them were very excited. They had spent no less than 2 months using the various secret treasures and ancient techniques of their family. Apart from the old ancestor, who was going to use the 7 treasures to deal with the Lin Tian family patriarch, the others had suffered great losses. Their souls, essences, Tao foundations, and cultivation had all been greatly affected, and they would need at least 3 years to fully recover. Only then would they be able to obtain the 7 treasures. Now, looking at the combined might of the 7 treasures, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. It was really too powerful, after obtaining the 7 treasures, not to mention that they would need at least 3 years to fully recover their lost souls, essences, Tao foundations, and cultivation. Even if it took 30 or even 300 years, it would be completely worth it. At this moment, everyone could feel that if the 7 artifacts of the 7 sects were to be used together, and if the Xiang family's ancestor were to use them at the same time, they would be able to kill anyone below the peak of the 5th dimensional realm. Their might was terrifying. No matter how strong and monstrous that little bastard is, his cultivation is only at the early stage of the pure young realm. It's impossible for him to be comparable to a peak 5th dimensional expert. The Xiang family patriarch clenched his fists. The Xiang family patriarch's eyes were deep and filled with undisguised coldness. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 7 treasures. By the way, patriarch, after that vicious beast appeared, it attracted the attention of the entire 5th dimensional realm. Currently, many cultivators have died in its hands. The first grand elder of the Xiang family patriarch opened his mouth and said. He had learned many things from the other disciples of the family. Don't worry about it. Let it do whatever it wants. It doesn't matter how many people die. It won't affect our family in the slightest. The Xiang family patriarch appeared very indifferent as he looked outside the family. The first grand elder, the Xiang family patriarch, the divine son of the Xiang family patriarch, Xian Yanfeng, and the others all nodded. They had obtained the 7 ancestral treasures and caused the vicious beast to appear. The vicious beast's current path of destruction was completely opposite to their family's location. It wouldn't affect their family in the slightest, so there was no need to worry about it. Then, patriarch, should we go look for that little bastard now? The second grand elder of the Xiang family asked. No need. The Xiang family patriarch's eyes were cold. With that little bastard's temperament, he will definitely come to our Xiang family in the future. We just need to wait for his arrival. When the time comes, we will suppress him and everything will fall into my hands. Our Xiang family will dominate the 5th dimension. On the huge ancient star where the branch of the immortal court was located, Lin Tian resided in a palace here. He sat cross-legged and silently circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra as he cultivated on his own. Buzz. Strands of 9-colored holy radiance intertwined on the surface of his body. All directional holy spiritual energy surged and entered his body. His essence, energy, spirit, and cultivation all rose rapidly. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. Suddenly, a majestic aura rushed out of his body. Then, in the next moment, he opened his eyes. There was a flash of light in his eyes. During the 8 days of seclusion, he cultivated seriously and reached the middle stage of the pure yang realm on this day. He didn't get up immediately. Instead, he carefully sensed his body. His soul root had been unsealed 5 times. He had mastered all 5 types of laws of the 5th dimension. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of the pure yang realm. Now, he could easily kill a cultivator in the middle stage of the 5th dimension. He sat cross-legged in the palace and stabilized his cultivation. Then, he got up, pushed open the door and walked out. Yifeng Tian had been waiting outside the palace. When he saw Lin Tian open the door, he immediately went to greet him. "How is the situation with that vicious beast these days?" Lin Tian looked at Yifeng Tian and asked. Now that he had reached the middle stage of the pure yang realm, his combat strength had increased a lot. However, he still knew that he was no match for that vicious beast. The gap between him and that vicious beast was still very big. Even so, he was still somewhat concerned about the vicious beast's situation. After all, that vicious beast was a moving source of slaughter. "It's very bad," Yifeng Tian said. During these days, he had been guarding Lin Tian while the other cultivators of the immortal court gathered all kinds of information and reported it to him. Therefore, he knew what was happening in the 5th dimension on the surface. He gave Lin Tian a more specific answer. It came out of the sea and headed south. It killed without any purpose. More than 100 inheritances have been destroyed. A conservative estimate is that more than 10 million living beings have died tragically in the past 8 days. Lin Tian was silent. In just 8 days, at least 10 million living beings had died tragically. Please, those people didn't need to die. It was clear that the great misfortune was securely sealed. Who could be so vicious as to know that after taking away the precious weapons of the 7 sects, the great misfortune would break out of the seal and bring disaster to the countless creatures in this world? Yet, they still took them away. He took a deep breath and said to Yifeng Tian, "Let's go to the Xiang family." That vicious beast was really strong. He was no match for it and could not subdue it. Now, he was ready to go to the Xiang family to settle his grudge. On this day, he explained some things to the cultivators of this branch of the immortal court. Then, he left this huge ancient planet and went to the Xiang family's place with Yifeng Tian. Previously, he had learned from Yu Yaoshi that there were many major forces in the 5th dimension. Naturally, he knew where the Xiang family was and where it was founded. 7 days later, he and Yifeng Tian arrived at a vast group of celestial mountains. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were undulating. Every one of them was incomparably majestic. One could clearly feel how rich the holy spiritual energy was inside them. At the same time, in the center of this group of celestial mountains, there were many celestial palaces, ancient pavilions, and floating islands. Just by looking at them from afar, one could feel a sense of oppression. It was as if there was a supreme god there. Lin Tian and Yifeng Tian arrived. Their eyes fell upon the numerous palaces. This was where the Xiang family was founded. He paused for a moment outside the group of celestial mountains. Then, with Yifeng Tian, he went straight into the group of celestial mountains. There were many guards outside the Xiang family. When they saw Lin Tian and Yifeng Tian from afar, they were all shocked. "That person is here. Inform the family head and the great ancestor," someone said. It was as if they had been told to report as soon as Lin Tian appeared. Immediately, the group of people retreated into the Xiang family. They no longer guarded the Xiang family's gate. Lin Tian and Yifeng Tian soon arrived outside the Xiang family's gate. At first glance, they saw the empty front gate of the Xiang family. "Something is wrong," Yifeng Tian said. The Xiang family was so huge. It was impossible for there to be no guards outside the gate. Moreover, the gate was left wide open, as if waiting for them to come in. No matter how one looked at it, this was not normal. I know. Lin Tian was very calm. Naturally, he could tell what was going on. Without any change in his expression, he walked straight into the Xian family's gate. Yifeng Tian followed him into the Xian family's gate. As soon as the two of them stepped into the Xian family's gate, it closed with a loud bang. The ancestor of the Xian family, the head of the Xian family, the grand elders of the Xian family, the divine son Xian Yanfeng, and the other experts of the Xian family all looked at Lin Tian with cold smiles. I knew you would come. Welcome. The great ancestor of the Xian family looked at Lin Tian indifferently, like a high and mighty king. The 7 treasures were a halberd, a shield, a cauldron, a saber, a sword, a seal, and a pagoda. Each of the treasures was intertwined with astonishing sacred runes and was surrounded by a majestic killing power. Lin Tian's expression changed when he saw the treasures. His face turned cold. It's you. Of the 7 treasures, the halberd was the most obvious one. It was the 7 stars halberd in the sacred mountain in the ancestral Lord Sea region. Although he had never seen the other 6 treasures, he knew what they looked like from the ancient scriptures of the 7 treasures' ancestor. They were the shield, cauldron, saber, sword, seal, and pagoda in front of him. They were the treasures used by the 7 treasures' ancestor to seal the great calamity in the ancestral Lord Sea region. Some time ago, the great calamity was born. He knew that the treasures of the 7 sects had been taken away. He didn't expect that it was the Xiang clan who did it. How dare you? They knew that taking away the precious armaments of the 7 sects would bring the sealed great calamity back to the world and bring calamity to countless creatures. However, the Xiang clan still did it. Now, more than 10 million creatures had died tragically. All of this was because of the Xiang clan. Back then, the 7 treasures' ancestor had sacrificed his life to seal the great calamity in order to protect all living beings and prevent all living beings from suffering a great calamity. But now, the Xiang clan had released the great calamity for the sake of the 7 sects' treasure weapons. How stark was this contrast? How ironic was that Yifeng Tian stood to the side. He had seen one of the treasures of the 7 sects, so he knew that the treasures of the 7 sects were the treasures used to seal the great calamity in the ancestral Lord Sea region. He also knew that the great calamity was released by the Xiang clan. Although he was a taciturn person and didn't say anything, his expression turned cold, just like Lin Tian's. The Xiang clan's ancestor looked at Lin Tian coldly. He knew that Lin Tian was referring to the fact that the great calamity of the ancestral Lord Sea region had been released by the Xiang clan, but he didn't care at all. You're the bold one. As he spoke, he moved. The 7 precious weapons of the 7 sects circled above his head. He stepped forward and pressed down on Lin Tian. Do you really think that just anyone can barge into my Xiang clan? The treasures of the 7 sects interweaved with resplendent halos. They were the top-grade 5th-dimensional treasures of the 7 sects, and their auras were extremely terrifying. You dog. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he stepped forward. At this moment, he even neglected the fact that he had been targeted several times by the Xiang clan. He was furious because the Xiang clan had taken away the precious weapons of the 7 sects. In a short period of time, more than 10 million people died tragically. Originally, these people did not need to die. Many of them had relatives, wives, children, and old parents. But now, they were dead, and the Xiang clan, who caused their deaths, did not care at all. They used these innocent lives as stepping stones to obtain the precious weapons of the 7 sects. They were very proud of the 7 sects' precious weapons. Outside his body, strands of 9-colored holy light intertwined. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra was activated, and majestic might spread out in all directions. Without any superfluous movements, he directly raised his hand, and a dazzling fist light blasted straight towards the other party. The fist light was mixed with the law of all beginnings, and it annihilated everything. The ancestor of the Xiang clan coldly snorted. Within the precious weapons of the 7 sects, the imprints of the 7 treasures' ancestor had long been wiped clean, and they had completely turned into his weapons. With the precious weapons of the 7 sects circling above his head, he instantly shattered Lin Tian's all beginnings fist light. With the 7 treasures gathered, your all beginnings fist will no longer be useful. His voice was cold, and the precious weapons of the 7 sects pressed down on Lin Tian. The precious weapons of the 7 sects circled together as if there was some kind of resonance, and they formed a huge 7 stars diagram. Once the 7 stars diagram appeared, all directions trembled. This is the power of the 7 sects' ancestral treasures refined by the 7 treasures ancestor, who was at the peak of the 5th dimension. So powerful. It can definitely suppress him. Within the Xiang clan, the experts of the Xiang clan all clenched their fists. They had already learned about the precious weapons of the 7 sects. Now that they saw the power of the 7 sects' ancestral treasures in the hands of their own ancestor, they were all very excited. Thieving Heaven Secret Method, All Beginnings, Tao Reversal, Fate, and Reincarnation. Our clan will dominate the 5th dimension forever. At this place, all the experts of the Xiang clan were aware of the plans of their old ancestor and the others. They were going to suppress Lin Tian and obtain the heaven-stealing secret technique from him. After that, they would obtain the myriad beginnings, Tao Inverse, Fate, and Reincarnation. Everything would belong to the Xiang clan. The eyes of the Xiang clan's patriarch, the 9 grand elders, and Xiang Yanfeng all shone brightly as they watched this scene. Ancestor, after obtaining the Thieving Heaven Secret Method, All Beginnings, Tao Reversal, Fate, and Reincarnation, please hand them over to me. Xiang Yanfeng said as his gaze fell on Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with obvious killing intent. He had never forgotten how he had been forced to flee by Lin Tian. For an expert like him, that was almost an inner demon. He wanted to kill Lin Tian with his own hands to erase this from his heart. Otherwise, it would be very detrimental to his future cultivation. The ancestor of the Xiang clan naturally knew what Xiang Yanfeng was thinking. He did not say anything and simply nodded indifferently. The 7 ancestral treasures surrounded Lin Tian and shone brightly as they formed the 7 stars sacred diagram. They sealed off Lin Tian's surroundings and kept pressuring him. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. After sacrificing the law of all beginnings, the Tao Reversal's law emerged and his aura suddenly became stronger. His cultivation of the middle stage of the pure Yang realm was fully displayed. The ancestor of the Xiang clan was shocked. Lin Tian was only at the early stage of the pure Yang realm not long ago. How long had it been since then? He had actually reached the middle stage of the pure Yang realm. This speed of improvement made his heart tremble slightly. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, he activated the 7 ancestral treasures and the 7 stars sacred diagram became even stronger. He looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, "So what if you're at the middle stage of the pure Yang realm? You still have to die." Rumble, the 7 ancestral treasures were activated even stronger. The majestic power completely froze the void around Lin Tian. That little bastard has already reached the middle stage of the pure Yang realm? Damn monster. However, with the 7 ancestral treasures of the 7 treasures ancestor and the ancestor's cultivation of the 5th dimensional realm, he won't be able to resist even if he's at the middle stage of the pure Yang realm. He can only be suppressed. The head of the Xiang clan, the grand elders of the Xiang clan, and Xiang Yanfeng were all surprised, but their eyes soon became cold again. Rumble, Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With the Tao reversal revolving around him, he fought the ancestor of the Xiang clan with his cultivation of the middle stage of the pure Yang realm. The void was collapsing inch by inch. Yifeng Tian watched the battle between Lin Tian and the ancestor of the Xiang clan. After a while, he turned his head and looked at the head of the Xiang clan and the others. Without saying anything, he stepped forward and walked toward them. The head of the Xiang clan naturally noticed his movement. Illusion sorcerer god, swish, a sound came from not far away, interrupting the head of the Xiang clan. Yifeng Tian suddenly appeared in the middle of the group and grabbed Xiang Yanfeng's neck. Xiang Yanfeng was horrified. He didn't even see Yifeng Tian's movements clearly. Now, he couldn't move at all. Poof, the Tao reversal surged. Yifeng Tian shook Xiang Yanfeng's neck slightly and shattered it. Under the Tao reversal, Xiang Yanfeng's body and soul were instantly destroyed. He was Lin Tian's guardian. He clearly saw the killing intent that Xiang Yanfeng showed toward Lin Tian. Fenger. The head of the Xiang clan was furious. The 9 grand elders were shocked. Xiang Yanfeng was right next to them, but Yifeng Tian killed him in the blink of an eye right in front of them. Bastard! The head of the Xiang clan's eyes turned red. Xiang Yanfeng was his only son, and he had always been proud of him. With a boom, holy light surged out of his body. The weak pure yang energy intertwined and attacked Yifeng Tian violently. Yifeng Tian tilted his head and stepped forward. The Tao Reversal Divine Sword was formed by the Tao Reversal Law. He slashed down. Poof! The head of the Xiang clan was at the middle stage of the pure yang realm. However, because he had used up a lot of energy to retrieve the 7 treasures, he could only release a bit of pure yang energy. He didn't even have the combat ability of an early-stage pure yang expert. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. Divine Sun. Head of the Xiang clan. The other powerful warriors of the Xiang clan came back to their senses. They were all shocked. In the blink of an eye, their current divine son and head of the Xiang clan had been killed. The 9 grand elders of the Xiang clan were extremely furious. A moment ago, they were still imagining how powerful the Xiang clan would become after their ancestor suppressed Lin Tian. However, the next moment, their current divine son and head of the Xiang clan were killed by Yifeng Tian, who came with Lin Tianyi. The 9 of them were enraged. They unleashed their pure yang energy and attacked Yifeng Tian at the same time. Their current divine son and head of the Xiang clan had been killed by Yifeng Tian, just like that. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 of them were at the peak of the pure yang realm. However, because they had been damaged in the fight for the 7 treasures, they could only exert combat ability at the early stage of the pure yang realm. 9 streams of pure yang energy swept toward Yifeng Tian. Yifeng Tian remained expressionless. He waved the Tao reversing divine sword in his hand. A ring of divine light that could destroy all laws spread out. Poof, poof, poof. Blood splashed. The 9 grand elders of the Xiang clan were all knocked away at once. They all spat out blood. Without saying anything else, Yifeng Tian charged toward the 9 with the Tao reversal divine sword. He was Lin Tian's guardian. If the Xiang clan targeted Lin Tian, the Xiang clan would be their enemy. At the moment, Lin Tian was fighting with the Xiang clan's ancestor. As the guardian of the Xiang clan, Yifeng Tian had to deal with the other members of the Xiang clan. King against king, generals against generals. Ah! There was a miserable shriek. The Tao reversal divine sword cut into the forehead of the 9th grand elder of the Xiang clan. The 9th grand elder's physical body and soul were destroyed together. He disappeared from the world completely. The powerful warriors of the Xiang clan were all shocked by this scene. Even the ancestor of the Xiang clan, who was fighting against Lin Tian, could not help but be shocked. His face turned cold and a beam of killing intent swept toward Yifeng Tian. Clang! Lin Tian raised his hand. The sword of reincarnation surged and shattered the beam of killing intent in the blink of an eye. Your opponent is me, Yifeng Tian said coldly. Yifeng Tian was shocked. His majestic aura was vast and mighty. Reincarnation and destiny revolved around him. All beginnings, inverse, star creation, dark light, and eternity, 5 different laws of the 5th dimension appeared together and intertwined around him. The entire Xiang family could not help but tremble. All Daos were terrified and the void was distorted. At this moment, everything was suppressed. The Xiang family ancestor's expression changed immediately. His gaze fell on Lin Tian and he instantly recognized the star creation, dark light, and eternity intertwined around Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian, after grasping the law of all beginnings and the law of defiance, had now grasped the law of creation, the law of darkness, and the law of indestructibility as well. He alone had grasped all the laws of the 5th dimension. Impossible. At this moment, the most powerful ancestor of the 5th dimension of the Xiang family could not help but tremble violently as he looked at Lin Tian. How was it possible for a single person to control all the laws of the 5th dimension? He had never heard of such a thing. Before this, Lin Tian had only mastered the inverse law of all beginnings. However, in just a few months, Lin Tian had not only reached the middle stage of the pure yang realm from the early stage of the pure yang realm, but he had also mastered the star creation, dark light, and eternity laws. How could this be possible? At the same time, the other experts of the Xiang family also changed their expressions and trembled involuntarily. How is this possible? He. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Tian at this moment. Everyone was like mortals who had seen a ferocious ghost. All beginnings, Tao-defying, star creation, dark light, and everlasting. These were the 5 foundation laws of the 5th dimension, the 5 strongest strengths. As long as one could control any one of them, they could look down on the 5th dimension with disdain. But now, Lin Tian alone was able to control all of them. Several pure Yang realm great elders of the Xiang family were injured by Yifengtian's inverse law. They were all vomiting blood and were shocked to see this scene. Only Yifengtian's expression remained the same. He had already known about this before and did not show the slightest surprise. Clang! He waved the Tao-defying divine sword in his hand, and the Tao-defying law of greater mastery surged and landed on the 8th supreme elder of the Xiang clan. With a puff, accompanied by a shrill scream of terror, the 8th grand elder of the Xiang family immediately exploded into pieces. His soul was not destroyed, and he fled in a sorry state. Yifengtian was expressionless. The Tao-reversing divine sword in his hand vibrated. The Tao-reversing laws turned into swords and spread in all directions. Chi, the space was destroyed inch by the inverse Tao laws. Tens of thousands of Tao surged out, trembling because of these laws. In the sky, strands of divine radiance surrounded Lin Tian's body. The light of reincarnation and the light of providence intertwined. The 5 laws of the 5 dimensions, the all-beginning, the inverse, the star creation, the dark light, and the undying, were displayed horizontally. Like a supreme monarch, they closed in on the Xiang family's ancestor. If it were a few months ago, his cultivation level would have remained at the early stage of the pure sun realm, and he had not comprehended the 5 laws of the 5 dimensions at the same time. Facing the Xiang family's ancestor who had the 7 top ancestral treasures of the 7 sects, he definitely would not have been able to deal with him. But now, his cultivation level had reached the middle stage of the pure sun realm, and he had mastered all 5 laws of the 5 dimensions. His combat strength was far from what it was a few months ago. Now, even if the Xiang family's ancestor had the 7 top ancestral treasures of the 7 sects, he was still fearless and could suppress him. Buzz! As he stepped forward, endless light of reincarnation and providence intertwined. The reincarnation river and the great waterfall of providence appeared at the same time, locking down every corner around the Xiang family's ancestor. Even the reincarnation beasts emerged and mercilessly suppressed him. At the same time, the law of all beginnings turned everything into nothingness. The Tao reversing and the dark light laws destroyed everything. The undying laws increased his strength in all aspects at any time. The star creation laws turned into tens of thousands of real stars and locked down the surroundings. Unparalleled attacks landed in front of the Xiang family's ancestor in the blink of an eye. The Xiang family's ancestor was shocked. Facing such a great force, he immediately activated the 7 top ancestral treasures with all his strength and faced Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Rumble! Dazzling light drowned out everything. Blood splattered, and the Xiang family's ancestor was sent flying along with the 7 ancestral treasures. Ancestor! Everyone in the Xiang family trembled when they saw this scene. Their ancestor had retrieved the top ancestral treasures of the 7 sects from the ancestral Lord Sea domain. With the 7 top ancestral treasures combined and activated by the 5 mainstays, they should be able to suppress anyone below the peak of the 5th dimensional realm. But now, in just a short moment of battle, their ancestor was unexpectedly injured by Lin Tian. Boom! Blazing sacred light rumbled. The Xiang family's ancestor stabilized his body in the distance. The 7 ancestral treasures revolved around him, and he was shocked and angry. His body was stained with blood. He looked at Lin Tian with an unsightly expression. This was not what he had expected. According to his expectations, he could easily suppress Lin Tian after retrieving the 7 top ancestral treasures from the ancestral Lord Sea domain. However, how did Lin Tian reach the middle stage of the pure Yang realm and control all the laws of the 5th dimension in just 2 months? Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His left eye of destiny moved slightly and teleported, instantly appearing in front of the Xiang family's ancestor. The Xiang family's ancestor was shocked. You, slap. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped the Xiang family's ancestor's cheek, sending him flying several hundred feet away. The Xiang family's ancestor roared in shock and anger. He was the ancestor of the older generation, but now he was slapped by Lin Tian. Kill. With a furious roar, he activated the 7 ancestral treasures with his 5th-dimensional realm cultivation base. Monstrous sacred light burst out and violently attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. He simply took a step forward and activated the law of all beginnings, which turned the violent sacred light into nothingness. The Tao-defying law, star-creating law, and dark light law worked together to attack. The undying law increased his offensive and defensive power, shaking the void. In the blink of an eye, the Xiang family's ancestor was once again sent flying with a bang. Dazzling blood floated in the void. At the same time, Lin Tian raised his hand. The light of reincarnation intertwined in his palm and grabbed one of the 7 treasured weapons, a halberd. Buzz. The light of reincarnation surged. It had been a long time since it was used in conjunction with the weapon control technique. It forcefully erased the imprint of the Xiang family's ancestor on the halberd. Affected by this, the Xiang family's ancestor trembled violently and spat out another mouthful of blood. Again. With a furious roar, the Xiang family's ancestor activated the 6 treasured weapons of the other 6 clans. He also used a secret technique to activate a treasured furnace from the depths of the Xiang family's residence. The furnace was covered in flames. It was also a 5th-dimensional treasured weapon. But this was not the end. As the treasured furnace flew out, the Xiang family's ancestor quickly formed seals with his hands. In an instant, numerous runes appeared in the Xiang family's residence, activating the family's defensive killing formation. A terrifying killing intent intertwined with each other. Today, you will be sealed here. He looked at Lin Tian. At this moment, he used his full strength. His unparalleled killing intent nearly drowned out everything. Tornadoes continuously swept up in the Xiang family's residence. Lin Tian's black hair fluttered in front of his forehead, but his eyes were incomparably cold. In his hand, the peak 5th-dimensional treasured halberd that he had just seized trembled. Halberd light instantly filled the sky. He used this peak 5th-dimensional treasured weapon to execute the reincarnation sword technique. The laws of reincarnation, destiny, beginning, defying, star creation, and indestructible vibrated together, intertwining with each other to create a destructive rain of halberd light that spread out in all directions. For a moment, crackling sounds could be heard. The Xiang family's defensive killing formations runes were shattered one by one. The boundless killing intent in the Xiang family's residence instantly disappeared without a trace. My family's defensive killing formation. How? The experts of the Xiang family were shocked. Their defensive formation was left behind by their ancestor. Its killing intent was astonishing. But now, it was shattered in an instant. Even the grand elders of this branch were aghast. Impossible. The first supreme elder of this branch couldn't help but cry out. No matter what, he was unwilling to believe this scene. However, in the next moment, a swift and fierce sword light intertwined with the defying law slashed past. With a puff, his head was chopped off. Yifengtian's expression remained the same. Holding the defying divine sword, he swung it. The complete mastery of the defying law suppressed everything. Puff, 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 blood splattered. The supreme elders of the Xiang family were severely injured because of the 5th-dimension ancestral treasures of the 7 sections. Now, they could only exert the strength of the early stage of the pure young realm. Facing Yifengtian, who was infinitely close to the peak of the all-creation realm and had mastered the defying law, they couldn't block him at all. They were injured again and again by Yifengtian. Supreme Elders. The other cultivators of the same branch saw this and were all shocked. However, none of them dared to step forward to help. The Tao-defying divine sword in Yifengtian's hand, which was formed by the Tao-defying law, was too horrifying. Boom, in the sky, the holy light rumbled. The Xiang family's ancestor was extremely shocked and furious. All kinds of divine abilities and grand arts were madly pressuring Lin Tian. At the beginning, he was indifferent and had the feeling that everything was under his control. However, at this moment, it had completely disappeared. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His left eye was destiny, and his right eye was reincarnation. He was like an ancient god walking in the mortal world. With the all-beginning and defying laws of the 5 dimensions, together with the 7-star halberd in his hand, he suppressed the endless destructive attacks. Boom, reincarnation law, destiny law, law of all beginnings, defying law, star creation law, dark light law, and undying law. The 7 terrifying powers appeared together and almost enveloped the entire Xiang family. Endless holy light flooded in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the Xiang family's great ancestor was sent flying again, coughing blood. Half of his body was smashed to pieces. Lin Tian raised his hand and activated the weapon control technique. The light of reincarnation intertwined and grabbed the 6 treasures of the 7 treasures ancestral lore that had been taken by the Xiang family's great ancestor. He also captured the 5-dimensional furnace that belonged to the Xiang family. The light of reincarnation entered the treasures of the 5 dimensions and wiped out the spiritual imprint of the Xiang family in the blink of an eye. Such a scene made the experts of the Xiang family tremble again. The top ancestral treasures of the 7 sects that their great ancestors had painstakingly obtained were all taken away by Lin Tian just like that. Even the 5th-dimensional treasure weapon that belonged to them had been snatched away by Lin Tian. He had painstakingly retrieved the artifacts of the 7 sects from the ancestral sea domain, but now, Lin Tian had snatched all of them away. Even his own 5th-dimensional treasure furnace had been snatched away. The Xiang family's ancestor was shocked and furious, and he rushed towards Lin Tian. His 5th-dimensional aura surged and pressed down on Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. His right eye, the reincarnation eye, moved slightly, and he used the mysterious and powerful illusion technique, Purgatory of Reincarnation. This caused the Xiang family's ancestor to tremble violently, and the 5th-dimensional aura around his body instantly became chaotic. In an instant, the Xiang family's ancestor saw his soul being pulled into a purgatory and being bitten by countless resentful souls. Get lost. He was, after all, a 5th-dimensional expert. With a furious roar, the Xiang family's ancestor circulated his saint energy and quickly broke free from the illusion. At the same time, Lin Tian took a step forward and appeared in front of the Xiang family's ancestor with his teleportation ability. A huge vortex of fate energy appeared, and at the same time, the heavenly river of reincarnation appeared. Together with the law of all beginnings, the law of Tao inverse, the law of creation, the law of dark light, and the law of indestructibility, they suppressed the Xiang family's ancestor. The Xiang family's ancestor struggled, and his saint energy surged, but it was useless. At this moment, he couldn't break free from Lin Tian's seal. Let me go. Let me go. The Xiang family's ancestor roared, and at the same time, his face was filled with fear. He was suppressed by Lin Tian, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Lin Tian's power. Lin Tian raised his hand and punched the Xiang family's ancestor's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, the other experts of the Xiang family were all shocked. The strongest person of their generation, the ancestor of the 5th-dimensional realm, was actually suppressed by Lin Tianxing at this moment. Ancestor. On the other side, the Grand Supreme Elders of the same branch were shocked and furious. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but rush toward Lin Tian. However, at that moment, the fiercest aura of the inverse laws burst out. Yifeng Tian was silent. The inverse divine sword in his hand disappeared. For the first time, he raised his hand to make an ancient seal. An ocean of inverse laws was created. As soon as the Tao-defying ocean appeared, the aura of the Tao-defying law reached its peak and swept them all in. Ah! No! Mournful screams rang out immediately, and the blood mist exploded one after another. 7 breaths later, the inverse Tao ocean dispersed, and the few grand elders of the Xiang clan who had been swept away disappeared as well. All of them were destroyed in body and soul. Supreme Elders, such a scene caused all the experts in the Xiang family to tremble violently once again. The most powerful patriarchs had been suppressed, and the family head, divine son, and several grand elders had all been killed. How could this be? Yifeng Tian glanced at those people and didn't do anything else. He stood aside quietly, waiting for Lin Tian to deal with the Xiang clan patriarch. Outside Lin Tian's body, various kinds of holy light such as reincarnation and providence surrounded him. He looked at the Xiang clan patriarch indifferently. The Xiang clan patriarch couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he completely understood the situation he was in. Facing Lin Tian's cold eyes, he said, "Little brother, everything is negotiable. Let me go. Let the Xiang clan go. I'm willing to." Slap, Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped out, interrupting the other party's words and leaving behind 5 bright red finger marks on the other party's face. The Xiang clan patriarch couldn't help but be shocked and furious. "You," slap, Lin Tian slapped him in the face again. Then, without saying anything, he directly sent his powerful divine sense into the Xiang clan patriarch's sea of consciousness, capturing the scene of him, the Xiang clan patriarch, and the grand elders taking the top ancestral treasures of the 7 sects in the ancestral Lord Sea. Then, he attacked again. The law of all beginnings entered the Xiang clan patriarch's body and crippled his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the Xiang clan patriarch fell from the 5th dimensional realm to an ordinary mortal. The surging aura around his body instantly dispersed. You crippled me?" The Xiang clan patriarch trembled violently after his cultivation was crippled. His eyes and face were instantly filled with despair. A moment ago, he was a high and mighty 5th dimensional realm ancestor. The next moment, he became an ordinary mortal. He couldn't stop trembling. In an instant, he aged countless times. He stared at Lin Tian in horror. He was crippled by Lin Tian just like that. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He said to Yifeng Tian, who was standing next to him, "Take away all the ancient scriptures of their family." Yifeng Tian nodded and walked towards the depths of the Xiang clan. Now, within the huge Xiang clan, there was no one who could stop him, and no one dared to. Under Lin Tian's instructions, he walked through every nook and cranny of the Xiang clan. After about an hour, he collected all the ancient scriptures of the Xiang clan, as well as all the immortal pills, precious medicines, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and divine weapons that had been accumulated since ancient times. An hour later, he returned from the depths of the Xiang clan. All the valuable treasures of the Xiang clan had been stored in a pure yang-grade spatial artifact. He handed it over to Lin Tian. The Xiang clan patriarch trembled in fear and despair. At the same time, he stared at Lin Tian with hatred. At this moment, he didn't have the time to care about the family's inheritance that had been taken away. His cultivation had been crippled by Lin Tian. At this moment, none of the other experts of the Xiang clan dared to speak. They originally thought that after their patriarch and the others obtained the top ancestral treasures of the 7 sects in the ancestral sea region, they would be able to suppress Lin Tian and obtain everything. Then, their Xiang clan would be able to dominate the 5th dimension. However, they didn't expect that they would end up like this. Lin Tian coldly looked at the Xiang clan patriarch. He swept his gaze across the people of the Xiang clan. Saint power vibrated. After an hour, he engraved an extremely wide array that completely enveloped the entire Xiang clan. This made it so that no one could leave the Xiang clan that was covered by the array. As for the living beings outside, no matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, they could easily step into the array. This array had a fixed period of time. It would last for a month before dispersing on its own. "I won't kill you. I'll hand your Xiang clan over to the people of the 5th dimension and see how they deal with you." He looked at the Xiang clan patriarch who had been crippled by him and said coldly. With a wave of his hand, he sent out tens of thousands of divine sense images. These images were the images of the Xiang clan patriarch taking the top ancestral treasures of the 7 sects in the ancestral sea region. At the same time, he also included the fact that the Xiang clan patriarch of the 5th dimension had his cultivation crippled. The Xiang clan patriarch and a group of grand elders, who were both pure sun realm experts, had been killed, and the strongest person in the clan was only at the all creations realm. The Xiang clan patriarch clearly knew that taking away the ancestral treasures of the 7 sects in the ancestral sea region would cause the great calamity to appear and countless living beings would suffer. However, they still did it. Now, more than 10 million living beings had died tragically. Moreover, more innocent living beings would definitely suffer in the future. This kind of evil behavior was intolerable by the heavens. They should bear the wrath of the entire fifth dimension. Let's go. He coldly glanced at the Xiang clan patriarch and called out to Yifeng Tian. They passed through the formation he had set up and left the Xiang clan. This formation was set up outside the Xiang clan and enveloped the entire clan, preventing everyone inside from leaving. However, he was the one who set up the formation, so he naturally could leave with Yifeng Tian without being affected. After that, the formation would still be there and would last for a month, preventing the people inside the Xiang clan from escaping. However, outsiders would be allowed to enter. He believed that after he sent out those divine sense images, it would take at most a few days for the entire fifth dimension to know why the great calamity had appeared in the ancestral sea region. Then, they would definitely rush to this place in an extremely short amount of time. 1 month. The formation he left behind would trap the Xiang clan for 1 month. It was enough for the people of the fifth dimension to flatten this place. Without stopping, he left with Yifeng Tian and headed for the large planet where the Immortal Quartz branch was located. At the same time, the tens of thousands of divine sense images he sent out regarding why the great calamity had appeared spread far and wide in the blink of an eye. Not long after, they fell into the eyes of the cultivators of the fifth dimension, causing them to become extremely angry. Bastard! Bastard! Damn the Xiang clan! How could they be so vicious? The safety of the countless living beings in the fifth dimension and the stability of the boundless mountains and rivers are actually not more valuable than the treasures of the seven sects. In the fifth dimension, the vast cultivation world was once again in an uproar. Everyone who knew about this matter was extremely furious. More than 10 days had passed since the great calamity had appeared. During these 10 days, no cultivator could stop the great calamity. More than 300 great sects had been destroyed and more than 20 million living beings had died miserably. A large area of territory had been completely destroyed and turned into ruins because of the great calamity. That was a true source of destruction, and this source of destruction was released by the Xiang clan. Hundreds of great sects were destroyed, 20 million living beings died miserably, and a large area of territory was destroyed. It was all because of the Xiang clan. Damn it! Damn it! Kill! Kill! Kill them all! Let their clan never be reincarnated! Someone roared angrily. Currently, no one was able to stop that terrifying great vicious beast. After knowing why the great vicious beast had appeared, the 5 great sects were seething with rage. One by one, the great sects sent their troops over. Numerous experts rushed towards the Xiang family from every corner. In just a few days, groups of experts had arrived at the Xiang family's residence and attacked furiously. Ah! Lin Tian had set up a grand formation outside the Xiang clan, so no one in the Xiang clan could escape. They could only passively wait for the fifth dimension's cultivators to attack. Faced with the Xiang clan's ancestor being crippled, the Xiang clan's patriarch and a group of grand elders being killed, and the enraged great sects and numerous cultivators of the fifth dimension, the Xiang clan, whose strongest expert was only an all-creation realm expert, was simply unable to stop them. In the blink of an eye, the Xiang clan's experts were killed one after another. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone, please. Please stop. Please allow us to explain. An ordinary elder of the Xiang clan cried out in horror. However, in the next moment, he was attacked by a group of cultivators. Endless killing intent descended upon him. Explain my ass. Are you even human? Do you know how many people have died? At least 20 million living beings have died miserably. 20 million. You are all worse than pigs and dogs. The cultivators of the fifth dimension were enraged. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they massacred the entire Xiang clan. In the fifth dimension, the ancient planet where the Immortal Quartz branch was located. Lin Tian and Yifeng Tian had left the Xiang clan and returned here. That great calamity, what's the situation now? After returning to the Immortal Quartz branch, Lin Tian asked to transfer Dao Immortal General who was in charge of collecting information on all aspects of the fifth dimension. It had been nearly 20 days since the great evil appeared. Although Lin Tian did not take action to deal with the great evil, he was still very concerned about its situation. After all, the great evil had caused too much of an impact. Nearly 30 million living beings have been killed. 400 great sects have been destroyed. Many mountains and rivers have completely disappeared. The immortal general who was questioned reported. Lin Tian was silent. In just 20 days, 400 great sects had been destroyed and 30 million living beings had died tragically. After a pause, he shook his head. After giving some instructions to Yifeng Tian, he entered an ancient palace and went into seclusion. The great evil rampaged across the fifth dimension. He was concerned about this matter, but he really did not have the ability to deal with it. Buzz. In the palace, he automatically operated the Reincarnation Sutra. Strands of 9-colored holy light intertwined. Yifeng Tian stood outside the palace, protecting him in silence. Roar. The great evil's ferocious roar shook the sky. Its body was covered in gray scales and its eyes were red. When its 5 tails moved, everything was destroyed. Bloody mists exploded in the void. The great vicious beast didn't seem to have any intelligence. It only knew how to destroy and kill. Everywhere it passed, mountains and rivers were turned into ruins. Countless living beings exploded as well, turning into bloody mists one by one. Damn it! Who can stop it? Damn the Xiang family! Damn them! The cultivators of the fifth dimension were shocked, angry, and frightened. The great evil was tens of thousands of meters tall. It was the root of all destruction. Living beings died tragically one after another. No one could stop it. In front of it, they were as weak as ants. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. The great evil came out of the ancestral Lord realm and rampaged for dozens of days. 40 million living beings died tragically. However, this was not the end. The great evil moved forward aimlessly, destroying everything in its sight. Fifth dimension, Xiang family. Inside the Xiang family, the ground was dyed red with blood. The once majestic and glorious Xiang family was now in ruins. It's actually that person from the fourth dimension who crippled that old bastard of the Xiang family and left those spiritual sense imprints. This grand formation outside the Xiang clan was also left behind by that person. He deliberately trapped the Xiang clan and left it to us to deal with. Groups of cultivators stood above the ruins of the Xiang clan. They were cultivators from every corner of the fifth dimension. They were filled with endless anger as they completely destroyed the Xiang clan and killed everyone in it. At the same time, these cultivators were puzzled as to who had crippled the Xiang clan's ancestor and why there was such a strange formation outside the Xiang clan. They searched the sea of consciousness of some Xiang clan experts and found out everything. Lin Tian had killed his way into the Xiang clan, crippled the Xiang clan's ancestor, seized the 7 treasures sect's precious weapon from the Xiang clan's ancestor, and then sent out those divine sense imprints. Because of this, some people even thought that perhaps it was Lin Tian who told the fifth dimension that there was a great calamity sealed under the ancestral sea region and that the 7 sect's treasured weapons should not be touched. This was only a guess, but these people felt that it was very reasonable. After all, the person who had the most opportunity to come into contact with this matter in the ancestral sea domain was the most powerful person there, Lin Tian. Moreover, the method of informing the entire fifth dimension and the method of informing the fifth dimension of the great calamity released by the Xiang family were completely the same. This caused all the cultivators in the Xiang clan to be slightly startled. Back then, the person who warned the fifth guardian that there was a great calamity in the realm ancestors sea region was actually Lin Tian, who came from the fourth dimension. At the same time, during this process, these cultivators also learned from the sea of consciousness of some Xiang family experts that Lin Tian controlled 5 types of laws of the fifth dimension at the same time. Everyone trembled slightly. 5 types of laws of the fifth dimension. He's actually alone, in our fifth dimension. In the entire cultivation world, there shouldn't be anyone who can be his match. No, definitely not. Some people murmured to themselves. The cultivators in the Xiang family stared blankly at the great formation that enveloped the Xiang family. Now, a month had not passed yet and the great formation had not disappeared. They had destroyed the Xiang family, but they could not leave for the time being. That great calamity. After a dozen breaths, someone said, "That person, will he make a move?" As this person spoke, the surrounding people could not help but look over. Their gazes could not help but move. Currently, Lin Tian was undoubtedly the strongest person in the fifth dimension. At this time, a great calamity had appeared and caused chaos in the fifth dimension. If there was one person who could make the fifth dimension place their hopes on, then that person could only be Lin Tian. Everyone's eyes lit up slightly, but soon, their eyes gradually dimmed. In the past, we looked down on creatures from the fourth dimension and thought that they were countless levels higher than us. It is said that when he ascended to the fifth dimension, he was even captured by the Golden Mark Immortal sect as a slave. One of them said, "Now that I think about it, at that time, although that person might have deliberately been captured by the Golden Mark Immortal sect, it was still a display of our attitude towards creatures from the fourth dimension. What qualifications do we have to make that person from the fourth dimension help us?" That person said, "And even if he is willing to help, with that great calamity's strength, can he stop it?" As soon as this was said, the cultivators in this place fell silent again. These people had already understood Lin Tian's strength from the knowledge sea of the experts from the Xiang family. He was at the middle stage of the pure young realm and had mastered the all-beginning, Tao-defying, star creation, dark light, indestructible, fate, and the legendary reincarnation. It was easy for him to kill an ordinary expert from the fifth dimension and could be said to be heaven-defying to the extreme. He was definitely the strongest person in the fifth dimension. However, even though they knew Lin Tian's strength, these cultivators still did not think that Lin Tian could suppress that great calamity. It was simply too terrifying and could destroy almost everything. It was the source of destruction. For a moment, the place fell silent again. If I were him, facing such a destructive great calamity, to be honest, I wouldn't make a move. Someone sighed. As soon as this was said, the surrounding people opened their mouths but no words came out. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they were actually thinking the same from the bottom of their hearts. The fifth dimension had always looked down on the fourth dimension. As a creature from the fourth dimension, Lin Tian had nothing to do with the peace of the fifth dimension. There was no benefit in making a move. Instead, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, was there a need to take the risk? The fifth dimension is destined to bear this calamity? Will there never be a day of peace? How many people will die in the end? Damn the Xiang family! Bastards! The group of cultivators could not help but grit their teeth as they thought about the great calamity. They thought about how the great calamity was unleashed by the Xiang clan and how many living beings would die miserably in the future. Their eyes could not help but reveal endless fury. In the fifth dimension, on the huge ancient planet where the Immortal Court branch was located, Buzz. In this branch of the Immortal Court, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in one of the treasured halls and cultivated. The omnidirectional holy spiritual qi surged towards him. His essence, qi, and spirit were rising at an extremely fast speed. Time passed by little. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After half a month of cultivation, in the center of the treasured hall, the aura outside his body became even stronger. He was very close to the peak of the pure young stage. He closed his eyes slightly, his eyelids twitching from time to time. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see clouds of blood mist exploding, and he seemed to be able to hear cries of pain echoing in his ears. Half a day later, he stopped cultivating. The treasured hall was spacious. He paused for a moment, stood up, and walked out of the hall. The great calamity was born and innocent living beings were dying at every moment. Although it had nothing to do with him, it made it difficult for him to calm down. Yifeng Tian had been guarding outside the treasured hall. When he saw Lin Tian coming out of seclusion, he immediately went up to him. After a moment of silence, he said, "From the ancestral Lord Sea domain to the south, more than 700 great sects have disappeared and nearly 100 million living beings have suffered." As Lin Tian's guardian, he knew that Lin Tian was most concerned about the great calamity when he came out of seclusion. Although he had been guarding Lin Tian here, the immortal generals of the Celestial Court had been reporting to him about the great calamity. Therefore, he knew very well about the great calamity. Lin Tian was silent. Nearly 100 million living beings had died? "I'm going out for a moment," he said to Yifeng Tian and walked out of the Celestial Court. Yifeng Tian didn't say anything and followed quietly. Naturally, he knew what Lin Tian was going to do at this time. Stay here. Don't follow me. Lin Tian Dao. With that, he disappeared from the celestial court. Boom. The torrent of destruction was rampant and the boundless sky trembled. The great calamity was tens of thousands of feet tall and its 5 tails shook. Everywhere it went, countless living beings trembled in fear. Roar. With a loud roar, rolling sound waves spread out like ripples on water. Dozens of mountains were turned into dust and disappeared completely. At the same time, a large number of living beings were killed and turned into blood mist. Run! 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 Some cultivators shouted and all of them ran away. They couldn't resist such a great calamity at all. Roar! Another roar came from the great calamity's mouth. A blood-colored wave of destruction spread out like a raging wave. The cultivators ran quickly, but they couldn't outrun the blood-colored wave. In the blink of an eye, the wave pressed down on them. Everyone was in despair at this moment. The blood-colored wave pressed down without slowing down and froze the void in all directions. At this moment, there was an ear-piercing sound of a sword. A 9-colored sword aura came from afar. It was about 10 feet long and was extremely fast with an extremely fierce aura. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the blood-colored wave that pressed down on them. With a loud boom, the two shattered at the same time. Destructive hurricanes burst out and cracked the void around them. Lin Tian came from afar and arrived in an instant. The 4 symbols Dao diagram surrounded them and isolated them from the destructive hurricanes. Let's go, he said to the group. Seeing Lin Tian suddenly appear, the cultivators all trembled. You are, a moment ago, facing the blood-colored wave of destruction. They were all in despair and had imagined the scene of death. However, they didn't expect that Lin Tian would appear in the next moment and save them all. As for Lin Tian, there was no one in the 5th dimension who didn't know him. At this time, when the cultivators saw Lin Tian, they naturally recognized him and all of them trembled slightly. At this time, wherever the great calamity passed by, all the cultivators would retreat and flee. Who would care about other people? However, Lin Tian had appeared here and saved them. This caused all of them to be shocked and surprised. Roar! The roar shook the sky, and the blood-red wave swept toward them again. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down on them. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the law of indestructibility surged. Together with the law of creation, they formed a holy shield and blocked the wave. Let's go. There's a limit to how much I can stop it. While I'm holding it back, inform the others to escape as quickly as possible. Run as far as you can. Try your best to retreat to the stars outside the central great world, he said to the cultivators. With a slight thought, a 9-colored sword energy interweaved and slashed toward the great calamity. The great calamity came out of the ancestral Lord Sea region and caused chaos in the 5th dimension. Countless creatures in the 5th dimension were facing a situation of death. Although these people had nothing to do with him, he did not belong to this world, and his current combat strength was far inferior to the great calamities, so coming here was very dangerous for him. No matter from which point of view, there was no need for him to get involved in this mess. However, he still came. These people had nothing to do with him, and he did not care whether the 5th dimension was peaceful or not. However, he knew that the great calamity had been causing chaos in this world. He knew that innocent creatures were dying every moment. In the end, he could not bear it and could not calm himself down. Therefore, in the end, he still came out of seclusion and approached the great calamity. With his current combat strength, he could not subdue the great calamity. However, he believed that he could still stop the great calamity's actions. By doing so, he could buy time for many creatures to escape and save a lot of lives. Clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. A 9-colored sword energy fell in front of the great calamity in the blink of an eye, and all of them landed on the great calamity's body. However, these swift and fierce sword lights were all shattered at the first possible moment, not harming the great evil in the slightest. This, on the other hand, caused the great ferocious beast to become even more violent. With another vicious roar, rolling blood-colored waves surged forth. In the blink of an eye, this new wave of blood surged over, directly obliterating everything. Even the heavens collapsed because of it. Lin Tian urged the undying law and the star creation law to the strongest, turning into the strongest defensive shield, blocking in front. The blood-colored waves crashed into the defensive shield, and the boundless force shook his body violently. The group of fifth-dimensional heavens cultivators behind him turned pale. All of them were trembling and in a daze. Lin Tian, someone who came from the fourth-dimensional heavens, had come here to help them stop the great calamity in the fifth-dimensional heavens. He had restrained the great calamity's movements and bought them time to escape with the other living beings in this realm. At this stage, no one in the fifth-dimensional heavens would do such a thing. Even the top orthodoxies were avoiding this great calamity. However, Lin Tian, who came from the fourth-dimensional heavens, had stepped forward bravely, causing everyone to tremble slightly. "Why aren't you leaving?" Lin Tian shouted in a low voice. His 3 words were somewhat loud and dull, causing the group of people to involuntarily tremble again. You take care," someone said as he quickly retreated and fled into the distance. After that, the other cultivators also quickly fled. In the blink of an eye, they had fled far away and disappeared from this area. For a time, only Lin Tian and the 10,000 feet Great Calamity were left in this area. Roar! The Great Calamity roared. Its eyes were crimson red, and as its 5 tails swayed, countless blood-colored blades swept towards Lin Tian in an extraordinary manner. Lin Tian used the combination of the indestructible law and star creation law to block these blood-colored blades. His body trembled violently from the impact. Although the blades did not land on his body, he could not help but feel a sharp pain all over his body. "I seem to be quite foolish. Does this count as the act of a saint?" He was clearly not a person from the 5th dimension and could not fight against this great beast, but he still jumped here to restrain it alone. It was all for the sake of reducing the number of deaths in the 5th dimension. He could not help but laugh at himself. He had always thought that only saints would risk their lives and fight for complete strangers. He had always thought that he would never do such a thing, but now, he seemed to be doing such a thing. So be it, he muttered to himself. In the next moment, his eyes flickered slightly. 9 black moons appeared in his left eye, and reincarnation Tao patterns intertwined in his right eye. The Eye of Destiny and the Reincarnation Eye opened at the same time. The Light of Destiny and the Reincarnation Light intertwined, and his aura instantly skyrocketed. "Big guy, please stay here for a while," he said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his left eye of destiny trembled slightly. In an instant, a huge river of fate intertwined and appeared above the great calamity's head. It pressed down mightily. At the same time, endless reincarnation Tao patterns shone in his right eye. Hundreds of reincarnation beasts condensed. They were all 10,000 feet tall, and each roared as if they were real and charged towards the great calamity. In the blink of an eye, the river of fate submerged the great calamity. The hundreds of reincarnation beasts each pressed down on a part of the great calamity's body. Majestic reincarnation light surged from different directions. Roar! The great calamity roared, and its voice shook the sky. A blood-red destructive force swept out, destroying everything. It instantly shattered the river of fate and the hundreds of reincarnation beasts. The surrounding void was completely annihilated, and it was difficult to recover for a while. It turned turbid. It is indeed terrifying, Lin Tian muttered to himself. He had used both fate and reincarnation at the same time. He did not hold back much of his strength, but it was easily destroyed by the great calamity. Roar! Another wild roar rang out. The great calamity's eyes were crimson red. At this moment, its gaze fell on Lin Tian. Although it did not have any intelligence, it showed anger towards the person who attacked it. Its 5 tails moved together and whipped towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian was the first to react. When the 5th dimension whipped towards him, he felt as if a heaven-destroying sacred sword was slashing towards him. At that moment, he did not dare to hesitate at all. Following the Eye of Destiny and the Reincarnation Eye, 5 types of 5th dimension laws appeared at the same time, and he faced the great calamity with all his strength. The group of cultivators who were saved by Lin Tian and escaped had already escaped far away. At the same time, they informed the nearby living beings to escape. That person. One of them looked in the direction from a distance. He could still feel the majestic destructive force in that place, and he could also feel the constant rumbling from that place. Therefore, although he could not see the scene there, he still knew that Lin Tian was still there, holding back the great calamity and buying time for the living beings of the fifth dimension to escape. A person from the fourth dimension stepped forward to hold back the great calamity for the sake of the fifth dimension. We. Another person spoke, clenching his hands tightly. At this time, they were safe, but his expression was very ugly. There was gratitude, admiration, and even more remorse. At the very least, we must let the entire fifth dimension know who stepped forward to protect us when the great calamity appeared. Someone said. The group of people gritted their teeth and sent out divine sense imprints one after another. They quickly flew to every corner of the fifth dimension, reminding everyone to escape to a safe place, and also announcing to the entire fifth dimension that when the great calamity appeared, when countless living beings were facing death, when everyone was in a state of panic, only Lin Tian stepped forward to hold back the great calamity by himself, stopping the great calamity from killing, and fighting for the peace of the fifth dimension and the lives of countless living beings. Soon, these divine sense imprints landed in the eyes of the cultivators of the fifth dimension at an extremely fast speed. That person actually risked his life to fight for us, who are completely unrelated to him. The cultivators of the fifth dimension were all dumbfounded. The sect masters of the great sects were all silent. Roar. A destructive gust of wind swept out, and the great calamity roared, destroying everything in its path. Outside Lin Tian's body, the all beginnings, defying Tao, star creation, dark light, indestructible, fate, and reincarnation interweaved at the same time. With the reincarnation divine domain protecting his body, he swept out waves after waves of law-killing light, attacking the great calamity again and again. Boom! 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 A shocking explosion and a destructive gust of wind swept out. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Roar! The great calamity roared violently. Its eyes were crimson red, and its 5 tails swayed, destroying everything. Its pure murderous aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian resisted with all his might, but he was sent flying in the blink of an eye. Blood overflowed from his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. A few large cracks even appeared on his sturdy body, and his clothes were dyed red in the blink of an eye. I didn't grow up to be so big for nothing. He muttered softly. In these 3 days, he had obstructed the other party's movements and kept them in this area. This was already the 37th time he had been injured. Although the injuries each time weren't extremely serious and weren't fatal, they weren't light injuries either. I'll just treat it as a form of training. Maybe I'll break through to the peak of the pure young realm as I fight. He looked at the great calamity that was 10,000 feet tall and said, again. The great calamity seemed to have sensed Lin Tian's provocation, and it roared again. Its eyes were even redder as it stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian felt a huge pressure. He took a deep breath, and the 9-colored holy light around his body became even stronger. Almost at the same time, clanging sounds of swords and sabers intertwined with boundless holy light. They surged from the sky and landed on the great calamity's body. In the distant sky, a dense crowd of cultivators came from all directions. The Yu family came, the godly palace of all beginnings came, the 100-sage ancient pavilion came, the heaven induction divine palace came, the other great sects came, and a group of independent cultivators came as well. They arrived in the blink of an eye. Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian rushed at the front. They were extremely fast, and in a flash, they arrived before Lin Tian. You're injured? Looking at Yu Yaoshi and Lu Aoxian, Lin Tianwei's expression changed. Then, he looked at the other experts in surprise. The Yu family, the All Beginnings Divine Palace, the Heaven-leading Godly Temple, the 100 Saints Ancient Pavilion, the other great sects, and the vagrant cultivators were all here to attack this great ominous beast. This was beyond his expectations. At the same time, he saw Yifeng Tian and the thousands of other experts of the Immortal Court. He clearly told Yifeng Tian not to come here because it was too dangerous. But now, they still came here. Little brother is so righteous. How can we hide like turtles? You family's ancestor said. That's right. All Beginning's ancestor nodded. A few days ago, Lin Tian had come here alone and saved a group of cultivators from the Great Calamity. He had held back the Great Calamity by himself and bought time for the other living beings to escape. This matter was recorded by the group of cultivators using their divine sense and quickly spread throughout the fifth dimension. It caused the inheritances of the great sects in the fifth dimension to fall silent, causing countless rogue cultivators to fall silent. As people of the fifth dimension, none of them stood out to stop the great evil beast when it appeared. They were afraid of the great evil beast. However, Lin Tianwei, who came from the fourth dimension, stood out and fought for the fifth dimension. This made them feel ashamed. Roar! The great evil beast let out a roar that shook the sky. The blood-red light of destruction spread out and intertwined like water ripples. Everything in its path was destroyed. Such an aura was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Tianwei pulled Xianxia and Lu Aoxian behind him. His eye of reincarnation trembled slightly. In an instant, he opened a reincarnation river and met the great evil beast's blood-red light. At the same time, he summoned more than 1,000 reincarnation beasts to meet the great evil beast. The fierce collision shook the entire world. Space collapsed. The reincarnation river and the reincarnation beasts met the great evil beast. In the blink of an eye, they were shattered by the great evil beast. Roar! Another roar rang out, and an even more terrifying aura surged forth. It shook the surroundings and interweaved with an endless aura of destruction. Lin Tian stood in front of him. After the light of fate and the light of reincarnation, the law of all beginnings, the law of Tao defying, the law of creation, the law of dark light, and the law of indestructibility intertwined at the same time. The 5 laws of the fifth dimension turned into a fifth dimension sacred diagram and rushed forward. Such a scene caused everyone in the area to tremble. That is, everyone was shocked. Even the ancestors of the Yu family, Divine Palace of all beginnings, Heaven Induction Divine Palace, and 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion were no exception. They all recognized the laws of the fifth dimension that Lin Tian summoned. Lin Tian had actually managed to control all 5 types of fifth-dimensional laws. Yu Yaoxi and Lu Aoxian's eyes glowed with excitement. To be able to control 5 laws of the fifth dimension at the same time, just what kind of thought was this? This had never happened before. However, soon, everyone came to their senses. Lin Tian was currently fighting against the great evil for the sake of the fifth dimension. This was not the time for them to be shocked by Lin Tian's ability to control 5 types of fifth dimension laws. The fifth dimension is our territory. It should be protected by us. But now, little brother Lin, who came from the fourth dimension, is bleeding for us. How can we be at ease? The ancestor of the Heaven Induction Divine Palace spoke. With a clang, the Heaven Induction Divine Sword flew out from his body and bloomed with a blazing light. Everyone, follow little brother Lin in battle and kill this beast. Kill! The ancestors of the Yu family, Divine Palace of all beginnings, and 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion all shouted. At the same time, they raised their fifth-dimensional treasures at the same time. As the treasures of their respective factions, the treasures exploded with a torrential holy light and slashed towards the great evil. Following this, the other factions' inheritances and rogue cultivators all roared and attacked at the same time. Follow Lord Immortal Emperor in battle. The experts of the Immortal Court roared. Under Yi Fengtian's lead, they attacked with all kinds of divine abilities and great techniques. Boom! 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 An intense collision occurred. Including the Yu family, Divine Palace of all beginnings, Heaven Induction Divine Palace, 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion, various factions' inheritances, and rogue cultivators, there were more than 100,000 experts here. All of them were very powerful. At this time, they all attacked together. Boundless holy light pressed down on the great evil. The scene was truly terrifying. However, the great evil was too terrifying. With a roar, its 5 tails moved together and annihilated everything in an instant. Thump, 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 thump. Just the remnant aura was enough to force the experts who were far away to retreat. Many people's originally rosy complexions turned pale in an instant. Damn it! It's indeed terrifying. Someone gritted his teeth. At this time, the 5 fifth-dimensional experts, Lin Tian, the Yu family's ancestor, Divine Palace of All Beginnings ancestor, Heaven Induction Divine Palace's ancestor, and the 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion's ancestor, were at the front. Each of them had a terrifying battle strength. The others were at the back, supporting them from afar. Their combined attack was extremely powerful, but it was easily shattered by the great evil. Moreover, just the aftermath of the collision was enough to force them all back. Roar! The great vicious beast roared, and another wave of attacks came crashing down. Lin Tian's left eye of destiny and right eye of reincarnation trembled at the same time. Boundless light of fate and boundless light of reincarnation interweaved. At the same time, the 5 fifth-dimensional laws condensed the fifth-dimensional sacred diagram again, blocking the destructive waves and protecting the Yu family's ancestor, Divine Palace of All Beginnings ancestor, Heaven Induction Divine Palace's ancestor, 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion's ancestor, and the others behind him. I'm sorry. It seems like we're holding little brother back. The Divine Palace's ancestor sighed. The great evil was too terrifying. Even fifth-dimensional ancestor monarchs like them were somewhat weak in front of this great evil. Senior, you must be joking. The fact that everyone is here at this time means that they care about all living beings. There's no such thing as holding anyone back. Lin Tianandao. This group of people came to this place together at this time to suppress this great ferocious beast with him. This surprised him, but at the same time, he felt very gratified in his heart. This showed that these people were courageous people. Under such circumstances, even if their combat strength was not of any use here, it could not be said that they were dragging him down. Outside his body, golden light intertwined, and the indestructible law surged, landing on all the cultivators in the area. In just an instant, everyone trembled. In just an instant, their strength in all aspects increased by 3 to 5 times. Attack together, again! He shouted. His holy light shone brightly. He stood at the forefront and launched another fierce attack at the great evil with a terrifying aura. The other cultivators clenched their fists. Because of Lin Tian, their battle strength had increased, and their battle auras had also skyrocketed. They roared in unison and attacked together with Lin Tian. All kinds of divine abilities bombarded the great evil. Holy light surged and surged in this place. The void exploded and shattered, and the earth caved in and collapsed. The great evil was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its eyes were crimson red, and its 5 tails moved together. Pure killing light interweaved and crushed everything. Boom! 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 An intense collision occurred. The strongest group of people in the fifth-dimensional realm had gathered here. With Lin Tian as the leader, they attacked the great evil together. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. After 7 days, the place became even more dilapidated. Other than Lin Tian, the hundreds of thousands of experts had their holy power dried up. They had lost their ability to fight on this day. Most of them were seriously injured, and many of them were covered in blood. Everyone, retreat! Lin Tiandao once again stood in front of the great evil alone, allowing the Yu family ancestor, all beginning ancestor, and the others to retreat further away. Now, he was the only one who still had the ability to fight. He was the only one who could barely restrain the great evil. The Yu family ancestor, all beginning ancestor, and the others retreated with the hundreds of thousands of cultivators with Lin Tian's help. They only stopped when they were tens of thousands of feet away. Roar! The great evil roared. Its body was stained with blood. During these 7 days, it had faced the attacks of Lin Tian and the hundreds of thousands of people. It had suffered some injuries, but they were very light. Now, it once again stared at Lin Tian. Endless bloody light mercilessly pressed down on him. Lin Tian's eye of destiny and eye of reincarnation vibrated at the same time. The light of fate and reincarnation met the great evil together. In another part of the fifth-dimensional realm, there were immortal mountains and ancient trees all around. A void door suddenly opened, and Wui stepped out with Ruoxian, Jiyu, and the others. Mu Wenyang followed behind them. This is the fifth-dimensional realm? Ruoxian's eyes lit up as she asked Mu Wenyang, who was behind her. Yes, Lord Ruoxian. This is the fifth-dimensional realm. Every place is intertwined with an astonishing amount of holy spiritual qi. The starting point of cultivation is countless times higher than our world. Mu Wenyang replied. A few months ago, Lin Tian gave him many natural treasures and immortal pills to bring back to the fourth dimensional realm for Wu Yi and the others. He had been staying in the 10 Directions Immortal Court in the fourth dimensional realm. It was only today that he returned with Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others when they stepped into the fifth dimensional realm. Ruoxian nodded. She naturally felt that the holy spiritual qi in the air was very dense. It was almost impossible to find such pure spiritual qi in the fourth dimensional realm. How shocking! Just the spiritual qi and Tao energy intertwined in the air is already a dimensional difference compared to our world. Jiyu and the others sighed. The little Taichu, whooshing crocodile, and white tiger soared into the air and looked around. Their eyes were shining. Now, their cultivation had reached the Tao conversion realm due to the many immortal pills, and natural treasures that Lin Tian asked Mu Wenyang to bring back. They had completed a very shocking transformation in an extremely short period of time. Ruoxian's eyes were still bright. I don't know what father is doing now. Elder Mu, quickly bring us to Ruoxian. Wu Yi suddenly spoke, interrupting Ruoxian. Her gaze was as gentle as ever. She looked at the southern region of the fifth dimensional realm and told Ruoxian to coordinate. Use the spacetime eye to bring us there. Boom. The blood-colored waves were vast and mighty. The aura of great ferocity was terrifying. Its 5 tails shook, shattering and destroying everything. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by boundless holy radiance. He once again faced the enemy alone, using all kinds of holy radiance laws. With his current battle strength, it was easy for him to deal with an ordinary peak fifth dimensional realm expert. However, he was powerless against this great ferocity. It was very difficult for him to truly injure it. Wu Yi, if only you were here. End of chapter 2402. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.